A girl texts that she wants to break up. The main character breaks down crying. He can't believe it and wonders if she's joking. To him, this makes no sense. He had been planning their future. He had even started thinking about marriage. Then she blocks him. He slumps in his chair in total misery. A friend was about to call him to play games, but instead finds him passed out. The friend rushes over to help, but he suddenly bolts out and slams the door. His friends are fed up, saying he just can't handle relationships. Chen Yuan is known for chasing girls, spending money on them, and getting nothing back. He's furious that after 3 years, he still got nowhere with Lin Shutong. Then we cut to the two of them talking, while others watch nearby. He begs her to forgive him and offers a pig plush, her favorite animal. People around them whisper that he worked 4 jobs just to support her. Shutong says nothing is really wrong, but after thinking it over, she decided to get back with her ex. Chen knows exactly who she's talking about and calls the guy trash. He reminds her that the ex cheated on her and walked away. Right then, a car pulls up. A guy calls for her to get in, clearly not happy seeing them talk. He takes Shutong away, and she says this is for the best. At a convenience store, the protagonist is crushed. After always acting like a doormat, he starts thinking he'll never have a real relationship. Then a strange system pops up with his profile, identifying him as Chen Yuan. It shows he has 230 yuan, his personal assets, and 1 strength point. But there's one more line that shocks him. It says he has 90 billion yuan, meant for spending on women. MC has no idea what's going on. A girl walks up and asks if something's wrong with him, since he keeps staring at her chest. Chen looks at her and the system starts reading her stats. Her name is Yu, she's 21 years old, 165 centimeters tall, and weighs 49 kilos. Her favorability toward him is -50. The system explains that if a selected woman reaches 95 favorability, she can become devoted to him instead. He is stunned and wonders if he's really supposed to use that 90 billion on women. The system confirms it, and says the money has already been added to his card. It also warns that the funds can only be used on women, and once a target reaches 95 favorability, he'll get back 1/10 of what he spent, plus extra rewards. Finally believing it might be real, Chen invites Shu out to eat, and says he'll cover everything. The system confirms she's now a valid target for spending. It also says that reaching 95 favorability with any girl gives him 5 reward points, which he can use to boost his abilities. Shu eyes him and asks if he's trying to flex his money. She's not sure whether he's flirting or just putting on a show. Chen keeps looking at Shu, remembering she's the kind of girl who once got a guy to spend over 30,000 with just a few words, so he answers her challenge by saying she won't know unless she tries him. She accepts and tells him to buy snacks for everyone in her class. Shu looks down on him, thinking he dresses like a beggar but still wants to hit on her, so she decides to teach him a lesson. Instead, the protagonist casually spends 50,000. The people mocking him suddenly realize he's rich, and Chen tells her to calm down. That amount means nothing to him. Not wanting to miss the chance, he asks her to add him. Shu starts wondering if he's one of those rich kids born into money. She says she'll add him, but first he has to go somewhere with her. Privately, Shu thinks she'll see how to handle him there. That place turns out to be a Gucci store. She claims she's not materialistic. She just wants proof that he's sincere. Seeing how he's dressed, Chen figures the staff might throw him out. Still, MC Yuan tells Chu to go ahead and pick anything she wants. Once they head inside, Chen spots his ex with another guy. She's talking with Zheng Kai about a bag she's trying on. Chu Tong notices him and sees he isn't alone. Chu asks if that's his ex, and says this seems like bad timing. The protagonist disagrees. He says they showed up at the perfect moment. Chu asks about a spring collection bag. A clerk says there's only one left, and Chu Tong is trying it on. His ex is confused, while Chen makes it clear he's about to show the difference between a loser and Zheng Kai. Then Chu asks Zheng Kai for the bag, saying her birthday is coming up. He's confused because he remembers her birthday just passed. She explains that one was by the lunar calendar, and this one is by the solar calendar. Zheng Kai pushes back, saying he doesn't like materialistic girls, and asks if she's with him for money. Chu Tong is left speechless. After hearing that, Shu grabs the bag and says she'll take it since Chu Tong clearly can't afford it. As Chen pays for Shu, her favorability jumps by 20 points. When he swipes the card, he gets another 20, and after she happily smells the bag, he gains 20 more. Chen is thrilled. Money really does make things easier, and one bag just earned him 60 points. At this rate, he'll max out her favorability fast. The downside is that if he gets to 95 too cheaply, he won't earn much money back. Even the store staff are shocked. Some men look rich but won't spend on their girlfriends, while this poorly dressed guy is buying Shu the best stuff. Chu Tong is left humiliated, and Shu smugly says, "A bag is like a boyfriend, you've got to hold on tight." Then she looks at MC, decides she can't let him slip away, and starts praising him. Chu Tong, with tears in her eyes, bumps into him and says he's gone too far. Chen just laughs and tells her she's still got a lot more suffering ahead. That outburst triggers the system and adds a second target. It shows Chu Tong's info. She's 21, 163 centimeters tall, weighs 49 kilos, and ranks a little higher than Shu. Her favorability is -10, and her target is also 95. Shu happily asks if he feels better now and says she did a good job, then asks where they're going next. Chen says the night is just getting started and he's got plenty of money. He asks if one bag is really enough, and Shu immediately starts grabbing more and more until she's loaded down with shopping bags. He hands over the card again. The staff say they'll ship everything once the purchase is finished. Chen Yuan keeps earning favorability from Shu. Another 5 points, then 5 more with another swipe, and 5 more after that. Eventually, Yu gets tired of shopping and says she doesn't even know where she'd put all this stuff. Chen casually answers that if there's not enough space, he'll just buy her a house. That actually makes her lose some favorability, and Yu says they should slow down since they've already spent a lot. The protagonist realizes he came on too strong. Buying someone a house that fast would scare anyone, even if he really is loaded, so he proves he knows her. Yu is a 21-year-old junior in the Fine Arts College, weighs 49 kilos, and her favorite color is black. Then he asks a sales clerk if they have a store card he can give her. She says yes, so Chen loads 500,000 onto it for Yu to use anytime she wants. MC Yuan gives her the card and says it's to make up for the misunderstanding. Yu blushes, clearly happy. He leans in and whispers that if she can't resist, she should just stop fighting it. Flustered, Yu calls him a bad boy. That earns him another 30 favorability points. The staff go wild over how thoughtful he is, and Chen thinks having money makes flirting way easier. Yu then asks why he buys her so much but won't even buy clothes for himself. He says he doesn't really spend much on himself. Wanting to do something for him, Yu takes him to shop for new clothes. She starts using the 50,000 her father sent her, paying for a haircut, clothes, and sneakers. Once Chen is cleaned up, Yu is impressed, and he gains 5 more favorability points, then another 5, and another 5. The protagonist asks if he used to do something wrong since he never spent money on himself before. Yu lifts his chin and tells him nothing was wrong, she just thinks the two of them look great together now. She thanks him and says this was a really special day. At this point, Yu has 68 favorability points. Back at the dorm, his friends ask what he did all day and why he suddenly dressed so well. Chen Yuan says he went on a date with Yu less. His friends warn him that he was heartbroken over his ex not long ago, and now he's already with Yu less. They tell him to stay away from her or he'll go broke. MC thanks them for the warning. Then he gets a message from Chu Tong saying that if he hates her, they should just delete each other's numbers. Looking at the screen, Chen wonders how he's supposed to raise her favorability if she wants to cut contact, especially when he wants to make money through the system. So he replies that of course not, she'll always have a special place in his heart. Chu Tong answers that she isn't with that guy because she wants to be. Her mother is sick and needs 50,000 for treatment. She waits to see what he'll do and then gets a 50,000 transfer from him. Her friend asks who sent it, and Chu says it was her ex. The friend is shocked. Didn't she dump him today? Since when was that loser this rich? Now Chu Tong starts wondering if leaving him was a mistake. Even after sending her 50,000, Chen only gains 5 favorability points. She starts bombarding him with questions. What did the money mean? Where did he get so much cash? Why was Yu with him? Why didn't he buy her a bag too? And whether he's actually some rich second-generation heir. After 15 messages in a row, Chen finally ignores her and starts wondering if there's a more fun way to spend his money on women. Then he finds a girl live streaming right before she's about to log off. Annoyed, she asks the chat if anyone's sending gifts or if she should just end it. Chen sees the app lets him send up to 1 million and thinks this is way better than buying handbags. So he starts spamming gift after gift. The streamer thanks him for sending a rocket. Then suddenly 100 rockets flood her screen. The chat blows up with people asking who sent all those gifts. Chen Yuan realizes that huge spending gets huge attention, so he sends 900 more rockets and crashes her phone. At the company where she streams, one worker runs to the boss with insane news some guy just spent 10 million on Xiaomi's stream. The staff freaks out wondering if he's laundering money or somehow connected to the company. The other streamers all notice his username and can't believe he dropped 10 million on Xiaomi. They all try to message him in DMs. Chen Yuan just sits there watching the messages pile up. Even the girl who got the gifts can't believe this is real. But then a staff member comes over with a sign saying he needs the spender's contact info and could get a raise for it. She messages Chen to thank him for the gifts. Then she asks if he's still there since she's about to end the stream. But the protagonist Yuan had already fallen asleep after burning through money all day. The next morning, his roommates are reading online about a guy who spent 10 million on one girl's stream and joking about what they'd do with that kind of money. Chen Yuan realizes he spent all that cash and didn't build any real connection. So he opens TikTok and finds a flood of messages from girls. One says she's 28, divorced, and asks if he wants to meet. She gets annoyed when he doesn't answer, keeps inviting him to her studio, and says she's waiting for him. None of it excites him, since there's no favorability to gain. Meanwhile, his friends are still talking about the money and getting ready to head out. Chen Yuan asks where they're going without him, and they say they're off to see the campus goddess, Zhao Yuki. They're going early so they can see her up close. They ask if he forgot, since he's usually the one who runs ahead just to stay there from the second she shows up until she leaves. Then the system pulls up her info. Her name is Zhao Yuqi, the beauty of Hunan campus, vice president of the student council, and every student's dream girl. She's level 10 at piano, plus skilled in sports, ballet, and fencing. With talent like that, almost no guy can get close to her. To the boys at college, she feels totally out of reach, and no one has gotten anywhere with her in the past 3 years. That only makes Chen Yuan more interested. If she's the hardest one, she'll take even more money. Nearby, Shadong talks to her friends, saying MC only learned how to dress after they broke up, and she's worried he and Zheng Kai might fight over her. Her favorability keeps rising, another 10, then another 10. Chen Yuan gets irritated. That favorability is only going up because he changed his clothes, and he thinks it's stupid. His real target is Zhao Yuqi. Close by, one guy says he wants to watch his boss win over the goddess, and swears she'll fall for him. He walks up and asks for her contact, but another guy immediately steps in and asks what he's doing. Ignoring him, the first guy keeps pressing her to add him, saying he wants to know her better and become friends with her. The other guy gets mad and demands to know if he's asking for trouble and what he wants with Yuki. Caught off guard, he says it's all a misunderstanding and claims he only wanted to ask about joining the student union since she's the vice president. The angry guy calls that a weak excuse for hitting on her and labels him a creep. Then Chen Yuan steps in and calmly asks if she can add him on Snapchat. She looks confused by all the chaos. Still, he acts sure she'll add him. The student council president says he's got guts, putting himself out there for everyone to laugh at. Another guy admits the protagonist is better looking than the last one, and asks if he wants to join the student union too. Chen Yuan says no, he doesn't care about the student union. That leaves the guy wondering why he wants Yuki's snap. MC Yuan says it straight. He wants to chase her. Students from another class watch the scene and say this is just another guy trying his luck, but at least he has guts. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Yuki gives him her contact. Zhubang's friend asks what exactly is going on between them. Chen Yuan shrugs, he likes beautiful women, so why hide it? Sometimes the simplest move works best. After all, what woman doesn't like being pursued? The system says he's formed a bootlicker relationship with her, but her favorability is still at 0. He's glad he got her contact but also confused. Why would she add someone with 0 favorability? Outside the classroom, his friends say he crushed it. He used to act like a simp, but now he looks confident. One friend jokes that if he gets close to the president, he better introduce them to her friends too. Chen Yuan says they're giving him too much credit. Just talking to her feels hard enough, since she's the prettiest girl on campus. Then a guy behind him shouts that he's still a loser but admits he has good taste. It's the same guy who tried to hit on her and got rejected. The protagonist Yuan says that guy acts like some kind of expert, and that he still has a lot to learn from him. The guy mocks him right back, saying he's proud over nothing just because he got her number, then asks if MC even knows who he is. Chen Yuan just laughs in his face. Right then, Shu Lu walks over and asks why he took so long, saying she's been waiting for him forever. Everyone is stunned. Shu Lu is famous for turning guys down, yet she was waiting for him. The protagonist Shu Lu invites Shu Lu to eat with him to make up for keeping her waiting. She asks if she looks pretty in the clothes he bought for her. Nearby, Chu Tong hears it all, and gets furious. Chen Yuan tells her clothes don't make a girl pretty, she already is. Then the two walk off while everyone stares. The rejected guy complains that he doesn't get it. He was only one step behind MC, but he stops talking when he notices Chung Tong nearby, asking who that girl was. Chung Dulu gives Chen Yuan a drawing of him and says she stayed up all night making it. If he throws it away, she'll never forgive him. Yuan says it's the first time in his life a girl has ever given him a gift, and she asks if he likes it. He looks at her and asks if this is all just a game to keep him around. Zhulu asks again if he liked the drawing because he doesn't look very happy. He asks whether she'll give him better gifts later instead of just drawings. She gets mad and tries to take it back, but he refuses and says he'll keep it like a family treasure. Then he tells her he likes her more than any gift she could give him. She's impressed by how smooth he is at flirting. Another 5 favorability points. Zhu Yuan thinks she wants to turn him into her pet, but he plans to use her to earn even more money. Then a guy cuts in, asking if Zhulu isn't going to get her nails done, and asking who the protagonist is, and whether he's rich. Zhulu figures this is just another one of Zhulu's simps, which happens all the time. Zhulu says she doesn't know who he is, and that he doesn't get to control her. MC steps up, introduces himself, and asks the guy's name and how long he's been chasing Zhulu. The guy says he's Yang Yu from the arts department, and he's been after her for 6 months. Yuan tells him that's pointless, then shares his own story about following a girl for 3 years, working 4 jobs and living on bread every day, only to get replaced by a guy with a Mercedes. Yang Yu has no idea why he's telling him all this. Chen Yuan says people who turn their backs on you should become fuel to improve yourself, and asks why a real man can't win a wife. He tells Yang Yu to go back to the dorm and become the kind of man who makes her regret losing him. Yang Yu gets so fired up that he starts crying. Even Zhulu is confused, wondering what is going on and why Yang Yu is crying. Awkwardly, she says he's just a friend. Chen Yuan says he doesn't care about her past, but she doesn't respect him or herself. Then he tears up the drawing and tells her she can keep using the card he gave her, but he doesn't want to see her again until she sorts out her relationships. He wants to see how she'll react, since this is the first time he's done something like this. Zhulu instantly regrets what she did, and realizes the protagonist Juan is the first person who truly liked her. Another 5 favorability points. Zhulu Hanwansu should thinks about how much he's changed. He settled things with Zhulu, and now it's time to move on. Next, he goes to Zhao Yuqi and finds out she's live streaming, So far, she seems like the most innocent one, not someone who's done anything awful. On stream, she introduces herself as Kiki, says she's been practicing piano and streaming for 2 days, and asks viewers to support her. Ju-won thinks she looks cute and wonders if she's the kind of girl who's cold on the outside but warm inside. Then he notices she has barely any viewers and wonders if that's really all she's getting. Just then, Ju-won messages him asking where he's been. He asks who she is. Hurt? She reminds him that he sent tons of gifts in her stream and now acts like he forgot. He says he was only joking and asks if she wants to meet up. She says she can't because she's busy and he ignores her. She quickly asks him not to be mad and promises a special stream. Annoyed, Chen Yuan complains that she still just wants more gifts. He doesn't even have a bootlicker system with her, and he's already spent more than 10 million. Fed up with it all, he decides to spend that money on Xiaomi instead. Right then, her stream starts a one-on-one PK battle. In this kind of match, the streamer who gets more donations wins. Seeing that Zhao is in it, MC wants to know who she's up against. Xiaomi laughs, totally sure she'll crush a beginner. He figures either one could win, and the battle starts. Xiaomi quickly reaches 10,000 points, while Yuki is stuck at just 206. Even so, Yuki gives it everything she's got, using all her talent, charm, and smarts to put on a great performance. Xiaomi mocks Zhao, telling her to quit because a rich backer named Chen Yuan is already supporting her. The chat explodes over the match. Xiaomi thinks that if she goes all out, Boss Smokey will definitely be impressed and send her more gifts. Then a rocket animation suddenly appears, and she assumes the protagonist has shown up. She gets ready to thank him until she realizes the rockets are going to Yuki's stream instead. Yuki's score shoots up to 152,000. A notice appears: Lonely Smoke donated. He sent 1,000 rockets to Kiki. Yuki is stunned, and Xiaomi is furious. The gifts didn't go to her. A chat message pops up demanding to know why she got nothing. Shaking, Xiaomi apologizes to her viewers and says she has to deal with something, then ends the stream. Chen notes that she really can't stand seeing him gift someone else. Exactly the reaction he wanted. Now he just hopes the president won't let him down after how much he spent. At the company, everyone loses it, saying the mystery whale has struck again. They start guessing the guy must be the son of some insanely rich family to pull off something like this. 10 million on a piano girl. They wonder if Lonely Smoke loves music. One streamer even yells, "Xiaolei, get my triangle right now." Meanwhile, Kiki and her friend talk, and the friend says this could make the president famous online. Yuki is tempted by the idea, but says trying to please men on the internet isn't a real long-term plan. To her, what matters most is that a woman builds a career and stands on her own. Her friend asks if she knows who sent the gifts, but Yuki has no clue. Still, Kiki says she wants to message him and thank him. Her friend gets annoyed, reminding her that she said she didn't want to get mixed up with anyone. Then the friend suddenly says maybe she knows what kind of guy he is. She guesses he's the son of some super rich family. In her mind, he's gifted, raised in luxury, but chooses to live like a normal person. Then he meets an ordinary girl and falls for her while hiding who he really is. She tells Kiki that's gotta be it. Her friend laughs it off and says she's watched too many dramas, but Kiki still imagines how hard it must be to act like an average guy. Her friend tells her it's late and she should sleep, but Kiki still wants to thank Chen. A little later, MC checks his phone and sees a message from a girl asking if he's free to eat. He says he wants his favorite food, crayfish. She agrees and tells him to meet her at the school gate that afternoon. Chen notices she never asked where the gift money came from. She just invited him to dinner. Staring at his phone, he decides he wants to see what she's really after. The next morning, he gets to school on his scooter. A guy standing by a Mercedes asks if he's waiting for someone, and the protagonist throws the question back. The guy says he's waiting for his girlfriend. Soon the piano girl shows up, and the guy warns Chen not to stare too much. According to him, to win over a girl like her, you need hard work and serious money, or someone like him will take all the pretty girls. Then Kiki spots MC and in her mind sees him like a hero on a motorcycle. She runs straight toward him. The Mercedes guy thinks she's heading for his car, then freezes when she goes right to Chen's scooter instead. He's left speechless, wondering what the point was of having all that money. The two ride off together on the scooter. As they go, she starts imagining herself as Chen's fiancé. They make it to the restaurant. There, they order spicy crayfish. When the food comes, both of them think it's going to be amazing. He carefully sets things up for her at the table, and she notices he still acts like a gentleman, even though he could be eating somewhere fancy. To her, he gives off the feeling of someone from a noble family, calm and well-trained. As Chen eats the small crayfish, she jokes that this must be the tiniest crayfish he's ever had. Kiki is touched that the protagonist Yuan is sitting here eating with her. She thinks he wants a simple, peaceful life without too much stress, and sees him as gentle as a flower. MC is confused when he suddenly gets another 10 favorability points. Then Kiki offers to feed him. She says she already peeled the crayfish for him. Right when he's about to take a bite, someone shows up. It's Shu Tong again. She notices Kiki feeding Chen and instantly stiffens. Turning to her boyfriend, she says the place is too crowded and they should sit somewhere else. But he smirks and asks if it's really crowded or if she just spotted someone she knows. He says he doesn't mind eating here. Shu Tong's boyfriend walks over to Chen's table and tosses down 500, telling him to get up so they can have the seats. He thinks this guy has some nerve. Who does he think he is? The man throws down more cash, telling him to hurry up and asking if he wants even more. Kiki grips her bag, clearly angry. Chen notices she's upset because of the jerk ruining what should have been a perfect date. Then the guy pulls out more fake-looking bills, bragging that he's got plenty more if that's what it takes. A staff member offers to take the money and seat him somewhere else, but he refuses. He wants this table. Suddenly someone smacks him with a handbag. A woman no one noticed before acts like it was an accident. Chen looks over, confused. The blonde guy seems to know her and calls her Chokum, asking what she's doing there. She snaps that if she hadn't come, she never would have caught him cheating. He tries to smooth it over, saying she's mistaken and that he could never cheat because she's everything to him. Around them, people just watch. Then the woman grabs the blonde girl's hair, accusing her of using her body to seduce him. Crying, the girl says he invited her and lied that he was single. He calls her a liar and slaps her across the face. She drops to the floor, broken and stunned. When he raises his hand to hit her again, someone stops him. Chen grabs him and says, "Hitting a woman? You really love humiliating yourself, don't you?" At that moment, Lonely Smoke gains another 20 favorability points. Shadow realizes the protagonist really did love her, and his favorability with her keeps climbing. Another 20, then another 20. The second target in the bootlicker system passes 95 points. The system congratulates Chen Yuan for fully reversing the bootlicker setup. It says he spent 50,000 on the second target and will get 5,000 back. Shadow has now turned into MC's bootlicker, and he earns 20 strength points. He puts 10 into strength and 10 into fitness. As he tightens his arm, the blonde guy yells for him to let go and reaches for a bottle, threatening to kill him. Chen just stares, calls him annoying, then smashes through the bottle and punches him hard enough to send him flying. The guy crashes to the floor, beaten. The protagonist says relying on a woman isn't shameful, but hitting one while doing it makes you trash. The blonde guy bites his lip, still clutching a popped balloon toy. Kiki gets nervous and tells MC to finish this fast. Then Shudong's boyfriend rushes at him, but Chen's new stats let him dodge with ease. The blonde guy smashes his elbow and drops to the floor. Everyone in the food court goes tense. The blonde guy lies there foaming at the mouth, while Chen walks off with one hand in his pocket. The girl beside him, now that Shudong has become a bootlicker, she grabs his leg and begs him to forgive her and give her one more chance. Coldly, the protagonist reminds her he was the one who carried her for over 10 kilometers at 3 a.m. to get her to the hospital. He was also the one who saved for half a year to buy her a phone, only for her to ignore it because it wasn't the newest model. And even knowing how vain she was, he still believed she was a good person. Then he tells her that the man who did all that is dead. Outside, while talking with the president, he apologizes for everything that happened. She says calling her president is too formal and tells him he can just call her Kiki. It didn't really bother her. In fact, she got to see another side of him. The more Yuki learns about Chen Yuan, the more interesting he seems. She feels like he'll keep surprising her. When Shutong gets home, she's soaked from the rain and crying. Her friend asks why she didn't bring an umbrella. Shutong is too shaken to answer. Then her friend asks if this is about Chen, saying she heard he gave Zhao 10 million during her live stream. She adds that MC may not look it, but he's actually very rich. Shutong freezes. More than 10 million? Where did that come from? Is it really true? Her friend says yes. Zhao's classmates have already spread the news all over campus. Shutong can barely process what she's hearing and screams Chen Yuan's name. Back in the dorm, his friends are playing Mobile League of Legends. They ask how he's gotten so strong after winning 18 games in a row. The protagonist didn't expect that adding 20 attribute points would make him this good at online games. One guy with flashy hair says that with skill like this, he could become a streamer, make millions, and blow up online. MC is amazed at what the attribute points have done for him. Looking at himself, he wonders who his body will help next. Then his friends call him to the door. His phone is ringing. Chen wonders what trick she's trying this time. He picks up, but his voice stays cold. "Hello, Sulu. Is there something you need to tell me about?" She starts crying and says she doesn't know what to do. She's in a bare room surrounded by the things Chen Yuan bought for her. She asks to borrow 500,000 from him. Shulu explains that her family used to be well off, but now they're drowning in debt. They can't even keep up with the interest, so they're getting nowhere and just need to clear the debt. He replies that he only has 2 conditions. He tells her to say how much she needs and send her account number. Shulu is stunned. She never thought he'd really give her the money. She hurriedly sends over her bank details. Chen transfers 5 million. Shocked, she says he sent 5 million by mistake. He casually says he must have added an extra 0 and tells her to keep it. She cries out in thanks. Then her favorability starts climbing fast. It keeps going up and Shulu nearly cries from happiness. She thanks Chen again and promises to repay him when she can. Her favorability keeps rising until it reaches 94. The protagonist notices it stopped at 94. He grumbles that she still hasn't fully fallen for him. For a second, he thinks about confessing, but drops it right away. In his mind, the first one to show real feelings loses. The next day, Chen is hanging out with his friends when someone calls his name from behind. He turns and sees Chutong holding pastries, asking if he wants to eat breakfast in the classroom. His friend is stunned that she brought breakfast for Msu1. Then another voice calls out to him. This time it's Liu, who also brought food and says he must be tired of cafeteria meals. The two of them immediately start competing for his attention. But before that can settle, someone else calls Chen again. His friends can't believe there's another girl. Even he wonders who it is now. It's the president. She brought ramen for him to eat. The three girls stare each other down. The president carries herself with total confidence, and her presence puts pressure on the other two. Chen takes the ramen and asks how she knew he liked meat ramen. She says it was easy to figure out after their date. At this point, the protagonist isn't really chasing anyone. He's just watching to see who can win him over best. He says President Zhao clearly wins because she actually knows what he likes. It's a quiet jab at the other two girls. Kiki says bringing breakfast means nothing if you don't even know his tastes. With that one line, she basically knocks the other two out of the round. Then she gives him a gift as thanks. Chen is surprised to see what it is. The newest iPhone. His friends are left speechless, and one of them says watching girls shower MC Wan with gifts hurts worse than losing his own dad. The other girls are shocked she gave him something worth 10,000. He tells Kiki she really didn't have to do that. She says he spent way more on her, and besides, it's the thought that matters since she doesn't have much money. Later on, Shatong feels miserable and wonders how she can ever win Chen Yuan back. A few days pass, and now she has way more rivals. Sulu calls Shatong over to talk somewhere private, but Shatong is furious. She blames Zhu Liu for everything going on. Zhu Liu walks up calmly and suggests they team up against Yuki. In the next part, Chen is there with his iPhone, praising Yuki for the gift. Zhu Liu turns back, thinking he said something else, but Chen brushes it off and says it was nothing. The protagonist still only has 40 favorability points with the president, and he thinks she would have fallen for him already, if not for that annoying system. Even so, her behavior surprises him like she's changing him into someone else. He's nowhere near full favorability, yet she already acts like he is. Then his phone rings. It's Juice, the small TikTok streamer, saying they couldn't meet last time because she was joking around. Now she says they can meet, though she's nervous about seeing someone from her live stream. Chen isn't sure if that's true or just an excuse. He tells her she should at least send some pictures, because he's not that easy to win over. Right after that, he gets invited by someone named Dragon King to join a legendary group of loser otakus who spend big money donating online. The protagonist joins under the name Solitary Cigarette, and someone is shocked Dragon King personally invited him. They say he's the biggest spender they've ever seen. Chen introduces himself in the chat and asks everyone to look after him, and someone comments that he gives off rich guy vibes and must have some special skill. Another member says they have a business opportunity and asks if he wants to get involved. MC thinks these rich kids are trying to test him, so he decides to play along. He agrees and says he can help. Then he tells them to message him privately. One person immediately offers him a crazy villa for sale and asks if he's interested. He asks where it is, and the address gets sent over. He sees the villa is in Ankou district, where even an ordinary house costs a fortune. Since he already planned to buy property, he decides to check it out in the next few days. Meanwhile, at the mansion, a bald man wonders if Chen is really going to buy it, and whether this guy actually has money at all. After getting the address, the protagonist starts wondering how much favorability he'd gain if he gave this villa to her. The next day, he arrives at the villa with the president beside him, and she asks why he suddenly brought her there. A guard greets him like they're already close. Chen recognizes him and gives him a hug. The man thinks MC doesn't look rich, but bringing the president along makes him seem more legit. He starts to suspect MC comes from some hidden wealthy family. He introduces himself as Hong Yuan Chao, says he runs a few small businesses, and explains he has to sell the villa because of money problems. The bald man invites them inside and starts pitching the place. He says the property is huge, with high-end design, imported furniture, and an amazing river and city view. He even jokes that if he weren't broke, he'd want to be buried there. Kiki realizes Chen is actually serious about buying such an expensive place. He gives it a quick look and says he expected something nicer, then asks how much it costs. The bald man says he urgently needs cash, and claims lots of people want the villa, so the price won't be easy to discuss. He says he originally wanted around 50 million, then asks if 60 million sounds fair. Chen just hums at that. The seller starts wondering if the price scared him, but the protagonist says he didn't expect it to be so cheap. Everyone there is stunned, and the bald man instantly regrets not asking for 70 or even 80 million. MC turns to Kiki and asks if they should buy it. She's caught off guard and says it's up to him. Then he leans in and says he's buying the house for her. The bald man is completely shocked. He never imagined Chen was purchasing it as a gift for the president. Kiki freezes, stunned, and says 60 million is way too much. Her mind starts racing, jumping to wild thoughts. Flustered, she apologizes and says she can't accept a gift like that. Chen takes her hand and tells her to hear him out. He explains there's a limit on how many properties he can hold, and he already owns several. So he was thinking of putting this one in her name. That way she'd have a home of her own. Now she starts imagining all kinds of crazy romantic things with him. Chen leans close and softly says that if she matters to him, then everything he has is hers too. Her favorability jumps again and again. It reaches 90, just 5 more to go. He thinks he deserves an Oscar because his acting keeps getting better. Nearby, a blonde girl nudges the bald man and asks when something like this will happen for them too. He can only say he doesn't have money for gifts like that. Meanwhile, Chen swipes his card. He says he'll transfer the first payment now and finish the rest after the paperwork is done. The man tells the protagonist not to worry. Everything will be handled. The president's favorability hits 90, and Chen figures that once he maxes it out, the huge amount he spent will come back with an even bigger return. She keeps looking at him and after everything that's happened starts thinking he's about to say something so romantic it'll make her blush. In her head, she's already imagining their perfect wedding. She even wonders whether it'll be in Milan or the Maldives. Then she starts thinking about the ring. She's already picking baby names and worrying he might forget her when they're old. But before her imagination can go any further, they arrive. She gets out of the car and asks if Chen isn't coming too. He says no. A friend asked him to play some LOL, so he just waves goodbye. She sadly waves back. She feels a little wronged. She expected more than that. MC heads to the internet cafe and greets his friends. They complain he took forever and already started a match without him. They rush him to log in because they're getting destroyed. Then Chen notices Yu Lu is there, which surprises him. She explains her father owns several internet cafes, and this one just opened. She says she came to bring in more customers, and thanks him because her family's debts are finally paid off. Then she tells him to stay put while she gets him a drink and a free unlimited use card for the cafe. She hurries off to get it for him. Chen says that's not necessary, but then something crashes behind him. Two men show up, and one of them looks like a movie villain. He asks Xu Liu if she's Lao Shu's daughter, and demands to know when her father plans to pay the debt. Looking shaken, Xu Liu says her father already paid the 5 million, and asks what else they want. The man says that 5 million was only the start. There's still 15 million in interest. Xu Liu calls it a scam and says she'll call the police. He grabs her wrists and tells her to shut up. Then he says if they won't pay the 15 million, they'll just take her instead. After a year or two working in his nightclub, the debt will be covered. Chen immediately pulls his hand off her. He warns the guy to stop now if he wants to walk away alive. Xu Liu is completely panicked. The thug says the protagonist has no idea who he's messing with and orders his men to kill him. Everything explodes into a fight. Some of the thugs charge in with blades while others swing bare fists, but Chen fires off a hard kick right into the thug's chin. His friends are stunned, saying it looked like a tornado kick. Then the scene cuts to the thugs running for it, before they get beaten even worse. Their boss snarls that next time they meet on the street, there won't be any talking. With her favorability at 95, Chun-Li throws herself into Chen's arms. The system congratulates him for raising another girl's favorability to 95. It tells him he spent 5.3 million, so he'll get back 530,000. Then a new alert pops up. It says Chun-Li has officially become completely loyal to him. While MC hugs her, Shaken watches from the back, but he is more focused on where to put his new stat points. Then the chest-only trainer rushes over, angry. She calls Zhu Liu a traitor for wanting to team up and then hugging Chen. The protagonist gets bored watching the drama and tells the system to put every point into strength and agility. A moment later, everyone is confused because he suddenly vanishes. Meanwhile, MC strolls through the college campus and thinks he's already gained points from Shaken and Zhu Liu. Now President Zhao is the one that matters. Since there's only one president, he decides he needs more girls to target. Someone taps him on the shoulder and asks him to move, since the track team needs that spot and he'd better not stay there. Chen thinks she's got guts, but at least she's being honest, so he asks for her contact info, but another guy cuts in and says she already has a boyfriend. If he doesn't want trouble, he should leave. Chen stares at him, feeling like he's seen this guy before. Then it hits him. This was one of the thugs who beat him before. The protagonist snaps back, telling him to look at himself before judging others, and asks why he was chasing Xu Liu. Thinking back on it, MC says old enemies really are easy to run into. He uses the system on the guy's girlfriend. It shows her name is He Jiang, age 19, and height 1.69 meters. She weighs 50 kilos, has an appearance score of 8.2, and her current favorability is -5. Because she's harder to win over, the system says the reward will be more stat points. Chen gets excited when he hears he can earn 22 points. The jealous boyfriend gets ready at the starting line for the race. People start asking who the guy in the last lane is, since nobody's ever seen him compete before. The race begins and the guy runs with total confidence, thinking this is way too easy. What he doesn't notice is Chen flying past him at insane speed, leaving behind nothing but dust. He tells Lian to watch closely. He's about to lose at the very sport he's trained in his whole life. Li Xian is almost shaking with rage, asking if Chen is looking down on him. Then he realizes too late that the protagonist has already lapped him completely. He can't believe it. Chen mocks him, saying 10 years of training lost to 1 week of favorability points. The crowd goes crazy. In just 15 seconds, he's already starting his 5th lap, and He Jikoing rushes to the finish line in excitement. That ultra-loyal girl is shocked that Li Xian actually lost. The announcer yells that they're witnessing something unbelievable, a new champion who could smash every record. A muscular professor walks up to Chen, amazed by his talent, and asks if he'd join the track team. He says with a little more training, MC could make it to the national championship. Humiliated, Li Xian asks if that spot wasn't supposed to be his. He laughs at him, saying if it was, it isn't anymore. He Jiang starts imagining Chen as some kind of pro runner. That bumps her favorability up by 5. Li Xian walks over and asks if she was thinking about something else. She says no, she was just worried about him. Then the favorability rises again and again. Back in her room, Kiki asks where she had been. Then she asks if she seriously didn't know the protagonist bought her a house. She's stunned and asks if he really bought a house for her. The answer is yes. She'd been out touring it with him and it cost 60 million in Anku. Her friend can't believe a president could be both this lucky and this clueless. Then she grabs her phone, sees a post blowing up on the forums, and calls Kiki over to look. The rumor says Chen Yuan from Rui University is total human trash, dating multiple girls at once. The two of them look at each other, while MC wonders if that really makes him trash. In his mind, he was just spending money, and says it's all slander. Meanwhile, 3 snack-eating guys celebrate, sure they're about to destroy his reputation. Then a guy walks up behind them and asks what they're doing. Startled, the 3 say Chen has been way too arrogant, so they're trying to teach him a lesson. The guy who lost the race sees the post too and realizes it might be the same him from earlier. Now he remembers the protagonist beating him up when they were younger. He says they went to the same high school, that MC's been crazy since he was a kid, and that he knows a lot about him. He also claims Chen used to cling to girls and bother them. The 3 guys sit him down and press for more, wanting every detail they can use to post and wreck his name. Yang says the protagonist thinks winning one race means he can do whatever he wants, but he'll change that. He wants everyone, even the coach, to see the protagonist as the trash of the university. The post says he's the biggest scumbag on campus, that he messes around with lots of girls and treats them like objects, warning everyone to stay away from him. One of them even adds that the girls weren't involved by choice. They go further, saying he bothered girls so much their grades dropped. People reading it are stunned. They never expected that from him. The girls are shocked. In the president's office, Zhao grabs the guy's phone and says Chen can't be allowed to stay at the university, but he'll investigate it himself and expel MC if it's true. In the next part, someone says he is a very special person. To them, he can't watch a girl suffer without wanting to spend all his money to help. He hates men who hurt women, and when night falls, he becomes a black knight. With his fists, he crushes evil, a mysterious, powerful man guarding this city of desire and sin. And the one saying all this is none other than President Kiki. To her, Chen is a hero. The others ask if that's a bit much, and where she even got that idea. Kiki says, it's just her intuition. The others aren't sure if they should trust that. The guy helping the president says she's the vice president of the student council. Kind of weird but trustworthy. Zhao frowns, says he doesn't need to hear any more of that, and tells them to question someone else. He insists nobody knows better than he does. Then they go talk to Shutong. They greet her and say they have questions about a classmate. His name is Chen Yuan, and they ask her to come with them. Shutong says he's too good for her, and she wasn't enough for him. She admits she was greedy and stupid, says she wronged the protagonist, and wishes he'd take her back. Then she breaks down crying and a police officer hands her a tissue. The officer asks if MC stayed a good person even after rejecting her. Watching her desperation, Zhao says she deserves what's happening. She wasn't worthy of his love and he did nothing wrong. Stressed and upset, Zhao storms out. He lights a cigarette and wonders if he judged the protagonist unfairly. The more he sees, the clearer it is that the protagonist is innocent and someone's trying to ruin him. Looking down, he notices 2 people arriving with a banner and wonders who they are. It's Xiulu and her father. Zhao introduces himself and asks why they came. Xiulu says she's from the arts department and wanted to make a banner for MC1. Her father explains that Chen protected his daughter a few days ago and helped their family a lot. That only makes Zhao even more impressed and more jealous. After that, he says goodbye. Now convinced he blamed the wrong person, he goes back to the post and sees one girl comment that if he is trash, then she's jumping into the dumpster too. More and more girls start sharing it while the protagonist keeps running. Girls everywhere praise him, saying just seeing him made their hearts race. Zhao is stunned because only women are stepping up to defend him. He starts thinking this is happening because Chen stands out too much. Then Zhao says he understands MC now and promises to bring justice. He won't allow any more attacks or false accusations against him. Zhao gathers the students to address the rumors about Chen on the school forum. He says he did a full investigation and confirms he is upright, while all the rumors are lies. He's there to clear the protagonist's name. Zhao also announces that the protagonist has been helping people all along, and says MC protected many students but never wanted credit, so he kept it quiet. Nearly in tears, Yi praises him and gives him an award for making a positive impact on society, telling the rest of the students to learn from their classmate. Chen is completely confused. He has no idea what's going on or why he's getting a certificate just for protecting someone. Yang is furious, cursing Zhao because the protagonist's name was supposed to be ruined. He says he should be the one standing there instead. Then he notices his girlfriend praising MC, and her favorability goes up, then another 10, and another 10. The meeting ends, and everyone starts leaving. She asks if he's lost his mind or feeling sick, and why he's so jealous of Chen. She says she truly admires their classmate. Even after helping so many people, he doesn't care about fame or money. She brings up how he beat Yang in the race but still refused to join the track team, saying only someone truly amazing would do that. Yang grabs her wrist hard. She tells him to shut up and let go because he's hurting her. He leans in close, calling the protagonist useless and bragging that he has a Tesla and way more than the protagonist ever will. But right beside them, MC calls the bald man to come pick him up, saying he doesn't want a fancy car because he's trying to stay low-key. The bald man arrives in one of the new cars and apologizes, saying he thought he was on time, so he brought that one. Chen gets annoyed and reminds him he specifically said not to show up in an expensive car. The man says he understands. The two of them can only stare, then he leaves. Yang's girlfriend says she's done with all of this and wants to break up. He says that can't be happening, but ends up collapsed on the ground in despair. The protagonist transfers some money to the bald man. The man thanks him, and Chen says that while things get sorted out, he's going back to school. The bald man offers him a ride, but MC turns it down since the car stands out too much. The man agrees and just tells him to stay safe. As he walks through the city, he says his top priority is President Zhao. He only needs a little more to finish the system and get the 25 attribute points. Then he figures he should buy her a gift, and wonders if that chubby guy has anything to sell again. In the group chat, everyone is still talking about how Chen barely chatted a little before buying the house. One of them says the protagonist must have a ton of money. MC tells them to calm down, and says he only bought it to help a friend. The group is shocked when he shows up in person, and everyone treats him like a star. One guy with a car profile picture asks if he wants a luxury car, and says he knows people who can sell one. Then another man contacts him and introduces himself, saying his family runs a small imported car business, and that it's an honor to meet Chen. He looks at the card and sees the name Zhang Group. He immediately guesses this guy's family business is huge, and assumes he's probably a rich second-generation heir. Chen tells Zhang it's impressive for someone his age to be running such a big car business. Zhang says he thought the protagonist would be older after hearing he bought that house. While they talk, two girls nearby wonder who MC is and assume he must be from a rich family, if manager Zhang is treating him so well. Still, they give up right away, thinking they have no shot with him. Manager Zhang tries not to sound boastful, but says his shop has the biggest collection of luxury cars in the city, so he can name any model he wants. Chen thinks of a dream car and says he wants a Bugatti Chiron. Zhang thinks he has to be joking, since there are barely any of those. When the protagonist realizes they don't have one, Zhang gets embarrassed. MC asks about a Lamborghini Veneno, and Zhang says they don't have that either. Then he asks if they have a Pagani Huayra. Zhang says no again. One salesperson starts sweating, feeling like Chen is there to expose them. The manager quickly explains that their cars usually cost between 2 and 8 million, and the ones the protagonist wants are way beyond that range. Disappointed, MC says he expected more after hearing Zhang brag about luxury cars. Zhang starts thinking he really might not be joking. After all, if the protagonist bought a house at that price, maybe he really does want a car just as expensive. The manager says they don't have those models, but they do have a Ferrari LaFerrari. He should check out. He goes on to say it's one of Ferrari's rarest cars, with a V12 making 800 horsepower, a dual transmission, and a 0 to 100 time under 3 seconds. It costs 22 million, and he asks what Chen thinks. MC says a Ferrari isn't the most expensive thing out there, but it's not cheap either, so it might be a good gift for President Zhao. He adds that if it's over 20 million, he'll buy it. He praises Zhang for the effort, and says to run the card now. Then he asks if the car can be delivered to Riverside Villa, Unit 1. Sweating, Zhang says he can make that happen. Then Chen gets a call from Lu. Lu is yelling in his ear. In the next chapter, one of the protagonist's friends says that on his birthday, his girlfriend Zhou said she was getting her nails done with a friend, but she'd been gone a long time, so he got suspicious. When it started raining, he remembered she had no umbrella and went to bring her one. What he found there would crush anyone. He caught her cheating in the rain. He tells Chen his chest still hurts. They were together for 3 years, and he was already planning marriage and meeting her parents. MC tells him it'll be okay, and says he's already downed 8 bottles, so he needs a break. But the heartbroken friend only wants to know how to win her back. He tells him to wake up. She was the one who did wrong, not him, and bluntly says he's acting pathetic. The guy drops to the floor saying he just can't accept being betrayed. Now annoyed, Chen says he needs to learn something from this and grabs his phone. His friend asks who he's calling and what he's about to do. The protagonist tells him to calm down and trust him. From here on out, he'll handle everything and make sure the ex kneels and begs for forgiveness. MC calls the dealership contact who picks up right away. He says he wants to borrow some cars. Nothing cheap, just the ones worth over 20 million, and needs reliable people to drive them tomorrow. The man says no problem and promises to arrange it. His friend is still lost, so he calls Shu Lu. Watching this, his friend is stunned that one phone call brought over a beautiful girl. He wonders where the old protagonist went, the one who used to chase girls, because now it looks like she's the one chasing him. MC introduces his friend by saying, "Hey Shu Lu, this is my brother Lu." She's confused and thinks Chen called her over just to meet his friend. Then she starts overthinking it, wondering if maybe he wants her to get close to his inner circle, but he shuts that down fast and says it's nothing like that. He just needs her help with a small prank the next day. The next day, the protagonist's friend shows up dressed like some rich, tough guy. Shu Lu grabs his arm and says he's scared her. The car he bought for her almost hit someone. Nervous, The friend blurts out that even if it had, it would have been fine and they could just buy another one. His ex is stunned, wondering how he suddenly turned into someone who looks like a rich heir. She asks if Lu came just to show off. He nervously fires back that someone there was the one barking. Now angry, the ex asks what he's doing and reminds him she knows his family situation. She admits she was wrong but says he's shameless for putting on this act. From inside the car, another friend says the girl already gets it. The brothers are about to step on stage and the show is starting. Chen says. Then several men arrive in Ferraris. A white-haired man gets out and asks Lu if everything's fine and whether he remembers him. He walks over to speak to the new boyfriend of Lu's cheating ex. Calling the girl naive, he says the guy's name is Makai and claims his family owns a mine, but that's all fake. He's always lying to impress girls. Then he tells her to wake up because this guy is no rich heir. The man caught with Lu's ex begs the white-haired guy to let him go, but the white-haired man says their tricks never change, and they only fool innocent girls. He adds that Lu's ex is already too far gone. Furious at being tricked, the girl turns on the guy she cheated with. Lu just watches and tells everyone to leave, but his ex grabs his leg and begs him not to abandon her. She says she doesn't only love luxury, she's just scared of being poor, and she asks for one more chance. Lu tells her not to call him that anymore. This is the last time they'll ever see each other, and he wants her never to contact him again. As people around them keep talking, the other guy tries to slip away but runs straight into Chen. MC asks if he wants to run, because he can, after taking 100 slaps. Later at the bar, everyone who drove the Ferraris celebrates finally meeting the famous Mr. Yuan. Chen says they didn't need to go that far and thanks them for helping out. They tell Liu it's no big deal since he's a friend of Chef Zhang, so there's no need to act formal. They tell Liu it's all good because he's a friend of Chef Zhang and he doesn't need to be stiff with them. The white-haired guy recognizes him from the streaming platform and says he wants a favor. He asks what it is. The whole group looks at each other. Then the white-haired guy says he likes a streamer but ran out of money, so he asks if the protagonist can help him out a little. Chen figures they're testing him to see how much money he really has. The dealership man tells MC not to mind it was just a joke, then tells the white-haired guy that if he wants to chase a girl, he should pay for it himself. Lu slams his glass on the table. The others think he must have taken the joke badly, but Chen says that joke was way too small for him since it was only about sending gifts. Then he says he's going to the bathroom and leaves his phone on the table, telling the guy to spend as much as he wants. The man picks up the phone, shocked that the protagonist would actually let him use it so freely and trust a stranger with his money. MC thanks him, knowing there isn't enough money in the account to cover the drinks, but also knowing the guy can still send gifts however he wants. With that, Chen heads to the bathroom. The guy looks around and starts imagining a dragon facing a chicken, then mutters that he is a good kid. When Chen comes back out, he sees everyone gathered together, shouting numbers in disbelief. My god, 1004, 1006. Damn. The protagonist walks over and asks why they're acting like that. The white-haired guy nervously hands the phone back. MC calls him weak for spending only 20 million while he was in the bathroom. The whole group loses it, wondering if he has more money than a bank. Chen complains that the guy only spent 13 million, not even that much, and says he'll spend 60 million instead. The man grabs his hand and says that's enough, spending that much would only make her uncomfortable. The dealership guy steps in, tells the white-haired man he lost, and raises a toast to Chief Yuan. The white-haired man follows with the toast. Chief Yuan, from now on, I follow your lead. People nearby wonder who the man in the center is. They know the white-haired guy is rich, so seeing him act this respectful is shocking. Then Chen's phone rings. He checks it, says goodbye to the group, and leaves. The guy in blue thinks he is trying to run off without paying, but another man calls that nonsense. Everyone just watched him throw around a crazy amount of money. The blue guy can only nod. Then the protagonist gets a message from the small-time streamer. She says she's in town and can't wait to see him. He replies that he's free tomorrow, and even sends a few kiss emojis. Looking at the phone, Chen thinks that after all this time, he's finally about to get something back for his kindness. On her way there, she imagines this will just be a date, and with her looks, winning him over should be easy. Then the next chapter opens with a long message. It's from Shotong. She says they can start over, and she had imagined the two of them traveling the world and trying food everywhere. But when she woke up, she was alone, so she begged for forgiveness. MC blocked and deleted her right away. He was busy meeting the little streamer. When she asks what he's doing, he brushes it off as nothing. Then Chen asks what she was talking about. She remembers her boss yelling at her, saying he spends more in one day than all her fans combined. No matter what it takes, even stripping down and putting him to bed, she has to win him over. Still, even with her pretty face, the protagonist barely reacts. She starts to feel discouraged, then tries harder to charm him with her looks, asking how someone so young got this rich. But the system suddenly sends a warning. Her favorability is too high, so it can't connect. Chen realizes he has to lower it first, and starts thinking of a way. So he begins acting gross on purpose to bring her favorability down, like tossing his feet up on the table. He tells her he's just an unemployed guy who got lucky. She's shocked that he doesn't even work and still throws money around. Then MC says he only spends his dad's money, and the family is drowning in debt, owing the banks millions. He adds that he only set up this meeting to see if he could get the money back that he gave her, since he spent too much. When he picks his nose and doesn't wash his hands, she's completely disgusted, but at least the plan works. Her favorability drops by 20 points. She finally snaps and asks why he invited her out, if he's poor. Asking for gifts back, she says, proves he has no dignity. Another 20 points drop, then another and another. She says she must have been insane to go out with a loser like him. The streamer quickly calls someone saying Chen keeps bothering her and might even be a stalker. He is stunned by how fake she is, calling her shameless for switching sides that fast. A man suddenly barges in and demands to know who's harassing her. She rushes over to him saying she was terrified of that creep, Chen. But the man ignores her and walks straight toward the protagonist. Brother Yuan, you're here too? He's excited to see MC and says it's an honor to know him. She just stands there confused, not understanding why this rich guy is treating him so respectfully. After all, this man is one of the wealthiest second-generation heirs around, with several businesses in the area. He slams the table and calls her an idiot, saying she dared to mess with one of the most important men around, and even called him poor. Only then does she realize what's happening. She starts thinking Chen may have been testing her sincerity all along, and now she knows she messed up badly. Desperate to fix it, the streamer starts apologizing and begs the protagonist to forgive her. That finally lets the system connect with her. Chen checks it and says it's fine. She's just young and inexperienced. She quickly says she understands and that he really is her favorite. Plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10 favorability. MC can't help thinking this must be how people make money by seducing others. If cash keeps flowing, favorability keeps rising. Still, he isn't going to let her off that easily. Then the rich guy from earlier slams the table and says he spent a fortune on her to build up her fame. And this is how she treats one of his closest friends. After that, he invites Chen to a special event. He agrees and says he'll go for the sake of their friendship. Then he gets in the car. The little streamer says she wants to come too. Once they're in the car, she wraps her arms around him and asks if he's still mad, insisting she really knows she was wrong. Chen pulls out his phone and opens the streaming app. He tells her not to worry, everything's fine. Then he enters a stream run by a sweet, well-behaved girl and tells the viewers to follow her. The little streamer watches in shock as the protagonist starts throwing out donations. The streamer on screen completely loses it from all the gifts and can barely understand what's happening. She nearly faints from the amount of money she just got. Watching Chen spend that fast leaves the little streamer stunned. She thinks all that money should be going to her, and tells herself he has to be joking. Plus 30 favorability points. Then she thinks she wishes his fingers weren't tapping the screen but touching her instead, and that gives him another 30 points. Chen just watches and thinks she's seriously crazy, if seeing him spoil other girls only makes her like him more. When they arrive, the rich guy greets MC and says this is the most famous private restaurant in the city. You can only enter with a special membership invite, and it's known for 3 big things. Chen guesses 2 right away, great food and a one-of-a-kind place, but he can't figure out the last one. The guy is impressed and says almost nobody could guess the third. Then he spots the president playing an instrument, and the guy reveals the third reason, the chef's daughter, Zhao Yuqi. She stands up, and the two of them stare at each other in surprise. Then she notices the little streamer clinging to Chen's arm. The protagonist loses 5 favorability points as she sadly snaps her instrument, tears in her eyes. MC watches her run off and groans. He was so close to turning things around. Then he starts thinking maybe he can still use this chance to fix everything in one move. He pins her against the wall and she calls him a huge idiot for playing with her feelings. Chen knows he can't waste this chance. If he lets her go now, he may never get another shot to fix this. So he takes a gamble and asks if she's seen a certain movie. She stares at him like he's crazy. She's fed up with him and now he wants to talk about movies. Then he lights a cigarette and says he's the son of a tycoon. He asks if she's ever wondered why someone with that kind of background lives such an ordinary life. Then he reveals a secret family rule. Once someone turns 18, they have to spend 10 billion in a month to unlock an inheritance of 50 billion. Shane says his whole focus right now is spending that money. He claims he's put it into projects, events, charity, and environmental causes, and that this streamer was just one of the people he donated to because he needed to burn through cash. According to him, this whole mess is just a misunderstanding. He adds that everything he just said is a secret only she knows and asks her to understand. Chen says he's carried this secret alone for a long time, then turns to leave. Kiki thinks she's only making more and more trouble for him, and it's already hard enough for him to claim that inheritance. She runs to the protagonist and hugs him, saying she's not ready to say goodbye. She admits it was wrong to think that way about him. Holding him close, she believes he really cares about her because he trusted her with a family secret. That raises her favorability by 20 points. On the way back, she apologizes for losing her temper and says she didn't mean it. She also says Chen is her friend and she'll cover his bill. The rich guy is amazed. MC made up with the president in less than 5 minutes. But the little streamer is furious. She can't stand Kiki acting superior and swears she'll be the one who wins him in the end. Back at the table, she asks what his relationship with the president is. Before Chen can answer, the president says he still hasn't shared his real name and that from now on she should call him little brother since he's probably younger than her. The rich guy jokes that the president has totally taken control of the conversation. The little streamer can only glare and hold herself back. The protagonist tells both of them to stop and eat already because he's hungry. The two girls keep glaring at each other. The rich guy says Chen doesn't seem to care about any of this, which just makes him even more mysterious. One girl is a famous streamer from Shark Platform, basically a magnet for rich fans, and the other is a gifted, well-known woman with huge ambitions. He says Chen gets to choose between the best of both worlds. Then he jokes that MC has gone beyond being good with women. He's practically a dream demon for girls. At first, the guy admired him for his money, but now he says he'll follow him like a life mentor until the day he dies. Back home, the protagonist says that restaurant cost way too much and thanks Kiki for paying as her apology. Then he decides to check on his progress. Shutong and Shushtu are still completely hooked on him, and he sees that the president's favorability is 91, while the little streamer's is 92. Looking at those high numbers, Chen wonders if now is the right time to make a bold move. Then he notices someone standing behind the president, and asks if that's Liang's girlfriend. Her favorability is at 76. He remembers it used to be 25 back when he was racing, so he starts wondering if his charm has gone up lately. Just then some guys rush past shouting that someone is confessing to a girl. Chen comments that real love is getting rare these days. Downstairs, a crowd is gathered around a heart made of candles, while a pathetic guy plays guitar and confesses. He says he still loves her, admits he was always wrong, swears he never wanted to treat her badly, and promises he'll never get violent again. Then he begs her to remember their past and give him one more chance. The girl just stares at him, half confused. Chen walks up and asks what's going on. Then the cold-hearted woman makes her move again. She knocks away the roses and runs off. Lai Yang keeps shouting that she doesn't need to run, because her true love is right there. She runs up to MC and asks if his name is MC Yon, saying she finally found him and begging him to add her. The crowd goes wild, wondering why she ran straight to another guy. Lai Yang says she's completely let him down. Chen looks at him and asks if he's struggling to understand what just happened. Lai Yang asks if he wants to hammer the coffin shut right now. The protagonist says he's always envied Li Yang's looks and athletic skill, and how girls always fell for him. But now that Li Yang has finally lost, he's speechless. He's freaking out now. Blinded by desire, he ignored his girlfriend's feelings. Little by little, he was the one who drove her away. And now he's on the ground, acting like the victim. The guy admits Chen Yuan is right. This really is his fault. Some girls nearby stop and wonder what happened. They say a guy like that doesn't deserve sympathy if he was violent. And if he treated her that badly, there's nothing left to fix. The girl looks at MC Yuan like he truly gets her. That pushes her favorability up to 91. Even though Chen Yuan barely did anything. No money, no big move, he just looked at her a few times and she was already into him. The president's friend decides she needs to talk to Kiki, and warn her she isn't the only girl around him. She wants Kiki to know other girls are after him too. So she bursts in, asking if Kiki has lost her mind, and says the protagonist Yuan is two-timing her, and she needs to put a stop to it. Drop a like to support the channel, turn on the little bell, and that's it for me. Last time the chapter ended right after the protagonist humiliated that pathetic guy. At the same time, Ziying still believed our guy really understood her, giving him 21 favorability points. But Kiki's friend saw everything and ran off to tell her. She rushed straight to Kiki's room yelling that she was being cheated on while Kiki calmly did her skincare. Kiki says that's impossible. Chen Yuan is basically a prince and he'd never betray her. Her friend starts to say he was downstairs getting emotional with another girl, but Kiki cuts her off and says it doesn't matter if other girls confess to him. Then Xiaofei points at the phone and asks what she thinks about him spending money on another woman. Kiki just says that's fine too. He already told her, and besides, he has plenty of money. She even pats her friend on the head and says trust is what matters most in a relationship, and Chen Yuan tells her everything. Her friend is crushed, thinking the smart Kiki she knew is now completely lost in fantasy. Meanwhile, MC is half asleep, and his friend gets mad, asking who falls asleep in the middle of a mystery game. Right in front of him, two girls with hard eyes say he can keep sleeping because he still looks super handsome like that. Yeah, that's a little risky, man. His friend tells him the girls are only here because he's good looking, so the least he can do is help him get a chance too. But Chen Yuan is more interested in why she is here too. It's obviously Chutong, the one still itching to get back at him. His friend says he was worried because he heard she'd been going to the hospital a lot, and he starts wondering if he really pushed things that far. Thinking back to that legendary rejection, he figures she might actually want to apologize. Then again, her mess was her own fault. Still, he wonders if he's being too cold, so now he's torn. The girls ask if he's the famous loose cigarette from online, especially since he uses the same name on WhatsApp. He starts to answer and Chutong immediately listens in. Then someone suddenly says that if Chen Yuan were really that guy, he'd let them use his head like a bowling ball. A man in a blue suit tells him to stop trying to compare himself to that rich guy. The protagonist Yuan seems to recognize him. The guy then walks up to Chutong, introduces himself as Lai Yun Tao and asks for her contact info. She gets shy right away, pretty obvious where this is going. Chen Yuan remembers this was the same guy who made his life miserable back in school by using his family connections, Still, he lets him show off since he doesn't want everyone finding out he's rich. But when he looks at Chu Tong, he decides it's time to test her. He stands beside Lei Yuntao and introduces him like some big shot, rich, successful, and connected. Then Chen Yuan tells everyone his own money only came from his family's house being torn down. Nothing else. Chu Tong is stunned when she realizes MC Yuan isn't the famous loose cigarette after all. Now she's comparing two choices, a rich guy with status on one side and a broke guy who used to like her on the other. Her favorability starts dropping, and her bootlicking system crashes all the way to 15. That only makes him Yuan smile. Then Chu Tong runs over to add Lai Yuntao. With a smug look, she acts like anyone with a brain would know which choice is better. Lai Yuntao laughs and tells Chen Yuan the girl he introduced just added him. Leaning close, he says the protagonist got stepped on back in school, and he'll keep getting stepped on. MC seems to catch on to something. As Lai Yuntao leaves, he says he'll cover everyone's bill. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan starts chuckling and everyone looks confused. He says it's nothing. He just figured a few things out. In his head, he realizes he gave Chu Tong the best chance she could ask for, and she still showed her true colors again. After this, he won't feel sorry for her anymore. She doesn't deserve it. As Yuan heads out, Lai Yuntao asks if he's leaving already, then mentions that tomorrow there's a middle school reunion. Chen Yuan thinks for a second, then says that if it's only their middle school classmates, he'll definitely be there. The next day, the reunion is already underway, in private room 888 of a fancy restaurant. Everyone is talking big and celebrating how successful they've become, especially Lai Yuntao. In the middle of all that, Chen Yuan barely gets noticed. He thinks Lai Yuntao never misses a chance to flex. Then the door opens and a girl walks in carrying an air of pride and grace. She apologizes and says the taxi took forever. The protagonist Yuan recognizes her right away. Xiao Rui, the girl who lit up his school days. Back then, she always felt out of reach, mysterious and elegant, like a problem nobody could solve. Then that show-off poet type jumps in, smiling as he asks if they can trade contact info. Lai Yuntao instantly gets annoyed and says he'll regret that. Rook says he looks familiar and calmly agrees to exchange contacts. Just like that, the bootlicking link is formed, and she has an appearance score of 9.2. Someone at the table suddenly shouts that Chen Yuan was never anything special, so why is he acting so bold now? One of the girls says he's pretending to be rich, which is honestly embarrassing. She warns everyone that MC hangs around spoiled rich kids who mess with a lot of girls. One of his friends fires back that she has no clue what she's talking about. But she says Chen Yuan got her humiliated in front of her ex. She means that guy who delivered the car and made her look stupid. In tears, she claims the protagonist only asked Rowie for her number so he could pass it to his rich friends. Rowie watches all this and starts losing favorability because of it. Yuntao takes the opening and mocks MC Yuan, asking if he's so broke he has to depend on other people. He even offers him a job. With both of them piling on at once, Chen Yuan realizes they probably planned this together, and since they're openly coming at him, he'll crush them head on. He texts Hao Chan and tells him to bring a Ferrari to the restaurant. A little later, everyone heads downstairs to leave, and Yuan Tao is sure Chen Yuan and his friend will never dare come back here. He asks Rui if she wants a ride home, but she turns him down. Then a staff member comes over and asks Yuan Tao to move his car, which makes him mad. Why should he move it from the restaurant lot? The worker explains that after 9 p.m., the parking area is reserved for VIP guests only. Yuan Tao wonders who this so-called VIP even is. Then from his car, he sees something that stuns him. Right in front of him is a Ferrari worth over 20 million, one he's only ever seen at exhibits. A moment later, Zhang Kaoshane steps out and Yuan Tao recognizes him at once. He starts sweating. He's heard how important this guy is, and now he feels completely outclassed. Then Chen Yuan casually greets Hao Shane, who smiles back. He thanks him for bringing the car, and Hao Shane says he's always happy to help the boss. Yuan Tao can't believe it. Wait, this Ferrari belongs to the protagonist Yuan. Now everyone starts wondering if MC is actually that rich. The girls quickly realize that one girl lied when she said he had to depend on other people. Rui instantly understands that Yuan Tao and that girl were trying to ruin Chen Yuan's name. Even after getting attacked like that, he never bothered to defend himself. She finds that really interesting, and her favorability jumps by 20 points. Seeing that, the rascal smiles and asks if he'd have the honor of taking her home. She says yes. Now the whole class is basically obsessed with Chen Yuan, and his friends use the moment to clown on Yuan Tao, who will image photos of a busy avenue copy and paste. Meanwhile, Rui feels a little nervous. Maybe getting into this car so fast was too impulsive. Yuan tells her he noticed the pendant on her bag. It's a Dikotamon. She's surprised he knows it. It's a character from a Chinese cartoon. He says he loves that show, especially the transformations, and she says she's always liked it too. Then she glances at him, blushes a little, and smiles. Chen Yuan thinks she's really cute, and maybe that cold vibe is just how she protects herself. Looking at her face, he feels this strong urge to protect her. The guy doesn't even last 3 words before realizing he's feeling love for the first time in his life. When they get to her house, he makes a little gesture and says it was really nice meeting her. She returns the gesture and thanks him for bringing her home. For a moment, the two of them just stand there laughing like idiots. Before he leaves, she says he's interesting, different from other rich guys. He doesn't try to control her, he just enjoys himself. But the second she walks inside, her mother starts scolding her. She demands to know whether Rui went on the blind date she arranged. Rush is reminded that her father's business is in a critical spot, and they don't have many options. Rusha starts crying and says she won't marry just to save the company. Her feelings matter too. Her mother says this is her duty because everything she has is paid for by the family, and if her father's company collapses, all of them will be finished. The boy from the Han family might not be exciting, but right now the situation matters more than love. Through tears, Rufy says she understands, and a tear lands on the little doll. Charn just watches the group of rich people. Then one of them says he has huge news, and the protagonist pays attention. That's when he learns Rufy is being pushed to marry an ugly chubby guy because her family is going broke. Hearing that, he starts to wonder if he somehow caused this mess. But when he thinks about Rufy, he can't believe she'd really agree to it. Ever since high school, he's regretted not taking his chance. This time, he refuses to let it happen. He decides he's going to act and stop letting life slip past him. A girl in glasses asks if that was Chen passing by, and the guy says yeah, it looked like him. She quickly stops him. Introducing herself as Shen Shui, she asks if he wants to become an internet star. MC glances at the car, then politely says he's not interested. Since he shut her down so fast, she figures other companies must have already approached him, so she changes tactics. Dragging around 3 stuffed bags, she starts bragging about how big her company is and how well they pay. She adds that their platform even has the famous loose cigarette. Then she warns that if he doesn't sign, he'd better be ready to get hated by that guy. Chen gets annoyed. She has no clue he is loose cigarette, and she's still wasting his time. She keeps crowding him while he wonders if she really thinks nothing will happen. So he pulls out his phone. If he won't deal with this himself, someone else can. He messages the rich kids group with her name and company, asking if anyone can handle it. She keeps pushing him until her boss suddenly calls. He orders her back to the company right away or she's fired. Totally confused, she says she didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Chen is still irritated, thinking this company is trying to snatch Ryu away from him. In the car, Ryu's mother says they're only going to meet him. There's no need to be so upset, and this could really help with the family's money problems. Then Ryu gets a message from Chen asking where she is. She tells him the restaurant and he says he's coming to help. That makes her wonder if he already knows about the blind date. Compared to that gross hand guy, the protagonist feels way more appealing. Her father says he's never asked her for anything before, so he hopes she'll think this through. The car goes quiet, and all Ryu can say is that she understands. A moment later, the car pulls up in front of the fancy restaurant, and someone comes to lead them inside. Meanwhile, the Han-san is already drooling, thinking she'll soon belong to his family. Ryu notices a briefcase in someone's hand and thinks it's strange. Why bring that many papers to a blind date? Then they head into the private room. Han Sanchu greets them with his son beside him, already staring at Rubali like a creep. Rubali immediately notices a pile of documents on the table. This clearly isn't a blind date. She wants to know what her father is doing. Even if the family is desperate, he can't just sell his daughter. Rubali knows how powerful the Han family is in the city, and Han Sanchu is known for being disgusting. He walks up to her and says she's even prettier in person. Rubali answers politely, while secretly texting Chen that she's in room 305. The Han son moves in, excited about their future together, and says her family's company will be fine. She pulls her hand back and awkwardly thanks him. He puts a hand on her back and says she doesn't need to be so formal. Then he even squeezes her, saying they'll be family soon. Ryu snaps and slaps him, asking who said they'd become family, and telling him to keep his hands off her. Instead of defending her, her awful father says she's being rude. With tears in her eyes, she can barely respond. Her father turns to Han Sanchu and says Rosu is still young and doesn't understand, but they can go ahead and look at the contract. A man steps in and explains the deal. They'll buy 20% of her father's company for 100 million, but only if she marries the Han son. Even then, the money will be placed into stocks they control, and her family won't be able to use that 100 million until she has a child with him. Rousseau is stunned and grabs the document at once. She asks if they're seriously putting childbirth into the contract. Crying, she looks at her father and asks if he really brought her here to sell her like this. Her mother tells her to calm down, but Rousseau refuses. Through tears, she asks why their failure has to ruin her life too. She says she knows the Han son drinks, gambles, and sleeps around, and she will never marry him. Her shameless father slaps her across the face, leaving her stunned. He yells that he spoiled her too much and that she only cares about herself. Rousseau can't believe what she's hearing. Her mother says she needs to think seriously, because if she refuses, the whole family will fall apart. But Rousseau argues that makes no sense. If things go bad, they can start over and rebuild together. Then her mother does something even worse. She drops to her knees in front of her daughter, begging Rousseau to pity her poor mother. Everyone in the room is shocked. Rousseau tells her to stand up and asks what she's doing, but her mother says she has no other choice and won't get up unless Rousseau agrees. Rousseau is completely lost and doesn't know what to say. The Han son keeps talking, promising her the sky and stars. That's when Rousseau finally gives up and feels like this must be her fate. Being born into a rich family means losing control over parts of her life. Expressionless, she tells her mother she'll agree and that she can stand up now. The second she hears that, her mother's tears are gone. She gets up smiling, and Han Sanchu says that since Rosu agreed they should sign right away. The man opens the briefcase and takes out the papers. Han Sanchu says this is perfect. Once the marriage happens, their business will soar. The Han son licks his lips, still mad that she dared refuse at first. He's already imagining what he'll do once she's his. The room falls silent, and Rusua just stands there, when suddenly Chen bursts in and kicks the door open. Rusua notices him first, and everyone else is left in shock. MC says they've got a lot of nerve to do something like this, and Rusua is overjoyed to see him. The Han son rushes at him, yelling if he has a death wish. Chen answers with one slap, sending him crashing down and wrecking the room. He calls him an idiot and tells him to get lost. A guard demands to know if he understands who he's dealing with, and what kind of families are in this room. The protagonist just laughs. One family is selling their daughter, the other is buying her, so let's see who really dares to touch him. Han Sanchu tells everyone to stay quiet while thinking this kid shouldn't know about this meeting. Yet he came anyway. Right away he realizes Chen isn't ordinary. He walks over and asks which family MC belongs to, but MC says he's not worthy of knowing. The Han son tries to shout again, and his father snaps at him to shut up. He looks at Ruoan and tells her to relax. He'll solve her family's problem. Then he goes to the table to check the contract, while her father asks what he thinks he's doing. Chen says her father must be out of his mind to sell his daughter for such a cheap price. He tears up the papers and says he'll buy 60% of the company for 500 million. No one can believe it. 500 million? Han Sanchu starts sweating. Anyone who can throw around that kind of money must come from a family worth at least 10 billion. But even knowing all the big families nearby, he still can't place Chen. Ruoan's father gets excited. With that much money, he could save the company and even grow it. But the protagonist says he has one condition before he gives them the 500 million. He points at Ruoan. For a second she fears he wants to buy her too. Her bag slips from her hand and she feels crushed, thinking Chen is no different from everyone else. Once again, her tears fall onto her little doll. Then MC reveals the real condition. 60% of the company must be transferred to Ruoan. Once she owns more than half, he'll send the 500 million. In an instant she lights up like someone finally set her free. The meaning hits hard. To Ruoan, Chen looks like a hero. Her feelings for him shoot up right away. Reaching a 5, a man brings over the contract and says all she has to do is sign it. He gently takes her hand and says that after she signs, her life will finally belong to her. The transfer goes through at once, and her parents get emotional as the money reaches their accounts. Her father asks Chen if that really is all he wants, and the protagonist says yes, that's it. Still, he warns him that from now on he controls whether this family rises or falls, so her father better never hurt Ruoan again. Then Chen tells Ruoan there's nothing left to say here, and they should go. Han Sanchu suddenly changes his tune, praising MC and saying he shouldn't take his son's actions personally. Ruoan's father sees it too. Making an enemy of him would be a terrible idea. The Han son starts whining to his father that he was the one who got hit first. Instead, he gets hit again for acting like an idiot. While that's happening, the protagonist leaves with Ruoan. Sometime later in the Ferrari, Ruoan thanks him for saving her. Chen says nothing's changed. This isn't the first time he saved her. In a flashback, Ruoan was riding home on her bike, worried she might run into trouble. And sure enough, she ended up meeting some of the worst people around. One of them even offered to clean her ears. Then someone came running in from a distance. He rushed over and slammed his head into one thug's stomach. As he held the others back, he told her to run and not look back. She escaped while Chen stayed behind and took the beating. She was so panicked she never got a good look at his face. Later, she came back with the police, but the boy who saved her was already gone. Through tears, she says she never thought she'd meet the person who saved her that day. Now she's thrilled it was MC all along. That gives her another 10 favorability points, pushing it to a huge 95. The counterattack is ready, and the system notes he just spent 500 million trying to win her over. In return, he gets 50 million for himself, plus stat points and skill boosts in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Just like that, he's basically a polyglot. Chen is shocked. The system really worked, and this payout came fast. Looking at her, he can hardly believe this is real. Back then, he never had the nerve to speak to her, and could only admire her from far away. The one thing he ever managed to do was save her. Still, that was something he had always been proud of. He looks at her and the two lean in closer. They're close enough to feel each other's breath. Then, of course, a phone rings and ruins the moment. It's Xiao Yu, which makes things awkward. She says she's already moved into the house and bought some furniture, then asks if he remembers what tomorrow is. He says of course it's her birthday, and he's already picked out several gifts. Knowing this is a sensitive moment, she tells him not to go overboard when he meets her friends at the house tomorrow. He says that's fine, and he'll think about what gift to bring. Meanwhile, her friend is focused on setting up the furniture. She doesn't say it out loud, but she thinks it's amazing to be living in a house worth 60 million. Chen thinks she's totally crazy. Then he mentions a friend's birthday party and asks if she wants to come. His plan is simple. If everything stays out in the open, nobody will suspect him, because he isn't acting like he has something to hide. But she tells him not to worry and to just go. She has plenty on her plate already, and she's smart enough not to ask questions she knows won't be answered. He says that's a shame, because she'd easily be the prettiest one there. She answers that when she gets the chance, she'll visit. But he knows he's mostly being polite. If she actually shows up, things could get messy fast. She, on the other hand, is fully confident in her charm and thinks she can still win, even against prettier girls. For her, this just means more competition. When she gets out of the car, she thanks Chen for everything he did today. He tells her that if she feels bad about not being able to stay with him, she can make it up to him another way. So she gives him a $500 million kiss on the cheek. Then she warns him that he's marked now and belongs to her. Chen is suffering. As he gets back into the car, he's thinking about heading home to play some games, when someone suddenly asks if that's really his car. He turns and sees Shotong staring in shock. The car door shuts. He drives off, and she's left standing there ignored. Her friend says it looks like he lied before and was just testing her again. Shotong is stunned all over again. Realizing she messed up once more, she asks her friend what she can do to win him back. Her friend tells her it's impossible. She already lost her chance. Still, maybe she can set her freezes. Then she snaps, asking if her friend is seriously thinking about making a move on Chen. The friend says he is amazing, so why wouldn't she try? Especially since Shutterfree can't anymore. Shutterfree starts flaring up like Goku and grabs her hair. A second later, they're fighting over this nonsense. Meanwhile, our guy just drove off. Their fight keeps getting worse and worse. Soon they're on the ground while everyone around them records. A while later, Shotong is completely crushed, having lost both the guy and her friend. Chen keeps rising higher, and the gap between them only gets bigger. At this rate, she has no chance left. Then someone suddenly tells her to stop crying. It's Shen Shui from Dreamland, asking whether she wants to become an internet celebrity. She also claims she knows how to help her get Chen back. Back at home, the protagonist is trying to figure out what to buy Kiki for her birthday. Just as he's about to leave his room, one of his friends tells him Shotong has started live streaming. On the stream, she talks about everything that happened between her and the platform's top spender. She tells viewers their relationship began a long time ago, but after all they'd been through, he stopped wanting her. Chen gets angry while his friend wonders if she really was involved with that rich guy. But MC is already furious. She's still trying to act like the victim, and he knows this doesn't sound like her idea alone. Someone is definitely behind it, so he calls a friend and asks who's backing her live stream. Soon he gets the answer. It's Dreamland, Shen Shui's company. Chen is furious. That woman provoked him and really thought he wouldn't respond. At Dreamland, Shen Shui is thrilled that the stream blew up on the very first try. When she first pitched this plan to her boss, she got scolded. But one of her employees discovered his old crush was Shotong, and that gave her the opening she needed to try to win him over. She thinks she's a genius. Then she gets a call from her boss saying their company has been banned from the platform. Chen went straight to the billionaire group chat and warned everyone to cut ties and pull any money connected to that company. Because that group is made up of ultra-rich people who trust each other, everyone listened. Calls went out right away, and investments started disappearing. That threw the whole company into chaos. In the end, they got shut out everywhere and had to stop operating. An employee runs over to tell her that now that everyone has pulled their money, they need 10 million just to stay alive, but they don't have it. She's shaking with rage. She can't figure out who's attacking her. As the company starts falling apart, more investors come in and pull out everything they still had. Even the streamers under her leave, since there's no point staying with a banned company. With no investors left, the company loses even the little it still had. Carrying boxes out of the office, she has no idea what to do next. She's sure only someone as powerful as Mr. Wan could do this, but why would he target her? Even Shotong gets banned from the platforms. All of it obviously happened because of his powerful connections. And now it was finally time to buy something for Kiki. Then Shen Shui suddenly slams herself against his car window, startling him. Tears in her eyes, she admits she was foolish and begs him to forgive her. And just like that, the counterattack starts from zero favorability. Even so, he thinks he's not interested in an older woman. He rolls down the window and coldly tells her she'd better stop bothering him. Weirdly, she drops to the ground, dazed, wondering how she never noticed how handsome he was, especially when he talks to her like that. Her favorability rises, and he drives off in the Ferrari. At Kiki's mansion, her friends are all amazed by the new house. Then one of them starts questioning her. A girl with green hair asks if this really is Kiki's house because she'd heard the owner was an old man. Kiki's friend tells them to cut it out, saying it's ridiculous to think she'd be involved with some old guy. But the green-haired girl's boyfriend says it's true, and that the owner even has a 12-year-old daughter. Now everyone starts wondering if the house isn't really hers and was just handed to her by some old man. Then her friend slaps a document onto the table, showing Kiki is the sole owner. After that, people start believing she really bought the place with live stream money. Meanwhile, Kiki is getting nervous, wondering why Chen still hasn't shown up. At last, he heads over with a teddy bear in his hand. He parks far away so he won't attract too much attention. Then he hears something from behind him, and a car nearly runs over his foot. It stops, and everyone wonders if the person inside is Tang. A blonde guy named Tang Shuan steps out and tells someone else to park the car for him. Then he notices Chen standing nearby. He can't believe Kiki actually invited this loser to the party, and that teddy bear just makes it look even more pathetic. Suddenly, Kiki calls out that he's finally here. Both guys turn and she says she's been waiting for a long time. Tang Shuan lights up, happy to hear that, but she passes right by him. Instead, she goes straight to Chen. He gives her the teddy bear and she thanks him. Everyone starts talking about how badly Tang just got ignored. Tang can't understand why she's paying attention to him. Then he spots a red truck passing by and realizes his perfect chance has arrived. He tells Kiki he brought a gift he's sure she'll love. As workers start unloading things from the truck, he thinks Chen belongs in the gutter and is about to learn the gap between them. His gift is a Yamaha CS6 piano. He says it's the perfect present for the birthday girl. Then he asks if she likes what he brought. Kiki says she does, but it's too expensive, so she'll send the money back. He brushes that off, saying the price means nothing to him. On top of that, he wrote a piece just for her. The girls are instantly excited to hear him play, and he starts performing. His fingers move across the keys, and the other girls keep saying the two of them are a perfect match, especially with his piano skills. Kiki politely praises him, saying she can't compare to that level of talent. He says she's praising him too much, then turns to Chen and asks why he doesn't show some talent too. The protagonist smiles, seeing right through the setup. Since the guy wants to embarrass him, he agrees to show what he can do. Kiki wonders if MC really knows how to play because normally he obviously doesn't, but with 35 enhancement points that can change. The system says it will take 10 points to learn piano, and he spends them right away. Already planning to make Tang look stupid, he asks the system for 50 years of piano experience. The moment he sits at the piano, his whole aura changes. Tang notices it too. Then Chen starts playing, and Tang is left stunned. It was the same song Tang Shuwen had just played, but he had already memorized it. The protagonist stayed calm and made it clear the real shock was still coming. Then he picked up the tempo even more, and he still didn't miss a single note. At that point, he was absolutely on a roll. People were sweating, wondering if this was even humanly possible. Like, did he secretly have 4 hands? To them, he looked like the next Beethoven. In their minds, talent like this had to come from years of brutal practice. His fingers hammered the keys like a machine gun. When he finally stopped, it almost looked like smoke was coming off him. The whole party froze. Then, acting cool like some legend, Chen pulled out a cigarette. He set it on the piano string, and the heat lit it on the spot. After that, he put a hand on Tang Shuwen's shoulder and told him his skills were solid. He just needed to keep practicing. Then he slipped the cigarette into the guy's mouth and added that piano is about feeling, not turning everything into a contest. Tang Shuwen looked completely won over and said he understood. Everyone there was stunned. Kiki even gave a sly smile, like she knew she'd picked the right guy. Sitting on the couch, she thought Chen was a rare catch, and her favorability kept climbing. It finally hit 95, meaning the counterattack was a success. His piano skill automatically evolved into a level 60 maestro, and Kiki was basically becoming fully devoted to him. Since he had spent 78 million on her, the system paid back 7 million. Now he was finally learning how to use this system to make real money. With 25 more enhancement points, he didn't even know what to spend them on. Then someone walked up behind him and said he was full of surprises. It was Kiki, telling him he had made her really happy tonight. Chen said that performance was his second gift, then asked how she planned to thank him. Right then, another girl showed up. Kim Bing-Su, the ice beauty. She wasn't known just for being pretty, but for how cold she was to every man. Because of that, people even guessed she liked women. She was also always close to the student council president, so rumors said the two might be together. But the real reason was darker. She had been kidnapped as a child. The police got there in time, so nothing worse happened. But the incident left deep trauma, and ever since then, she's hated men. Kiki asked Chen which of them he thought was prettier. He told her that out of every woman he'd met, she was the most beautiful. At the same time, he thought women like Bing-Su were the exact kind he wanted to avoid. A moment later, Kiki called her friend over to meet him. Bing-Su apologized and said traffic had held her up. Kiki quickly introduced Chen, and Bing-Su asked if he was the one who had played the piano. He said yes. Then she bluntly said she'd heard he was the kind of guy who dated several girls at once. So even if he had talent, she still saw him as a man with no morals. MC wanted to choke her out, but Kiki calmed him down and said Bing-Su had always been like this. The system, though, didn't care. Another target had appeared. Kim Bing-Su. She was 25 years old, weighed 52 kilos, had a look score of 9.3, and her favorability sat at -80. If he completed the objective, he'd earn combat skills. Chen mentally cursed the system. First the ant, and now another woman he had no interest in sucking up to. The night went on, and eventually, it was time for the birthday wishes. Kiki celebrated, they cut the cake, and everyone was having a good time. Then Bing-Su called Kiki over for a private talk. Outside, Bing-Su warned her to stay away from Chen, and Kiki asked why. Bing-Su said he was involved with too many girls, and she didn't want her friend ending up in a toxic relationship. She also said graduation was close, and she wanted to hand the president position over to Kiki. Kiki clearly cared about that role. She remembered how they used to compete all the time and argue constantly, so it surprised her that Bing-Su now wanted to pass the position to her. For a second, Kiki even wondered if the rumors about Bing-Su were true. Flustered, she said she didn't deserve the position, and that Bing-Su should choose someone else. But Bing-Su stepped closer and said love must really blind people, because Kiki wasn't acting like herself. Kiki admitted she was even thinking about leaving the student council so she could spend more time with Chen. That made Bingsu snap. She said Kiki was throwing away all her drive and acting stupid over some guy. Meanwhile, Bingsu's favorability kept dropping, and the protagonist wondered if he couldn't even eat cake without losing points. The party was almost over, and people started heading out. Then Kiki told Chen to wait a second because she wanted to tell him something. As he was about to leave, he thought she looked cuter the more her favorability rose. All she wanted was to invite him to a movie tomorrow. But in his head he took it as something a lot less innocent. Then he heard someone crying nearby. It was Tang Shuwen, leaning against his car, broken up and asking why he had spent his whole life practicing piano. Seeing him like that made Chen feel awkward. Still, he went over to talk to him, which caught Tang Shuwen off guard. Startled, the guy asked what he wanted. MC said losing one piano match wasn't the end of the world. He felt guilty since the system had helped him crush the guy, but Tang Shuwen took it the wrong way and thought he was mocking him. He said that wasn't it. Tang Shuwen admitted the protagonist's piano skills were amazing, but insisted it didn't matter because his family was rich and he still had everything going for him. Then he pulled out his car key and basically called MC a broke loser with nothing. But Chen walked straight to the Ferrari, and the poor guy even snapped his key from shock. Lying there stunned, he couldn't understand how someone dressed so simply could be driving a Ferrari. As he drove off thinking about what movie to watch with Kiki tomorrow, he noticed Bingsu standing alone in the cold. He figured the ice princess could freeze if she wanted, and kept driving. But when he checked the rearview mirror, he saw a group of guys surrounding her. They asked if she was alone and whether she needed a bodyguard. If she made them happy, they said, they'd even do it for free. Bingsu got mad and warned that if they touched her again, she'd call the police. The guys just laughed at her. They said her anger only made this more fun. That laughter ended fast when she kicked one of them right in the crotch. She turned and ran, leaving him screaming on the ground. He yelled for his friends to catch her as she took off. Looking back, Bingsu thought she could outrun them, but there were too many. Then she suddenly ran into Chen. He asked if she was okay. She was surprised to see him, but by then the gang had already surrounded both of them. The guy she kicked shouted for his friends to grab her now. Bingsu thought men really were trash, and now thanks to crashing into this annoying Chen, she was trapped too. The protagonist warned the gang they had 2 minutes to get lost. The guy with the mohawk asked what would happen if they stayed. A little later, every one of them was sprawled on the ground. Chen dusted off his hands, saying he had warned them, then asked Bingsu if she was okay, and somehow he lost 5 favorability points. MC couldn't believe it. After saving her, he had dropped to -95. Bingsu glared at him like she wanted him dead, and he had no clue why. She demanded to know if he thought he looked impressive pulling a stunt like this. Did he really think that kind of trick would work on her? In her eyes, she had just been waiting for a car. Some thugs showed up, and then he jumped in to save her. Obviously, she believed he had set the whole thing up. She said he hadn't just underestimated her, he had insulted her intelligence. Grabbing his collar, she said Kiki was ready to give up the president position for a guy who lied and manipulated people just to get close to women. Then she let go and said trash like him only made her hate men even more. Chen was speechless that she had made up this whole story in her head. He couldn't believe how insane this was. He called after her and said he could explain, but she shot back that she didn't want any explanation and only hoped he'd never try something like this again. Chen was left standing there, totally lost, while the thugs started getting back up. So he took out his frustration on the first guy who tried to rise. After that, he left while cursing everything that had happened. He was still in disbelief when his phone suddenly rang, and he wondered who it was. It was Ryu. Calling from bed, she asked if he was free tomorrow. He asked why, and she said she had time and wanted to watch a movie with him. That made things messy fast. He had already made plans to see a movie with the president. Before he could answer, Ryu said it was the first time she had invited someone out like this, and begged him not to turn her down. So Chen came up with a shameless plan, 1 movie in the day and 1 at night. The next morning, his friend sent him a message saying he wanted to talk. When they met, the friend explained he had bought movie tickets for a girl, but she stood him up so he wanted Chen to come with him instead. Sadly for him, this was a friend he couldn't refuse, because back when he was broke, that friend had always been there for him. So now the plan was a movie with the friend at 2 p.m., with Kiki at 5, and with Rokelats at. He knew right away this was going to be a rough day. Then he glanced to the side and nearly jumped. Some random girl was sitting in his car, putting on makeup. She apologized and said she'd been so distracted that she got in by accident without noticing. Chen told her that if she was done being confused, she could get out now. But she smiled and said maybe getting in was an accident, yet she had found the right person. In her head, there was no way she was missing this chance, so she asked for his contact, saying she felt a real connection. Phone in hand, Chen flat out said he didn't have a phone, obviously not wanting to encourage a stranger. She said that was fine and started to get out. As she stepped out, the guy waiting outside recognized her and asked what she was doing there. Both the protagonist and the girl recognized him too. It was Li Wenji, MC's friend, the one he was supposed to watch the movie with. Li Wenji looked between them and asked why she was getting out of his car. Was something going on? The protagonist immediately worried his friend had gotten the wrong idea. Chen got out and tried to clear things up with his friend, but his friend got mad at the girl and said he knew exactly what she was doing. She saw a luxury car and immediately tried to latch onto him. MC backed him up and said that was pretty much the whole story. After that, they locked the car and headed inside. The girl was stunned that Lee Wenji knew people this rich. During the movie, his friend complained about how he never had luck with girls. Chen told him not to stress over it. Then two girls sitting behind them whispered that the two of them looked kind of weird watching a movie together. He told his friend the worst thing he could do was act desperate. The more a guy chases women, the worse they tend to treat him. According to Chen, a real man spends money on himself, not on women, and that's what makes women notice him. That little speech blew his friend away. He grabbed the protagonist's hand and said it felt like he'd just heard wisdom from the heavens. MC quickly told him to let go before people got the wrong idea. Then he added one more tip. If his friend wanted more girls, he just needed to be better looking, richer, and already have a few girlfriends. His friend got annoyed. Those tips were useless. When the movie ended, his friend thanked him. Chen checked the time and realized his next date was in about 2 hours. Meanwhile, the girls behind them walked away, fully convinced those two were a couple, which worked perfectly for him, since he was already moving on to his next risky mission. Outside the theater, someone was waiting for him. It was Kiki. She was wondering where Chen had gone. Then a guy named Wu Banshee walked up and asked for her contact info. Kiki politely turned him down and said she was waiting for her date, but he kept pushing, saying giving her number wouldn't ruin anything. Right then, someone tapped his shoulder. It was Chen, ready to show him how it's really done. He stepped in close, rested a hand nearby, and asked Kiki if she wanted to talk somewhere quieter. The other guy couldn't believe a move like that would actually work, but Kiki said yes. That left him boiling with disbelief. Inside, they watched an action movie, but Kiki kept noticing him glancing away. She finally asked if he even cared about the movie, since he was always checking his phone. Chen said family matters had been bothering him a lot lately. She believed him, thinking that someone with that much money must carry a lot of pressure. People only notice his amazing talent, she thought, but not all the hard work behind it, all the effort and sweat he puts in every day. In her mind, he'd been pushing himself since he was a kid. He should probably be training for his future right now, yet here he was spending that time with her. Then suddenly, she put her hand on his, and Chen froze. When he looked over, she was crying. He had no idea why she was getting this emotional. After the movie, as they walked down the street, she asked if he wanted to suggest where to go next. Before he could answer, his phone rang. He'd arranged that call ahead of time so he could make an escape. He picked up and asked what happened. Then his face changed, and he said it was serious. He had to deal with it right away. His friend sounded confused, and so did Kiki. Chen told her his friend was in trouble and needed help. Kiki said that was fine. Today could end here. As he left, she thought he was a really good man for choosing a friend over a date. Back in the car, Sly the protagonist was feeling proud of himself. Now only one final challenge was left. He reached her apartment and texted that he was downstairs, all while swearing to himself he'd never juggle dates like this again. His life felt worse than a battlefield. Then someone called out to him and the girl came over casually, asking if he'd been waiting long. Chen was instantly taken in and told her she looked amazing. To him, she was the kind of girl who could make any style look perfect. She asked if he was ready to go, and he said, "Let's go," while thinking that if the night went well, things might go even further. They went to the movies first, then had dinner. The night flew by, and soon they were back at her place. As Chen was about to leave, she told him to rest well and said she had a great time. But he stopped her and asked her to wait. Could he come in for a glass of water? She happily said yes. A little later, Chen was taking a shower while she sat there wondering how things had ended up like this. She thought he only wanted some water, but once he came in, he said it was too late to leave, and she actually let him stay. She still couldn't believe she'd agreed to that. What would she do if he asked for more? Then again, maybe that wasn't impossible. That's when she noticed something in his pocket. She pulled it out and found tickets from all the movies he'd watched that day. Chen had been caught red-handed. He came out of the shower saying he was all set, but stopped cold when he saw the tickets on the table. She demanded an explanation. Was he just obsessed with movies, or was he dating a bunch of girls? Why get involved with her at all if he was running around with other women? Chen couldn't get a word in while she tore into him, accusing him of playing with her feelings. She ordered him out, and her favorability dropped by 20 points down to 75. He was shaking, because deep down, he'd known this might happen. Then he said he never expected her trust in him to be this weak. A few movie tickets showed up, and suddenly everything he'd done for her meant nothing. She snapped back, furious that he was still trying to talk his way out of it. So he called Wanji and told her to explain what they'd done earlier. Wanji answered and asked why he was calling so late. Rupyu took the phone and asked if she had gone to the movies with Chen today. Wanji said yes, she had turned down a girl, so the two of them went together. But then she caught a name, realized something was off, and hung up angrily. She ended the call and now she was torn. Was Chen telling the truth, or was his friend covering for him? Since she had the number of the girl MC was supposed to see, she decided to check for herself. When the girl answered, she said yes, he had invited her to a movie, but she turned him down until some guy in a Ferrari showed up. The protagonist even offered to let her check his cards and see what he'd paid for. He turned away and said he was deeply disappointed. She quickly said it must all be a misunderstanding and begged him to forgive her, but he just slammed the door and left. Outside, he thought he'd managed to escape that mess. The guy may be a schemer, but he doesn't lie often. Then she sent him a message, and he replied that it was fine. He understood and forgave her. She felt relieved and thought he was incredibly kind. Her favorability went up by 21 points, and Chen finally relaxed. It was even 1 point higher than before. That close call taught him he had to be more careful. Some connections he thought were useful for points and status, while others were just for fun. If the system really gave him a shot at revenge, then he was going to build a harem. A few girls passed by, talking about going to watch something. The name caught his attention. He thought he recognized it and decided to check it out too. The court was packed. Girls all around were cheering loudly and talking about how much they loved the players. Off to the side were Shu Tong and her friend, and before long they ended up right by Chen, who greeted the famous Su Lele. Then someone touched his shoulder. He turned and saw Dangqing, who asked if he liked basketball. The guys nearby were jealous, saying MC had all the luck. Then Bingshu showed up and remarked that men really love gossiping about women. Kiki told her to calm down. They were only there to watch the game. On the court, Su noticed Chen again and got worried. Seeing all those girls around him felt like a disaster. But when Su spotted Kiki, he decided this was his chance. He'd trained in basketball for 6 months, and now he wanted to crush him in front of her. So he threw the ball straight at him. Chen sensed it coming, and like Spider-Man, caught it cleanly. Then he called Su shameless for pulling that just because he lost the piano contest. Su shot back that if the protagonist wanted, he could settle it on the basketball court. That was enough to start getting under MC's skin. He threw the ball back and said fine, he'd play. Ju tried to catch it, but the throw was so strong it knocked him back. Kiki was impressed by that power, while Bingshu muttered that men were all wild animals who only knew how to fight. Ju ended up on the floor while his friends rushed over to check on him. He couldn't believe Chen was that strong. He said a one-on-one was boring. Why not make it 5-on-5 and test the whole school? Everyone was stunned. He actually called for a full game. Shu knew he had the school team, the coach, and the crowd backing him, so to him it was basically 1 against 9. He was sure he'd win. The game began, and Shu got the ball. He was certain this was where he'd humiliate Chen and make Kiki see who the better man was. The protagonist wasn't just surrounded by opponents. His own teammates were against him too. Still, he had expected that. Who needs a team with a system like his? So he added 30 more years of basketball experience. Shu stayed confident, thinking it was time to show off his skills. He went up to dunk, but Chen suddenly appeared and blocked it with ease. Everyone froze. Ju got shut down so badly in a single play that it already shook him mentally. Chen said now it was his turn, but the ref blew the whistle and called a foul. That gave Ju a free throw, and he scored. Ju thought MC was an idiot when everyone was on his side. There was no way MC could win. Even the crowd started to feel something was off. Calling that a foul was just embarrassing. Chen was getting mad now. At this point, he really wanted to crush this guy. Play resumed, and he stole the ball. He drove in and scored. The other players hadn't even reacted. Ju yelled at his team for failing to stop one guy. Ju yelled at his team for failing to stop one guy. Ju even started cursing his own teammates for letting Chen through. They tried to box him in again, but the protagonist leaped up and scored again. The ref and the players couldn't figure out why he was still fighting this hard. The match was obviously stacked against him, so why not just quit? Even the referee started remembering what he used to teach about respect, and how once you step onto the court you should give it everything you have. Watching Chen push forward like that hit everyone who cared about basketball right in the heart. MC charged in again, confused why nobody was moving. No one could make sense of it. It was like he was the only person still playing. From the stands, Kiki said he was winning without losing his character. Jiro couldn't understand why nobody was following his lead anymore. The score had reached 60-2. Jiro was completely worn out, and Chen came at him again, ready to embarrass him one more time. Shushu thought if he could just stop this play, maybe he wouldn't look so pathetic. He rushed in, then jumped, and Shu drove an elbow into his chest. Instead, Shu's own arm broke. He dropped to the floor, screaming in pain, while Chen finished the dunk. That move scored him points with Kiki, with Shu Tong, and with Bingshu too. He also won over Yuaf. On his way out, Chen said Shu didn't deserve to be captain. Playing against someone that dirty was an insult to his skill. Shu snapped back and told him not to get cocky, he'd regret this soon. Some girls said they were so stunned they forgot to keep recording. Meanwhile, Yue started asking where the protagonist had gone. She wanted to give him a bottle of water. Kiki wanted to do the same, but all 4 girls were holding water bottles, and some of it was already spilling out. Chen broke into a nervous sweat and ran. Picking one bottle might cost him the other 3. After his shower, he got a friend request from someone in that rich group. The man called, and MC asked what he wanted. The reply was casual. Did MC happen to want a wife? He was instantly suspicious. The next target was Gao, a 22-year-old actress. Her career had been going great, until an online scandal got her contract cancelled. The caller was Gao Lang, her brother, and he wanted the protagonist's help. Chen had to ask again. Was Gao Lang really trying to marry off his sister? Gao Lang said not exactly. He just brought it up in a loose way. His sister had been framed, and now she'd lost her contract. So he wanted to know if Chen would buy the house she was living in. MC figured he did need a place of his own. And since she was an actress, she probably spent a lot, which made her a great match for the system. so he told Gao Lang to set up a meeting with his sister and let him check out the house. Gao Lang agreed right away, thinking the group never lies. Mr. Yan really was amazing. Maybe the story about him saving the Shao family was true after all. At home, Gao was furious. Her career was falling apart, and now random men were offering marriage. She wanted nothing to do with those losers. In her eyes, none of them were worthy of her. She only wanted to be an actress, so why did life have to get this hard? Then her phone rang. Her brother told her not to worry about money anymore. He'd found the perfect person. Confused, she asked who he meant, and he explained it was a powerful newcomer. The second she heard the name, Mr. Yan, she pictured some old overweight creep, so she cursed out her brother and said he'd better watch himself when he got home. He tried to explain that this man was incredible, and told her to show him the house because he would be there soon. She cooled down a little but stayed mad, muttering that all men were trouble. She swore she'd rather jump off a building than take a single cent from him. Outside the house, Chen thought the place looked impressive, and it wasn't even far away. He rang the bell and she assumed the desperate old man had already shown up. To annoy him, she walked over as slowly as possible. When she opened the door, she started complaining that she came out already, so he could stop making noise. Then she froze and blushed the moment she saw Chen. He introduced himself, then stepped inside with an apology before she could even ask who he was. She was shocked that this so-called boss was young and handsome. Chen sat on the couch and told her to sit too, which left her puzzled since it was her own house. She asked if he wanted to look around more, but he said he'd seen enough to know it was a good place. That wasn't his real reason for coming, and she asked what was. He said the important thing was her. He wanted her as his mistress. Bold move. The system kicked in hard. Gao started at 92 in looks and minus 35 in favorability. The protagonist decided not to waste time this round. He'd attack first. She was furious. He walked in and immediately asked that. Now she wanted to crush his pride. Still, she said it wasn't impossible, if he could meet a few conditions. First, a car worth 10 million. Then a luxury apartment plus 2 billion invested into 2 movies with her as the lead. Before she could finish, Chen said that was all. This was easier than he expected. She was stunned. Meanwhile, MC was thrilled to spend more of the system's money. When Gao Lang got home, he was shocked that his car was still outside. Why hadn't he left? He rushed in and asked his sister why that luxury car was still there. Looking dazed, she said the protagonist had given it to her, and on top of that, he transferred a huge amount of money into her account. Her brother quickly asked if the house deal went through, and whether she at least got the 2 million. She showed him her phone and said she got 1 billion. His eyes lit up. He started thinking Chen really did like his sister. Maybe now he could retire and just relax. Gedo couldn't stop thinking about MC. He gave her the money, transferred the car to her name, and left, saying he had other things to handle. He'd only come to help because he hated seeing a beautiful woman suffer. That stuck with her. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all, and her favorability kept climbing. At Bingshu's graduation, she warned Kiki to stay away from Chen. Kiki tried to explain that he wasn't the kind of person Bingshu thought he was, but Bingshu was clearly set on hating him. Then Bingshu brought up her birthday, claiming he arranged for some thugs to show up just so he could play hero. Kiki said that made no sense. Chen was someone the whole school liked. She even showed a photo of Shotong and her dad holding a poster. And besides, the protagonist hadn't even known Bingshu would be there that day, so there was no way he planned it. That made Bingshu stop and wonder if she'd misunderstood everything. Was she letting paranoia get the best of her? Without another word, she walked away from Kiki. Now Bingshu felt deeply embarrassed, thinking she'd gotten carried away with her own fantasy. Back at work, she was exhausted. She felt awful because she'd told her friend that someone else's boyfriend was hitting on her, and that wasn't even true. Worse, every time she remembered that day, all she could think about was Chen protecting her. Then her boss called her into a meeting and pulled her back to reality. There was a charity dinner with the city's top businessmen, and her boss wanted her there to get close to a certain Yang, a newly rising millionaire. Bingshu felt miserable. She joined a company led by a woman to avoid this kind of thing, but she had no choice, refuse, and she might lose her job. At home, Chen was chatting with the rich guys in the group. After he gave Gao that huge amount of money, she was finally able to fight back against the fake scandal. MC was impressed by how well she handled it. On the other end of the call was Gao Lang, inviting him to the charity dinner. Since it would be packed with rich people, Chen figured he'd find another chance to spend big through someone. So of course he agreed. Back at Gao's place, she kept doing everything she could to clear her name, but it was rough. Whenever she needed more money for promotion and media work, another transfer from Chen would arrive. She kept telling herself it meant nothing. He wasn't winning her over that easily, but her favorability said otherwise. The day of the charity dinner finally came, and plenty of rich guys he had embarrassed before were there. From the bar incident to the basketball court, they had all shown up. Juke said he was heading to the bathroom, but really, he knew the group's newest tycoon would be at the party. He'd done a lot of homework to get close to that person. He imagined someone classy, sharp, and older, some great visionary, so he waited by the entrance, hoping to be the first one to greet him. Then suddenly, he saw Chen arrive and wondered why he was dressed like security. The sad part was, he'd actually spent 20,000 on that suit. He was so used to blowing the system's money that he didn't even think twice. Then Chen paused in shock. The actual guards were wearing the exact same suit. Ju walked over, called him the basketball prince, and mocked him for being so broke he had to work security. The protagonist said that wasn't it, he was invited. Ju answered that they could go in together, already sure. MC was lying and his name wouldn't be on the list. At the entrance, security asked for his invitation. He was confused. He never got one. Ju circled around him and laughed, calling him pathetic. So he really came here pretending. Just then, another car pulled up. It was Bingshu, arriving for work. The men nearby flushed the moment they saw her. She hated showing up in a fancy car, but the company insisted. Then she noticed the commotion nearby and looked over. She looked over and saw Chen getting stopped at the entrance. He was already annoyed, insisting he had been invited even if he didn't have a card. One guard told him every guest should have gotten an invitation sent to their home. Bingshu mocked him, asking if he really thought he mattered that much. Then she stepped in and said her pass included a guest, so Chen was with her. The guard let it go right away, and the protagonist couldn't figure out why she was helping him when she clearly disliked him. She told him to move and made one thing clear. Her opinion of him hadn't changed. This was only to repay what he did that night. She knew now that he really had saved her. MC wasn't happy at all. He had been about to make a call and embarrass Ju, but she ruined his plan. He told her this didn't count for anything. He never asked to be treated like her servant. Then he told her to stop sticking her nose into other people's business and leave. A perfect mess for this YouTube channel. Part 3 is coming soon, so turn on notifications. Last time Chen got stopped at the entrance to the rich people's event. He was being kept out of the banquet. Then Bingshu showed up and told him to come in as her guest, not because she liked him, but because she was paying back what she owed. Chen hated that. He wanted to show off his own status and make everyone stare. He said he was invited on his own and wouldn't play her servant. Then he warned her to quit meddling. Bingshu was furious. She had stepped in to help this jerk, and he paid her back by humiliating her. The people around them sneered that it didn't matter anyway. This loser was never getting into a place like this. The blonde guy told Chen this was where important people gathered, not somewhere for a man dressed like security. That only made him angrier. Then one of the group's men came over to check the noise. He saw that Su, the blonde guy, was trying to humiliate the so-called smoke soldier. Worried this would blow up, he quickly called Homie. Inside the event, a suited man named Uji was eager to finally meet Mr. Smoke. The car guy explained that Chen was unusual, but even with all his money, he treated them like brothers. Then a call came in saying the protagonist was being mocked and blocked outside. Uji was stunned. How could anyone treat a special guest like that? The caller said the one causing trouble was Shu, from the same family as the man standing beside him. Uji rushed out, saying that idiot was going to disgrace the whole family. Outside, Shu kept going, still mocking Chen and saying the security look actually suited him. MC slapped his hand away and told him to stop acting like he could order him around. In a low voice, he added that even if they moved in the same circles, Su wasn't on his level. Su threw his arms wide and bragged that his brother controlled billions in company money. As the Tang family's second son, he claimed he was obviously above some random guard. Watching this, Bingshu thought Su was way too full of himself, but still better than Chen, who had thrown her help back in her face. Then everyone noticed Uji arriving with the car guy. One look at him and it was obvious he was angry. Shu tried to greet his older brother and ask what he needed, but got slapped across the face instead. Stumbling back, he asked why he was being hit. Uji snapped that he still had the nerve to ask, then ordered him to apologize to Mr. Smoke, to Mr. Yuan himself. Shu froze, completely lost. Then Uji turned to Chen and sincerely apologized. That was when everyone understood he was a very big deal. People immediately started trying to hand him business cards and get close to him. Shu was crushed. He lost in piano, lost in basketball, and now even lost in family status. At this point, Chen had to be his worst enemy. Homie Shin apologized too, saying he should have planned better. At the very least, he should have known when the protagonist was arriving. MC brushed it off and said they were friends, so there was no need to worry about that. After that, he was escorted into the event. Li Shu was stunned. He really did seem rich, but he didn't brag about it. She knew a man with that kind of status would have girls all over campus chasing him. Now she felt embarrassed for assuming he had been following her. Covering her face, she wondered how she was supposed to finish her boss's mission now, especially when the man she needed to approach was Smoke Soldier. She even started wondering if she'd have to rely on her looks. Meanwhile, inside the charity auction, Homie told Chen there would be jewelry, paintings, and even pieces of an island up for sale. The protagonist was impressed, and Homie Tin said it was all part of the charity auction. Right away, MC got that wild look he always had when he wanted to spend money. A piece of land in the middle of the city sounded perfect. Something like that would cost a fortune. The only problem was the usual one: to get the return later, he'd have to spend it on a woman. He thought about Ru Yu and Yue, then noticed Bingshu right behind him. Still, he gave up on that idea. Every time he tried to do something for her, she pushed him away. Just then, someone stood up and excitedly called out how great it was to see her there. It was Yuan Yin, the blonde girl Chen had bought a mansion for, and she looked healthy again. The second he saw her, he started thinking about buying out the whole auction and giving it all to her. He also noticed the seating setup. The more important you were, the closer you sat to the front. Then he saw the name beside his and realized it belonged to someone huge in the city. Mr. Smoke clearly had serious status there. A moment later, someone took that seat, and it was exactly who you'd expect, a girl with sky-high potential. People nearby whispered that she was Secretary Yu's daughter. Chen quietly listened in. He got flustered fast. She wasn't just the daughter of a major official. She also fit the system's ideal type. Embarrassed for no reason he could explain, he turned away. Uji walked over and politely introduced himself to her. Of course, he was already thinking about building ties, maybe even marriage. She recognized the name and politely returned the greeting. But deep down, she was already tired of another event her father had forced her to attend. What really caught her attention was Chen. Usually seats like that were taken by older men. She tried to speak to him, but the protagonist pretended not to hear and kept looking away. That left her confused. Why was he avoiding her like she was dangerous? Like she was scared that if he talked to her, the system would lock him into another connection. She kept pushing, saying it was rude not to even tell her his name. Haoxin leaned over and reminded Chen who she was, the secretary's daughter. He even offered to help if he wanted an introduction. So the protagonist finally turned and introduced himself. At once the system kicked in. Yuan Yimo, 22 years old, 1.73 meters tall, 54 kilos, looks rated 9.1, and favorability at 0. The return would be 10% of what he spent, plus 35 points in firearm mastery. Chen was crushed. The system had trapped him again. After hearing his name, she said she'd remember it. MC. Then the auction started. The first item was a replica of the Titanic necklace, made of diamond and platinum. Someone quickly opened at 20 million. The girls watching said they needed a gift like that from their fathers or they'd die. The bidding climbed fast, 130 million, then 150 million. Then Chen lifted his paddle and called out 3 billion. The room was stunned by the sheer nerve of it. Yumo thought that kind of move meant he controlled his own money. No father would let a son spend like that. The older men were furious. He had blown the price way past normal. The auctioneer asked if anyone wanted to beat Mr. Smoke's bid. People were angry, but no one dared say a word. The gavel came down, and the necklace was sold. When it was time to pay, Chen said it was a gift for Xuan Yin and should be delivered to her. Everyone heard it, and her favorability jumped by 10. Her brother instantly said the gift she was about to get was unbelievable. Her favorability kept going up. Xuan Yin knew he was doing this to mess with her, but she still couldn't stop herself, and her favorability had already reached 35. She got mad and told herself she wouldn't be won over by money. She had her own goals. With a dark look, she wondered if Chen really thought cash could win her over. She'd show him she wasn't that easy. Then the second item was brought out. It was a crystal piano, and the question was obvious: who would he give this one to? The host announced a starting price of 30 million. Someone bid. Then it quickly rose to 35, 40, and 45 million. Naturally, Chen jumped it straight to 200 million. He thought it would make the perfect gift for Kiki. Then a voice from the back raised it to 210 million. The protagonist turned and saw a woman behind the bid. He recognized her as the heir to the Fire Group and the owner of several gaming businesses, so he pushed it up to 300 million, and she answered with 310. Chen shot her a sharp look and raised it again. 500 million. The older men looked ready to cry. Even the auctioneer seemed fed up with this kid. Still, he asked if anyone wanted to beat Mr. Smoke's offer. No one did. The piano was sold to Chen, and the woman was fuming. The host thanked him for supporting the city's charity in such a huge way. The Fire Group heiress admitted defeat, but said buying a piano just to show off when you couldn't even play was stupid. MC asked, who said he couldn't play? Then he stood up and said he'd perform right there. And of course he was confident. He had 60 years of mastery. The moment he started playing, the girls were moved to tears. Real tears this time. They said his music was like pure sweetness to their ears. The whole room was affected. People started thinking back on their lives. Even Xu Yumo, who knew real technique herself, wanted to add him. Chen noticed she was warming up to him, but acted cold and simply said he'd forgotten his phone. Still, this maniac secretly loved being rejected. That gave him another 30 favorability points. He wondered why he kept running into crazy people. She held out her hand and said it was fine. If he forgot his phone, he could just tell her the number, and she'd write it down. He said his memory was bad, so she coolly answered that she could always have someone look up his number. The two just stared at each other, and Chen realized he had no way to escape this. In the end, he gave up and said he'd add her. She smirked and said she knew he had his phone the whole time, and was only messing with her. In her mind, good things never come to you for free. If you want something good, you go get it. Right then, the auctioneer moved on to bankrupt companies. Chen's eyes lit up. The host introduced a streaming company that had run into trouble and shut down. Bidding started at 50 million. It was probably the same company the protagonist had tricked that idiot into ruining. He jumped in right away with 60 million. MC couldn't figure out why nobody else wanted to bid against him, but everyone there had the same thought. This jerk would just push the price way up again. The host joked that Mr. Chen was trying to buy the whole place, and asked if anyone else wanted to make an offer. After 3 knocks of the gavel, it was sold. The host added that he hoped he could rebuild the company and bring it back. But one of the men there had just gotten information on the protagonist and was itching to wipe that smile off his face. He stepped into a corner and told someone to dig up everything they could to bring Chen down. What he found was that MC was 21 years old and from Hubei. His parents sold oranges and owned a fish pond. They even checked every school he went to, from high school through college, But then the hacker found something strange. The bank card Chen used was a global VIP account. Fewer than 50 people on Earth could use that kind of card, and it was usually for international deals. The old man thought it had to be some kind of joke. How could a farmer's son have a card normally used by world leaders? He started to think even the hacker's data had been tampered with. That made him believe he had enough power to alter government records, so he told the hacker to stop digging into someone this dangerous. AC noticed the investigation into the protagonist and found out something that shook him too. He started wondering if Chen was really from some hidden family. But the man loved gossip like an old busybody and quickly spread it around. Before long, people were saying MC came from the secret MC family, one of China's 4 hidden families, with power all over the world. The men started rambling like fools, saying a huge storm was coming. Even Hoshin looked uneasy, muttering that only a dynasty could have that kind of money. Meanwhile, Chen was trying to figure out who started the rumor, since his dad was just a fruit seller. Then he got surrounded. Some women slipped him their room numbers, others asked him to dance, and one even offered to do a backflip if he wanted to see it. He got flustered and had no idea what to do. While everyone else danced, he was getting pulled all over the place. That was when he spotted Gushuan Yuan in the distance and realized she was his way out. He told the crowd he already had a dance partner waiting for him. Then he walked over and asked Gushuan Yuan to dance. She hesitated, embarrassed, and wondered if she should say no in case he tried something. But he had given her that necklace, and refusing him now would make him lose face, so she reluctantly agreed. He pulled her close and said he wanted to enjoy this moment, since he'd turned down 18 other girls just to dance with her. Then the rascal used the system and got a dance skill specialty. She was touched, thinking he danced really well, and his hand felt warm. He kept surprising her, and to her own surprise, she didn't hate it. She was actually starting to like it. After all that work, he only got 5 favorability points. This was rough. People all over the hall were talking about the two of them. Shu Yumo thought it was strange that he wanted to be with that girl considering all her scandals, but at least he hadn't been tempted by that whole swarm of dangerous women. Then the same idiot from earlier came over and asked if he could dance with her. She told him to get lost. She wasn't interested in old men. The poor guy was only 30, but getting called old still crushed him. Chen was pleased that the dance had earned him at least 5 points. Then someone else came over and asked for a dance before he left. The man who'd been rejected earlier was furious at this brat, but Chen coolly said he was sadly too tired after the last dance. She said that was fine and asked what he wanted to know about her. The protagonist had to admit she handled rejection well, so he suggested they go talk in a corner instead. She kept pressing him, asking if the actress was his girlfriend, and he said no. That got the crazy girl excited. If they weren't official, then she still had a shot. Next, she asked if he knew about all the scandals tied to her. He said he didn't care, because her reputation would be cleaned up soon now that he was backing her. She asked how much money he had spent on her. Chen said she'd asked for too little, so all he gave her was some luxury cars, a mansion, and 2 movies worth 500 million each. Shuyumo instantly made up a whole story in her head and decided MC was being fooled. To her, it seemed like he'd grown up shut away while training his talents, and Gao Guanyin was now using that innocence to drain his money. So she asked if he really didn't think her demands were way too much. Without much interest, he said it was normal for a man to spend money on a woman, which was why he transferred the 200 million. She grabbed his tie and snapped that he was being used and manipulated by her, especially since they hadn't even made the relationship official. Then she calmed down and admitted it was his money in the end, but warned he'd regret it. Chen said he wasn't being played, but Yumo could only think that people in love always make the dumbest choices. Remembering his piano performance and the huge bids he made for her, she found it hard to believe a man that talented could still be so naive. Her favorability kept climbing and reached 45. Chen knew she believed Gao Guanjing was taking advantage of him, but she had no idea that he'd be the one coming out on top. With a villain smile, he thought she still had no clue what Big Brother could do. Then he told her not to badmouth Gao Guanyin anymore, saying her behavior was basically the same kind of behavior she claimed to hate. That hit her hard. She stood up in anger and got ready to leave, thinking she had a better background, looks, and personality than that actress. As she walked off, she swore Chen should just wait. She'd get him too, because she always got what she wanted in life. He meanwhile decided he needed to stay as far away from this woman as possible next time. By the end of the event, everyone wanted to stay in touch with him. While he was checking his phone, Hoshin came over and introduced a new friend, Zhu Shuwei. Zhu was super shy, and Hoshin had to push him to go talk to Mr. Cigarette. Chen asked why Zhu was acting so nervous and what he had brought him over for. Stammering, Zhu explained that his family was selling a huge skyscraper, and the protagonist immediately got interested and asked for details. Zhu said it had more than 10 floors, each one about 1,000 square meters, with a total value of 2 billion. Even Hoshin was stunned. He had no idea his chubby friend was that rich. Chen told him to add him, saying he'd come check the place out sometime. Zhou felt awkward because he thought MC might want just 1 or 2 floors, but it sounded like he wanted the whole building. Zhou left after telling him not to sell it to anyone else, and he agreed. In the taxi, he started wondering who he could give a 2 billion building to. It couldn't be an ordinary girl. She'd pass out. It had to be someone with insane mental strength. The taxi suddenly sped up, and the protagonist lowered his face. The driver got out and told a woman to move aside. Chen was shocked to see Bingshu there. She came over, opened the door, and climbed in beside him, leaving everyone confused. Then she told the driver to start moving again, and the poor guy had no choice. Chen stared at her, wondering why she was here. Bingshu was determined. This was her first job after graduating, and she couldn't let her boss down. Trying to stay polite, MC felt embarrassed. He'd just gotten rid of Yumo, and now this one showed up. Bingshu explained that she was there on behalf of the Carpfish app to ask for investment. It already had millions of downloads. He cut in and asked if she was begging him for help. She said you could call it that, but really it was a win-win because the app had huge potential. Chen asked again, more directly, if she was begging. Finally, she said yes, she was begging him and told him to stop. On the verge of tears, she wondered why he was using money to humiliate her like this. That finally satisfied the protagonist. She was giving in. Since he knew exactly what bothered her, he leaned closer and said that if she came asking for something, she needed to offer something back. He asked if she understood. Even the taxi driver thought he was a total scumbag. But Bingshu slapped him and told him to get out, saying that was exactly why he didn't deserve Kiki. His 10 favorability points instantly dropped to -5. Chen leaned away and said he had no intention of sleeping with her. He was only provoking her, and besides, he didn't even like cold women like her. That only made Bingshu angrier, and she told him to stop messing around. Chen said he wasn't interested. They'd only met twice, and now she was asking him to invest in her company. On top of that, she had disrespected him last time and never even apologized. He bluntly told her to get out and said she had brought this humiliation on herself. Then he told the driver to stop the car, but that was when Chen realized his problems were only starting. 3 vans had surrounded the taxi. Sadly, it wasn't a group of girls this time, just a bunch of shady men climbing out. A gang was clearly after him. He knew the night was about to get ugly. Bingshu asked what they were going to do, and he said they'd surrender. That was his answer. The men outside were excited. It looked like this was the auction guy's plan, kidnap someone that rich and cash in. Chen said that since everyone was showing him so much love, he might as well give them all something back. One of the thugs laughed and said that since the protagonist was cooperating, they wouldn't tie him up too hard. Then MC suddenly kicked him right in the neck. The guy dropped and the others stared in shock, wondering what kind of kick that was. Chen knew right away these weren't just dumb teenagers. These were real criminals. Still, with his boosted martial arts talent, taking them on was basically just him smashing fists into faces. That's when one of them decided to grab Bingshu and use her as a hostage. Too bad for him, she fought back too. Bingshu locked one man in a chokehold, and he even lost a tooth, wondering what kind of monster he had just messed with. Chen thought he had the fight under control, but once Bingshu got dragged into it, things got way more dangerous. Left with no choice, he used up all the points he'd been saving. He put 10 into strength, 10 into constitution, and 20 into agility. Even his system said he'd now be insanely dangerous in a real fight. What followed was a terrifying blur of punches, and every one of them landed right in someone's face. The leader yelled for them to grab Bingshu again, but she drove her knee straight into his groin and made it clear some men really need to learn their place. Then the guy pulled out an apple peeler. He rushed at her, shouting that she had to die. Bingshu froze, sure she was done, but someone caught the blade with his bare hand. It was Chen, calling him disgusting for threatening a woman like that. Blood dripped down to the floor, and Bingshu shook as she realized how close she had just come to dying. He kicked the man away and called him a disgrace. Not long after, the whole gang was down in pools of blood, while Bingshu just stood there mumbling to herself. Then she suddenly threw herself into Chen's arms, saying she almost died. That's when the protagonist realized this cold girl had a side he could really respect. Now he told her not to be scared, he'd be there for anything she needed. What he said in the taxi was just messing around. The truth was, she was an amazing girl. Bingshu asked if he really meant that, and MC told her she could trust him. He even said he'd visit the carpfish company she talked about, because he believed it had real potential. Now she was thinking Chen was nothing like other men. He acted harsh, but he was actually kind. He seemed shameless, but deep down he was a good person. And even with a family that powerful, he still threw himself into danger to save her. He brushed it off like it was nothing, just a small cut. But by then he had already gained a huge jump in favorability, going straight up to 80. After that, the police arrived and took the criminals away. Someone nearby joked that they hadn't seen him for a few hours, and he was already causing trouble again. Chen asked why she was there. Turns out it was Shu, and she was an officer from the bomb squad, always carrying 2 dangerous little spheres. The protagonist had beaten the gang so badly that some of them were already being covered with blankets on the street. An officer reported that 1 was dead and 7 were badly hurt. The place looked like a battlefield. Shu was stunned that 8 thugs came for Chen, and he somehow turned the whole thing around. That only made her more excited. With skills like that, she figured he was absolutely worth her attention. Seeing Bingshu looking at him, Shu felt sure every woman around was after him. That made her even more annoyed, because every time she wanted to talk to him, she had competition. So she walked over and told them both they needed to come to the station and report everything that happened. Later, at 3 a.m., an officer came over to Bingshu and said she was free to leave. She immediately asked if Chen was being released too. The officer said no. Unfortunately, MC was still being questioned by the captain. Bingshu decided she'd wait for him, and the officer said that was fine. One officer found it strange how badly she wanted to stay for that guy. Meanwhile, the captain ordered all the cameras turned off for Chen's interview. That made Bingshu wonder if things were starting to turn against him. Sitting there, he wondered what Shu was up to. Then the door opened, and someone brought him food. As he ate the noodles, he admitted he never expected Shu to be a police officer. That earned him another 5 favorability points, and she told him the possibilities between them were endless. Chen couldn't figure out why eating noodles had raised her favorability. Then he asked why he, the victim, was the one being kept there. Shu stepped closer and said he seemed desperate to get away from her, but he couldn't forget that he killed someone today. She lifted his chin and asked what exactly was going on between him and Bingshu. Flustered, he explained that Bingshu only came to talk about getting him to invest in a company, and then those lunatics suddenly started wrecking everything. Banged up and tired, Chen asked what Shu was planning to do. In response, she calmly took out a medical kit. If your mind went somewhere weird, that's on you. She told him to quit overthinking. It wasn't like she was about to hurt him. Looking at his stunned face, she thought it was ridiculous that he really believed she'd try anything on him, and he quickly denied it. Still, Chen said she was busy, so he could patch himself up. Shu told him to sit still. He was too clumsy, and would only make it worse. The protagonist realized he was getting pressed hard, but he also felt like she was playing some kind of game with him. He knew that game well from his past. Girls would act caring and sweet at first, but in the end they always left him, and he was the one humiliating himself. So with Shu looking like a devil in his eyes, he became sure this was all a trap for a guy like him. He stood up and told her to keep her distance. They'd only known each other for a day. Shu looked confused and asked what nonsense he was talking about when she was just trying to bandage him. Chen said he wasn't angry, but she needed to understand that he already liked someone else. Then he got weirdly poetic, saying, life is full of meetings and missed timing. If they'd met earlier, maybe she would have had a chance. But if he kept changing his choice whenever he wanted, she wouldn't respect him anyway. That kind of talk only made this crazy girl think his feelings were pure and sincere. She completely lost it, and Chen took the chance to run straight for a taxi. From above, Shu just watched, thinking there was no way she'd let those other women steal him. Meanwhile, Bingshu had fallen asleep at the police station. When MC finally got home, he was wiped out. The whole day had been a disaster, and all he wanted was sleep. But the second he walked in, he heard the shower running. He spotted a figure through the steam and thought the president really loved testing his self-control. The angel in his head told him to calm down, while the devil told him to go for it. Then an unfamiliar girl stepped out of the shower and happily said it felt great in there. The moment she noticed Chen, she froze, panicked, and screamed. A little later, she was crying to Kiki, saying no one would ever marry her now that she'd been seen. Chen, already losing patience, just wanted to take his shower, but the friend was furious, saying this rascal saw everything and didn't even apologize. Kiki tried to smooth things over and explain that he was a good friend, but Meng found it suspicious that Kiki was defending him and demanded to know what was going on between them. She rushed over to Kiki and told her to stop getting involved with losers like him, especially now that she lived in a place like this and was a streamer making millions. A guy like him wasn't on her level. Embarrassed, Kiki said Meng had it all wrong. Chen was an incredible man. She also hadn't told her friend that the house wasn't really hers, but Meng kept talking trash about the protagonist and said that yesterday there was an auction where some rich guy bought a ton of stuff. That kind of man, she said, was the one Kiki should be with. Right then, someone knocked and announced a delivery. Meng asked what it was, and they said it was a piano Chen had bought. She assumed it would be some old beat-up piano, but then a helicopter showed up outside the house. An armed unit rolled in with an armored vehicle, and everyone started wondering what kind of piano needed security like this. A little later, it was set in the middle of the living room under a cover. By then, even Meng was getting nervous, wondering what kind of national treasure this was. Tired of waiting, she yanked the cover off. The shine nearly blinded her. Of course, it was the crystal piano, and she instantly changed her whole attitude. Meng touched it and realized it was real, making her wonder if she had completely misjudged Chen. Then the TV started showing a report about the auction, calling MC the mysterious millionaire who spent more than 500 million. That number hit Meng like a truck, and she could barely believe it. Kiki told her again that Chen was no ordinary man. Just then someone mentioned the piano had arrived. Her expression shifted the second she saw him looking amazing. He came downstairs and said the delivery took longer than he expected. Now Meng's opinion of him shot from 0 to 100. She thought he was ridiculously handsome. The protagonist asked Kiki if she liked it, and she said it was beautiful, maybe even too much. Then he mentioned a business meeting and asked if she wanted to come, but with her friend still there, Kiki didn't want to leave her alone, so she apologized and said she couldn't go today. Chen headed out without making a big deal of it. At that moment, the system created a link with Meng starting at 20 points. MC didn't like that at all, since she was supposed to be Kiki's best friend. He'd need to make sure Kiki understood her friend was eyeing her man. While Kiki happily played music, Meng could only think about what it would be like to have a guy as handsome as him. Meanwhile, Chen clearly doesn't travel with bad company anymore, so he called Ru Rayu to join him on the business trip. She was upset because he had vanished for days and only called her now for something like this. Lately he'd seemed distant, and she started wondering if it was because nothing happened between them that night. Already mad, she thought all men were the same, and her favorability dropped to 95. From a distance, Chen couldn't understand why he was losing points when he hadn't done anything. When they met, he wanted to know what he did wrong and wondered if it was because he hadn't picked her up from home. But being stubborn as ever, Chen ignored everything going on in her head and just called the chubby guy to send someone to pick them up. He knew that if he started apologizing, it would only make these useless little problems worse. His plan was to handle it in a smarter way. Meanwhile, inside that building, a man asked his friend if his Kunin wine was really that special. It was the chubby guy's father asking, and the younger man said yes, he could trust him. The man said Chen was insanely rich and wanted to meet him himself. Not far away, Shotong was standing with an older bald man. She wondered why Mr. Zuzong was there and started thinking this guest had to be important. Since she was new, the old man warned her to stay careful around the guy with the mohawk. He was the wealthiest person there. That shocked Chu. If the millionaire who hired her thought someone else was even richer, then who was this guy? Then she noticed a couple nearby and said the man looked familiar. Could it really be him? The man welcomed him, and he said he was too humble to come greet him in person. Then the son showed up and said everyone was waiting for him. The protagonist looked thrilled. He said they were being too polite. As papers slipped to the floor, Shudong was stunned that the building's owner had come out to receive Chen himself. The old man explained the place had taken 9 years to build and was unbelievably fancy. By then, more than 300 companies had shops there. It was basically a full shopping center. Stores, theaters, karaoke, and pretty much everything else. There was even a huge business area on the top floors. Rui, though, wasn't impressed. She kept wondering why this jerk had dragged her there just to trail behind him. The old man offered to show Chen every floor, and MC asked Rui what she thought of the place. She admitted it was actually pretty nice. He told the old man that if she liked it, then he liked it too. All he had to do was name a price. The protagonist would buy the whole place and hand it to her. The father asked if he really meant putting the entire building under her name. Chen said yes. If she wanted it, that was enough. The old man couldn't make sense of how this young man thought. Rui hesitated. Taking a whole building felt way too much, but MC kept pushing, saying this would mean she'd never need to worry about money again. Soon she'd have to manage her parents' company, and that would be a huge burden. This building would make sure she always had security. At that point, she thought she finally got why he brought her there, and started wondering if she should stop acting so spoiled. Her favorability went up by 3, reaching 98, and he gained 20 more strength points. Then the chubby guy stepped in and said everything was ready. He told Chen the sale price was 2.6 billion. He pulled out his black card and said if the paperwork checked out, the 2.6 billion would be transferred right away. Not long after, the deal was done and everyone started applauding. The protagonist said he was only the investor. The real owner was Miss Ryu. Everyone turned to congratulate her and she got shy, wondering if this was what being the boss felt like. Now she understood why her parents liked spending time at the office so much. Being spoiled like this really wasn't bad. Then her darker side slipped out. She admitted having all these people bow to her felt amazing. Meanwhile, Shatong asked why such a crowd was forming. Her friend told her the whole building had just been bought and gifted to a woman in her 20s. Shatong stared from a distance. Her friend went over to speak to the girl, but she was already gone. Shatong ran off telling herself all of this should have been hers. No matter the price or what she had to do, she was going to win Chen back. Later on the subway, Rui looked surprised and asked where his Ferrari was. He said he liked normal life, and this way he could spend more time with her. Then Rui asked if he knew a woman named Gao Shunyan. He got nervous and asked if she meant the actress. She brought up the rumors about Gao Zhuanyan and different men, but Chen said he knew nothing about that. Celebrity gossip didn't interest him. Ruju said she didn't care much either, but lately there had been news about a man winning a piano to give away as a gift. She hadn't paid much attention to it though. MC started sweating and said that was interesting. When she asked what was wrong, he blamed the subway heat. After a while, he said goodbye to her, thinking the subway felt like a cage, and wondering if she had been testing him. Then a friend called to say Bingshu had been waiting for him outside the dorm for 6 hours. In front of the dorm, people recognized her as an amazing graduate from the school, and kept asking why she'd been standing there so long. She stared at her phone, wondering where he had gone. When she woke up at the police station, he had vanished like a ghost, and somehow her feet had brought her here. The girl was losing it. Her heart wouldn't calm down and she needed peace. Had she fallen for Chen? No, she quickly pushed that thought away. He was Kiki's friend and she couldn't think like that. He, hidden in the crowd, wondered if she was really waiting for him. Still, she stayed firm and reminded herself this was about the company's finances. Then she spotted him, ran over and threw her arms around him. Everyone was shocked since they thought she only liked women. She clung to him and said this was the only way she felt safe. Chen asked what was wrong, but she just told him not to move. She didn't want to let go. His friends could only watch, jealous enough to want him dead. Then rain started pouring, and everyone rushed away. The protagonist told her they needed to get out of the rain. A moment later, they were in his dorm room, and his friends were stunned. She sat down and thought it wasn't nearly as dirty as she expected. His friends couldn't believe he'd actually brought a girl like her there. Then she suddenly asked why his laundry basket was packed with dirty clothes. Once the rain stopped, she wondered why she'd done all that without thinking. Chen didn't make a big deal of it and said he'd take her home. On the way, he asked if this was all because the company needed help. She remembered the business issue and quickly said yes, that was why she came. She added that she hadn't texted because she didn't have his number and asked if he could give it to her. He said sure and told her she could contact him anytime. She asked if he meant only for the financing, but Chen was already walking off, saying not to worry because he'd check on the company tomorrow. She kept calling herself a bad woman for this, but being near him made her feel calm. She just didn't know what would happen when Kiki found out. The next day, Chen got a message from Ruyu asking for help receiving the company's funds. He told her to let someone else handle it now that she was the boss, because he had other things to do. He was in the car with Bingshu when she asked why he seemed so happy. MC wondered why she already looked annoyed again after just one night. Bingshu told herself she couldn't get tangled up in someone else's relationship. He had plenty of other choices, so of course he wouldn't choose her. The driver spoke up and said they were almost there, but Bingshu's company office was inside Rui's building. Chen asked if the company was really there, and she said yes. Now he had a problem. If Rui saw him, all that favorability he built up could crash. With no better choice, he went to the elevator, and the doors opened with Rui's already inside. She asked what was so important this morning. The air instantly turned awkward. Chen forced himself to stay calm and not show any panic. Then he introduced Bingshu, saying she worked in tech at the carpfish company. After that, he introduced Rui as the owner of the entire building. Bingshu was impressed that someone so young owned such a huge property, but she also looked curious about Chen's connection to his classmate. She introduced herself and said it was nice to meet her. Rui, though, was suspicious. Why was such a beautiful woman with the protagonist? Even if she knew he was unfaithful, could he really be this shameless? She decided she'd deal with him after collecting the rent. Bingshu then stepped out of the elevator and said she'd call the company president, telling them to wait. Chen didn't want her to leave. Knowing he was about to be exposed, he turned to Rui and said he needed to explain something. But she wasn't in the mood for games, and told him to spit it out. So he leaned in and warned her to be careful around Bingshu, saying she was famous at school for liking women and might try to hit on her. Rui asked if that was true, and Chen said everyone at school knew it. Then Bingshu called for MC, and he went. Still, Rui didn't fully buy it and decided to confirm the story herself. She called some people she knew from college. The guy who saw her number was stunned and wondered what he had done to deserve a call from her. When he answered, he asked what his cute classmate wanted to talk about. She asked about the rumors around Bingshu. He said people used to say the student council was basically her hunting ground. Rui lit up, thinking Chen had told the truth. The friend asked if she meant the same person he knew, but she had already thanked him and hung up. The guy got mad and said he needed to warn her about what kind of person he was. He tried texting her, but she blocked him. Rui was thrilled, convinced Chen really hadn't lied. When the guy kept spamming messages, she blocked him for good. In the meeting, the president in a stylish suit started going through the company's numbers. The protagonist was only there to invest money, so none of that interested him. He raised his hand and said he already understood enough because Bingshu had explained the company. Then he told her to just say the price. The president hesitated, knowing his power made no sense. She knew the company was worth around $1 billion and needed at least $100 million in investment, so she said $1 billion. Chen looked shocked. She started worrying that she'd asked for too much. Instead, MC asked if she'd really spent all that time just to name such a cheap price. Then he said he'd buy 49% for $1 billion. But he had one condition. The offer was so good that she had to ask what the condition was. The president even thought she might be too old for the kind of favor he wanted, though if he pushed, maybe it still wouldn't be the end of the world. But his real condition was simple. Every share had to be transferred into Bingshu's name. A little later, he walked out of the room, leaving her stunned. Bingshu asked how the talk went. Chen Yuan praised her work and said a promotion was coming soon. She said that wasn't why she came, and wanted to know what he was really planning. From how he treated Ruyu, she was sure something was going on. She warned him to be careful. The president truly liked him. Still, she kept wondering what he was actually trying to do. Chen Yuan asked why he had to choose. With a wild look, he said he wanted all of them. That shocked her, and she asked what kind of game he was playing. He gave her a dark grin and asked what's wrong with that. She said he had finally shown his true vulgar side. She had expected something else. Black Hattie. Yuan fired back yesterday. She was the one who grabbed his arm and invited him to her house. Then he asked if she wanted to know whether he would pick her. After all, as Kiki's friend, she never should have flirted with him in the first place. He told her that anyone who acts like that has no right to judge him. Once he stepped outside, Chen Yuan felt amazing. Giving her that little moral lecture had felt great. Meanwhile, she started wondering if he was right. Was she being a hypocrite? In the end, she realized that after flirting with him herself, she couldn't really lecture him. Just then, a few employees rushed by and said the president had called an emergency meeting. Now she was nervous about how the negotiation had turned out. In the meeting room, nobody knew what the president was about to announce. Bingshu was especially terrified. Then the president arrived and announced that the company's new vice president would be Bingshu. Bingshu was stunned and had no idea why she was being promoted. The staff got upset, especially since she had only been there for a week. The president shut them down, saying Bingshu was talented, rich, and had already made a huge contribution to the company. She even showed the contract, proving Bingshu now owned 49% of the company. After that, no one could argue. The president thought to herself that Chen Yuan was unbelievable. So young, yet he had nearly bought half the company. People whispered that they never knew Bingshu had that much money. The president raised a hand and told everyone to applaud her. Fighting back tears, Bingshu wondered if the protagonist Yuan was behind all this. She remembered him asking how she could be so sure he wouldn't choose her. Her face turned red, and her heart started racing. To her, this was proof that he really had chosen her. She gained 5 favorability points, then 5 more. That brought her to 95. At this point, she was fully on Chen Yuan's side, and he gained 35 strength points. Since he had spent 1 billion on her, he got 100 million back. Chen Yuan felt more sure than ever that spending with a plan was the smartest move. When he was just throwing money at Suol, he didn't spend that much and didn't gain much either. But now, by taking things step by step, he could invest way more and still come out ahead. Right then, his phone rang. It was Gao Ginuren. She was crying and calling herself stupid. When he asked what happened, she said the former director had paid people to smear her again. Now the whole industry was trashing her, and her reputation was crashing all over again. Chen Yuan was stunned. What kind of bastard had managed to undo his counterattack? He had already spent 200 million, and somehow they still flipped public opinion back. He told her to calm down, he would handle it. The man behind this, known as Lord Tiger or Wang Ye, was infamous for using his power in the industry to prey on women. But this new wave against her seemed to be driven by another actress, Fang Jinyuan. Chen Yuan asked if she really had that much influence, and Chen Yuan said yes, she was extremely famous, gave to charity a lot, and people trusted whatever she said. He was warned that if they wanted to bring down someone like Wang Ye, they would need to use unusual methods. And Chen Yuan asked what the plan was, and Chen Yuan gave him a card for someone who had info that could destroy Wang Ye's career. All they had to do was find that person. Later, on a busy street, Chen Yuan wondered who would even work in a place like this. As he went upstairs, he heard someone yelling that they'd get paid next month. When he got closer, he wondered why that guy was here. It was that chubby, pineapple-haired punk, cursing at a man on the floor and threatening to cut off his hand. The man in glasses, Seijin, begged for more time. He said he was finishing a movie and would make enough money to repay everything. But the chubby thug said this kid had offended Wang Ye, the so-called tiger, so there was no chance his movie would ever succeed. Seijin kept insisting the film had real potential, and this time it would work. The thug was just about to hit him when someone told him to stop. A punch landed right in his face and he dropped to the floor. He scrambled up and demanded to know who dared to do that. Chen Yuan asked if he had already forgotten him. The chubby guy instantly started crying. Remembering his father's warning never to mess with him, he hurried to apologize. He said he'd leave right away, and they took off running. Seijin, seeing that thug get scared, got excited to meet the man who did it. Chen Yuan turned to him and said he came because he needed a favor. Seijin fixed his glasses and said he had something to ask too. Then he dropped to the floor and begged the protagonist to take him in as a son, because he desperately needed help. After hearing everything, he asked if MC really wanted to destroy the Tiger King. Chen Yuan said he had no interest in being anyone's sugar daddy, but yes, he did want Wang Hu ruined. Seijin figured that with his backing, it might actually be possible. He then admitted he really did know something that could destroy Wang Hu. The protagonist Yuan asked what he wanted in return. Seijin said the price was simple: be his sugar daddy and invest in his movies. This Yuan was honestly moved by how serious the guy was about his art. So he revealed that he was starting a film company with Gao Wangyan, and Seijin could join them. If he needed money, he only had to ask. Seijin agreed at once, and said the deal was done. They were comrades now. He handed over a USB drive and called it his secret weapon. According to him, it wouldn't just shake Wang Hu, it could shake the whole entertainment world. Chen Yuan asked what kind of video was on it, and Seijin said he'd understand as soon as he watched it. The recording showed Wang Hu together with a famous actress. He said that with something like this, they could seriously threaten both of them. Seijin warned him the fallout would be huge, but Chen Yuan told him not to worry. With his support, nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, at Gao Wainan's home, she was furious because people had been attacking her non-stop for 3 days. At this point, she was even starting to think about quitting the entertainment industry. Then she got a call from the protagonist Yuan and wondered why he wanted to speak with her. When she answered, he asked if she was alone. She said yes, and he told her he was coming over. That made her blush. Why did he need to know whether she was alone before visiting? Her imagination ran wild, and she even got a nosebleed thinking he might have lost control. 10 minutes later, he was already at her door. She thought he was moving way too fast, and got nervous about what any other man might want. But when she opened the door, there was a chubby guy standing beside him, and she had no idea who he was. Embarrassed, she told Chen Yuan he was crazy for making it sound like that. He ignored the complaint and introduced Yang Jijin as a gifted director. Now she felt even more awkward. Realizing he hadn't come for anything weird, he came to help. A little later, her mind was blown by the video. Chen Yuan said this would let them turn public opinion around. While Jijin talked about launching a film project, MC was already thinking about pushing her favorability to 95 after spending $2 billion on her. The video of the actress and director was posted online, and the media ripped her apart. She was furious, demanding to know who leaked that cursed video. Then the police moved in and caught the director with another woman, which led to his arrest. The moment he saw the handcuffs, he knew he was finished. With public opinion finally shifting, Gao Guizhuanin held a press conference with the company and announced that together with director Zijin, she would launch her own film company. They had already secured $2 billion from investors to make a masterpiece. All the reporters were stunned by the amount, while Chen Yuan just smiled. Being the boss behind the scenes felt pretty good, but the guy Rui had blocked still wasn't ready to leave him alone. He called President Kiki and said he had something to tell her about the protagonist. Not long after, she was angrily questioning him, even though her so-called friend kept telling her to calm down a little. Kiki said all those claims about Chen Yuan being involved with so many women might not be true. Still, she did think it was strange that he hadn't been talking to her lately, and it was starting to bother her. Mei understood that a man like him would attract plenty of women, but he still seemed completely devoted. Then she noticed Bingshu standing nearby, looking like she was still thinking over his proposal. When Bingshu saw the president, she wondered how she knew she'd be there. The president asked why Bingshu, a graduate, was there, and why she hadn't said anything before coming. Bingshu explained that she came to see Chen Yuan, but only for business. Kiki knew very well that Bingshu used to hate him. So even if it looked like she was ready to work with him now, a car suddenly pulled up in front of the dorm. Everyone started wondering who had arrived in such an expensive ride. Rugo stepped out, and the drama started heating up. Even the girls fighting over Chen Yuan were impressed by her. Ruyu asked if anyone knew a guy named MC Yuan who lived in those dorms. Kiki immediately wondered what she wanted with him. Ruyu noticed that and asked Kiki what her relationship with Chen Yuan was. The tension between them rose fast, and Mengming tried to smooth things over. Later, the four of them met at a restaurant. To break the silence, Ruyu asked Kiki if she liked him. Kiki answered that he liked her too, so the answer didn't matter. Ruyu told her to quit dreaming. The protagonist Yuan had chased her for 5 years and even got beaten up for her in high school, so of course he liked her more. Mengmen, who had once tried to steal MC, jumped in to defend the president. She said Chen Yuan had given Kiki a mansion and a super expensive piano. Remembering the news about that piano, Robo started wondering if he really was involved with 2 women, but instead of backing down, she got mad and said she wouldn't lose to them. Then she revealed that the protagonist had bought her an entire building worth $2.6 billion. That made the president go quiet. Had everything MC told her been a lie? Then Meng Sping spoke up and said she had also received $1 billion in shares from Chen Yuan. The 4 of them were stunned. Kiki said she'd call him right away and settle it. But then she admitted he'd never actually said they were dating. Whenever people asked, he only called them close friends. Rubu said that was true for her too. Meng Sping said they had to find out if he was doing this on purpose to juggle multiple girls. Rui jumped up and said she'd deal with it. Now, Meng cut in saying a guy like him deserved 1,000 deaths, so they started planning how to take him down. They talked about how Chen kept spending money to keep them close. Now they wanted payback. Meng came up with a plan, make him spend until he's broke. That way he wouldn't have any money left to fool another girl. All 4 were fired up. They all agreed that Chen Yuan, at least on this YouTube channel, needed some help. Last time, the chapter ended right when the 4 girls got together and made a plan. Their goal was simple: burn through all of the protagonist's money so he wouldn't have anything left to spend on other women. Kiki felt a little unsure and said maybe this was going too far, but her friend insisted he had it coming. She snatched the phone from Kiki and said she'd send the message herself. A moment later, Chen Yuan got it. The message said she wanted to start her own streaming platform. That made him curious, since she was basically asking him for money. Still, he knew Kiki well enough to suspect someone was influencing her, or she had some bigger plan. Since he just bought a struggling platform, he told her their ideas matched and he'd back her up. That left the girls embarrassed. He wasn't just giving her the platform, he was also putting in $5 billion as startup money. Instead of getting mad, Kiki liked him even more, thinking he was always planning for her future. She felt touched. No matter how bad his actions looked, he always seemed to care about helping her grow. Ming urged her to accept before Chen Yuan changed his mind, but Kiki said he never does. As she sent a reply telling MC Yuan to start right away, Meng Ming was burning with jealousy because she couldn't find a man like him. Back in his room, Chen Yuan already knew Kiki wasn't the one sending those messages. The wording and tone were completely different. He guessed it was Meng Ming, which worked out great for him. He'd end up spending even more. At Ruiyu's house, her mother asked if he was cheating on her. Ruiyu said yes, since he was involved with a bunch of girls. Even if they hadn't made it official, they were already very close. Then she got a message and said the group chat was active. Her mother asked what group, and Ruchu explained it was a chat made by Chen Yuan's girls to get revenge. In the chat, Kiki said she was about to receive a streaming platform. Ruchu was furious. She wanted something even bigger than the others. Her mother told her to wake up. She thought the other girls were tricking her by pretending to work together. Then she explained that she and Ruchu's father once came from very different family backgrounds. So she understood something important. No matter how good their life looked compared to Chen Yuan, they were still poor. A man like him would attract endless women, so Ruyu had to prove she was the best choice. After all, every girl kept saying the protagonist Yuan was cruel, but none of them walked away. That meant each of them wanted him all to herself. Ruyu stood up, excited, and said that had to be the truth. Her mother warned her that this was the time to move forward without hesitation, if she wanted her future secured. Fired up, Ruyu swore she wouldn't lose Chen Yuan to the others. Meanwhile, in his room, MC got a message from Ruyu. She apologized and said she'd been blaming him for everything, which threw him off. They hadn't even fought, so why was she apologizing now? Putting that together with Kiki's message, he knew something weird was happening. Just then Chen Yuan called Ranyu, and she started shaking, asking her mother what to do. Her mother told her to answer fast and do her best. When Ranyu picked up, Yuan said he had something to tell her. He explained that he'd recently invested in a streaming platform and made a senior named Zhuao Kiki the manager. Ranyu lit up, happy he was telling her the truth. Her mother asked what he said, and Ranyu told her he'd revealed everything the girls had talked about in the group. Hearing that, her mother smiled and said Rofu should understand now. She was the most important one to him. Rofu melted, thinking Chen Yuan wasn't as bad as she believed and that he really liked her. She got emotional, realizing she'd been returning his feelings by teaming up with other women against him. Now she felt she needed to learn how to treat him better. Her mother asked why she was crying, and Royu said she knew she'd messed up and wanted to make it right. She planned to give him a surprise gift. So what kind of little gift is she planning? Chen Yuan had no clue. The next day, someone brought over the platform papers for Kiki to sign. Just like that, she became the owner of a streaming platform called Big Cat. When she saw how much debt it had, she understood why the protagonist Yuan sent 5 billion. Even so, she felt torn. No matter how much he thought about her, his personality was still a mess. But that feeling vanished when she realized he'd transferred 2 billion without hesitation, and she felt she should thank him. This girl changes moods fast. At a car show, she wanted to buy Chen Yuan a car and wondered what he'd like. She remembered he already had a Ferrari, so she thought about getting him another one. Then she spotted Royu there. They saw each other and Kiki asked if she was there to buy a car. Royu said her dad's birthday was coming up, then asked if Kiki was shopping for Chen Yuan. Clearly, she already didn't like seeing Kiki there. Trying to hide it, Kiki said she'd never buy a car for that jerk, and claimed she was shopping for her father too. Then they awkwardly called it a huge coincidence, until someone else walked over and greeted them both. It was Bingshu, and they asked why she was there. She said her father's birthday was coming up too, and she was buying a car. That made all three of them sweat. They couldn't believe the coincidence. At that point, Royu was sure this whole revenge plan against Chen Yuan had been fake from the start. Her problem was money. Zhao Kiki had 2 billion, and she didn't have that kind of cash ready, so she'd need help from outside. She called her mother and told her everything, who told her not to worry. Right away, she ordered the man at home to transfer money to Royu. He reminded her that money was being saved for the younger son's wedding. But Royu's mother told him to send it now, because keeping Chen Yuan with Royu mattered more. So Royu received 60 million from her family. She got emotional, realizing that now her family was truly backing her. With that, she believed she could beat Zhao Kiki. Elsewhere at the show, Hoshin told Chen Yuan he'd take him to the VIP area, where there were plenty of expensive things besides cars. MC was loving it, saying the show was incredible. Then he suddenly wondered why Royu and Zhao Kiki were together. They were talking right in front of him, and even Bingshu showed up with water. Right then, he started wondering if they'd form some kind of alliance. Bingshu sensed something and turned around, but only saw Hoshin, which felt odd. Chen Yuan had hidden behind him. He knew this would blow up sooner or later. He just didn't expect it this soon. Now he was sure they all knew what he was doing. The good news was that none of them had left him. Then he smirked. Since all of them had favorability over 95, this might be his chance to turn things around. Putting on a confident front, he told Hoshin he wanted the most expensive cars there. Hoshin told him not to worry. They had everything he could want. A Pagani Zonda, a Lamborghini Arconian, and a Bugatti Veyron. Chen Yuan instantly said he wanted all three and asked for the price. Hoshin looked awkward and asked why he needed every one of them. His plan was to use those 3 cars to test how strong this so-called alliance really was. Hoshin hesitated and said selling all 3 might be hard. Chen Yuan said money wasn't an issue, but Hoshin explained they were already reserved by someone else. The protagonist Yuan asked who, and Hoshin told him to look. The oldest son of the richest family. Mr. Lin had reserved those 2 cars last year and given them to his sister. MC Yuan knew how powerful that family was, and Hoshin suggested looking at other options. Then Mr. Lin walked over to Ruyu. He introduced himself as Lin and asked for her contact information, saying she reminded him of a friend he had lost, someone he deeply regretted losing. At that moment, Ruai noticed Chen Yuan nearby, but when she saw the look on his face, she wondered why he seemed so angry. She had no plan to give this guy her number, so why was he acting like that? That made her mad. He played with her feelings, then looked at her like he had the right, so she gave Mr. Lin her number. The second she looked back, Chen Yuan was gone. She didn't know if she'd done the right thing, but it still made her feel awful. As they walked around the event, Hoshin asked if he knew that girl. The protagonist Yuan said he used to know her a long time ago, but not anymore. Then he told Hashin he'd pay way more than Mr. Lin for those cars and asked if 1 billion would do. With a smile, he said he didn't mean to mess with Hashin's business. Hashin just grinned and thought Mr. Lin was an idiot. When someone says 1 billion, anything becomes possible. That was 800 million more than normal, all because the two men were clashing, and Hashin loved it. Mr. Lin might be important, but not more important than 800 million in profit. The card went through, and Chen Yuan got his confidence back. Hashin asked if he wanted anything else, and MC said he wanted to set something up for the exhibition. Meanwhile, Rubu is still looking for him. A few men suddenly brought a piano into the middle of the event. People were confused since this kind of thing almost never happened. Then Chen Yuan sat down and started to play. Rubu had never heard the song before, and she kept wondering what it was. The melody was full of sadness, and before long she started crying. Everyone there was moved, saying it felt like missing someone far away. Kiki noticed Chen Yuan didn't look happy, and Bingshore wondered if Rui was the reason. Rui herself started to realize his music carried real disappointment. When Chen Yuan finished, he stood and said that if you love someone, you let them choose for themselves, even if that means getting hurt. Then he walked off, saying Rui was free now. She burst into tears, said she was wrong, and begged him not to leave her. She tried to chase after him, but Hashin stopped her. He asked if she was Rojo, and she said yes. Then he handed her papers and said Chen Yuan had left her a Lamborghini Arconian. She just stood there shaking, unable to understand it. Hashin explained that the protagonist Yuan had bought the car for her right away. It was obvious he cared about her deeply and gave without holding back. That only made her break down more, wondering what she had done. Out of selfishness, she had ruined all his trust. Left behind at the event, the other two girls came over and tried to comfort her. Then Hashin returned and told them they had each received multi-million-dollar cars too. The three of them looked at each other, all thinking about Chen Yuan. Bingsu said it looked like MC Yuan already knew everything. Kiki agreed. He knew but never tried to control what they chose. In the end, he only tried to hold their relationships together, and even if he could be a jerk, he still cared about them. Getting emotional, Kiki said he gave everything and expected nothing back. Bingsu added that no matter what, they could always count on him. Ryu said she felt disgusting for trying to fool him just for money. Because of that, he gained another favorability point. With all three girls reaching 99, on the taxi ride home, he was excited. That 1 billion had pushed all three of them close to 100, and he wanted to see what happened at the max score. Later at the university, Ryu apologized again, but he told her he wanted some time alone. Chen Yuan wasn't dumb. If he kept spoiling her, she'd only get worse. While he was walking, someone called out, asking if it was really him. It was Shotong, someone he hadn't seen in a while. He thought she seemed a little different today. She grabbed his arm and pulled him along, saying she had something to show him. When he asked what it was, she just smiled and said it was a secret. He already suspected she probably wanted another designer bag, same as always, but he was still curious about what she was up to this time. Once they got to the apartment, he asked what she was doing, and she told him to be patient. She opened the door and showed him a bunch of portraits of Chen Yuan. They were all over the walls, and he awkwardly asked if she made them herself. She said yes, the place felt too empty, so she painted him. He asked if that was the surprise, but she said not yet. Then she told him the real gift was the house itself. He was stunned, and asked if she really meant to give him the whole place. She said yes. After the money he gave her, her father quit gambling and started rebuilding their family. Since then, his business had only gotten better. Watching her father change made her look at herself too. She admitted she used to care too much about money, and now she understood why Chen Yuan didn't like that side of her. She said she would become someone worthy of him and win him back. He was completely confused. As far as he knew, she only cared about expensive things. He said the house was too much, but she reminded him he'd already given her 5 million. This house was only worth 3.5 million, so she said she still owed him plenty. She had even done the math. Then she handed him the key and said this might not mean much to him, but it was the best way she knew to repay him. Chen Yuan finally understood why she hadn't contacted him lately. Out of all the girls he's helped, her family is the poorest, but even so, she had taken the least from him. Chen Yuan smiled, saying this was the kind of woman he respected. He accepted the gift, and right after that, one of his friends called and invited him to dinner. When they arrived, the guys were shocked that he had brought the legendary Xiao Tong. He apologized for being late and introduced her to the group. The friends introduced themselves too. The guy with glasses was Lao Kao, the one in white was Lao Shang, and the chubby one was Lao Hao. Shen Yuan also tried to introduce Xiao Tong, but they cut him off and said everyone already knew who she was. Then the guy with glasses asked the big question, what exactly was going on between them? Both of them got a little awkward, and the others were shocked he actually said it out loud. Xiao Tong admitted she wasn't fully sure what their relationship was. She was the one chasing Chen Yuan, but he still hadn't said yes. She even offered him a warm place to stay every night, a house, and still hadn't had much luck. One friend said not even a wild story would come up with something like that. Just then a cup dropped nearby. It was Bing Shu, hiding so she wouldn't be noticed. She couldn't believe this woman had given Chen Yuan a house when she herself had never done anything close. At this rate, his opinion of her would only get worse, while this new girl might pass all of them. She quickly opened the group chat and told the others that a girl named Shou Tong had given the protagonist Yuan a house. She sent the restaurant location too, and Ryu said she was on her way. After they finished eating, the group asked for the bill, but Shou Tong said she wanted to pay for everything since it was their first meal together. Chen Yuan thanked her but told her he'd already taken care of it. She thanked him too, then said she had to get back to work at the internet cafe and would see him later. MC Yuan found himself liking her more. She kept surprising him but never in an annoying way. Meanwhile, Bingshu was thinking this girl was dangerous. In her mind, Shou Tong was at least an S-rank rival. His friends crowded around Chen Yuan and asked when he got this crazy level of charm. He said he could teach them, but only if they were serious about learning. One friend laughed, then said he really thought Shou Tong was different, and now that he'd met her, he just hoped he wouldn't hurt her. The protagonist Yuan told him not to worry, because when it came to love, he always gave it everything. As they were leaving, they ran into Yang. He passed by Chen Yuan and got excited. This was the same guy who had been feeding information about him to the girls, and he still seemed clueless. Then a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the restaurant, and Yang couldn't believe it was real. The window came down, and Ruo Yu stepped out looking upset, but idiot Yang was instantly love-struck. She walked straight to Chen Yuan, and he thought she was about to scold him. Instead, she threw her arms around him, crying and apologizing, saying she'd handled everything wrong. She told him she deleted that man's number, and never wanted to see him again. She only wanted his forgiveness. Watching her pull out such a strong move, the guys were stunned by her skill. Yang was furious. He'd been talking trash about Chen Yuan behind his back, and now she was still chasing after him. MC told her not to worry because she hadn't done anything wrong. They weren't really together, and he had no right to interfere with who she spent time with. She said she didn't want him to get the wrong idea and that she'd picked out a gift for him. Besides the cars he bought, this Rolls-Royce was the most expensive thing at the event, and she hoped he'd accept it. She was really going all out for him. Yang was boiling with anger, while Chen Yuan realized she'd been learning, but he looked at her and said it was too late. He said he didn't believe in love anymore. Still, he'd accept the car so she wouldn't be embarrassed. Then he invited Bingshu along for a ride. Bingshu said it felt wrong to ride in a car Ruby had given him. Chen Yuan answered that once a gift was given, it was his, and told her to get in. Then they drove off, leaving Ru behind. Yang told her to face reality because he was only playing with her. But she shot back that Chen Yuan had already done so much for her. Yang kept arguing that it was all because of her father, but she told him to stop. If letting the protagonist play with her was the price, she'd accept it. She believed MC Yuan was doing this on purpose to upset her, and to her that only proved he still hadn't forgotten what they had. In the car, Bingshu asked why he was treating Ruby like that. He said she still hadn't become the person he hoped for, and in the end, he was disappointed. Then he added that maybe the mistake was his, not hers. Bingshu said he still seemed to care, and asked if Ruby was his first love. Chen Yuan laughed and said a guy as ugly as him didn't get to have a first love. She laughed too, and he got a little embarrassed. Then she said she had a question and wanted an honest answer. He told her to ask, and she wanted to know why he gave away 1 billion in koi fish shares. Chen Yuan asked if she wanted the truth or a lie. She told him to be honest, and he said he didn't have feelings for her and only did it as a favor. She said that made no sense, and asked what he got out of it. He said there was something he wanted her to do. She looked confused, and he hit the gas. Then he claimed he'd gotten a system with 90 trillion, but could only spend it to impress girls. She told him to stop reading manhwa and tell the real story. So he changed his answer and said he spent the money because she was beautiful, and he wanted to sleep with her. That made her blush, but deep down she thought that if it was Chen Yuan, she wouldn't mind. He was confused. This woman had changed a lot. It felt like she had a totally different side to her. The protagonist dropped Bingshu off at her place, then headed out. Standing there alone, she started thinking. Nothing physical had happened, and that felt strange. If he really just wanted to make a move on her, he would have done it by now. So she knew his real goal had to be something more. Then her phone rang. It was Ruby, asking what was going on. Ruby wanted to know what Chen had said about her, and whether he had shared anything important. Bingshu said she did ask, but he clearly didn't want to talk, so she let it go. What really confused her was the shares. When she asked why he gave her 1 billion worth, he said he wanted to sleep with her, but she didn't buy that. No way that was worth so much. Even she felt like she was underselling herself. Ruby said Chen had told her something like that too, but the return never matched how much he spent. She started wondering if he was working towards some huge plan. First, he became famous on the streaming platform as Mr. Yuan. Then he invested in the Chow family, and after that in the Koi company. Her father's company, Shirin's father's company, and even her own business were all doing great. Bingshu agreed, saying his money helped them build AI apps and their profits had jumped. Ruby said his whole playboy reputation might just be a cover for what he's really doing in business. To her, Chen was smart, mysterious, and impossible to fully read. Maybe his real plan was to rule the world. Right then, she got a message from Kiki, asking to rent a floor for the new platform. That made Ruyu stop and think. Chen was building another big company all over again. When she got to Kiki's mansion, Meng was excited and said all they needed now was to start hiring. Kiki agreed, and said Meng would be their first recruit as an executive planner. The problem was finding girls to stream live. Meng told Kiki to check her own contacts, since she used to stream too. Kiki said she knew someone who had been running a company but got pushed out after offending the wrong person. At a cafe somewhere else in the city, a woman splashed water in a man's face. He snapped that she wasn't the same anymore and he was sick of her attitude. It was Shen Shui, the girl from Shark Live. She yelled that he had been living off her money and now he wanted to leave her. He said he was still young, wanted to break up, and that anything she could give him, he could get from plenty of other women. Then he walked away, casually saying he had already paid the bill. People nearby started whispering that she was an older woman chasing younger guys. Shen Shui was furious, saying all men were the same and even if it took 60 years, she'd make him pay. Just then, Kiki called, and Shen Shui wondered why she was reaching out. Kiki invited her to join a new business. Meanwhile, Chen was asleep in his room when he heard something at the door. He thought a thief might be sneaking in, so he grabbed a vase, ready to swing. Someone walked in holding a jug, and just as he was about to strike, he realized it was Shu Tong and stopped. He asked what she was doing there, and pointed out that she hadn't even called out first. She apologized and said she didn't expect him to move in so fast. But inside, she was freaking out over how amazing his body looked, especially those abs. With a grin, he teased that she had already seen him shirtless, but he still hadn't seen anything from her. She opened the door wider and said if he really wanted that, all he had to do was ask. Chen thought she was bluffing, and figured she wouldn't actually dare. But then her hand moved to her shirt, and she told him to get ready. That made him back off, joking that it didn't need to go that far. She stuck out her tongue and said, "You never know when people are playing with fire." Then she brought up the breakfast she made and set everything on the table. Chen hugged her and asked why she brought breakfast if she supposedly didn't know he was living there. Holding her by the neck, he said she wasn't being honest. She told him not to get stuck on small details, especially after she worked so hard to prepare everything. He noticed the buns she made and said they looked really good. She proudly said she could do more than just make dumplings. She could cook for him every single day. That got him excited, and he said waking up to a good breakfast every day would be perfect. Once he sat down, he asked if she wanted to be his personal assistant and even get paid for it. She told him to stop being so serious because she'd do it for free every day. Chen was starting to feel touched. Even all the practice he'd had with the system wasn't helping much. It also didn't help that her food tasted great. Now he finally understood why she used to be called the Heartbreaker. Then he suddenly got a call from Gao Xuanyuan. She was asking him for help again. He told her to stop dragging it out and just say what she needed. She explained that the company wanted to start filming the new movie, but the city studio wasn't cooperating. Chen told her to get to the point, but she kept going on about the director and the TV side of things. In the end, he said he'd help right away. He told her he'd send over a few billion so she could start her own TV company. He also said he'd come visit in a few days and just wanted regular updates. Gao Xuanyuan couldn't understand how he could throw around that much money so easily. Still, Chen didn't care about that and was more focused on thanking Shu Tong for breakfast. Then he said maybe it would be better if he moved out. She was shocked and asked why, worried she had done something wrong. He explained that if she kept coming in without knocking, things could get awkward. Then he asked her for a spare key. She agreed and handed one over. But this sneaky girl had more than one copy. Chen turned back and said he knew she still had other keys, and if she didn't respect his privacy, he'd leave. He said goodbye and reminded her that she understood how people feel. As he left, he decided he needed to keep things under better control this time. Outside, his friend from earlier said he had finally made it. But then Zhu Jiaoyu walked up beside him, looking upset because she wanted to talk to Wenji about something personal. She was weirdly cheerful again, insisting they should dress nice and go eat somewhere amazing. But when they got there, it was just a small corner restaurant. Wenji thanked MC, saying he actually liked places like this, and MC agreed, saying they felt more relaxed. He said the same to Zhu Jiaoyu, and she quickly acted grateful too. Still, she started wondering if he was really just some poor guy pretending to be rich. While they were eating, a TV station was about to make an announcement. It was Gao Xuanyuan on screen, saying she had news for the public. Chen figured she just couldn't resist getting on TV to say it. Then she revealed that a man named the protagonist had invested in the TV company they were about to launch. Wenji looked at him and asked if she meant him. At that point, Xiaoyu was sure this guy was way richer than she first thought. Chen was annoyed. He didn't want people finding out everything he was doing. When Wenji asked for Gao Xuanyuan's autograph, MC said he'd get it for him someday. As soon as his friend started talking about money, he shoved food into his mouth and told him to shut up. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan decided Wenji might be her path to getting rich. If she stayed close to him, then anything Chen gave Wenji might benefit her too. So she leaned against him and said he was a grown man now and needed to learn how to take care of himself. At the company the girls were building, they saw Gao Xuanyuan's announcement. Kiki said that kind of investment sounded normal for the protagonist. The girls started talking about how many industries he was involved in, way more than they thought. Ruju said that even for Chen, this had to be something he had planned for years. Bingshu agreed. His moves might look random, but there was always something deeper behind them. Ruju went back through everything he had done, trying to figure out his real goal. In the end, she still had no clue. Meng suggested Kiki tell everyone that Chen was also an investor in their company, since that would pull more people in. She knew having a billionaire backer would totally change how the public saw the company, and would bring in a lot of sponsors. Ruju started thinking this must be part of his plan too. The more they talked, the more intimidating MC seemed. Just then Shui walked over and asked what they were talking about. Kiki said they were discussing Gao Xuanyuan, and the investor known as Mr. Yuan. Shui froze a little and asked who Mr. Yuan was. Meng explained that Mr. Yuan was Chen, someone everyone there knew, and that he was also investing in their company. That made Shui start shaking as she asked if she could quit. Kiki told her to think it through because they really needed her help, but Shui said it was because of Mr. Yuan. She admitted her company went bankrupt after she offended him once, and if he found out she was there, it could ruin everything they were building. Kiki paused, remembering how easygoing Chen usually seemed, and thought that probably wouldn't happen. She said she would talk to him herself, so Shui didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Wenji and Xiaoyu were leaving. Then he got a call from Kiki and asked what she needed. He figured she was calling about the billions he had just invested in the actress. Instead, Kiki asked about Shui and whether he had anything to do with her company collapsing. He acted like he didn't know, until she reminded him that Shui was the woman from the streaming company he helped crush. Then he said he remembered and explained that she had been arrogant, so he had to teach her a lesson. She had even been using his name to fool people. Kiki said Shui had learned her lesson and asked if he would accept an apology. Chen said that was fine, thinking that if she really meant it, he had no reason to be harsh. Over the phone, Shui apologized and said she'd work hard and try to be a good employee for him. The protagonist simply said it was fine, and the issue was over. That instantly relieved Shui, and Kiki said Shen really was a good person. Meanwhile, MC thought someone with her experience would be useful for helping Kiki run the company. Still, some people were bad at reading the room, so he'd need to give them some guidance. Later, reporters asked Gao Chuanyuan where the new studio would be built. She said that decision belonged to one person, then called him. He picked up annoyed, saying he wanted to stay out of the spotlight, but now everybody knew his name. Gao Chuanyuan thought that made no sense. After he had already spent millions on that piano, Chen said there was no point arguing about it now. Still, he wanted her help with one thing. That immediately made her curious, and her mind started racing. Then she turned back to the reporters and said she had to take a call from the investor. Of course, everyone wanted to know what they talked about. Soon after, she revealed that Chen was bringing Big Cat streaming back. She added that the new TV station would be a key partner tied directly to that platform. That news spread fast through the industry. At other companies, streamers already knew how generous Mr. Yuan was, so many started thinking a move to his company might be a great deal. The owner of Shark Platform was already starting to panic. Right then, an employee rushed in and said a lot of streamers were quitting. The boss was stunned and said this was happening even faster than he expected. Back at Ryu's company, Kiki said she knew it. This had been part of Chen's plan all along. Ryu answered that she had only guessed and didn't think she'd actually be right. In the end, they all agreed the protagonist was the city's business monster. Meng even joked that all his flirting might just be part of his investment plan. Ryu said if that were true, then they were nothing more than business partners. The others started thinking the same way, saying that maybe they were all just working for Chen in the end. That thought made everyone feel down. Now they were left wondering whether MC loved any of them at all. If you're enjoying the story, leave a like on this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. Anyway, the last chapter ended with the three girls wondering whether Chen loved them or not. Ryu glanced to the side, knowing they were probably all thinking the same thing. Not wanting to drag it out, she admitted she had no idea who he really liked. Maybe he liked all of them, or maybe none. But no matter what he chose, she said she'd stay by his side with that calm, sleepy look of hers. The other three exchanged quiet looks until someone clapped and told them to drop the subject. It was Lai Yang. She said women like them needed to focus on their careers first because that's how people would truly respect them. The four of them ended up believing that if they became more capable, Chen would naturally want to be closer to them. While Shoutong was working, a man walked in, introduced himself as Lin and asked for a package. She politely handed it over. Then the friend beside her suddenly shouted that Gao Xuanyuan had received over 100 billion in investment. Shukong said that had to be fake, since Gao Xuanyuan had just been caught up in scandals, but her friend insisted a mysterious rich man was backing her. The moment Shukong heard the name Chen, she nicked her finger. Her friend kept talking, saying he had also invested in TV and even bought a whole streaming platform. A man nearby added that he'd heard this entrepreneur was already famous across the city. Shukong felt crushed all over again, thinking that jerk had spent a fortune on another woman. She dropped to the floor saying she had really messed up. At a financial center in Shanghai, someone threw something at Gao Xuanyuan's photo and cursed Chen again. A man with glasses asked if that bastard was trying to oppose him. He had been the one targeting Gao Xuanyuan's business, but now his plan was falling apart. His secretary told him not to worry because people had already been sent to investigate the protagonist. Staring at Gao Xuanyuan's portrait, he said she would learn her lesson. Then he spread his arms and declared that sooner or later, everything he wanted would be his. Sometime later, the secretary reported back that she had asked around, but no one knew anything about Chen's family. Jaimu was confused and said it was strange that nobody knew where the boy's money came from. She stepped closer and told him not to stress over it, because MC was probably nothing special. Jaimu shot that down at once, saying that kind of thinking was naive. On the other hand, he still trusted his family's power in the film and TV world, so he wasn't too worried. To him, this meant Chen was openly challenging him, so their real concern should be the properties they controlled in the city. The secretary said she would dig deeper into his background and figure out what kind of person he really was. Later, someone brought soup to the protagonist. It was Shu Tate, spoiling him while he sat there gaming. Seeing him like that, she told him he was amazing. Chen looked over and asked if she wasn't bored taking care of him while he'd done nothing but play games for 3 straight days. She had been cooking, cleaning, and even doing the laundry. He thought even his own mom had never taken care of him this much. Shout said he could do whatever he wanted. She had no problem with it. But Chen asked if she didn't think he had no drive. She answered that he had climbed a lot in the game rankings, and that was impressive. That left him a little embarrassed, since being pampered over game rankings felt pretty shameful. When he stood up, she asked where he was going and whether she could come too. MC said it wasn't convenient because this was business. Shu simply told him that was fine, and asked him to be careful. In her mind, the most important thing was giving a man enough space. Her plan was to slowly make Chen get used to having her around until he started missing her. That way she could beat all her rivals. At an event, the women there talked about how the CEO would be visiting today. Gao Juanying had clearly dressed up to welcome him. Suddenly her face twisted into a goofy expression, all because she got excited when Chen arrived. As she walked up, he joked that someone as famous as her didn't need to come down just to greet him. She replied that he was the main investor, so it was only proper. Deep down, she thought the protagonist had been getting more attractive lately, and she felt unusually safe around him. Then the men around them all bowed and said they hoped to learn from him. Chen said all that really wasn't necessary, though the grin on his face told a different story. Gao Juanying said she'd keep it lower key next time, while thinking this shameless guy was clearly enjoying every second of it. After that, they moved into a meeting to discuss plans for the broadcasting company. One man said the top priority was choosing a strong location for headquarters, and the city center would be ideal. Gao Juanying answered that a large space there would cost too much, so maybe a farther city would work better. When Yang spoke, he said he'd rather have a place near lots of greenery, since that would help with filming. Then all three turned and asked what Chen thought. He made a weird face and asked if his opinion even mattered. Zhao Jianying said yes. Pretty much everyone there was working for him anyway. MC said he'd give his view, but none of their options looked right. He went to the map, drew a huge circle, and said the best place was there. One man quickly pointed out that the area was too remote and didn't even have an airport, which would make development very hard. Chen replied that he had the perfect plan and a huge vision for the place. The others admitted they didn't understand the plan, but figured an investor like him must know what he was doing. In truth, he wasn't trying to succeed at all. He only wanted to invest there because it was his hometown, and he believed the place could never really grow. On top of that, he wanted to burn through even more money, and if everything kept succeeding, how was he supposed to do that? So he sat down, and just like that, the decision to pour in billions was made. As people walked out, they whispered that they thought this meeting was about millions, not 100 billion. To them, that CEO was either a genius or some impossible monster. Meanwhile, Chen was already thinking they'd need way more money to develop that area, which meant he would get to invest even more. Then he suddenly got a video call from Xia Yuqi. At first she seemed ready to do something daring, but instead she just brought up a meeting to recruit people for the company. Noticing he was outside, she looked confused and asked if he hadn't forgotten his responsibilities. Chen said he'd never forget something like that, and was only outside because he needed better signal. The real problem now was finding a place to hold the meeting. She began explaining that after the conference, several investors had shown interest, but things still weren't easy. They had to decide how revenue would be split with the streamers. The normal split was 50-50. Some other platforms used a 30-70 split to squeeze the streamers, but she wanted to offer 60-40. The problem was that the managers said a 60-40 split would make it hard to operate. Yang added that they would lose a lot of money if they went with 60-40. Chen made a terrible face and asked what kind of business was supposed to make money by losing money like that. Yang explained that the cat company was already under a lot of pressure, and this would only make things worse. Staring at the phone, the protagonist said handling these kinds of problems was really hard, even though deep down he obviously loved the idea of losing money here. Then he said the platform had to stand for fairness and couldn't treat women like that. Everyone on the call looked confused by where this was going. Chen proudly said his dream was to build a platform that truly supported female streamers. By paying them more, they could grab the market fast. That would create a whole new standard for the industry. He declared that this was his decision, and he didn't care who disagreed. The meeting went completely silent. Then Xia Yuqi got a message on her phone. Another transfer from Chen, this time for 5 billion. Keeping a straight business tone, she said the money had arrived way too fast. Meanwhile, MC was thrilled because the worse the company did, the more money they would need from him. One man in the meeting asked why she looked so shocked. She brushed it off and said it was nothing serious. Mr. Yuan had just sent 5 billion. Everyone froze at how casually she said it. The mustached man thought that with a sharp girl like her running things, the company would grow easily. Lei Sheng, meanwhile, could only think what a shame it was that she hadn't known sooner how important Chen really was. and luckily for her, he didn't seem like the type to stay interested in just one person. Meanwhile, Kiki thinks he's a real genius with a huge plan for the city. The only odd part is that the money went to her personal account instead of the company's. She takes that as proof he wants her to have full control. That thought hits her hard. He really was careful and considerate with her. Right then, he remembers the transfer was supposed to go to the company account. But before he can fix it, she messages him, calls him husband, and thanks him. That instantly cheers him up. Maybe this mistake was worth it. Now that he's building up a whole group of companies, wasting money should get easier. And when all those investments start going bad, they'll rely on him even more, which means even bigger returns for him. That long-awaited 100 favorability points finally feels close. Then she tells everyone she got another 5 billion, and they'll use it to carry out Mr. Yuan's plan. She also announces a raise for the staff. On top of that, bonuses are coming too. Then she asks if they're ready to turn this into the best company around. The whole room shouts back that they absolutely are. Shayuchiki is fully determined to earn Chen Yuan as much profit as possible. That night, our guy gets home and notices someone's missing. Lyle is gone. He spots a note on the table and reads it. She says she had to go handle something back home, so he'll need to make his own dinner. Just for tonight. He figures she's playing hard to get, so he'll miss her. To him, this is all part of her taking care of him in her own way. Now she stepped back on purpose, hoping he'll feel her absence. The worst part is, even knowing that, he still feels down without her there. He already misses how calm life feels when she's around. Then he suddenly wonders how his parents are doing, so he heads back by train. Then he switches to a bus. His parents really do live far away. By the time he gets there, he's exhausted. Maybe the trip is long, or maybe he's just gotten used to an easy life. Either way, he knows he can't show up flashing money, or his parents might think he got it from somewhere shady. Just then, someone in a car calls out to Chen Yuan. He recognizes the driver as an old-school friend, Zheng Biao. Zheng Biao walks over and asks what he's been doing lately. He shrugs it off and says he's just been studying. Zheng Biao tells him to get in and says he'll show him the world a little. Zheng Biao comments on how impressive the Mercedes is. Smiling, Zheng Biao tells him to call him brother and brags that he's making big money selling stuff through streaming platforms. The protagonist Yuan says that's amazing, and Zheng Biao boasts that he always told his dad he'd be the best in town. On the road, they spot a girl and both of them notice her right away. MC Yuan just watches quietly. Then he remembers her name, Wang Mengmeng. Apparently there's another Mengmeng in this story too. Zheng Biao comments that Wang's daughter has gotten so pretty she even beats the girls from the big city. Then he pulls over in front of her. She greets Chen Yuan at once and says he looks taller and more handsome than before. Looking at her, he thinks she's changed a lot. Compared to the city girls, she feels much more innocent. He lightly pats her head and says she's grown up. She pouts and says she's not a little kid anymore, she's finished school, so he should stop doing that. Then Zheng Biao gets out too, saying she's gotten even prettier and they should enjoy life. She shuts him down right away, saying he's too chubby for her. Still grinning, he says he can always lose weight. She fires back that 22 is already too old for her. And just like that, the shameless sucking up begins. Her looks score is a 9.5, which catches Chen Yuan off guard. The problem is her favorability is already at 30. The system says he can't counterattack someone who already likes him that much. Yuan is still stunned by that 9.5 score. He guesses it's because all her beauty is natural. Still, that favorability is too high, so he has to do something about it. He sides with his friend and says she should show the chubby guy some respect, or she'll stay a village girl forever. He even suggests she forget school and grab this chance with him. That makes her favorability drop by 10 points right away. The chubby guy smiles and says Chen Yuan really knows how to say what's on his mind. Inside though, he's mocking him after all those years studying in the big city. The protagonist still ends up beneath him here. Suddenly she starts crying and says he never used to be like this. Her favorability keeps falling, and just like that, the bootlicker route is set. She runs off saying she never thought he would change this much. Chen Yuan apologizes to himself. 9.5 really is hard to ignore. When he gets back home, he calls out for his parents. He knocks for a while but nobody answers, which leaves him confused. Then someone from across the street calls over saying they need to tell him something. Puzzled, he asks Uncle Lu what's going on. The man says Chen Yuan has been away a long time, and a lot has happened in that house. MC jokes, asking if the village is getting torn down. Uncle Lu says he's been reading too many stories and starts explaining. The truth is, his father ran off with Mengmeng's mother, and his own mother went back to stay with relatives. Uncle Lu says his father had always loved Mengmeng's mother. Back then, everyone thought they were the perfect young couple, but her family looked down on him for being poor, so they split up. Later, when Mengmeng was born, people started saying she didn't look like her supposed father at all. That led to DNA testing. The aunt explains that Chen Yuan's father was about to be exposed as Mengmeng's real dad, so the two of them ran away. Stunned, he asks if that means Mengmeng is his sister. She says there's a very good chance. A chill runs through him. Did the system really connect him with his own sister? He slaps himself and says this is messed up. The woman tells him to calm down. It isn't his fault. But Chen Yuan walks off in a daze, saying he has something he needs to handle. The aunt watches him go and thinks the boy's strong morals are only going to make life harder for him. Now he's got one clear goal: keep that idiot Zheng Biao away from his sister. At home, Meng is still wondering why he changed so much. She's scared that if she goes to the big city, she'll end up the same way. Nearby, someone is smashing things around and yelling, asking where they went. It's Meng's father, raging that today is the worst day of his life. She asks why he's drinking this much so early. He doesn't answer, just grips the bottle. Then he slaps her and screams that he's not her father. As he draws back for another wild punch, a voice cuts in and tells him to stop. When Chen Yuan steps in, the man mistakes him for his father. One look is enough for the protagonist Yuan to realize the guy is completely drunk. Then the man grabs his scythe and lunges at him. He shouts that he's going to kill him. From the ground, Meng yells for Chen Yuan to be careful, but the man keeps charging, screaming that he'll send him to hell. MC stays calm. He was ready for this. He catches the man's wrist and crushes it. A second later, the man is pinned to the ground. Even then, he keeps yelling that he better let go or he'll kill him. Chen Yuan leans in and says the man is too old to keep confusing him with his father. The man roars back that if he's the protagonist, then he's just as disgraceful as that worthless father of his. MC Yuan hesitates for a moment, unsure how to deal with someone this far gone. Then he tells Meng to go inside and bring back a rope. He also tells the crowd to stop filming and quit posting this online. People are amazed by how calm he is, saying he moves like an action star. Once things settle a little, Chen Yuan tells Meng's father he wants to apologize for what his own father did. The man curses him out for barging into his house, tying him up, and then talking about apologies. He tells him revenge won't fix anything, and asks if there's some kind of compensation he'd accept. The man gives a bitter smile and says if the protagonist really means it, he should castrate himself and end his father's bloodline. Chen Yuan points out that wouldn't actually end it. The man pauses and looks aside. Then it hits him, his daughter would still carry that bloodline forward. So Meng Yuan asks if money would change his mind. The man says money can't give him back his 10-year-old daughter, and he doubts he could ever come up with $1 billion. The protagonist Yuan answers that he'll pay $1 billion if the man can let go of his hatred. The man calls him a liar, because someone like him couldn't possibly have that kind of money. But after seeing the amount on the phone and counting the digits, he realizes Chen Yuan really does have $1 billion, and that makes him stop and think. With money like that, he could start over and build a new family. At that point, holding on to old hatred starts to feel pointless. This was a chance to change everything. So he asks if Chen Yuan is truly willing to hand over $1 billion. MC says he'll transfer it to Meng first, then she can give it to him, bit by bit over the next 10 years. The man clearly doesn't like that, but he says it's the only way he can trust him. Even the protagonist Yuan feels shaken that this is what it took to settle things. Meng is crushed by everything she's heard. In one blow, she learns the man who raised her isn't her real father, and that Chen Yuan is actually her brother. Seeing him help her with the money makes her favorability rise. Not by a little either. It keeps climbing. Meng notices the system acts differently with her and wonders if it's because they're family. Her father watches closely as the full transfer hits her account. After that, Chen Yuan calls out to him. He says the transfer is done, so there's no reason to keep fighting. The girl who was ready to drag him to court now says she's scared and wants to stay at his place tonight. The scene cuts to someone saying they found information on Mr. Yuan. It's the same secretary from before, but she says there's something odd about it. It seems to be connected to his mother, from 20 years ago. The man tells her to keep going. She says an old record shows his mother couldn't have children, so Chen won't be in trouble for that. He's not actually her brother. The man finds it interesting that the woman calling herself his mother isn't his real mother. The secretary confirms that's what the files say. Out of nowhere, he slaps her and says this was a waste of time. He wants to know where the money came from, not hear family drama. Shaken, she says she'll try to contact him. He grabs her and warns that she better fix this, because without the Lin family, she's worthless. Then he sends her off and tells her to stay in touch. The scene shifts to Chen's house. Someone is in the shower. He says he found some of his mother's clothes for her to wear after, and she thanks him, calling him Big Brother. To herself, she admits this whole mess is hard to understand. At least she gained an older brother, but she still wonders where all his money comes from. She remembers his family used to sell fruit, so maybe he's mixed up in something shady. Even so, she decides that if he's doing something wrong, she'll help him get through it. Meanwhile, Chen sits on the couch, upset that his parents left him to deal with all this. Meng, who apparently isn't his sister, comes out and says she's done. While drying her hair, she hears the protagonist tell her to stay in that room. He'll sleep in his own room, and if anything happens, she can call him. Then she grabs her shirt nervously. She says she's really scared, and asks him not to stay too far away. He sighs and says it's fine. Chen figures they're close enough that sharing a room shouldn't be a big deal. He lies down, oddly calm, thinking about the kind of stories he usually only reads about. He'd always wanted a little sister he could look after. The next day, a train arrives in the city. Gao Shuang and her whole company team have come to inspect the site. Her first thought is that the place looks old and abandoned. A man welcomes her to Shaymen and says he'll show her around. She thanks him and agrees to follow his lead. As she starts meeting the locals, work begins and machines start building the project. The man tells her the team has already checked the whole area. Meanwhile, a harmless-looking guy off to the side quietly takes photos. Someone gets a message saying this region has been chosen so the plan can begin. It turns out to be the father of the pineapple-headed guy from the start of the story. He thanks them for the work and says he'll send the money. Then he orders them to buy up everything for sale in that city and later sell it to Chen for a profit. His assistant adjusts his glasses and calls it a brilliant plan. The man says he won't fight MC directly, he'll just make a fortune off him. After that, the assistant passes the order along so people can start buying land there. Others involved in the scheme get the same message. Meanwhile, someone picks up a pineapple from the ground. It's Chen, wondering why his parents ran off and left everything behind. Then his phone rings. It's Gao Shuang, telling him that prices in the area are suddenly going up. He smiles and says that means they'll just have to spend more money. Confused, she asks why he sounds happy about that. He coughs and says he only means this problem is easier to solve than she thinks. The assistant asks if he wants to make another transfer, and Chen says yes. But he's told that since he's directly tied to the project, he can't move money like that anymore. He realizes he's stuck. She exposed his role publicly, and now any transfer would benefit him, so he decides to send the money to Gao Shuang instead. The assistant stops him again, saying that would count as money laundering, since it would still help his own project. Chen is left frustrated, realizing he can't help her that way. Then he thinks of another idea, transfer the money to Meng and let her handle the buying. Right then she walks over and asks if he was talking to his girlfriend. The protagonist honestly says it was Gao Shuang, who wants to be his girlfriend, though he hasn't decided what to do. She calls him a liar. Gao Shuang is a huge star starting her own company. Chen says he has a great idea and wants to discuss it with her. Gao Shuang is thinking about buying land in Taoyuan, and she could use the money she got to jump in first. She looks lost and asks how she's supposed to do that. He explains that if she buys all the houses there, she could later sell them for a huge profit. The film base Gao Shuang wants to build would bring a lot of people in. She thinks the money came from MC anyway, so maybe trusting his advice is the right move. With an unsure look, she says she'll think about it. Chen imagines that if she makes a lot there, she'll be able to live a rich and peaceful life. Then a line of cars pulls up right in front of his house. A girl gets out and complains about what kind of place this is and why the roads are so bad. She walks up and asks if he's Him Yuan. He says yes, and she introduces herself as Lin Jilu, saying they've met before. Chen looks confused, he doesn't remember her at all. He asks when they supposedly met. She's shocked that he forgot. She says she was at the car show and is Lin Chao's sister. Then he finally remembers the girl connected to the guy he competed with. She gets annoyed because she thought he was some famous playboy, yet he can't even remember her. Chen says he remembers now and asks why she came all the way here. She asks if he always handles business outside and tells him to invite her in. Seeing people gather to watch, the protagonist tells her to come inside and watch out for the plants. Her security stays outside and blocks everyone else. Once inside, he tells her to explain herself. She asks if he's planning to take advantage of his investors. That catches him off guard, but she warns him not to play dumb with her. She knows about his announcement to invest 100 billion into a company at the start, but that project was handed to Gao Guanyin, who doesn't know how to manage something like that. Now word about this town has leaked, and people are rushing in to buy land. She says she understands his plan. Buy low, then sell the land for massive profit. Chen is impressed by a scheme he never even came up with, but hides it and asks what any of this has to do with her. She's impressed that he basically admitted it without even changing his face, and starts thinking it would be dangerous to stand against him. Then she says she came to build a partnership with the Lin family. Suddenly they hear someone outside shouting that this is her house. The guards are stopping Meng Meng from coming in. She argues with them, but they refuse to let her pass until the meeting ends. Chen instantly snaps and orders them to let his sister go. The guard looks back at his boss for permission. She hesitates. MC had been calm until this girl got blocked, but now he moves. Chen lunges at the guard, grabs him by the face and throws him away while yelling at him to let go. The guard slams hard onto the ground. Everyone goes silent. No one knew he could fight. The girl is stunned because she'd heard he was just some rich, spoiled kid. In her mind, rich guys are usually weak. Chen turns to Meng Meng and tells her everything's okay. But things get worse when the crazy girl decides he's exactly the kind of man she's been looking for. And just like that, her score jumps to 90. The protagonist notices right away that this woman is not thinking innocently. He demands to know how she dared come to his home and hurt his family, then tells Meng Meng this woman has a serious lack of professionalism. But Meng Meng is impressed that someone so young already runs her own business. Embarrassed, Lin Jilu explains the bodyguards were hired by her brother and apologizes. Chen coldly replies that there's no need because they'll never work together again. Meng Meng tells him not to be so harsh and introduces herself to Lin. Lin Jilu awkwardly gives her name back. Soon the two girls start chatting about all kinds of things and Chen just watches, wondering why his sister is being so nice to a stranger. Much later, they're still talking. Meanwhile, MC goes off to peel some beans. It seems Lin Jilu told Meng Meng all about him. So Meng Meng comes over and says she finally understands why he's so amazing. Her favorability has risen to 35. While Meng Meng fusses over him, Lin Jilu watches from the side. She seems jealous of how close they are. Seeing him calmly peeling beans, she decides his goals are way beyond normal people. To her, a man this perfect shouldn't even exist. Her favorability keeps rising, and it's clear she's planning something. That night, someone says they don't know each other well enough for her to stay there. It's Chen, telling Lin Zhulo she needs to leave, but she insists on staying. She says she wants to experience country life, and there aren't many people in the house anyway. The protagonist doesn't want to agree, but his sister keeps pushing him to let her stay. Then she tugs on his shirt and gives him pleading eyes, asking him to let her friend stay. Chen gives in, saying there's no other way around it. Still, he plans to show her how harsh rural life really is if she wants the full experience. Meanwhile, she clearly plans to dig out all his secrets. MC tries to sleep while the girls keep talking. He figures getting closer to the Lin family might not be a bad thing. They can deal with a lot of problems. The only odd part is that they sent the youngest daughter alone. Still, he lets it go. Either way, he's making money. The next morning, the whole house is in an uproar. He wakes up irritated and asks what time it is. Then he heads to the door to see what all the noise is about. Lin Zhulo cheerfully tells him good morning. That catches him off guard. During the night, she hired a whole crew to rebuild the place. She says that if she's staying a few days, she wants to be comfortable. In just one night, she redid the bathroom and filled it with imported stuff. She even bought bathtubs for the pigs out back. Completely lost, he asks what kind of thinking led to this. She says the best part is behind that door. She made a luxury room for herself and his sister. His sister is thrilled and says the chair feels amazing. Feeling drained, he says the only thing that matters is that she likes it. Meanwhile, Lin Zhulo keeps showing off the expensive materials and high quality. Now he's wondering if his parents will even know this is their house when they get back. He came home to rest, not deal with all this chaos. Outside, one of the guards is secretly listening in. He reports everything to Lin Chao. According to him, his sister has blended in perfectly. Lin Chao tells him to keep watching and make sure she stays safe. Right after that, he gets another call asking for an update. He answers that his sister is very capable and already got Chen to lower his guard. Then the same secretary from earlier speaks up. She says the Lin family always gets what it wants, and when the time comes, they'll dump him and keep all the profit. With this step done, they only need to move to the next one. But Lin Chao pushes back, asking why she's already talking about leaving when she needs to stay there. She reminds him he won't get paid until the whole job is finished. As she leaves, she thinks both men will end up ruined because of women. By now, a crowd is gathered outside and the whole area already knows what's going on. When Chen steps out, they remember the girl next to him just showed up in the neighborhood not long ago. People start whispering, wondering if the protagonist is living off women now. One of his old friends is annoyed and wants to know what makes MC so special. He calls out and invites him to go have some fun in the city. Chen asks what kind of fun he means. The weird guy says their school group is having a reunion, and it could be fun if the protagonist comes. MC agrees since he's free that evening. Still, he's tired of money talk and hopes this reunion will be normal. As he walks with Lin Zhulo, he realizes he has a bigger issue to deal with. A little later, they reach the cornfield, and she asks why he brought her there. In her head, she's already guessing he has some strange desire. Chen immediately asks if she really doesn't know what he wants. She starts yelling in panic. Instead, he drops a bucket on her head and tells her to pick at least 20 ears of corn. She looks miserable and asks what kind of business this corn picking thing is. But after trying one, she gets excited and says it's easier than she expected. Chen, though, is already planning how to make her suffer more. She keeps picking corn and sweet potatoes, and then they head out to the lake to catch fish. Later, they sit on a rock, and she says country life is better than she thought. That just makes Chen mad. This girl actually enjoyed all of it. Then they suddenly hear someone calling for help. A girl nearby is running from a group of men. She trips over a rock and falls hard into the mud. The men mock her for trying so hard to run. They grab her by the hair and say she was faster than they expected. Then they warn her to come back now or she'll regret it. Right then, someone yells at them to let her go. It's Lin Zhulo stepping in and ordering them to release the girl. Chen thinks she's bold for doing that without any guards around, but he also starts to feel this is way too convenient. Keeping calm, he tells the men to let the girl go and get lost. One of them turns around, furious. He snarls and asks Chen who he thinks he is. Next thing we know, all of them are on the ground. The girl barely even reacts before the protagonist takes them all down. That only makes Lin Zhulo like him more. 10 more favorability points for every guy he beats. MC walks over and asks the girl if she's okay. She says she's fine and introduces herself as Ling Shuang. Then she promises to repay him 100 times over. Chen is thrown off and wonders why she sounds like she's trying to charm him. At that moment, the system activates and marks her as another girl with looks above 9. But strangely, her favorability is -80. On top of that, he gets a huge list of her skills: disguise, infiltration, instruments, and multiple languages. Chen can't figure out why this girl knows so much. What stands out even more is that -80 favorability. That makes no sense, especially with how hard she's trying to act sweet. He knows something is off, but the girl keeps up the act. Lin Zhulo asks if she's okay and wants to know who those men were. The girl says she's fine, but she owes those people a lot of money. Then she starts a sad story. Her parents were always apart, and her mother is terminally ill. Because of that, she borrowed heavily from loan sharks, and they wanted her to sell herself to repay them. That's why she ran. Lin Zhulo gets emotional, calls it heartbreaking, and asks how she plans to fix it. Lin Zhulo says she doesn't know yet, but she'll deal with it little by little. Lin Zhulo says that kind of determination is inspiring. Chen, though, can't believe she bought such a cliché story. Even so, he decides to keep the girl close. Life has been boring, and this could get interesting. Besides, he still needs to learn who sent her, so he tells Lin Zhulo to bring the girl home, help her wash up and clean off the mud. Then he tells Ling Shuang that if she wants, he can give her a job at his company. She puts on a teasing look and asks if he really thinks that's a good idea, while privately thinking that seducing a man who can't resist women should be easy. When she doesn't answer, he shrugs and says if she's not interested, she can forget it. That makes her pause for a second, and she starts wondering why he keeps changing direction. Lin Zilu says a pretty girl like her could find work easily anyway. Then she adds that even so, she still can't compare to her own beauty. Lin Zilu fires back that she has sharp eyes for someone who just called her a mud girl. Ling Shuang smiles and says true beauty comes from the heart. Still, she starts guessing Chen is interested, and only holding back because Lin Zilu is standing right there. So Lin Zhulo also offers her a job, saying that way she won't need to worry about him. That annoys Lin Shuang, because now accepting the protagonist's offer would be awkward. When they finally get back home, it looks like he dragged both girls through the mud somehow. The guards, already taken with Lin Shuang, rush over and ask what happened. Lin Zhulo gets mad at once, and reminds them she's the one who hired them. Meanwhile, Ming thinks that even covered in dirt, the girl is still beautiful. Seeing the way she looks at Chen, Mang is sure this is another girl who's fallen for him. But Lin Zilu likes him too, so now it's starting to feel like a soap opera. Mang walks over and asks if she's doing her homework. Then she ignores that and hugs Si, saying it's amazing he found 2 possible daughters-in-law so fast. Both girls blush and quickly say that makes no sense. Mang though, is more focused on making things lively at home. Lin Zilu brings over a medical kit to treat Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang says she doesn't need it, but Lin Zhulukler insists, and says she's a professional. So Ling Shuang gives in and asks her to be gentle. Ling Zhulukler says, what's kruthan pao, right? The sexual phobia he given what actually deluem told them Mr. Good. And manchula is just fear lootly stew medicine. That stings like crazy. Ling Shuang forces a smile and says it's fine, that it didn't hurt much. Then someone takes her hand. It's Chen, saying Ling Zhulukler's too rough, so he'll do it himself. He carefully cleans her cuts and apologizes for what Ling Zhulukler did. Blushing, Ling Shuang thanks him. She says he's really kind, but even then her favorability drops by 5. Now it's down to -85, and Chen can only wonder what this girl is really after. The shy girl asks if something is wrong. He thinks she's an amazing actress and says it's nothing. If not for the favorability score, he might actually believe her. Compared to the others, only Shu Lele matches this level of acting. This girl is dangerous, so he knows he has to stay careful. At the same time, Ling Shuang is thinking Chen acts innocent, but she believes he's really a beast. She also knows his mother isn't his real mother. That means they aren't related by blood, and Zhu believes the protagonist Yuan already knows that and is planning something dirty. But she came here to expose all his lies. Half an hour later, she's cleaned up and glowing, acting warm and friendly. Even Chen is impressed by how beautiful she is. With both girls standing there, he can't tell which one is more dangerous. MC Yuan walks over and says she'd be perfect as his personal secretary. At once, she thinks her mission is going perfectly. She says she's not sure she can do it, but Chen Yuan tells her she has everything the job needs. Still, before she can start, Shu has to pass a special test. Nervous now, she asks what kind of test he means. He simply turns and tells her to follow him if she wants to find out. Not knowing what's coming, she decides to go through with it. She was raised with the other girls to serve the Li family. Also, one day they could serve Master Li Jiamu. So even if this means giving up her pride, she'll finish the mission and pass this so-called test from that trashy Chen Yuan. A little later, once they're in the room, she says she's ready for his orders. He then tells her to hand over all her bank account details. She starts to brush it off and says that's fine, thinking he's an idiot because she already hid everything important. Then 100 million suddenly appears in her account. She's stunned. She's never seen that much money in her life. Sweating, she says this happened way too suddenly. Chen Yuan suddenly drops a wild test on her. She has to blow through that 100 million by tomorrow. If she pulls it off, she gets the secretary job. Shu is stunned and can't tell if he's joking. Then she remembers how ruthless he is, so this has to be some kind of trap. Still, the protagonist Yuan just leaves and says he expects an answer by tomorrow. He adds one more rule. If anyone else hears about this test, she fails, but he can already tell the money shook her badly, so this may be even easier than he thought. After that, he heads back inside. His sister asks how the test went and whether he enjoyed it. He lightly taps her on the head and tells her to quit snooping. Then he asks if she's going to buy the homes, and she says she'll speak with a few people about it. He tells her he's heading into the city, while the other girl stays quiet and watches. Hearing them talk about buying land, she guesses it's tied to the TV project. Everyone else is rushing to buy in the north, but he seems focused on the south instead. That's when it clicks. While everyone fights over the area he pretended to want, he'll quietly take the south and make the real profit. Even so, she's excited because things may not go as smoothly for him as he expects. His sister then asks if she can come to the city too, and he asks what for. A little embarrassed, she admits she wants to buy some things. He already knows Lin Jilo is the reason she's been spending a ton. So he tells her not to stress, they can shop together. Then someone jumps in and catches them off guard. It's Lin Jilo, insisting that if they're going out for fun, she's coming too and maybe they should bring the other girl along to watch her. So the whole group heads to the mall in the city. Chen Yuan tells Ling Shuang to get out and join them. She looks confused, but he says it's simple. The secretary needs to carry the bags. Once they start shopping, he tells his sister to buy whatever she likes. She heads into a store and starts checking out dresses. From the side, he points out one and says it looks great. When she grabs a handbag, he praises it and instantly buys it in every color. He keeps spending like crazy until she grabs his hand and tells him that's enough. She says she already has enough outfits for every day of the year. He jokes that something still feels off, his own hands are empty. She points at Ling Shuang and says that poor girl is the one suffering. He asks Ling Shuang if she's tired, but she says she's fine, so he walks off and tells her she's easy to replace, so she'd better work hard. Then he says carrying all this home will be a pain and tells her to buy an apartment under Mang's name. She quickly agrees, acting thrilled just because he asked. Inside though, she thinks this jerk is treating her like a toy. The story then cuts to a bar. A car pulls up outside and the guys notice right away it's a brand new Bentley. The girls came from shopping, but their outfits make the group think they dressed up for cosplay. Then they notice the guy with them looks familiar. Chen Yuan calls out to his old friends and says they really haven't changed. They stare at him in shock, asking if he's really the same MC Yuan they knew. Someone nearby flat out says there's no way he could afford that car. He tells him to stop pretending to be important since everyone knows he's broke. Chen Yuan is already tired of it. Every reunion goes the same way, and he wouldn't be shocked if more people showed up just to flex. Right on cue, a guy in a suit walks in and says it's been a long time since everyone met. The protagonist Yuan remembers him as a shy classmate and wonders how he changed this much. The girls around him keep saying he looks completely different now. Even the chubby guy starts sucking up, saying they judged him wrong back then. The man is caught off guard, then notices the two girls beside Chen Yuan and asks for an introduction. MC Yuan introduces his sister, then introduces Lin Jiluo. He says he brought them along and hopes no one minds. Of course, the guys immediately say that's more than fine, it's great. After that, Chen Yuan leads everyone inside. In the back, one of the guys is already wondering which girl he would pick, but the protagonist catches on right away and tells him to keep dreaming. Soon, the group settles around the table. The white-haired guy asks MC what he plans to do after graduation. While stuffing himself with food, Chen Yuan says he hasn't decided. Honestly, with beautiful girls around and endless money to burn, life has started to feel a little dull. He says a normal job doesn't sound appealing, so he'll probably just travel the world. The guy laughs and says Yuan is still young. Then he generously offers him a job at his company with a great salary of 5,000 a month. Lin Zhuan instantly spits out her drink. She quickly apologizes and says she just heard something funny, all while thinking that idiot has some nerve making an offer like that. Chen Yuan just smiles, thanks him and turns it down. The guy acts cool and says that's fine, no pressure. But in truth, even that offer was fake. He only cares about getting close to the protagonist Yuan's sister. When the group asks about his job, he starts bragging about studying architecture and working with his father. Meanwhile, the chubby guy keeps praising him and talking about how much he's changed the city. As the man keeps showing off, the protagonist stays totally relaxed. The guy in the suit thinks these country kids are impressed, just because he dressed up well. Then he notices Lin Jilo laughing, and assumes she's into him. Getting bold, he asks if that smile was for him. She says no. She just remembered something really funny. That strange little smile makes it clear she already has a plan, and Chen Yuan can only think about how predictable all this is. Now he's curious what exactly she's about to do. The guy walks over and asks for her number, saying she's cute and they should get to know each other better. She answers by asking if he really thinks he's good enough for that. The others take it as pure arrogance, like she doesn't even think he deserves to be her friend. He snaps and calls her shameless, but she makes it clear she couldn't care less about him. That cold response only makes him madder. Then the manager comes by and everyone greets him. The white-haired guy wonders who could be important enough for the manager to show up himself. The manager walks straight to Lin Jilo and apologizes for not welcoming her properly. She brushes it off and tells him to get back to work. Now the guy is completely confused and wants to know who she really is. At first, the others just point out that the manager called her Miss Lin. Then it hits them. She might actually be the second daughter of the Lin family. When Chen Yuan's sister asks for the truth, Lin Jilo admits she's the daughter of the richest man around. MC can only think it's usually him who reveals something like this. The white-haired guy is crushed, wondering if he really talked like that to the richest man's daughter. Lin Jilo then wraps herself around the protagonist and says it's time to go home. The guy is left staring from the floor, unable to understand how Chen Yuan ended up with someone like her. They don't even bother with him and leave without another word. Outside, he says they seem to enjoy ignoring that guy. Then they get a call from Lin Shuang asking where they are. Lin Jilo answers that they were at dinner but they're heading back soon. Poor Lin Shuang has been waiting the whole time with all their shopping bags. She starts to wonder if Chen Yuan knows more than he lets on. But her main goal is still to finish the task he gave her. The scene shifts to a huge mansion. A man is relaxing in a luxury bath when his phone rings. He's told that Chen Yuan gave Lin Shuang the mission of spending all that money. He tells her to take it seriously, because this is probably a test of her ability. Then he says not to worry, he'll send people to help her spend it. He praises her for doing well, and she blushes as she thanks him and says she's trying her best. At the same time, our boy gets a call from Gao Shuang and asks what happened. Gao Shuang complains that like always, she's drowning in problems. She only slept 4 hours and still can't rest. She explains that prices in that area tripled in just a few days, so now their budget isn't enough. He agrees that tripling is way too much. Still, the solution is simple. They can just move the whole project somewhere else. Gao Shuang hesitates and asks if that's really the right move. He answers that this is business, not charity, so they'll do whatever makes the most money. By the next morning, the whole internet is blowing up. Everyone is talking about Gao Shuang changing the project location. Naturally, the people who poured money into that city are furious. Some even park their cars in protest. Prices crash so hard that some investors can't take the pressure. One man even jumps while cursing Gao Shuang and saying she'll die miserably. Seeing all this, our boy admits the bubble burst even harder than he expected. Then his sister suddenly throws open the door and says he has to come see something. Startled, he tells her not to rush into a guy's room like that. She shrugs it off and says they're family, so it doesn't matter. Still, she says she found something amazing. When he asks what, she tells him there's a huge wedding in the village. Curious, Chen Yuan asks who's getting married. She points outside at a line of cars and says it has to be some rich wedding. There are even flower displays in front of the luxury cars with a message on them. The weird part is that everyone seems to be coming to their house. A crowd gathers outside, leaving him confused. Then Lin Shuang comes back and says she finished the mission he gave her. With the money, she bought 10 Mercedes-Benzes, hired more than 30 professionals to serve him all day, and purchased ownership rights to over 100 houses in that area. He's stunned that she actually managed to buy 100 houses. He asks where she even found that many. She says Feichen Real Estate Agency had 100 available, and once he signs the papers, all of them will be his. He's genuinely impressed. Spy or not, she's incredibly capable. He says they'll check the documents later, then asks her to come upstairs so they can talk. Ling Shuang immediately starts thinking she's been found out, but at least she made sure to hire plenty of capable people. Upstairs, Chen asks if she knows why he called her up. She says no. He gives her the papers and says he's not signing them, because he wants everything put in her name. Lin Shuang says that makes no sense. The money was his, so she can't take something this huge. Then the protagonist steps in closer. He tells her she earned it, because he likes her. Flustered, she asks if he means that. He leans in even more and says even if it were 1 trillion, he'd still hand it over, all because he likes her. She asks if he's kidding, saying this isn't right when they've only known each other for a day. Chen asks if she really thinks he'd give away that much money if he wasn't serious. She gets so embarrassed she can't answer. Then he slams a hand against the wall and says some people stay around each other for years and still never become close, but from now on she belongs on his side. More exactly, she'll be his personal secretary, and he congratulates her for passing his test. That leaves her totally lost, because she still can't figure out what he really wants. Then another billion is sent to her. Stunned, she asks what this one is for. Chen says her first job as secretary is simple. Spend all of it within a week. She's confused, and wants to know what game he's playing. At the same time, she starts wondering why he trusts her this much. Maybe he really does like her. Chen nearly laughs at the idea. To him, it's ridiculous that she'd think he could truly fall for someone like her. Still, he's very curious to see what she'll do. Lin Shuang reminds herself she can't let this shake her, not after being raised by the Lin family. No matter how huge a billion is or how attractive MC seems, she refuses to give in. Money means nothing to her, if it costs her principles. So she tells him she's loyal enough to give her life for him. He only turns and looks at her, but her favorability score doesn't move at all. Chen tells her not to stress about paying him back and says she can spend the money however she wants. That makes her ask why he's walking away without asking for anything. And right then, her favorability finally starts to change. The score begins to rise. After that, Lin Shuang goes through more than 100 houses in the area. Chen is amazed she actually managed to buy 100 homes. He asks where she even found that many. She says all 100 came through the Feichen Real Estate Agency. Once he signs the documents, every property will belong to him. The protagonist is impressed. Spy or not, she gets things done fast. He says they can check the paperwork later, then asks her to come upstairs because he wants to talk. Lin Shuang immediately worries she's been found out, though she also knows she covered herself well by hiring very capable people. Once they're upstairs, Chen asks if she knows why he called her there. She says she doesn't. He hands over the papers and says he won't sign them because he wants the properties registered in her name instead. She says that's impossible. The money was his, so she can't just accept all of it. Then MC steps closer and tells her she deserves it because he likes her. Red-faced, she asks if he's serious. He moves in even closer and says that even if the amount were 1 trillion, he'd still give it to her. All of it, just because he likes her. She asks if this is some kind of joke, saying they've only known each other for a day. Chen asks if she really thinks he'd hand over that much money. If he didn't mean it, she's so flustered she can't find the words. Then he hits the wall and says some people stay near each other their whole lives and still never become truly close. But from now on, she will personally be his secretary. He even tells her she passed the test. She's left completely confused with no idea what he's really after. Then another billion shows up in her account. Completely stunned, she asks what it's for. Chen says her job as his secretary is to spend every bit of it within 1 week. She wants to know what he's really planning. But more than that, she starts wondering why he would trust her this much. Maybe he really does like her. Chen finds that thought absurd. He can't believe she's starting to think he'd truly care about someone like her. Even so, he really wants to see what she'll do. Lin Shuang tells herself she can't be swayed because she was raised by the Lin family. No matter how tempting a billion is, and no matter how charming he may be, she won't give up. To her, money doesn't matter more than her integrity. So she tells Chen she's loyal enough to give her life for him. He just looks at her. Even then, the favorability score still doesn't change. The protagonist simply says she doesn't owe him anything and can spend the money however she wants. That makes her ask why he's leaving without asking for anything else. At that moment, the favorability finally begins to rise. The score moves up a little. And if you remember, the last chapter ended right when Lin Shuang's favorability started increasing. Chen was laughing inside because she was actually beginning to believe him. Still, she wasn't stupid, and she'd already promised herself she wouldn't be bought by him. Even looking back, her favorability was still stuck at -85. He told her she didn't owe him a thing and could use the money any way she wanted. That was when the favorability finally shifted just a little. Right then, Chen's phone rang. The call was from Ruju, who had been missing for quite a while. She asked where he was and whether they could meet. Soon after, Ruyu was asking Bing Shuiyi if she was free this weekend. She said she was bored and wanted to go shopping. But Bing Shuiyi said work had been nonstop ever since taking that company position, and now she couldn't even rest on weekends. The whole company was busy preparing to launch a new algorithm. Ruyu said that was fine and suggested they do it another weekend. With that, Bing Shuiyi said goodbye. Right after, Ruyu called Yuki to ask if she had any free time. Yuki said no because the platform was being rebuilt and work had piled up. Ruyu accepted it and said they could meet some other day. That's when she realized all her friends had been busy lately. She started thinking maybe staying busy was better than sitting home alone. The poor girl was bored out of her mind while wondering if Chen was really so cold that if she didn't call first he'd never contact her. So she called, asked where he was, and said she wanted to see him. The story then shifts back to the town. MC notices something behind him. A Lamborghini has just pulled up. People in that small town had probably never seen a car like that in real life. It was the kind of sight that made everyone stop and stare. And of course, the one stepping out was the most dangerous girl of them all. Ruyu walks over awkwardly while Chen is standing there holding a watermelon. That fruit really is a watermelon, by the way. He doesn't waste words, he just tells her to get inside quickly. Meanwhile, the jealous friend is mad all over again, seeing the protagonist with yet another beautiful girl. He complains that he's better looking and more prepared than Chen, and the others can only tell him at least he's funny. Ruyu goes in, but she looks completely down. A moment later, she's already crying. Out of nowhere, she hugs him from behind and begs him to stop acting so distant. She asks him to forgive her, stop being mad, and says she missed him. Honestly, MC seems so detached that he may not even have remembered being angry. He takes her hand and calls out to Rutu, but just then, someone carrying grapes drops them on the floor. It's Yahello, trembling as she asks who this girl is. Rutu recognizes her too and asks what a girl from the Lin family is doing there. Then Chen's sister shows up, along with Lin Shuang. She looks at him, calls him brother, and asks who the other girl is. Rutu had thought the protagonist was suffering every day and crying over her just like she was. Instead, he'd been living quietly out here, surrounded by 3 other girls. A little awkward now, Chen calls Ruyu over and says he'll introduce everyone. He starts with Jilu from the Lin family, someone Ruyu already knows. Next is Meng Meng, his half-sister. And the last one is Lin Shuang, who's currently working as his secretary. The mood turns tense and MC is sweating under the pressure. So he introduces Ruyu as a school friend and a top university student. Jilu is furious because she knows Ruyu was the one who gave her brother that phone number. Ruyu is angry too, since the sister of the guy who dragged her into all this is still mixed up in his life. Her original plan was just to see Chen and leave, but with this many people around, she knows she has to stay alert. Then she suddenly says she's been under a lot of stress lately, has a headache, and wishes she could rest for a bit. He figures he already has enough trouble around him that one more person won't change much. Besides, Jilu had been bothering him lately, and Ruyu might put her in her place, so he pulls Ruyu into a hug and tells her not to be so formal. She can treat the place like home. That instantly brightens her up, while Jilu looks ready to explode. Ruyu has already decided she won't share Chen with anyone else. The group back in the city is already too big. And just like that, the fight between both sides seems ready to begin. Jilu already understands that if she wants the protagonist, she'll have to beat Ruyu. Later on, MC is out picking the round green fruit again. Even so, his clothes are way too clean for someone doing field work. After another full day, he starts heading home. Then he gets a call, and the person on the line says they have great news. Chen tells the 2 girls to head inside because he needs to talk to his aunt. Excited, he asks what happened. She asks why he's been living so comfortably while so much has been going on. Then she warns him that the demolition project he mentioned is finally starting. She says she knows a way for him to get even more land and wants to explain it. According to her, he can buy up businesses and plots around the city, and if he moves first, he can still get a very good deal. Chen finds that suspicious and asks if she's gotten involved with some kind of organization. She admitted she'd joined a company that paid people to convince residents to accept the demolitions. In just 3 days, she'd already climbed to Sapphire rank. He instantly realized it was a pyramid scheme. He warned her to quit now. There's no real commission in demolition deals, and she was being set up to lose money. But she brushed it off, saying she worked for Fish and Real Estate, a major company in the country. That made him pause. Fish and Real Estate was the fake name Ling Xuan had used for his company, so what was she doing? Just then, his sister arrived at the house with that same woman, saying this was the last property. His sister happily said that once they bought this one, they'd own everything in the area, and she thanked Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan answered that the real one making money here was his sister. She was only helping. Even so, his sister thanked her again, saying none of this would have gone so smoothly without her planning and money. She felt like she was finally starting to understand why Chen was staying in this town, and she was glad she could help him. Ling Xuan, though, thought this girl was way too innocent and couldn't see that the protagonist was using her, so she asked if she'd ever considered that MC might not actually be her real brother. She wasn't about to let this innocent girl get dragged into his trap. Shocked, the girl said there was no way they weren't siblings. Ling Xuan said she didn't want to interfere in their relationship, but she had brought some files for her to read. Confused, Meng asked what they were. Ling Xuan explained that the record showed Chen's mother couldn't have children, so that meant he could not be her biological brother. Stunned, she asked how that could be. Had he been adopted? Ling Xuan said she didn't know, but there was no adoption record either. Meng realized that if these documents were real, then she and Chen weren't related by blood at all. That thought left her shaken. The moment she learned the truth, she couldn't deny it anymore. The protagonist had always been kind to her and was always there to help. Sometimes he took such good care of her that it felt like a dream. And of course, she'd been scared of having feelings for her own brother. But if they weren't really siblings, then that problem was gone. She told Ling Xuan that maybe she didn't need to hold herself back anymore. Ling Xuan warned her to remember that Chen may have known this from the start. Maybe everything he'd done wasn't innocent at all. Maybe he had his own motives. Meng said she was tired of talking about it and wanted to go home because her head was starting to hurt. So the two of them went back to the mansion. Now that Meng knew she wasn't really his sister, she started thinking Chen might have always liked her. The problem was he was already surrounded by girls, and to her they all seemed so amazing that she doubted he'd ever choose a country girl like her. Ling Xuan, meanwhile, kept thinking that bastard really would toy with anyone's feelings, even this poor country girl. Her favorability dropped to -90. MC couldn't understand why that number kept falling instead of rising. When he saw the two of them walking back, he was sure he hadn't done anything wrong. Liu asked what he was doing, and he casually said nothing much before telling her to start the fire. Funny enough, they're living in a huge mansion and still using the fireplace. He'd already sent Ruju to wash the vegetables too. Then he turned to Meng and asked why she looked so down. She seemed sadder than usual today. To cheer her up, he said he'd cook something for her, which caught her off guard. He played it down, saying it was just a little thing he'd learned recently. He even claimed cooking was the one skill that came naturally to him. Then he got to work, chopping up the vegetables fast. This time, he didn't even need the system. He even used apple, which definitely doesn't sound like country cooking. The girls were all staring in surprise, and even the bodyguard looked frozen. He introduced the dish as sliced potatoes with fried rice. Then he called his sister over to taste it. As he fed her, the others just watched. She said it was delicious. To her, it felt warm and comforting like real happiness. She started eating fast so no one else could take any. Chen told her to slow down, while the others rushed in to try it too. Somehow, instead of an over-the-top reaction, it just made everyone weirdly adorable. Around the table, they kept talking about how amazing it was. None of them knew he could cook this well. For the first time, he gained favorability from everyone, even getting +20 from Lin Chang. The system even congratulated him, saying he'd earned so much favorability through cooking that his skill jumped to level 60. Chen was confused. He'd only been trying to make his sister feel better. Then he reached over and touched the secretary's back. He told her to stop eating and come upstairs because they needed to talk. Lin Chang asked if it really had to be right now. The protagonist shot back, asking if he now needed to book an appointment just to speak with his own secretary. Awkwardly, she apologized and got up to go. Still, she grumbled to herself that she'd get even with this capitalist boss later. Once they reached the upstairs balcony, he said she seemed to be working really hard lately and asked where all the money had gone. She handed him a file showing every land purchase in the area and how the first 1 billion had been spent. Fish and Real Estate. His company had already bought more than 2,000 properties. On top of that, they now had over 500 employees and 700 outsourced workers. She was excited she'd burned through 1 billion so fast. Sure, he'd be impressed. What excited her even more was that the whole thing was a mess. Managing it all would be a nightmare for him, which should make him lose money. Chen looked at the papers and honestly couldn't understand most of them, but to him that didn't matter, because the whole point was to lose money. She was doing the one job that mattered, spending it fast, so he praised her and said she'd done great. That shocked her. She couldn't understand why he wasn't angry when she'd made his life harder. Then he slowly reached out his hand toward her face. She panicked, thinking he might be about to force a kiss, and her mind started racing. But he only picked a grain of rice off her cheek. This man even ate it, then told her to act a little more professional. For some reason that hit her hard, and she nearly short-circuited while promising to be more careful. She couldn't even understand why she'd gotten so nervous. Then he leaned in and said her efficiency had gone beyond expectations. She spent that billion faster than he thought possible. Right after that, he transferred another 5 billion to her account. She started wondering if he wasn't worried she might cause even bigger problems. He told her that was exactly what she needed to spend next week, and if she managed to use all of it, she'd get to learn the secrets behind Chen's company's financial success. That fired her up, and she declared the mission would be completed. MC, meanwhile, thought he didn't care if she was a spy, as long as she kept spending huge amounts of money for him. That night, she messaged Mr. Lai and said she had successfully gotten inside his inner circle and earned his trust. Soon she'd uncover everything they were doing and find out how he made his money. She told him to wait for her next update. The message was sent. In her mind, the plan was working perfectly. She believed those 5 billion were meant to clean up the mess she'd created. But instead, she planned to use that chance to ruin the man who underestimated women. That way, she could finally put an end to his wealth. Chen, though, just felt his ear itch. He was sitting around playing mobile League of Legends like nothing was wrong. The girls had gone shopping and told him not to come because it was their day out. He still didn't get why they didn't want him there. But fine. Now he was alone in that giant house, missing the old days when he lived with his parents and could just be a lazy student. Back then, he could eat and relax without worrying about anything. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. That night, someone arrived at the house and wondered why it looked so different. Seeing all the luxury cars outside, she wondered if that useless ex-husband had sold everything. She walked in, called out, and demanded someone answer her. Chen heard the voice and immediately recognized his mother. She was relieved he was home and asked what in the world had happened to this place. The protagonist suddenly hugged her and said he'd missed her, leaving her a little confused. She told him he was too old to be acting so clingy, but she'd still make him something to eat. During dinner, he said he'd heard about everything that happened and that he was on her side. She said it was good that he understood, and maybe now he'd learn not to play with people's feelings. Chen answered that he'd never do something like that. After all, he'd been a good person since he was a kid. Right then, the others came back. Everyone stopped and stared, trying to figure out what was going on. His mother asked who they were, wondering why so many girls had come in with him. Chen introduced Ziluo first and told his mother she was a friend. The girls were stunned to realize this was MC's mom. They quickly introduced themselves one by one and said it was nice to meet her. His mother greeted them awkwardly, wondering how her strange son had ended up surrounded by so many beautiful girls. She told them all to sit down because she was about to make food for everyone, but the girls insisted that wasn't necessary. They'd cook instead. Chen thought that was strange, especially since he'd never seen Ruju cook before. Then Jilua started cleaning the floor, and his mother told her to stop. Jilua said she'd already been doing it for days and didn't mind. Jilua said she'd been doing the chores for days, which made him mad. Usually she's the laziest one there, and he's the one stuck doing all the work. His mom praised the girls, saying they were beautiful and surprisingly sweet. Their favorability was even rising. At least his mom showing up helped with that. Still, Chen knew she hated seeing a guy surrounded by too many girls, so he was sure he'd catch heat for it. Then she started crying, saying she used to worry he'd never find a wife, but clearly that wasn't a problem anymore. The protagonist could tell she was being a little fake. Just then the neighbor involved in that shady land scheme recognized his mom and called out to her. His mom asked why she was standing outside and told her to come in, but the neighbor said she had something important to discuss, so his mom told her to spit it out. The woman asked if she had noticed how much the village had changed. His mom said she'd heard most of it was because of some fishing and real estate business. The neighbor explained that the company was offering big money for local land. Right away, his mom asked if she was trying to get her to sell the house too. She quickly said no, but the neighbor pushed back, saying she should think about her son and save up for his wedding. That made his mom pause. With so many girls around Chen, she figured money really might come in handy. The neighbor added that she sold her own place for 600,000 in cash. His mom admitted it sounded tempting, but said she needed to think it over carefully. Back inside, Zilo asked where his mom had gone, and MC joked that she was being oddly hardworking. Then he reminded Zilo she'd been there long enough. It was time to do her part, because he had a mission for her. She asked what kind of mission he meant. Chen told her to come with him, and he'd explain on the way. That snapped her back to reality. She had come for business, but for a moment she'd forgotten all about it, and focused only on him. Then he handed her a black system card. She recognized it right away as a legendary card almost nobody could get, and asked how he even had something like that. He told her there were 50 billion on it, and the password was her birthday. She couldn't understand why he was giving her that much money, and asked if he wasn't worried she might mess something up. Chen answered without hesitation. He trusted her. That completely flustered her, and she became even more sure he loved her. He said she'd have full control over the land purchase project. According to him, she was the only one he could trust with it. She brought up the sister and asked if she wasn't trustworthy. Chen explained that everything he did was being watched because Ling Shuang was a spy. Yahello had no clue about any of this. Stunned, she asked if he was serious. He said yes. Ever since the TV incident in the big city, too many people had started targeting him. That was why, he said, she was the only person he could rely on. Yahello was shaken. Her own family wouldn't trust her with 50 billion. And she knew this project had to be incredibly important to him. Chen saw her favorability was already at 92 and hoped this final push would seal it. To her, this kind of total trust felt like the purest kind of love. Then it hit 95, counterattack triggered. She was already number 10 and the protagonist had just spent 50 billion on her. On top of gaining 30 strength points, he also picked up singing, drawing, and Chinese chess skills. Chen was thrilled that his plan worked perfectly. After that, he told her they needed to keep what happened today just between them. That only made her more emotional. Now they shared a secret meant only for the two of them. She said she'd head back to the big city tomorrow, but wanted him to remember her. MC told her he'd miss her a lot. So she left in a great mood, practically bouncing with happiness. He liked her personality and knew she was a good person. If the Lin family stopped pushing him so hard, maybe he could be more patient with them too. As soon as he went downstairs, his mom called him over and said she needed to talk. Once they were alone, she brought up what the neighbor had said about selling the house and admitted she was considering it. Chen said that wasn't the kind of decision they should make overnight. They needed more time to think it through. What he really wanted to know was whether she needed money. But she said he wasn't a little kid anymore, and it was time to think about marriage. She wanted to give him the money so he could buy a house and a car, and she added that the buyer was in fishing. That made him wonder why Ling Shuang wanted to buy his mom's house. His mom said her story with his father was over, but now she wanted to do something for her son. Chen felt moved. Other families had it rough, but she still didn't know he was already rich. Maybe letting her sell was fine. He could always buy her a place in the city center later, so she'd be closer to him. Another day, the protagonist looked over the financial reports Ling Shuang had brought him. She said they had bought a lot of land around the area, but the company was now running out of money. She apologized and blamed herself for the whole mess, but she also knew that if he backed out of the contracts now, the penalty would be 10 times the amount. Chen asked how much they needed to keep the project alive, and she said at least 10 billion. At that, his eyes lit up. She didn't understand why he suddenly looked so excited. Mei said she was doing even better than he expected. Not only had she burned through the 5 billion he gave her, now she'd piled on another 10 billion in debt. Completely confused, she asked if he was joking. He said no, he was honestly impressed. She managed to blow through 15 billion in 1 week. She still had no clue what he meant by that. Chen told her it's easy to find someone who knows how to make money. Finding someone who can spend this much is the hard part. To him, she was the hidden talent he'd been searching for. Of course, he was also thinking about how innocent she was, because the more she lost, the better it was for him. Meanwhile, she started wondering if she might actually be some kind of business genius. Then her phone buzzed with a message saying another 20 billion had just been deposited. Now she was honestly scared. Even the person who gave her this mission wouldn't have shown that kind of trust. She asked again if he really wasn't worried, and if he trusted her that much. Chen said he wasn't worried at all. He told her he fully believed in her. That line earned him 20 more favorability points. Another 20, just like that. It only brought her up to -10 though. Chen almost forgot how low her favorability had been. Even so, he felt spending that 20 billion was totally worth it. Then he told her to get a car ready because he was going back to Seoul tomorrow. She had no idea why he suddenly wanted to return so fast. When he spoke with his mom, she asked why he was leaving so soon when he could stay longer. He said a friend's company was about to open, and his friend had asked for help. In truth, it was Joe's streaming company. His mom assumed he was taking a part-time job to help pay for school. Ever since he was little, he had always tried to ease the family's money problems. And because of that, she felt bad for being so hard on him these past few years. Chen asked why she was crying, and said it really wasn't a big deal. She handed him a card with 50,000 on it, and told him not to worry, just use it. Surprised, the protagonist asked if she was really giving him that much money. She said he needed to spend a little or he'd never get a girlfriend. For a second, he wanted to tell her he was already a billionaire. But she shut that down at once, saying he looked more like a beggar than a rich man. He hesitated, and she told him not to think too much about it, just treat it like his commission. Chen asked where this commission was even coming from. She said she had gotten involved in fishing and real estate, and had already bought some land. That confused MC. Was there really another person caught up in the same scam? Then she added that she planned to convince more people in town to sell their houses too. Realizing she'd be shocked if she learned he was tied up in this mess, Chen decided to keep quiet. Just then, someone called out for brother. It was Mir, asking if he was really going back to Seoul. He said yes and asked what was wrong, so she asked if she could go with him. That was when he remembered Mir had no connection to his mom, so things would get awkward if he left her behind. Before long, they were on the road. In the BMW, Chen asked whose car this was. He complained it was too cheap and told Ling Shuang to pay more attention next time. She apologized and said she'd be more careful. Mayor told him to stop giving Ling Shuang a hard time since the car was already good enough. Besides, he had announced the trip so suddenly that finding something else would have been tough. For some reason, her gentle attitude toward him even raised her favorability. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang was furious that he treated Mayor like a maid. That cost him favorability instead. He even tried to talk his way out of it to get the points back. Chen couldn't understand why Ling Shuang got mad just because Mir handed him an orange. Then it started raining, and he told Ling Shuang to drive carefully. Right then, a truck began sliding, and the car ahead spun out. Everything happened so fast. The next second, Chen's car was hit. All three of them were shocked. The crash was serious. Their car spun hard across the road. For a moment, it was hard to tell which vehicle was theirs. Then it became clear. It was the black BMW flipped over on the left. The car was wrecked. But this wasn't the end. Chen was already kicking the door open. Thanks to the strength boost from the system, he had protected Mir's body during the crash. Shaken, she asked if he was okay, and said she was terrified. The protagonist told her that as long as he was there, nothing would hurt her. Cars kept crashing around them while the rain poured down. He shielded his sister, then said he was going back for Ling Shuang. When he reached her, she looked like she might not make it. He asked if she could move. She said no, her legs were trapped. Watching him go, she wondered if this was really how she was going to die. But then he grabbed the door. Using the system's strength, he ripped her free. He told her to hang on. He wasn't giving up on her. Half-conscious, she thought that even now, he still came through for her. Her affection score rose to 5. Even while saving her, he was glad to see the number finally turn positive. Only a story hero walks away from a crash like that. Then his sister asked if Ling Shuang was okay, and suddenly noticed something was wrong with her face. Ling Shuang had a long cut running through her eyebrow. His sister handed her the rearview mirror so she could see it for herself. The wound looked terrifying. He told her the only thing that mattered was that she survived, and modern medicine could handle injuries like this. Still, she asked if it could really be fixed, and whether he'd see her as a monster now. He told her not to worry about that. Then she broke down in tears and hugged him. A little later, the ambulance arrived, and all of them were taken to the hospital. There, he figured learning some medicine through the system might be useful. The next day, Yuki called to ask if he had arrived, and reminded him about the event that night. He told her he had been in a car accident. Yuki immediately said she'd send a car and asked which hospital he was in. He told her not to worry, he'd still make it to the event that night. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang kept staring at him, thinking maybe being scarred wasn't the worst thing after all. If she couldn't rely on her looks anymore, then she'd live by her brains and ability. But deep down, she knew most people still judge by appearance. Then he asked her to look into villas in Seoul City, because he wanted to buy one. His sister snapped at him. Ling Shuang had just been in an accident, and he was already making her work. He said he trusted her because she always handled things well. His sister still argued that he couldn't push people like that, and turned to talk to Ling Shuang, but Ling Shuang was already crying. That left both of them confused. She explained that she was moved because he treated her the same, even after her injury. Then she promised she would do even better than he expected. After that, the story moved to the event, where an artist was sketching the guests. When they arrived, his sister was amazed by the place. She even recognized some famous streamers there. He told her she'd need to get used to events like this, but she pointed out that they were dressed way too casually, while everyone else wore formal clothes. He just said that even if he showed up in flip-flops, nobody there would dare mock him. A moment later, though, he overheard a few women asking how poor people got in, and his sister looked crushed. He couldn't stand seeing them make her feel small, so he walked over and warned them to watch what they said about her. The women asked who he was and said the two of them clearly didn't belong there. That was enough to make him lose his temper. Just then, Maimon tugged on his shirt and told him to let it go. He didn't listen. Instead, he gave the women one last chance to apologize. One of them stepped up and asked if he had any idea who she was or how many fans she had. He answered with a slap across the face. She spun back around, furious, asking how he dared to hit her. Then he slapped her again. When she hit the floor, everyone around them was stunned. Chen was being way more aggressive than usual. The men nearby hurried over to see what the commotion was, but the second they recognized MC, they froze. By now, his name carried weight, and meeting him was actually a lucky break for them. But the woman he slapped recognized one of the newcomers right away. She rushed to Mr. Bai and begged him to help, saying some country bumpkin had hit her. Instead of backing her up, he clearly knew who Chen was and wanted no part of this. So he turned to him and practically bowed, saying he wanted to apologize for her. That left the whole event wondering who the protagonist was for Mr. Bai to act like that. Oddly enough, his sister seemed to like how he stepped in for her, and her affection score went up. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang was back in her room. It was time to call her boss and report everything from the week, but Chen kept filling her thoughts. She remembered his words and the way he saved her. She couldn't understand why she couldn't stop thinking about him. Still, she pushed that aside and called the young master. He picked up and asked what was going on. She told him the time had come to start the plan. She had already bought several scattered island plots, and that could interfere with Chen's plans. He praised her and said she'd be richly rewarded when she got back. She thanked him and said he didn't need to say that. After all, if not for him and the Li family, she would have died on the street. He told her she was the person he trusted most, and once she returned, he would send several doctors to treat her. She thanked him, then ended the call. But afterwards, she wondered how he even knew about her accident. The only answer was that he had someone watching her because he didn't fully trust her. Back at the event, the host asked everyone to applaud the last performance, then announced a special guest. His sister asked who this mystery guest was. Then she saw Chen put on a mask and asked what he was doing. Wearing a silly Batman mask, he said he was about to perform for her. People recognized the famous crystal piano as MC walked up to it. His sister was completely charmed, and her affection score hit 90, just a little more to go. Everyone else assumed he was Lang Sheng, a pianist with a big name. A few minutes later, Chen was on stage. The crowd started wondering why this fool wasn't playing or saying anything, and some people shouted for him to get off if he had nothing to do. The livestream comments were roasting him too. On Zhou Qiqi's broadcast, Mei Mei was watching everything unfold. She said they had to do something because the audience wasn't happy. But Zhou Qiqi said they just needed to trust Chen. She knew he was a piano genius, so he had to be planning something. Then he finally played the first note, and both of them lit up, glad he had finally started. Chen also used the singing skill he'd gotten from the system and poured everything into the performance. The audience started getting emotional. The song was about feelings too deep to explain, and about still loving someone. Meng Meng was stunned, wondering how many more secrets he had. He sang about time moving on and people having to face their choices, and how leaving even for a moment had not made him happy. Listening to him, Meng Meng admitted he was hard to resist, even though he was her friend's guy. Elsewhere, Gao Xuanyin was also watching from home, and thought only someone truly in love could sing like that. To her, he always acted cold, but now it was obvious his heart was hurt. Her affection score climbed to 93. At the event, everyone was left speechless. The moment he finished, applause broke out, with people calling it incredible. On the live stream, the hate vanished and got replaced by hearts and praise. Ruju couldn't believe he had another talent like this. She regretted not being there to see it in person. Her father told her to put her phone away during the meeting, but the Lee family heir said it was fine. He sometimes did the same thing. Her father apologized and said he should have raised her better. The young master told him not to worry since they were close to signing the contract anyway. Meanwhile, Ruju was shocked to realize the man who had clashed with Chen was sitting right in front of her. She was angry that her father had brought her there without telling her. Then that man stood up and said he had a surprise prepared for her. He explained that he'd studied piano for years and wanted to play her a piece, so he began. Sure, this performance would win her over, but to Ruju, it wasn't even close to Chen's level. There was no comparison. And somewhere else, someone was crying while watching him perform. It was Ling Shuang, unable to understand why the song hit her so deeply. To her, the protagonist felt like the moon shining high above. Meanwhile, in a limousine, someone reported that they had bought good land in the Taimei area. Though they were starting to worry about the money, Shiluo told them not to worry and just keep buying for her. She knew Ling Shuang was also buying land, so this was her move to block her. The film and TV project Chen bought looked like it was only in Taiman, but it actually involved 2 other cities too. Shiluo knew she had to do her best because she was the only one MC truly relied on. Using everything she knew, she planned to punish that spy, Ling Shuang. Then she got a message from Meng Meng saying Chen was performing, and she had to watch. She thought it was strange that someone as rich as him would even bother live streaming. Then she opened the stream and saw him at the piano, still wearing the mask. Meanwhile, our guy was still on stage, singing. She was amazed. She never expected him to sing like that. To her, the only reason he never made it in music was because he chose business instead. People all over the country were upset that talent like his never became famous. After hitting 96, he got 10 strength points. I really want to see what happens when he reaches 100. Seeing the points he earned, he felt the performance was worth it. As he started to leave, the crowd asked where he was going. Nobody wanted him to stop. A few days later, at a company, someone told Ling Shuang there was a problem. Another rich buyer was snapping up the land they wanted. She knew that if her boss's plan worked, everyone at Fission could lose their jobs, so she said she'd contact the boss and ask what to do. For now, she decided to do whatever she could and leave the rest to fate. But sadly, Chen's phone was off. That made her wonder if he was avoiding his duties. At the Black Cat Company, people were saying the whole business was still broke. The streamers found that strange, since they had just received a lot not long ago. Rumors said Mr. Yan, the man funding everything, had collapsed financially. Some even claimed he disappeared because he ran out of money. Shui heard the same story and started wondering if Mr. Yan was really gone. In the meeting room, Zhao said that couldn't be true. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't drain all his money. Still, Shui said the rumors sounded real and suggested calling him to make sure. Then Zhao realized it had been a while since his last message, and by now he normally would have sent more money. Maybe he really was in trouble. Soon, people across the city were all talking about the rumor that Mr. Yan was running out of cash. The older people who already disliked our guy said he had it coming. But in a huge mansion, someone asked what was going on. It was Chen, relaxing in the pool, asking Ruyu where she heard that story. Ruju said it didn't matter if he needed help, she'd sell everything she owned for him. He told her that made no sense. His real problem was that he had too much money. Somehow, the more he tried to spend, the more he earned. Then he ended the call. He was annoyed. He couldn't disappear for 1 week without everything turning into chaos. Ruju's mother asked what he said. Ruju explained that he refused to admit he was going broke, and she wanted to sell everything to help him. Her mother immediately shut that down. Not only was that all they had, it still wouldn't be enough to cover Chen's debts. Ruwayu agreed. They could never repay what the protagonist would owe if things were really that bad. Her mother then guessed that maybe he was acting weak on purpose for someone else to see. Meanwhile, MC was lying back in the sun, completely relaxed. Then Zhao called in a panic, asking if he was in trouble and saying she'd sell the whole company to help him. Even Gao called saying she didn't care about the money and would give back everything he had given her, plus more. Bing Shui said he should have come to her first. She would always support him. He kept telling every one of them the same thing. He was fine and they didn't need to worry. At this point, he had no idea what else to do. Peace just wasn't possible. What really confused him was why everyone suddenly thought he was going bankrupt on the same day. Who exactly was spreading that rumor? Still, it was funny how things had flipped. Instead of him spoiling the girls, now they were all taking care of him. Maybe his charm really had gotten ridiculous. Then his phone rang again. He picked up and asked who it was this time. It was Yahello. Annoyed by his tone, she told him to send his address right away. When he asked why, she just said she had a surprise for him. He already had a bad feeling about that surprise. The scene then moves to one of the richest parts of the city, where a young man from the Lin family warned the staff not to mess anything up. Tonight's event would bring together some of the city's biggest names. Cars started arriving, and the first guest to step out was Li Jiamu. The Lin family host welcomed him inside. Jiamu brushed off the formality, they'd known each other too long for that. Then a taxi pulled up. Lin Shuang had been told by her boss to attend tonight. And seriously, when is she finally taking that bandage off her forehead? At that moment, she asked Mr. Smoley to wait so they could enter together. But a guard shoved her aside and asked where this beggar came from. Security quickly moved to protect the young master, saying a suspicious person was nearby. Flustered, Ling Shuang called out to him and said she had just arrived late. Only then did he recognize her. He walked over and told her to get up, but then he noticed something strange. Apparently she smelled awful. He covered his nose and said that if she entered like that, she'd embarrass him. Even so, he told the guards to help her up, because he didn't want to touch her himself. Supposedly she couldn't bathe because of her wounds. Weird. But that's the excuse. Right then she understood she'd be thrown away like a stray dog once she stopped being useful. A little later, everyone was seated at the table. The man with the small mustache asked if Mr. Yan was finally done for. Jimu told Ling Shuang to explain what had happened. She said they had bought all the key land tied to the project he wanted to build. The man nodded and said that without buying some of their property, Jimu wouldn't be able to expand at all. Ling Shuang confirmed that was exactly the situation. The Lin family man added that rumors said he was already running low on money, so this time he was finished. Jimu agreed and said they could finally crush him. That made everyone at the table laugh. They were even toasting to Chen's bankruptcy. Ling Shuang added that she would expose the fact that his sister was still on the protagonist's side. With one signal, she'd start working with him again, and then he'd be completely done. But right then, someone kicked the door open and called out for MC, saying she was starving and wanted that same rice he made before. The one who greeted her was Chen's sister, who said she thought she'd never see her again. Once they sat down, she teased Zhulo and asked if she really liked her brother, since she was always looking for him. Zhulo shot back that men all over the city wanted her, so of course she wouldn't fall for someone like him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was in the kitchen, hearing all of it. He couldn't believe a family as important as the Lins had someone this wild in it. Still, he didn't mind. His sister had been bored and now she had company. Then someone knocked on the door and said they knew he was home. The two girls looked confused. It was clearly a woman's voice. Zhulo guessed it was another girl Chen had gotten tangled up with. So they went to open the door. Standing there was Gao, looking worn out and asking if MC was home. The other two immediately recognized her as a huge star. Soon all three were sitting together and talking. Zhulo was especially curious about why a celebrity had come here. Chen's sister even asked for an autograph. Poor Zhulo started thinking that if she had to compete with someone like this, it was going to be really hard. Gao would be a serious rival. Then he came out and said dinner was ready. All three praised him, and Gao said she never knew he could cook like this. Chen still wanted to know why she came. She admitted she got worried after the way he sounded on the phone, and asked if he was having money trouble. A while later, the three girls were full. Once again, he gained favorability, and both his sister and Gao were almost at 95. The protagonist realized that cooking never failed. Then something landed on the table, not just a notebook, but a financial report that left him confused. Jilo told him to look it over. This was the surprise she had prepared. The company she was running was actually a hidden real estate business, and Chen started wondering why it looked like she was openly fighting Ling Shuang. Jilo said that wasn't even all. This was only part of what she had done. She had even brought a map to make it easier for him to understand. Pointing at it, she explained that the purple area was the region she bought, and she had already secured support from nearby cities. She managed to buy all of that without even using up all the money he gave her. She thought that would shock him, but his face didn't change at all. He was seriously hard to impress. The truth was, Chen was half asleep. All he cared about was whether the money got spent. But Gao recognized how big this was, and asked if he had planned everything. With a production zone that huge, the future was wide open. On top of that, the setup stretched across 3 cities, so no single one could control him. It really looked like he had thought of this from the very start. To her, he was like a master planner who never missed a move, and she felt lucky to be right there beside him. He hit 95 favorability again, completed the brown-noser relationship, and got back 283 million plus 30 strength points. Now he had also become a master actor. Chen even wondered if he looked more handsome while staring at financial reports. Meanwhile, back at Black Cat Company, someone asked Meng Ming for a favor. It was Zhao, who said MC seemed to have a real estate company and wanted her to look into it. Meng Ming said the company was called Fission, and a new secretary named Ling Shum was managing it. Jilo said it was risky to leave him alone in something like this, so they needed to investigate and figure out how to help. Her friend agreed and said she'd dig into all of Fission, especially Ling Xuan. Then she playfully blew her a kiss and said her best friend could always count on her. Meanwhile, Chen wondered about this new acting skill. Could he use it for flirting too? He looked at Gao Shuiyin and asked why she had been staring at him so hard while he checked the files. She froze for a second, clearly confused about how he caught her watching him so closely. To her, he somehow seemed more attractive than before. Chen figured flirting might finally be getting easy. Looking over the map, he realized things were mostly falling into place. The real issue was the people trying to block him. Maybe he really was meant for something big. That was probably why Gao Shuiyin thought he had planned all of this from the start. Still, if they wanted to believe that, he wasn't about to stop them. No matter how anyone reacted, he would keep playing his game. Then Jilo asked what he thought about having someone as capable as her by his side. For now though, we cut back to the rich people's banquet. As she explained the situation, she said Mr. Yan had no real way to recover unless... When they asked what she meant, she said he'd need to pour in billions more, and she doubted he had that kind of money. Lin said she almost scared him for a second, then laughed it off as a joke. Jarmu then asked if anyone had questions. That was when the sharp-jawed guy said something smelled off. He'd heard Daimu's secretaries were all stunning, so he wanted the girl to remove the bandage from her head and show her real face. Crying, she looked to Mr. Lai for help. He knew the man was being way out of line, but he also couldn't afford to lose this deal, so he told Ling Xuang to take it off and let the man see. She quietly asked if that was really necessary, but he ordered her to do it at once. They kept calling it a veil, even though it was really just a tiny bandage. Still in tears, she slowly obeyed. Then the bandage was pulled away. The scar underneath was massive. The room went silent when they saw how bad it was. The sharp-jawed man said he never expected something so horrible underneath, and told her to cover it right away. She said if her face was ruining the mood, she would leave. And with that, she walked out while Jaimu only watched. He thought her face was beyond saving, and now that her job was done, she had no more value to him. From a distance, some of the men laughed and said she really was hideous. Another sneered that he'd seen beggars prettier than her. Back at Chen's house, Zilo was trying to get his sister to go out to a bar, but she refused, saying he didn't like that kind of thing. She just wanted a shower and sleep. Zilo said she should enjoy herself more, but she answered that she liked staying home with her brother. Just then, the doorbell rang. Both of them turned to check who it was. It was Ling Xuang, and she looked completely drained. Meng Ming quickly asked what happened. Since she looked awful, Ling Xuang claimed nothing was wrong, even though she looked like she'd been through hell. Meng Ming helped her inside and told her she could talk about anything. Zhao Plafais, on the other hand, was furious. She saw Ling Xuang as the biggest traitor of all. Honestly, she wasn't wrong. Meng Ming then said Chen had told her to wait for Ling Xuang because he believed she'd come. Stunned, Ling Xuang asked if he had really mentioned her, and Meng Ming said yes. With that, she started eating the meal the protagonist had left for her. It hit her that from the very start, MC had treated her like a human being, not a tool. In the end, he really was the kindest one. Meng Ming noticed her tears and gently asked what had happened, but Ling Xuang brushed it off, saying she had just remembered a few things. Her favorability went up by 10. Then Ling Xuang asked where Chen was because she wanted to speak to him. That pushed it up another 10, and his sister explained that he had already gone to bed. Ling Xuang wondered why he had turned in so early. His sister said he seemed to be dealing with a lot and probably wanted some time to himself. In reality, time to himself meant drinking soda and playing League of Legends. Ling Xuang said she understood after so many people turned on him, plus Lin's schemes he had to be hurting. And even then, he still remembered to leave food for her. She felt like she didn't deserve that. Another 10 points were added. The next day, Meng told Yuki she had dug up information on Ling Xuang. After staying up all night, she found several things that looked seriously suspicious. For one, Ling Xuang suddenly got into a top university without ever attending school first. At 17, she went to study in the United States and came back with 2 degrees. By 22, she was already the executive secretary of Giant Star Group. Yuki said she recognized the name. Meng explained that the group was behind the Li family's fortune, the same family that owned a huge TV company. Chen was planning to launch a business that would compete directly with them, and then Ling Xuang appeared as his secretary. To both of them, that could only mean one thing. She was a spy. Meng said that explained why the protagonist kept running into problem after problem and nearly went broke. Panicked, Yuki said she was calling him right now to help. But like always, Chen's phone was off. She called Bing Shuer for the new address, but Bing Shuer said she had no clue. Once she heard there was a spy beside MC, she got mad too. She said she would help find the new house, and together they would take down that spy. The mission to save him had officially started. Back at Chen's house, he woke up after an exhausting day. Then he caught a strange smell. It was Ling Shuang making breakfast, and he wondered if she'd lost her mind. He walked over and greeted her. She said she had cooked for him and wanted him to try it. Ling Shuang watched him eat, full of hope. She noticed that all this time he never seemed bothered by the wound on her face. What stood out even more was how different he was from her old boss. Chen understood that, as a woman, a wound like that had to be crushing her. So he kept pushing his medical skills higher, hoping he could help her heal. He was sure that once he did, he'd finally win her heart. Then she asked what he would do if one day she made him angry. He said if it was about losing money, he didn't care. Honestly, he was sick of money anyway. She wondered if he would still forgive her if he learned she had been working with several other companies behind his back. The strange part was that her whole plan was about to work, yet she felt no happiness at all. Just then, Meng and the other girls came in saying they wanted breakfast too. Excited, Ling Shuang stood up and said she had made enough for everyone. Meng told her to sit and rest. She could serve herself, so there was no need for that. Sleepy Zilu asked someone to bring her a portion too. Then they all sat together and had coffee. Suddenly the doorbell started ringing like crazy. Everyone looked over, confused about who it could be. So Lu said she'd go see who was making that much noise so early. Meng guessed it might be Ruyu's friends, since they had asked for Chen's address that morning. Ling Shuang looked confused by that, and Meng explained that some girls seemed to be coming to see the protagonist because they were worried. They had heard there was a spy in his company. Ling Shuang wiped her mouth and went to open the door, and sure enough, the whole group was there. Chen's sister was stunned to see so many beautiful women standing in front of her. Before she could react, all four had already rushed into the house. Meng asked if these really were MC's friends because they looked furious. Ruyu only said the situation was urgent and asked where Ling Shuang was. Tong Mage said everyone was inside having breakfast. At once, they marched over and surrounded Ling Shuang. She had nowhere to go. When the silence dragged on, Mage finally got fed up and slammed a stack of papers onto the table. She told Chen to read it. It was a full dossier on the spy inside his company. As he looked through it, he was impressed and said the girl had clearly studied hard. No wonder she was so talented. He even said it was amazing to have such a capable secretary. But Mangefom told him to wake up. He had been trapped by the other companies. Then his sister asked Ling Shuang if it was true. Shilou meanwhile thought it was funny that they had no idea Chen had known for a long time. Better yet, if she was the only one who knew that, then maybe she was the one he trusted most. Gao Shuiying, sharp as ever, had already figured out that the protagonist used Jilo to wreck Ling Shuang's plan. Ling Shuang admitted it was all true. She had approached him to act as a spy. At that, Chen stood up. He told Ling Shuang to come with him to the garden because he wanted to talk in private. The two walked out, leaving everyone else staring after them. Mange was already crying, saying she never imagined Ling Shuang was a spy, and if she had known, she never would have let her get close to MC. But Zilo told her not to worry because he had known from the beginning. Everyone was shocked and wanted to know what that even meant. How could he already know? Ru Shuang asked why he would hand over such an important project if she was a spy, but Zilo refused to explain. By now, she had realized all these girls seemed interested in Chen. That only made her more annoyed. Was there really no other man in the country for them to chase? Soon they were pushing each other, demanding answers. Then Gao Chuanyin cleared her throat beside the painting and pointed out that the wrong areas Ling Shuang made him buy connected perfectly with the areas Jilu had bought for him. At that moment, Rukoan understood that Chen was thinking way ahead of everyone else. He was like a commander who could see the battlefield from miles away. The way he moved people and resources was on a whole different level. He was too hard for anyone to fully figure out. Ling Shuang was trembling the whole time. Now everyone was amazed, saying Chen was basically a supercomputer. Mage Ming asked if exposing the spy had messed everything up and ruined Tainwen's plan. She was told not to worry. If he went to talk with Ling Shuang alone, he probably already had something else planned. The more she learned about him, the more secrets she found. He always took huge risks, but somehow he still came out on top. Maybe she was just one more piece in his game too. Outside, Ling Shuang apologized for getting close to him, just to collect information. She said she had no choice. She didn't know him, and that was the job she was given. Han said he had known from the start, leaving her stunned. He explained that on the very first day, he figured out why she came near him, and who sent her. Even so, none of that mattered to him. Then he asked if she remembered what he once told her. Holding her face, he reminded her that if it was about money or business, he would always forgive her. And as a knight, he meant to keep his word. Ling Xian blushed and couldn't say a thing. Her favorability jumped to 85. She looked away, ready to speak, but Chen cut in and told her not to worry anymore. Starting now, she was on his side. She tried to apologize again, but he reminded her that he had already called her his hidden dragon. With her beside him, he said even the whole world was within reach. Then he left, telling her to keep doing her best. She stayed there, wondering if she really would face no punishment. Chen said her punishment was next week's mission. Then he handed her a huge amount of money to spend. The number was so wild it almost made her lose it. She dropped to the ground, saying she didn't deserve any of this. Another 10 favorability points went up, but Chen was still annoyed. He had already spent 50 billion on her, done everything he could, and was still only at 93. Still, he brushed it off. His medical skills were improving, and soon she'd be within reach. Once that happened, the whole game would finally shift. She sent him a message, apologizing for everything and saying she still couldn't betray the Lee family. The protagonist knew she was almost ready to switch sides. Only a few small details were left. He told her to stop making excuses and just finish the weekly mission. Her only job, he said, was to spend money, even if that meant helping the Libby family. She started thinking this might be his way of asking her to spy on the Libby family instead. Even so, with so much stacked against him, she couldn't imagine Chen making it through all this. Then MC opened the door and found everyone inside staring at him like they were completely charmed. He wondered why it felt like walking into a wolf den. He really couldn't figure out why even Meng was acting like that when he barely knew her. Then out of nowhere he somehow completed a counterattack on her too. That caught him off guard. He didn't even remember starting a mission with her. As a reward he got money and 25 strength points. At that point even he was confused. Then the system cleared it up. What he gained was hacking skill proficiency. What Chen didn't get was why every new skill made his headaches worse. The system explained that he needed more mental power, because the flood of information was wearing him down. The poor guy was suffering because every skill came with what felt like years of study crammed into his head. Even so, it was one of his best rewards, amazing skills with almost no effort. So he told the system to put 50 points into mental power. Right away, Chen felt himself change. Now it was basically him 2.0. One glance let him read perfume, shoes, weight, clothing brand, and even height. He started wondering if he'd turned into some kind of super genius. Meng apologized and asked if exposing Lingshan had been a mistake. Chen said it didn't matter. The truth was going to come out sooner or later. The only thing he asked was that nobody treat Lingshan badly, and that they act like nothing happened. That left them confused. The others were upset too, and wanted the same answer. Then Meng figured he must have already convinced Lingshan to change sides. Maybe he was turning her into a double agent. Once again, he was planning far ahead. He was using an open move to beat hidden schemes. Ling Shuang was about to come back in when she overheard part of that talk. Chen was telling everyone not to mistreat her because she was still an important member of the team. Hearing that, she wondered if he truly meant it. To her, he really seemed like someone worth following for life. Sometime later, she was getting ready to leave. She told him not to worry. She could call a taxi. Chen said it wasn't a problem if she wanted to keep staying there, but she refused, saying the damage was done and people would always see her as a spy. Upstairs, his sister wondered if the protagonist had really persuaded her, and whether she would go back to the Li family. If she returned after failing against MC, she would probably be punished. That made Zulo realize something. Ling Shuang might not even know that Chen had set all of this up, and once the Li family found out, punishment was unavoidable. Just then, Zulua got a call from her brother. He asked where she was and what she was doing. She said she was at his house and had just seen something he would never believe. Her brother was already thrown off by one thing. Since when did she call Chen brother? Worse, she had no idea about the Ling family's plans with the Li family, so he snapped and told her to stop hanging around the protagonist, because he was bad news. He warned that she'd be back at the university in half a month, and told her to come home. Annoyed, she thought he'd be shocked once he learned what she had been accomplishing. Soon enough, everyone would know that Jilo was the top entrepreneur of her generation. Nearby, Jiao asked Ruyu if she knew those two girls. Ruyu said the one on the left was her sister, Meng, and the one on the right was far more dangerous, Jilo from the Lin family. Someone asked if that wasn't one of the richest families around. At the same time, one of the girls muttered that Chen never rested, every time he showed up with someone new. Then she called the two of them over, introduced herself as the CEO of Big Black Cat, and said that since they were all close to MC, they should exchange contact info. Chen looked over, confused about what was happening. The girls were all swapping numbers, and Ruju even added Zulu to their group chat, saying they were all friends now. He could only wonder how many people were in that group already. Meanwhile, at a hotel, someone welcomed Ling Shuang back. "Mr. Wang, can I slum wolf follow?" Mr. Wang back. Lei was waiting there. He said what happened yesterday was only because he couldn't afford to lose the protagonist's investment. He added that he had already contacted the best plastic surgeon in Korea, and soon she'd be as beautiful as before. Ling Shuang said she understood and thanked him. Then he asked why she came. She admitted that her identity had been exposed. Shocked, he asked what happened and whether escaping had been difficult. She said Chen had actually forgiven her, and even asked her to stay working for him, but she turned him down. Of course, she kept quiet about the 30 billion. If she mentioned it, Mr. Lai might think she had betrayed him. He then asked how MC reacted when she left. She said strangely, he showed almost nothing and stayed calm the whole time. Mr. Lai pressed her, was there really no anger at all? She said no. Maybe Chen's self-control was just that strong. But there was still something she had missed. He had known she was a spy from the very beginning. Mr. Lai asked how the protagonist found out, then asked whose name Fish Company's shares were under. She answered that all the shares were in Meng's name, so his own name wouldn't draw suspicion. Hearing that, and knowing how calm Chen had stayed, Mr. Lai started to wonder if he had walked right into a trap. He ordered them to bring him the maps of Hubei province and call Mr. Lin. Then he asked his secretary if anyone from the Lin family had been buying land in that area. The secretary said it looked like the Lin family was buying property there through another company. Right then, Lin's phone rang. He wondered why Mr. Lei was calling so early. Joking around, he asked if the man had that much free time and said he should come eat some good food. Instead, Mr. Lei cursed at him and accused him of working with Chen from the start. Lin was confused and asked what he was talking about. Mr. Lei told him to stop pretending because he already knew about the land being bought under the Lin family name. By pure coincidence, or maybe not, all of those purchases matched MC's strategy perfectly. Lin was totally lost and said he knew nothing about those deals. He promised to investigate because he was sure it had nothing to do with his family. Mr. Lei gave him half a day to come back with a solid answer or face the consequences. After hanging up, Lin slammed the phone down and demanded to know who Jaemu thought he was. They were supposed to be equals in business, yet the man talked to him like he owned him. The real problem was that he had spent 10 million setting this whole thing up. If it failed, he had no way to explain it to his family, so he ordered an employee to check some hidden real estate tied to the family name. The man said he'd do it right away. 2 hours later, he came back. By then, all the documents had been gathered. Lin couldn't understand why everything was under his 20-year-old sister's name when she wasn't supposed to have any money. Even worse, the company's capital was confirmed to be over 50 billion. And with the purchases made through that company, Chen's plan would work perfectly. Those properties completed the whole TV network structure he had been trying to build. They thought they had trapped him, but in the end, they were the ones who lost. He realized he'd been trapped from the start, and the worst part was that his sister had already been pulled into it. In a rage, he grabbed his phone to call her. He wanted to know how that stupid girl could do something that might wreck the whole family. She had just gotten out of the pool when she answered and asked why he was calling again. He said he knew about the secret real estate company she'd been running. She mocked him for taking so long to figure it out, then said he should call her boss from now on. That set him off, and he demanded to know who gave her the right to use the family's connections like this. She didn't care. Instead, she hung up. In her eyes, Chen was way more capable than her brother, so she'd rather stand with him. He was livid that she actually cut him off. He smashed the phone on the floor and shouted, asking when that girl had gotten so bold. Then he told the butler to bring another phone. He refused to believe he could lose to her. But the servant warned that things were already spiraling, so the real goal now was to limit the damage. He asked how they were supposed to do that. The servant pointed out that, from everything Chen had planned, he looked far more promising than the Li family's guy. Since his sister already had ties to the protagonist, maybe the smartest move was to side with him for real. The only price would be giving up on Ruyu, especially since she seemed connected to MC2. He refused. There was no way he was giving up on Ruyu, and if he did, his sister would never let him forget it. The butler asked if she was really worth all this trouble. He told Mr. Fu to stay out of it. He was in charge of the company and would take the blame himself. Mr. Fu said fine, then he'd step back. Still, he couldn't help thinking this young master was too inexperienced. This wasn't only about money. Even if he got his sister to switch back, everyone would still see her as a traitor. So the Li family had only two choices: join Chen or be crushed by the others. Meanwhile, documents arrived covering all of Zillow's plans and what she'd been doing lately. Mr. Lai finally understood he had been walking straight into a trap from the start, and he ordered everyone in the meeting to keep quiet. Ling Xiwei knew part of this was on her. As secretary, she should have found out sooner, so she apologized and said she truly hadn't noticed. But he asked if she really thought this could be brushed off as a simple mistake. A mistake is something you apologize for. Losing 10 billion is something else entirely. Then he hurled an ashtray at her and asked if she even understood how much money had been lost. He said his trust had made her arrogant, and now she seemed to think she was worth that kind of money. She needed to remember that everything she had came from the Li family, and she deserved none of it. He ordered the guards to seize her and announced that from now on she was a full suspect in anything tied to this group. She would be investigated to make sure she wasn't behind the whole mess. One of the women spoke up, insisting Ling Xiwei would never betray them. She'd shared everything and had been with them from the start. He shot back that betrayal didn't matter anymore. He still had to answer to the group. That's when she realized she was just the scapegoat. Meanwhile, back at Chen's house, someone asked if Mei Mei was around. It was Ruyu, complaining that her brother was careless for leaving the girl by herself. She was told that he was actually down in the basement. Ruyu asked how long he'd been hiding there, since she hadn't seen him in days. His sister explained that he was busy running tests and experiments, so no one was supposed to bother him. Down below, Chen finished making a purple paste and said it was finally ready. To him, spending all those points to raise his medical skill to 60 had been worth it. Just then, someone knocked at the door. It was Rupiu, asking if she could come in. The protagonist thought her timing was perfect. He let her in, then suddenly asked if she had any scars. That obviously caught her off guard. She said there was a small mark under her hair from a fight with her brother when they were younger, and she'd always covered it with makeup. Chen lifted her chin so he could get a better look. She even dropped her bag. For a second, she thought that if Meng Meng saw this, she'd definitely get the wrong idea. Still, since MC wanted to get close, she accepted it like a kiss. Then she caught a weird smell and started wondering what he was doing. Chen told her not to worry. He had an amazing cream. He spread it on her forehead, and she immediately asked if that stuff was even approved by the government because it smelled awful. He joked that some things stink and still work great. He told her not to wipe it off for the next 3 hours because he didn't have any more. She still looked unsure, but thanked him. Then she decided there should be a price. When Chen turned around, she kissed him. The protagonist froze, blushing hard and wondering if she'd just taken advantage of him. Outside the door, Rucho couldn't believe she actually had the nerve, but honestly it didn't feel bad. Meanwhile, MC stood there red-faced and practically drooling. Then his sister showed up and asked why Rucho had left covering her face. It even looked like she had been crying. Chen quickly said she'd gone home to take a bath. Meng wasn't buying it. Rucho had been red and hiding her face. So what exactly had he done to that poor girl? He protested that he was being falsely accused. He was a gentleman. His sister said she didn't believe a word of that. In her mind, her brother's biggest issue was that women were always around him, but no matter what, he'd always be her only brother. Then Chen asked if she had any scars that needed his miracle treatment. She ran off at once, saying that stuff smelled way too bad. The protagonist thought she was silly for refusing something only he could make. A message suddenly popped up on his phone. He remembered that old group chat and decided to check it. Huang, the guy from the dealership, was asking if Mr. Yan was really in trouble. Another man, Wang Ren, said even the company buying land had stopped, so maybe Mr. Yan was planning to leave the country. Wang Ren went on, saying the signs matched, even his Black Cat platform wasn't doing well. Huang didn't want to badmouth Mr. Yan though. He believed that if Mr. Yan was struggling, he'd still pull through. Chen didn't like seeing this rich guy turn on him just because he'd been gone for a few days. Others in the chat started saying he seemed to have run into trouble with the Lin family, and that it was his own fault for messing with people that powerful. Soon everyone agreed it might be smarter to keep their distance from Mr. Yan. Chen got mad. Just a few days earlier, all of them had been begging to add him, so he sent a message saying he was done with the nonsense, and anyone who wanted out of the group could leave right now. The others were shocked and asked why he was still acting tough at a time like this. MC replied that anyone helping the Tang family or standing against him was now his enemy. One man from the club earlier told everyone to check the chat because Mr. Yan was taking on the whole group. Huang, the car dealer, said he'd always known Mr. Yan wasn't ordinary. Based on what he'd seen, not even the entire Lin family could beat him, but the others didn't care and said they were leaving anyway. Right then, people started quitting the chat, and more followed right behind them. Chen watched as over 300 people left the group, but now he knew exactly who they were, and he wouldn't care later if they tried to crawl back. Since they all thought he was broke, he decided to hit them with a hard slap in the face, so of course he opened the livestream section. He went onto his platform to top up his account. When he saw gift options worth 10 million and even 500 million, he figured President Zhou really got him. Now it was time to load in a few billion and make things fun. Meanwhile, over at the Black Cat platform, an employee called Shen Shui over to check something. She rushed in, worried, and asked what was going on. The employee said someone on the shopping channel had just spent several billion. Shen Shui instantly wondered if it was him. One streamer was a blonde girl dancing, and another with pink hair was fooling around. But Chen found all of it boring until one stream made him stop. Someone who looked just like his sister had gone live under the name Dreamy Little Monster. How he didn't recognize her right away is honestly hard to understand. She was dressed like a little cat, cute enough that people could probably buy her a litter box. What a mess. She thanked the viewers and wished them all a rich and lucky life. Now Chen finally recognized her and understood why she hadn't been bothering him much that day. Of course, he wasn't about to ignore this. He immediately sent a rocket gift. The user named Happy Wind, who had donated too, asked her to add him as a friend. She said no, her brother didn't allow that kind of thing. Then 10 more rockets came in. The same guy asked again if she could add him. Now Chen started getting annoyed. Watching some random guy flirt with his sister like that made his blood boil. She wasn't happy either and asked why he kept pushing. After she'd already said no, she warned him that if he was only sending gifts to get added, he should stop wasting his money. But the guy sent 100 more rockets. Then he jumped back into chat and asked if that was enough this time. She could tell this guy was annoying, and now the rest of the chat was starting to join in too. Then something grabbed everyone's attention. The whole planet exploded on screen. Chen had bought the Stellar Explosion gift. At Black Cat's operations center, everyone noticed that the most expensive item in the store had just been bought. Shen Shui was already wondering if the legend had returned. A user named Ashok Maiming asked if someone had really sent the gift that cost over 1 million. Meanwhile, Chen decided he was going to embarrass anyone trying to win over his sister with rockets. He was going to crush this guy's dreams until he understood he never had a chance. It was useless. To make the point clear, he sent 2 more stellar collisions, then 3 more stellar explosions. The effects were so huge they popped up across other live streams too. Pretty soon everyone knew Dreamy Little Monster had already pulled in more than 4 galaxies worth of gifts. He kept tapping away until that other donor finally got the message. The viewers were stunned. He'd already sent gifts worth around 300 million. There were so many donations flying in that the chat was basically unreadable. With all that support, her popularity score shot up to 100 million. Back at the platform headquarters, the staff could hardly believe it. Chen had really spent 300 million. So that earlier 3,000 count was clearly a bad translation. He just smiled and said this should be enough to shake things up financially. A message from his sister popped up, asking if he was the one behind it. He admitted it right away, but she told him it was a total waste. Then she remembered the platform was his anyway, so he wasn't really losing much. Even so, she asked him to stop, because she couldn't keep streaming like this. He had planned to throw around 10 billion, but it looked like he had to stop here. Meanwhile, people across the platform were asking if Chen had really spent that 300 million. Shen Shui confirmed it, though she still wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Jiayuki asked what was so hard about it. Shen Shui explained that every bit of that money had gone to his sister Meng Meng. She pointed out how strange it was, since the money was basically staying in his circle. Then Shen Shui seemed to finally understand Shen's move. She told Jiayuki she now knew why he had done it. This was his way of showing the other families that he'd recovered from the hit he took earlier. With one move, all the rumors about him going broke were crushed. Jiayuki agreed it was the perfect way to shut everyone up without really losing anything. Shen Shui then said she hadn't seen Chen in a while. Truth be told, she'd always wanted a man like him to choose her. To her, that would be incredible. By the next day, the story was everywhere. The bowling guy told Hao Shui that he had been right after all. Hao Shui said they should have known Mr. Yuan would never go down that easily. It had all been a fake-out. Still, he admitted he had been scared to death that Mr. Yuan had really gone bankrupt. Then the group chat started blowing up with notifications. Everyone who stayed felt relieved. They trusted Mr. Yuan and stuck with him. One person said his plan worked perfectly. It had hit both the Li family and the Lin family hard. Another guy said it was amazing how Chen faced so many people and still won. They even said a move like this could affect the next 10 years. He decided that the people who trusted him had now proven they were on his side. Since he was tired of being targeted all the time, he chose to reward the ones who earned it. He announced that anyone in the group could join the Television City project he was building. One man said his family owned several malls and would love to be part of it. Another said his family ran multiple restaurants and definitely wanted in. Someone from the hotel business joined next, and a few people in construction spoke up too. They told him that if he needed more materials, he only had to ask. Chen was caught off guard as message after message came in from people wanting to join. His sister was amazed that so many people were talking about her. Her live stream and even her name had climbed into the top trending searches. He told her she'd basically become an internet celebrity overnight. She brushed it off, saying she was only famous because someone dumped money on her, and even then, she said most of the comments were really about him. People were calling him selfish, just some rich guy who spent money on women to show off. They compared him to other wealthy people who support the country and help grow talent, while he just throws money at streamers. Chen tried to defend himself, but his sister said Roju had already explained it. He only acts like a guy who mindlessly gives away money, while behind the scenes he's a business genius. Apparently Ryu already understood the whole plan he set up. The protagonist couldn't figure out how that kind of story had spread so far. What he really didn't want was for this to change the relationship he had with his sister. So he changed the subject and asked about those people investing money to support the country's talent. She explained that in Go, players from their country were getting crushed by foreigners. One of those players had even claimed everyone there was just an amateur. Chen asked who had the nerve to say that. She started explaining who it was. After coming to their country, that player had beaten everyone he faced. Even veteran players who'd trained for years couldn't stop him. He even boldly declared that no one in the country could beat him. Chen asked what that had to do with all the money, and she explained it. People in their country were already offering more than 200 million to anyone who could beat this kid. MC didn't care about the prize, he just wanted to play against him. His sister asked if he was serious, since that kid was a real genius. He said of course, competing with someone like that sounded way more fun. And if things got rough, he'd just level up his skill. His sister wondered when he even learned how to play Go. After all, he was supposed to be busy running multiple companies. Chen asked when he had ever looked busy. That made her remember how he spent every day relaxing by the pool. At night, he was usually drinking Coke and playing video games. She honestly had no idea how he managed his time so well. Chen couldn't help wondering why she sounded so shaken. Right then, she started a live stream and announced that today's focus would be studying. Of course, he had no interest in watching somebody write on paper. But for him, this opened up another idea. He logged into the biggest online Go platform. To avoid attention, he picked a different username, Sunset Master. At 10 in the morning, he started training. He wanted to test what his system could do. The first match began and he casually clicked through it with his Logitech mouse. By 10:33, his first opponent was already finished. It ended so fast that it wasn't even fun. So he decided to win 10 straight and see if stronger players showed up. After that, he started rolling over everyone. By 6:30 in the evening, he was still going strong with 30 wins in a row. And even then, he was still only facing easy-level players. It was starting to look like this would take longer than he expected. One problem was that the higher he climbed, the longer each game took, because better players made fewer mistakes. All he really wanted was a shot at that prodigy. Kimura also played on the same platform under the name Devil's Hand. That day, he'd already won 20 matches in a row and felt unbeatable there. Still, he decided to play one more. He checked the rankings to find someone who had been on a hot streak. That's when he noticed Chenen's account, Sunset Master. A notification popped up for the protagonist. someone had challenged him to a duel. He saw the name Devil's Hand and wondered why it sounded like a nickname some high school kid would use. Still, he was impressed that the guy had 20 wins in a row that day, so the duel began. Devil's Hand made the first move and the game got underway. Chen was surprised. Unlike the others, this player's moves were hard to read. It reminded him of someone known as the Demon of Transformation, a player whose every move could branch into several paths. 30 moves in, MC was in trouble. At this rate he was going to lose, and breaking his streak would make climbing the rankings even harder. Kimura was impressed. It had taken 30 moves for Chen to step into his first trap, but to Kimura that hardly mattered, because he still expected to win. He then asked the system for 50 years of experience. It cost a huge amount of strengthening points, and left him with only 25. Decades of techniques and strategy flooded into his mind. He ran through the possibilities again and again until he finally found the answer. Now it was his turn to attack. If needed, he'd become the so-called Demon of the Heavens himself. Kimura started wondering why Chen had stopped moving. In his mind, he was still a lone master with no equal. Then a new move appeared and it caught him off guard. At first, it looked like Chen had made a string of nonsense moves and simply given up. But the protagonist knew he'd read it that way. That was the whole point. He had already prepared the perfect move. To Kimura, it looked strangely familiar. He recognized that demon transformation technique from his own games. To him, that was impossible. There was no way some amateur should know a move like that. For the first time, someone had stepped into his trap and still turned the whole match around. Chen beat Devil's Hand, and Kimura dropped back in his chair, stunned, wondering if he had really just lost. How could the best player in Asia be beaten by some online player stuck at 5th rank? What made it worse was that MC had beaten him with the same kind of moves he used himself. Kimura refused to accept it. Chen, meanwhile, was worn out from playing all day. It was already 10 at night, and he still hadn't left his chair. Even so, that last game had fired him up, and he figured one more wouldn't hurt. Then he got a private message. The sender was from another country, so the message came through all broken up, asking for a rematch and for lessons. Chen took one look and decided the guy had to be some grade school kid with a silly name and terrible writing. Not bothering to be polite, he told him he had no chance and should stop embarrassing himself. Kimura was furious and demanded to know who this person really was. He sat back down and said he had only been messing around before, but this time he'd get serious. He answered that since Kimura still didn't get it, he'd teach him how things really worked. Then the second match began. 10 minutes later, Kimura had lost again. To him, it was impossible. How could someone who seemed weak just 10 minutes earlier suddenly become this strong? So he challenged Chen again, and of course he lost again. But this time, it only took 20 moves instead of 30. None of it made sense. Ever since turning pro, Kimura had crushed everyone in front of him. So how was he getting beaten like this by some weird stranger online? Our boy was done taking challenges from this guy, who was acting like a clingy little kid. But Kimura wouldn't drop it. He kept begging for one more game. Not knowing who he was dealing with, our boy brushed him off and said he had no interest in crushing an amateur. That line hit Kimura hard. He could barely believe someone had just called him an amateur. Then someone walked in and asked what happened. It was Kimura's younger sister, Mei Sato, and she wanted to know why he was so mad. He told her he'd lost to a player named Sunset, and it made his blood boil. She tried to calm him down, saying weird losses happen online. Sometimes the other side is cheating. Kimura asked how that was even possible. So she brought up something called AlphaGo. According to her, it was a bot that picks the best moves. With that kind of help, anyone could win. Kimura decided that explained everything. The guy had seemed weak at first, then suddenly turned strong. His sister added that someone like him who beats top players shouldn't be losing to a nobody online. He agreed right away and said that had to be the answer. Then he decided to study the games even more closely, and from now on he'd only accept one challenge each day. He was sure that if he learned from this so-called AI, he could reach a whole new level. Meanwhile, Mei thought it was a good thing he was still young and easy to reassure. Their father had taught him a lot, but his mindset still hadn't caught up. Besides, there was no way he'd really be beaten in just 30 or 40 moves. Not even their father could do that. Back at our boy's place, he was still stuck at level 7, and complaining that these ranks were impossible to escape. If he wanted to face Kimura, he had to reach pro rank. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be allowed in. The bad part was that at this pace, it would still take another 3 or 4 days. More than anything, he wanted to know how strong he really was, since up to now he'd only beaten amateurs. That was especially true because he'd almost lost to a student and only got saved by the system. Still, he believed that if he kept grinding, the reward for beating Kimura would be his. Then the story cuts to the Lee family home, where poor Wu Shuang is dragged in, bruised and beaten because Jiamu wants to question her. She's clearly in bad shape. Jiamu asks his secretary whether they found anything after keeping her locked up for 3 days. The secretary says they uncovered something very suspicious. Wu Shuang has 30 billion in her bank account. Jiamu explodes. How could a secretary have that much money? The other secretary says that alone is strong evidence against her. Jiamu says it all adds up now. If someone offered him 30 billion to betray the family, even he might be tempted. Then he faces her and says he finally understands why she acted innocent. Wu Shuang asks if he really believes she'd sell him out for money. He throws the papers at her and demands an answer. If she didn't betray them, why did she never mention the money? Wushuang has nothing to say. Jiamu takes her silence as proof. Turning away, he warns her that betraying the Li family comes with a price. The whole room goes quiet. She says she knows the consequences and won't argue anymore. They should talk about what matters now, so he asks what she means. Wushuang says she knows this failed plan will hurt his place in the family, but she's willing to use the 30 billion to cover the damage she caused. Once he takes the money, she'll cut ties with them for good. In her mind, that's the only way to end this bond and finally go to Chen. But Jamura just laughs and says that if she wants to buy her freedom with that money, he'll take it and let her go. He promises that once the money reaches his account, she'll be free because Master Jiamu always keeps his word. Of course, he has no intention of stopping there. After the transfer goes through, he says that with this much money, he doesn't have to care what the elders think anymore. Even if the family throws him out, he can start over thanks to Secretary Yu. But the other woman asks if he really plans to let Wushuang go, knowing how many secrets she carries. This woman is his new secretary, Qian. Jiamu coldly asks if she thinks she needs to teach him his job. She quickly bows and apologizes, saying she spoke out of turn. Inside, though, she's thrilled. Wushuang used to keep her down, and now Wushuang has been thrown away like a stray dog. Worse, that poor girl still thinks the young master will really let her leave alive. The story moves to the city, where Wushuang wanders alone, thrown away and unsure if the young master will truly spare her. After all, she did everything for the family and knows too much. Then danger closes in. Someone sends a truck straight at her. But she's no weakling. She reacts fast and rolls under it. The truck slams into a building, and she instantly realizes it was meant to kill her. She runs, already deciding that if the Li family wants war, then from now on she'll be their enemy. One of the men watching nearby reports that the driver missed and they lost her. Jiamu asks how they messed that up, then says it doesn't matter. They can pull back now. She already spent the 30 billion Chen Yuan gave her. Once the protagonist Yuan learns she burned through all that money, Jiamu is sure she's finished. Back at our boy's house, his sister calls him to eat. He's still glued to the computer, and she asks when he plans to step away. He tells her she just doesn't get the thrill of beating people over and over. She doubts he's really that good and asks what rank he reached. When he says 8 Dan, she's impressed and asks if he really plans to challenge Kimura. He says she should never doubt his talent. Getting that reward will be easy. Mang thinks she's never seen him work this hard at anything. Instead of focusing on business and making more money, he's dead set on beating this rival. To her, that's exactly how a stubborn man acts. She knows money isn't the issue for him, so this has to be about pride. Her favorability has already climbed to 93, and our boy starts worrying about what happens if it goes even higher. He wonders why she's talking like that when he's really only doing this for the money. Once he wins, the system's money will finally become his. What scares him most is going past 95 and triggering some kind of bad reaction from her. He needs to lower those points and shut this down fast, so he calls her over, leaving her confused. He says there's something he's wanted to tell her for a long time. She tells him not to hold back, he can say anything. But right then the doorbell rings. Mangbing rushes off before he can speak. He knows she's carrying a lot of past pain, so whatever he says may not be easy for her to hear. When Mangbing opens the door, Ru Yu is there. For once she isn't carrying all her usual gear. She says she brought a gift for her sister, who gladly thanks her. Then she quickly asks where her brother is. Mangbing says he's in his room, then asks why Ruchun changed her hairstyle. Ruchun explains that she used to hide the scar on her forehead, but the cream he made erased it. She's amazed that the smelly stuff works so well and remembers how hard our boy pushed her to use that gross ointment. When she walks into his room, he tells her she looks prettier than usual. Then he says there aren't many places to sit, so she can use the bed if she wants. She blushes a little but goes over and sits down. As her hand brushes the sheets, she starts thinking about the fact that this is where he sleeps every day. She even wonders if she might be the first girl ever to sit there. Then she brings up the cream and asks if he can give her more. He teases her, saying it's funny to hear that after she refused to use it last time. Ruchun admits she was wrong and says the stuff is incredible. It could make a fortune if they sold it at scale. But our boy says mass production would be a huge hassle. Then he hands her the formula and says that if she wants, she can launch the product and help him build the company. She freezes when she sees the recipe for something that could shake the whole market. He trusts her so openly that she doesn't even know how to turn him down. Once the company is running, she plans to hand all the profits over to him. That lands like a direct hit on him, but is it really a burden or is he secretly enjoying it? Before anything else happens, the doorbell rings again and Mangbing goes to answer it. This time it's Wushuang, dressed to hide herself. She's clearly miserable after being thrown out by the Li family. Mangbing is shocked and asks what she's doing there. Wushuang asks where Chen is. She wants to see him, but Mangbing shoves her back and says she's not welcome there and should never come again. She says she trusted Wushuang like a sister, only to learn she wanted to hurt her brother. Upstairs, the other two hear the noise and wonder what's going on. When our boy comes down and sees Wushuang, he lights up because she finally came back. He has plenty of contracts and money waiting to be used, so her return is perfect. But Mangbing keeps telling her to leave, saying her brother never wants to see her again. Heartbroken, Witrin turns to go and apologizes. Now she has no master, no friend, and no Chen. She's completely alone. Worst of all, she has nowhere to go. Then someone grabs her hand. It's our boy telling her she doesn't have to leave like this. He pulls her back while his sister demands to know what he's doing. He tells everyone to forget the past because Wuchuang is still his secretary, then asks her to go make some noodles. His sister is furious, but Ruchun pulls her away. Then our boy tells Wuchuang to come with him to the basement. As they head downstairs, she says there's something she needs to say. She has a confession to make. She lost the 30 billion he gave her. He goes quiet for a second. She knows news like that would shake anyone. After everything she's done and how she's acted, she feels she deserves the worst. Instead, he asks if all this drama was really over such a small amount. She stares at him, shocked since when is 30 billion small. Then he leans in and tells her that from the start she's never let him down. In fact, she's even more capable than he expected. Some people on his side can't spend that much in a whole year, but she made it vanish in a week. So he asks her again to join him, and this time not to turn him down. She hesitates, almost in tears, thinking about everything she went through with Jaimu and how badly it ended. Compared to that, Chen's kindness is on another level. She breaks down, saying her whole life has been filled with pain and regret. She says she spent all that time searching for a true master, and now she's ready to give him the rest of her life, as long as he doesn't cast her aside. He tells her to stand up. He's her friend, not her father. Then he warns her not to get too comfortable, because tomorrow she's going right back to work. She says he doesn't need to trust her so much, and that she'd accept a normal job, but he cuts that off and says she needs to obey him and take a leadership position. She's the only one he trusts to manage those 50 billion the right way. That makes her cry even harder. After all the damage she caused, she can't understand why he still believes in her. At last, her favorability reaches 95. Chen is thrilled. The counterattack reward finally kicks in. He gets 10 billion back for spending over 100 billion, plus 50 strengthening points. On top of that, he receives a full list of her abilities. He's excited, saying she's the most valuable person he's gained so far. She swears she'll follow him for the rest of her life, even if 5 thunderbolts strike her. But he tells her that's not needed. They're on the same side now. Then she asks him to call her Xiao Yu, her favorite nickname. He agrees and calls her Xiao Yu, then says there's something he wants to talk about. He explains he's been working on a formula made just for the wound on her face. He takes out a box and says that if she uses it 3 times a day, she should see results in 2 weeks. She's deeply moved that her billionaire boss spent time making something just for her, and she hugs him, saying he's truly incredible. Upstairs, Mangmang asks why Ryu stopped her. That woman shouldn't be here, and her brother definitely shouldn't forgive her. Mengring was ready to load that ramen with pepper and make her suffer. Ruai tells her to calm down. This is probably all part of Chen's plan. He likely knew that once her spying mission failed, the Li family would throw her out, leaving Mu as her only place to return to. And that's when his real plan would begin. Mengring asks why, and Ruai explains that as chief secretary, Ling Shuang must know a lot of secrets. With her back by Chen's side, bringing down the Li family would be much easier. Mengring is impressed and admits his planning is hard to keep up with. Ro Yu says they need to help him handle all of this because making so many plans can't be easy. Mengmeng agrees and says she'll listen better when her brother asks for something. If this is all part of his big plan, then that ramen better taste great. She's ready to devote herself fully to Chen. A little later they come back and she announces that the ramen is ready. Ling and Shuang can't figure out why the girl who seemed to hate her is suddenly so cheerful. Not only did she make ramen, she put together a huge feast and even invites her to eat, calling her sister Ling and Shuang. She says she made everything with care. Both of them are stunned by how much food there is. Chen asks if Mengmeng slipped poison into it. She instantly says no, and offers to eat first to prove it, so she takes a bite and promises she'd never poison their food. Just then, Rusho notices something. She spots the medicine box and realizes why Chen prepared it. That stuff works amazingly well. She says she had a scar on her forehead for 10 years, and after using it, it really vanished. Ling Shuang asks if it's truly that effective, and Ro Yu says yes, which gives Ling Shuang hope that her own face might be restored. Ro Yu says this product would be perfect for a cosmetics line, since the quality beats anything out there. Ling Shuang agrees and says they could use Shu to promote it, or even push it through the Black Cat platform with streamers. Ro Yu agrees and says she'll contact Yuchi right away. Still, Ro Yu gets that strange feeling again. Did Chen already think all this through and know they'd come to the same idea? Who knows, but it sure feels that way. He looks at Ruku's forehead and says it's amazing that the scar is really gone. The medicine he made turned out even stronger than he expected. He pulls out a sheet and says he'll write down a new ingredient to make it even better. But suddenly Ruku's grabs him from behind and says she's been waiting a long time to get him alone. Then she teases him with a little lick by the ear. He drops the clipboard, turns around and tells her to wait. Isn't she worried someone might see this? She asks, who would? Mingyan just went upstairs and Ling Shuang has too much work to come down anytime soon. She's sure no one will interrupt them. He takes her hand and finally kisses her. After all this time, he actually makes his move. Ruyu thinks this is her chance to make him hers. She won't let any other woman take Chen. Then she hits him with a perfect follow-up. Ruyu completely pins him down, but of course someone knocks on the door. Annoyed, he wonders which idiot had to ruin his moment. It's Mongwing outside asking if he can help her with something. He answers yes, pretending she just woke him when he was about to fall asleep. The next morning, Chen steps out of the room and Ryu still can't make sense of how she feels when she sees him after last night. That strange feeling hasn't gone away. The protagonist is blushing and doesn't know what to say, but as usual, his sister cuts in, saying breakfast is ready and telling them to come down. At this point, he's starting to think she must have hidden cameras. Later that morning, he tells Ling Shuang not to use water and to apply the medicine 3 times a day. If she keeps up that routine, the improvement should be very clear. She thanks him sincerely, but he tells her not to get ahead of herself and wait to see the results first. Besides, she needs to get back to work soon, because the company is a mess. She says she understands and won't let him down. She's fully motivated to tear apart the Li family's plans and prove who the better boss is. After that, Chen heads back to his room, ready to keep practicing his go. But his sister shows up and asks if she can talk to him for a minute. He turns and sees her blushing, clearly struggling to say what she wants. So he asks what's wrong and whether something happened. He reminds her she can always count on him, because he'll always support her. She says she needs help applying the cream. Luckily, it's just on a normal spot. Even so, Chen reacts like it's the end of the world. He stops and tells her there are things the two of them shouldn't be doing. She says he's being weird. She only asked him to put medicine on her shoulder. If anything, he's the one making it awkward, because she isn't embarrassed at all. He tries to turn it into a lesson, saying she should only let a future boyfriend who truly loves and respects her do something like that. Then she steps closer and asks if she could ever find a guy like him. He says no, that's impossible. And besides, she shouldn't want someone like him anyway. He calls himself a loser who isn't worth it. Really, he's just trying to shut down those thoughts before they go any further. But she won't let him talk about himself that way, saying he's the most amazing and devoted person she's ever known. At that point, he's close to giving up, because she clearly won't accept what he's saying. So he finally says he'll apply the medicine just to end the argument. Clearly, she didn't get what she really wanted. He was making way too big a deal out of something as simple as putting on cream, and she's just as dramatic, getting all emotional over it. These two really are a crazy pair. A little later, he says he's done. She asks why it was over so fast. He replies that he's just skilled now. Then she asks why he spent so long applying medicine to Ling Shuang, but hers took only 10 seconds. He says he's improved and that he has other things to do. As he walks away, Chen thinks that sooner or later he'll need to seriously explain things to her. But for now, it's time to get back to climbing the ranks. Once he sits at the computer, he notices something strange. A weird message pops up, making it look like someone is trying to hack him. Somewhere else, a girl tells her brother that she found the person. It's Mei Kimura's sister, and she says she already has the right address. Her brother praises her skills, but she says the weird part is that he seems to be trying to rank up even though he didn't play a single game yesterday. Kimura is still traumatized and needs to beat this guy so he can grow stronger. He says they have to find him so he can defeat his inner demon. But then something goes wrong. Instead of hacking him, her own computer gets hacked. Whoever's on the other side is far better than expected. Suddenly, her computer starts downloading a bunch of bizarre videos. In other words, her screen gets flooded with memes. Chen is completely spamming her. Her brother even tells her to close her eyes before that stuff ruins her mind. She can't believe she got hit with a counterattack like this. Meanwhile, MC smugly enjoys the moment. They never saw these skills coming. Then he finds something important, a photo of Mei. And even more interesting, he realizes they aren't locals, they're foreigners. He wonders when he made an enemy like that, but after everything he's done, it honestly makes sense. The next morning, he checks his phone and sees breaking news. The Lin family is getting slammed from all sides. An employee reports they've already lost more than 10 billion. If this keeps going, the family might not make it. He decides the best move is to sell some of their land to the buyers who wanted it before, but the employee says those people suddenly aren't interested anymore. The two companies buying land have merged, and now they're waiting for prices to fall before purchasing anything. He starts wondering why it feels like everyone is coming after him. Then his phone rings. The employee says several of their hotels are under heavy attack online, most likely because of the Lin family. Next, Zilo calls. He assumes she's finally matured and wants to help the family. Instead, she says Chen Yuan's two companies have merged, and she's now the CEO of both. Her brother snaps at her, saying she only knows how to show off and never helps the family. Zilo is stunned. From her view, she's only been making the family look better. He tells her the plan was never to truly join him. It was just a cover to gather information. She asks why he never told her that. Turns out, he didn't trust her to pull it off, if she knew the truth. Hearing that, she says she'd rather side with Chen Yuan, since at least he trusts her. Then she hangs up. Once again, he smashes his phone and yells, asking if she forgot who her real brother is. How could 10 years of spoiling her mean less than that weirdo? The employee says again that their only real option is to make peace with the protagonist Yuan. He refuses. Before that, he'd rather use the family's reserve funds. The employee reminds him the chairman said that money was only for a true emergency. He says this is that emergency and orders the man out. The old employee leaves, saying he understands. Left alone, Lin thinks he'd rather die than lower himself before Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, our boy gets word that the guy is coming to his city. He's planning to take on anyone who wants to challenge him at the city arena. Our boy gets annoyed if he'd known the guy would face anybody. he wouldn't have spent so long preparing. Still, this works out since he won't need to travel. He's sure he'll win and take the 200 million prize. Then Zulo calls him. She says her brother humiliated her again and called her a traitor, just because she's trying to build her own future. Our boy realizes her whole family now hates her because of him. He promises no one gets to bully Princess Yulo and says he'll buy out her whole family and hand it to her. She laughs and says he's pretty funny when he gets protective. Still, she means it when she says he's the best person she knows, the only man worthy of marrying her. Then she tells him she'll visit tomorrow. Our boy thinks she's kind at heart and just spent too long cut off from people. Since she calls him brother, he decides he'll help her. So he calls Ling Shuang, who asks what he needs. He says he'll pay whatever it takes to buy the Lin group. She immediately realizes this may be the start of his real counterattack. The Lin group is already drowning in scandals and trouble, so he's clearly moving in at the perfect time. Right then, he really did look like a hero. A little later, Zillow arrives to see our boy. She tells Mang that it hasn't been long, but now she's already a star on Black Cat. Mang says it's nothing special and points out that Zillow is the CEO of a huge company. Zillow says she doesn't like being worshipped, but admits she is kind of legendary. Our boy cuts in and asks how long they're planning to keep chatting. Soon they head to the car, and Zillow explains they're going to the airport because someone wants to play chess there, and even her cousin will show up. Our boy thinks it's strange that someone from her family will be there too. Mang asks for the person's name and age. Zillow says it's Chu Yumo, and she should be a little older than her. That name sounds familiar. Chu Yumo is the police officer our boy met earlier at the auction. He asks if she's really Zillow's cousin. Zillow says yes, then asks if he knows her too. He brushes it off, saying he's only seen her once or twice. Then he quickly gets into the car. But Zillow has already noticed his reaction was odd. The story then moves to the arena. Our boy says the place is packed, and Zillow answers that of course it is. The guy is famous and even competes internationally. Getting in costs 500 yuan. When they go buy tickets, people around them wonder who this guy is, showing up with two beautiful girls. Inside, matches are already underway, and Zillow says she still doesn't see the foreign player competing. Someone points toward the center and asks if that isn't Kimura. At the same time, a girl there is beating one of the local geniuses. People nearby explain that anyone who wants to challenge Kimura has to beat this girl first, and our boy stares at her like he's seen her before. Meng explains the setup. To face Kimura directly, you need to be a level 9 pro. Another challenger goes down, making it clear that no one at the event has managed to beat her yet. Then Chu Yumo steps in. Someone calls out to her. It's Zillow cheering, with our boy beside her. Chu Yumo notices her cousin and immediately wonders why that weirdo is here too, but she pushes the thought aside and focuses on the game. If she wants a shot at Kimura, she has to beat Maeve first. The game begins, and the older experts watch in surprise. The match is intense, but one move completely shocks Yumo, and just like that she loses. The old men start asking if no one in their country can even beat this young girl. Then someone places a hand on Chu Yumo's shoulder, telling her that losing happens and he'll take care of the girl himself. Everyone recognizes him as Brother Zhao. Chu Yumo lights up the moment she sees him. He calmly says there's nothing to worry about now, because he'll win it all back. The crowd is clearly impressed by his arrival, and Mang asks who he is. He's said to be the brightest player of the younger generation, with 3 championships already. Mang says she knows who he is and hopes for a good match. The two take their seats while Kimura watches from another room, wondering if this could be the Sunset Master. No matter who the man is, Kimura wants revenge. Meanwhile, Chu Yumo walks over to the group, and Zillow says she almost had it. But Yumo is more interested in asking why Chen Yuan came with her. Zillow says they're basically best friends. Yumo finds that hard to believe, because in her eyes, MC Yuan only likes older women. Back at the board, another move is made, and this time Mei really does lose. The crowd gets excited. They're finally winning one. Brother Xiao asks if he can challenge Kimura now. Mei agrees and says she'll go inform him, but Kimura appears on his own, saying he's been waiting for a worthy opponent. If this is the man who beat him online, now he can finally take back his honor. He says he came all the way here just to face him. Kimura admits he can accept losing, but not the insults that came with it. The crowd is shocked. Did this guy really beat Kimura before and even trash-talk him? Brother Zhao looks confused, trying to remember when that happened. There isn't much time to explain, so the two sit down and the next match begins. As Chen Yuan watches, Kimura's style starts to feel familiar, and then he notices that Japanese girl again. That's when he remembers the photo of the girl who tried to hack his computer. Now he's wondering why Kimura's assistant would do something like that. The only person he ever roasted while playing was that so-called Devil World kid. Could that schoolboy really be Kimura? It would explain why Kimura came to the exact city where Chen Yuan lives. His sister asks who he thinks will win the match, and our boy says their country's challenger seems sharper, but he's relying on old strategies. Because of that, Kimura is more current and will probably win. People around them immediately question who he thinks he is. Talking about a top player like that, even Chu Yumo feels he's gone too far. What gives him the right to judge someone at that level? Then it happens. He loses 5 points and drops to 65. He had totally forgotten her little system was still active. After that, he tells his sister to sign him up, because he's about to show everyone how it's done. About 20 minutes later, the final move lands, the one that finishes Xiao. He knows there's no move left that can save him, so he admits defeat. The whole crowd is crushed, while Kimura basks in his win, convinced he just beat the Sunset Master. He laughs and says it was easier than he expected. Offline, this guy was nothing compared to him. For Kimura, the whole trip and this showdown feel like a waste. Meng points out that our boy was right when he said the guy would lose. But the people around them get mad. They had been cheering for the foreign player. To them, she and her brother are traitors for not believing in their own country's talent. She fires back saying they doubted him before, and even after he was proven right, they're still giving them trouble. Meanwhile, Kimura starts to leave, saying no one there is worthy of him. Suddenly, someone asks where that kid thinks he's going, and everyone turns to see who this lunatic is walking onto the stage. Kimura freezes. The last person who called him a kid like that was the guy from online, and he demands to know who it is. Our boy answers, he's the Sunset Master. Kimura can hardly believe it and asks if that's true. Our boy says he'll prove he never used cheats online, and now Kimura can find out for himself. Kimura would have to lose in front of everybody. Right away, Kimura started feeling that same old fear again. The crowd saw the boy suddenly turn pale, and it threw them off. Yumo just wanted to see what Chen would do this time. He walked up, said his time was precious, and told Kimura to sit down already. As usual, he still looked half asleep. Kimura clearly thought he would win, because he was sure the protagonist had cheated. Mei reminded him those were the rules, but he brushed that off, saying the rules only existed so he wouldn't waste time on weak players. This match was personal, so she needed to stay out of it. He was going to prove who the real master was. Mengming kept insisting nobody understood how strong her brother really was, while Zilo just stood there confused. She couldn't figure out when Chen had even learned Go. Mengming said he'd actually been amazing for a long time. Online he hadn't lost a single match. Chao was scared MC might actually win, because that would make his own loss to Kimura look even worse. Still, the match was about to start. Kimura made the opening move, and Chen quietly set down his own stone. After that, the game moved on through several exchanges. Kimura played more aggressively than before, but he was still keeping up. Later, the protagonist placed another stone, and she couldn't understand how he was moving even faster than Kimura. What shocked everyone most was that he never seemed to stop and think. Every move Kimura made got an instant answer from Chen. That kind of pressure was hard for Kimura to deal with, because it felt like he was facing the skill of several masters at once. Chen kept pressing forward, and then the dragon move appeared. Kimura tried to find some way out of it, but MC simply told him to surrender because the game was already over. Kimura coughed up blood and called it impossible, but the crowd was already cheering, saying their honor had been restored. Chao still thought Chen only won because Kimura's mind had fallen apart. Even so, he wouldn't forget the Sunset Master him. After that, the protagonist headed back to the crowd, and Zilo threw her arms around her cousin, saying she couldn't believe how incredible MC was. Her favorability had already climbed to 97. Chen also got 10 more strength points. His sister, full of emotion, said she'd seen how hard he practiced and that he deserved this honor, especially now that everyone who mocked him had gone quiet. To her, he was truly the most amazing. That pushed her favorability up again, now reaching 94. He was horrified. Chu Yumo was still trying to make sense of it all. How could a player who ruled the whole country lose to Chen? With the protagonist's background and wealth, how much work had he put in to become this good? The favorability kept climbing. Another 10 points gone for MC, then 5 more, leaving him at 80. He realized beating Kimura had paid off even more than he expected. The only bad part was this side effect. Meng was already at 94, and he was terrified of what would happen if the counterattack gave her 1 more point. He needed to find some way to lower it. Then something flashed past him, and he noticed something in the system he never expected. Lin Shutong had gained a single favorability point, the very first one. He had no clue why, since she wasn't anywhere nearby. Elsewhere in the city, she was sitting in a parked car staring at her phone, unable to stop thinking about Chen's name. All she could feel was the gap between them getting bigger. Now they seemed to belong to completely different worlds, and she didn't even know where he was. The man in the driver's seat noticed she was distracted and asked what was wrong. She said she was fine, just upset that he'd spent so much money. The two of them sat there in awkward silence. Looking at him, she thought maybe it was finally time to let this go. She needed to forget Chen and try moving on with someone else. A fresh start felt like the only way she could be happy. Then outside the building, the guy asked if she'd really let go, and said something incredible had happened today. She didn't understand, so she asked what he meant. He told her one of his friends had brought honor to the country, and that she had to see it. Then he tossed her the phone. She jumped in surprise and saw Chen beating Kimura. He'd even won 200 million. The man said becoming someone like the protagonist was his dream. Xiao Tan started crying. She couldn't just give up on MC after he'd chased her for 3 years when she'd only been alone for 3 months. She really felt like a horrible person. The guy even joked that he never expected her to get this emotional over patriotism. Then her face changed and she told him to get lost. The poor guy froze and asked what happened. She told him she liked someone else, so he should give up. She got out, slammed the door, and said she was going to win Chen back. Meanwhile, Meng was congratulating him with hearts in her eyes, and Zhulo said the match would be shown across the whole country. He'd be treated like a hero. Strangely, the protagonist said that was bad. Both girls looked confused, so he tried to explain that he'd been trying to stay unnoticed for a long time, but sooner or later, this was bound to happen. Then the story moves north, where someone tells Zhang Ying she needs to use this chance. It was that other girl from earlier, and her friend told her she never used to act like this. She had to learn to grab opportunities. Now that she was single, she should take advantage of the guys around her. Her old crush was out there playing, and she ought to bring him some water. But Sane said she really did like him before. Now after watching him play, she felt nothing. Her friend thought that was weird since he was doing great, but Sane had someone else's performance in mind. To her, this guy looked like an old man playing compared to what she'd seen before. Her friend asked who she'd been watching to make her standards this high. Shane picked up her phone and said it was better to change the subject. Then she suddenly froze. The news said Chen had won too. At the same time, the guy on the court asked who wanted to bring him some water. Nobody moved, which left him confused. He asked where Zhang Ying was, and her friend said she had something else to do. Then Chen got a call from Chu Liu and asked what was up. She teased him, asking if she wasn't allowed to call for no reason. He said of course she could, especially with how close they were. She explained that she saw the news about his match and called to congratulate him. He said it wasn't a big deal. Still, she asked when he was coming back to their area since he'd been gone for a while. He told her he was only away for summer break and would be back when school started. That made her light up, and she said she'd cook for him every day when he returned. Chen was touched by how much she had changed. She used to be selfish, but now she'd grown up a lot and had made real efforts to be kind to him. If he could spend 10 billion on other women, he needed to treat her better too. Just then Meng showed up and said the suitcases were packed. Chen asked where the rest of the clothes he'd asked for were. She couldn't seriously be bringing only this much. She said there were more suitcases, but they couldn't carry all of them. He told her not to worry because he'd have someone come pick everything up. That made her emotional. She ran over and hugged him, saying he really was the person she liked most. He replied that of course she was his only sister, still holding him. Meng thought he was the only person she could hug and truly feel safe with, and that was why she didn't want to let go. She worried he might notice something was off, and maybe she should tell him they weren't actually blood-related. But if she did, he might leave her, and she couldn't keep living like this forever. She started to say there was something she wanted to talk about, but Chen was terrified she'd say too much and push her favorability to 95, so he covered her mouth and said he understood how she felt, but he didn't want anything to change their bond as siblings. Mingdian wondered if he already knew they weren't blood siblings, and figured that with how smart he was, he probably did. Still, it seemed he wanted to keep her as his sister, and that made her feel special too. That gave her another favorability point, bringing her to 95. As usual, Chen got some strengthening points, and recovered the money he'd spent. He couldn't understand what else he was supposed to do to stop this. He had just turned her down, so why did her favorability rise? The system mocked him, saying he was an idiot if he thought a sibling bond could stop this. Then Meng suddenly kissed his cheek and ran off, blushing hard and leaving Chen completely stunned. He wondered if this was karma for messing with so many women's hearts. Then the story shifts to a building in Shanghai. A folder hit the floor and Jiamu shouted at Chen that this was impossible. Not only had Chen not punished Wu Shuang, she had even been promoted to CEO of Fission. The maid said the protagonist seemed to trust her no matter what. Holding a cigarette, he admitted he had underestimated the boy. Ifyu's way of doing things was far more calculated than he thought. What he couldn't understand was why Chen lost 30 billion and still trusted that woman. Even worse, why was he only learning about this now? Chen said it was because he'd been traveling abroad for fun. That only made him angrier, and he demanded to know when he had ever allowed her to interfere in something like this. Then he ordered her out of his sight, saying that if this kept up, they'd lose everything they had invested. Chen started to understand why Wu Shuang wanted to get away from him. And now, was there really another woman falling for Chen too? The scene then changes to the huge Shanghai University. It looks like he brought his sister there to lock in a place for her. She told him to calm down and stop checking out every woman nearby. He answered that it was only natural for a man to admire beautiful things, but she asked why he disguised himself so much that he looked like her father. Chen said too many people recognized him now, so he'd rather stay low-key. She gets emotional again when she sees him still looking after her. Noticing she's sweating, he says he'll go get her some water. The people nearby assume they're father and daughter and praise his devotion. Then a helicopter suddenly flies over the campus. People quickly recognize it as one of the city's 4 young masters. It's Qin Wufeng. The girls immediately start gushing over how cool and handsome he is. Some of them even get shoved aside so he can make his entrance. Wufeng looks down on all of them as plain and shallow, until someone catches his eye. Of course, it's our boy's sister. She's standing there by herself, confused about where her brother went. Wufeng gets permission to approach her, then asks for her number. She flat out says she's not interested. He tells her she probably just doesn't know who he is, and starts introducing himself, but she cuts him off again, says she's still not interested, and tells him to leave. He's so full of himself that he assumes she's just playing hard to get. In his mind, it has to be an act. There's no way a woman would really turn him down. After all, in Shanghai, money rules everything, and he has more than enough to tempt anyone. So he brings up a welcome party that night, full of rich and powerful people, and says he can help her step into high society. The girls around them watch in envy, wondering who this girl is, but Mengmi warns him to back off, because if her brother sees this, there's going to be trouble. Wushuang turns and wonders if this brother is really such a big deal. Looking at his bodyguards, he imagines her brother must be some giant muscle freak. Mengmin tells him to look, her brother is here. Wushuang turns around and sees a guy who looks like a farmer. Our boy walks up and tells him to get lost. Wushuang is stunned that he actually said that, and everyone nearby freezes. They can't believe someone would talk to one of the 4 young masters like that. Wushuang starts asking if he knows what happened to the last person who spoke to him that way, but before he can finish, our boy slaps him. The crowd is left speechless. Wushuang orders his guards to beat the kid down. 3 huge thugs move in, but our boy goes off on them, sending all 3 flying with ease. Wushuang can't believe it. One of them was a boxing champ, another came from special forces. Chen warns him one last time. If he ever goes near his sister again, he'll regret it. Then he throws the punk to the ground, and right then people in the crowd recognize Meng as the girl from the Black Cat livestream. Everyone knows she's the one who got 300 million from Mr. Yan, so they assume this older-looking guy was hired to protect her. Wushuang snaps that he'll make Mr. Chen pay for this, sending someone like that into his turf. He says deserves a lesson. Just then a pink-haired girl steps in and asks what he thinks he's doing. And here comes another one, maybe even a new system target. She's the university goddess and the eldest daughter of the Qin family. She asks why he's disgracing the Qin name on his very first day. Still a mess, he asks when she got there. But she ignores that and tears into him for arriving by helicopter like some show-off. Does he want the whole world talking about their money? He says he wasn't trying to cause trouble. He just got beaten up. She asks who did it, and everyone points at our boy. She walks over and asks if he really dared to hit her brother. He calmly says yes. Then the system activates. 23 years old, 1.70 meters tall, looks rated 9.6, basically a 10. And her favorability is a brutal -90, just like Ling Shuang's. Her name is Wu Shuang. She tells him she'll give him one chance to repent. Curious, he asks what kind of chance. She says if he and the girl behind him kneel, she might go easy on them. But our boy, who clearly has no problem hitting women, says she should be the one apologizing. She swings to slap him, calling him ignorant, but he catches her wrist. She can't believe this bastard dares touch her. Then she tries to knee him right in the groin, so he lets go of the crazy woman. Seeing what she tried to do, he says she really has it coming. And yep, another slap. This guy really is the king of slaps. Even his sister is shaken that he hit such a delicate-looking girl so hard. Wushuang never expected things to go like this. The guys at the university say they can't just stand by, and a whole crowd rushes in, yelling that he deserves to get beaten. From behind him, Mengling admits she's starting to get scared, but our boy tells her not to worry, he's here. The mob grabs bricks, and he asks if they all have a death wish. The first one charges in, calling him arrogant and saying today's his last day, but our boy drops him in one move and sends him flying. The rest realize this won't be easy, and start shouting for everyone to attack together. Now our boy goes all out, almost like another system kicked in, even using shock-like powers. The girls can only stare, unable to understand how he's fighting 30 people at once. Then a baton suddenly swings at him. He barely dodges, but it still leaves a cut. These guys are no joke. Wushuang announces that whoever kills him will get a 10-year bonus. The men grin and say the kid picked the wrong person to offend. Seeing things get serious, our boy decides to spend some points. The system asks if he really wants to use 81. He powers up and starts shouting. His energy actually bursts out like he's about to start a dungeon raid. His senses sharpen so much that everything around him feels slow. One step later, he's right in front of them. Before they can react, he drives a punch straight into one man's face and wipes out the rest with ease. Wushuang can't understand how one guy just crushed all the mercenaries she hired. Our boy doesn't stop there, he heads straight for her. She quickly reminds him they live under the law. He says he won't touch her if she apologizes and if her brother promises never to go after his sister again. Wushuang tells him to dream on. Once the police get there, he's going straight to jail and his sister will be expelled and blacklisted from every university. She boasts that she owns this whole city. Our boy answers with another slap and somehow gains 20 favorability points. Naturally, he's just as confused as anyone. Then it starts to click, and he wonders if he's really figured her out. He hits her again and gets another 20 favorability points. Now he understands exactly what she's into. He lifts her up and while she yells for him to let go, our boy starts spanking her. She can't believe he dares do this in public. While each slap earns him more points, the crowd has no clue she's actually enjoying it, and her brother is horrified watching it happen. She's crying out for him to stop because it hurts so much, but inside she's thinking this is the first man bold enough to humiliate her like this. All her life, everyone has wanted her. She stood above everyone else and had men chasing after her constantly. In their eyes, she was like a goddess. But this guy is different, and somehow she wants him to be even rougher. Yeah, she's completely broken. The people around say they can't stop him now, but the law will deal with him later. Mengmi thinks her brother is taking on the whole world for her, and it's even more thrilling than the stories she used to read. Our boy keeps gaining favorability points and now he's the one getting uneasy, wondering what kind of twisted relationship this is. He turns and notices his sister looking at him with way too much affection. Afraid this will keep escalating, he throws Wushwang down and stops. She wonders why he quit so suddenly, then watches him run and can't understand why he's fleeing. Wushwang rushes over and asks if she's alright. She snaps that of course she's not and tells him to help her up, then demands to know where he was while his sister was getting beaten, calling him useless. Burning with rage, Wufeng swears he'll kill that guy and scatter his ashes across the country, while Wushwang wonders when she'll ever meet a man she actually likes. And yeah, last chapter he had just slapped Qin Wushwang. Strangely, she wanted more. Something is seriously wrong with this girl. Then the story moves inside the university. A few guys are pounding on a bathroom door demanding to know who locked it. Inside, Chen is busy fixing his disguise, either putting makeup on or taking it off. He says his disguise is so good that nobody would guess it was him. Then his phone rings and Haoboyan is on the line yelling. Haoboyan says he has news about the plane they talked about. Chen is confused because he barely even remembers that conversation. Hao Shen reminds him that a few days ago he said he wanted a plane, and luckily he has connections at Shanghai University. That finally jogs his memory back at the club. While drunk, he really did tell Hao Shen to handle buying him a plane. Embarrassed, he says he seriously needs to stop saying crazy things like that. He confirms he's at Shanghai University, and Hao Shen says he'll send someone to pick him up. Just then, the bathroom door starts opening, and the guys outside demand to know who locked it. But the second our boy walks out, they all go silent because he looks exactly like the legendary Mr. Yan. To them, that famous investor is basically a god. They crowd around him saying he's their idol, and begging for an autograph. Outside, an officer asks Wufeng if the attacker hit him, and ran. Wufeng tells the captain yes, and says they need to catch the guy because this is serious. The officers assure him the culprit won't escape punishment. Then someone says he saw a suspicious person heading toward the bathroom, so everyone rushes over, determined to find out who it was. But on the way they notice a crowd of girls acting love-struck. The cop tells the others to wait while he checks it out. The girls are all blushing, and he comes back to report that the commotion is because Mr. Yan is at the university. Even the policewomen get excited. They want to meet him too since they're big fans. Wufeng and his sister, weird tastes and all, also want to know why Mr. Yan is here. A little later, an officer says she checked the bathrooms and found nothing strange. Not knowing what else to do, another officer says they need to check the security cameras. Whoever did this can't just walk away. Meanwhile, Wushwang is impressed that the guy managed to vanish. Then another stir nearby catches her attention. She walks over and asks if Mr. Yan is there. Right away, she treats this like a new game. This time, bowling. Chen spots the crazy girl again and is stunned to see her favorability jump from negative numbers to over 60 after that beating. Everyone notices Wufeng and starts wondering if she's a fan of Mr. Yan too, but she clearly hasn't forgotten that slap. She starts thinking this person's build looks a lot like the guy who hit her, so she watches more closely and quickly spots the shoes. They match the ones worn by the man who beat her up. Wufeng thinks that no matter how careful someone is, they'll slip eventually. She assumes she got beaten by a bodyguard, but it was actually the famous billionaire himself. Chen, you're in trouble now. Her favorability rises another 10. Then she introduces herself and asks to swap numbers. He smiles and agrees, telling her to scan the code. Still, he's not dumb. After seeing the points go up, he already knows she recognized him. He guesses it was the shoes, but he doesn't really care. What matters more is figuring out what she's planning, since she's suddenly this interested. Then she asks what brought him to Shanghai. Wushwang gets annoyed. She just got beaten, and now he's talking about taking care of his sister. She questions what kind of sister he means, hinting it might not be that kind of sister, but Chen says it's his real sister. He's not the type to mess around. That answer actually excites her, since she had been worried this sister meant something else. These people are seriously wild. Then she remembers a streamer named Little Monster recently made 300 million. That happened because she got huge support from this handsome guy's platform. Seeing how gentle he is with his sister, Wufeng also remembers that Mr. Yan easily fooled Li Jianmu. To her, he's exactly her type, a man in a suit with brains and strength. She makes what was probably meant to be a sexy face, though honestly it comes off kind of weird. Even so, her favorability goes up by another 5, leaving Chen confused again. With her looks and family background, he thought winning her over would take a lot more work. The problem is he can't let this keep going, especially since he hasn't spent a cent on her and won't get any return. As a member of the Qin family, she's the perfect person for him to make a few billion from. He calls out to her and she looks back like, what's the issue? People around them start whispering that it's insane, seeing the campus goddess talking to the legendary Mr. Yan. At the same time, the officers finally pull up the camera footage. It shows someone going in but no one coming out. The door was clearly locked by that person, yet 10 minutes later, it was Chen who came out. Wufeng gets excited, saying he never expected Mr. Yan to be hiding in disguise. He turns to Captain Mei and tells him to arrest the protagonist, but the captain isn't stupid. He asks if Wufeng has been reading too much manhwa. No one can disguise themselves that perfectly. As far as he's concerned, that wasn't Mr. Yan. Puffing up, Wufeng says they shouldn't decide so fast. The officer knows he's stuck in a bad spot, Caught between the Qin family and Mr. Yan, Wufeng keeps pressing him, asking why he's hesitating when the proof is right there. He even hints that maybe he needs to call some important people to speed things up. That makes the officer change course and order the others to arrest Chen, but they're already scared and don't want any part of this. Just then, a group of helicopters starts flying over the university. Everyone is stunned, wondering which rich man would spend so much money to send all those helicopters. Then someone points out they're being idiots. That's an AS-332 worth way more than just a few million. People immediately look at Wushuang and Wufeng, assuming this must be their family's doing. But the siblings glance at each other because even they know their family doesn't own that many helicopters. Now both of them are wondering who actually called them in. Right then, several officers walk up to Chen and say he's suspected of a crime. MC asks if they've got the wrong person. The officer says maybe yes, maybe no, but either way, he needs to come to the station now. The girls immediately protest, saying that's impossible. The man who attacked Wushuang was clearly some ugly old guy. Chen looks way too refined and elegant to be that person, and they can't just arrest him without real proof. Some of them even accuse the officers of being corrupt and taking money from Wufeng. The girls gather around him and say they'll protect him. He's left sweating, not sure what to do. While the officers beg everyone not to turn this into a fight, the protagonist tells them all to calm down. He says he's willing to cooperate because he trusts the police to be fair. The girls are moved, saying that even when he's being treated unfairly, he still stays kind and classy. Wushuang, still a little unhinged, can't stop wondering how he could beat her like that, and now act like nothing happened. Still, her plan seems to change. Qin may be a dragon, but right now he's surrounded by snakes and she wants to see how he'll deal with it here, as the helicopters keep getting closer. Then a door opens and a white-haired man steps out with two girls beside him. Both of them are wearing floating glasses. The man is Yi Yaoju, the head of one of Shanghai's 4 biggest families. At the same time, the helicopters unfold a giant red banner. It says, "Welcome Mr. Yan to Shanghai City." The siblings are shocked when they realize who the display is for. The officer is terrified too. He knows exactly who Yaozu is, and the fact that he came in person to meet Mr. Yan is scary. This young man just arrived in Shanghai, yet he already has ties like this. Among all the major families in Shanghai, the Ye family stood at the top, and even though Yaozu came from a side branch, he was still far beyond what a small captain could deal with. So the officer walks over to Wufeng and says that, based on his years of experience, Mr. Yan clearly isn't guilty. Then he tells the bald officer to cancel any move against him. Right after that, he hurries over to MC and apologizes, saying it was all a misunderstanding. MC answers that it's fine, cooperating with the police is a citizen's duty. Wufeng is furious, saying this bastard is going to walk free just because the Ye family backed him. At that moment, Yaozu introduces himself to him and says he's a friend of Shu's. The protagonist simply says it's nice to meet him, though he can't help thinking this welcome is a little over the top. Yaozu says this is nothing, especially after hearing so much about Mr. Yan. The truth is, Yaozu has his own problem. He needs to sell several planes, so dumping them all on Mr. Yan would be perfect. Then Chen calls for Meng Meng and says it's time to go buy a small plane. The other girls watching this can only dream about having a brother like that. But then someone in the crowd asks why she doesn't deserve a plane too. When MC turns around, it's Zhulo. She complains that he should have told her he was coming to Shanghai. Then she grabs him and shakes him, asking if he doesn't care about her anymore. Chen tells her to calm down, saying she's important to him and that he even prepared a plane as a gift for her. She asks if he's serious, and he tells her she can trust him. His plan is to get planes for Wu Yu Bingshu, the president, and basically everyone else who wants one. Then another voice chimes in from behind, saying it's a funny coincidence because she wanted to buy a plane too. It's Wushuang. She says she wants to fly with him and test out whatever he's buying. It is a little confusing. They keep talking about planes, but up to now we've only seen helicopters. Sun Chen is riding in one of those helicopters and tells Mr. Yi it feels very stable. No wonder it cost 150 million. Meng Meng excitedly asks if that tall building is the TV tower. From the back, Wushuang watches them and laughs at Meng Meng, since to her it's obvious the girl is acting like a country bumpkin. In Wushuang's eyes, the two of them look pretty tacky, but Jilua notices right away that Wushuang's stare is anything but friendly. She knows Wushuang is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. She's beautiful, and she's got even more going for her than expected. Still, no matter how much Wushuang has, Jilua isn't about to let her take Qin away. Even so, she starts wondering why the mood suddenly feels so tense. A bit later, they arrive at Longhua Aviation Base. A man tells Mr. Yi they've arrived and can go take a look. Seriously, these people get driven around everywhere. It seems like they forgot how to walk, so that clears it up. They use helicopters to come look at the planes. The man starts bragging about how luxurious the aircraft are, saying the experience is one of a kind and completely safe. He claims they offer only the very best, and Meng Meng asks what he means by a one-of-a-kind experience. Mr. Yi says she's too young to understand, but Chen definitely knows what he's talking about. That annoys him right away. He realizes this guy is making that kind of joke and polluting his sister's mind. Jusluo seems to get it too, since she's no innocent either, and says she wants to try that experience as well. The protagonist ignores all that and says these are just private jets, same with those helicopters from earlier. Mr. Yi is so thrown off, even his glasses seem to tilt, as he asks if that's really all Chen thinks of them. MC explains that most of the helicopters were gifts for other people, so ownership would need to be transferred one by one. The man is left wondering if this guy is actually some kind of god of wealth. The story then shifts to Shanghai's financial center. A woman tells her boss that Mr. Yi arrived in Shanghai and even beat up the Qin siblings. The boss laughs and says that idiot must be finished if he offended the Qin family. But the secretary quickly explains that he had no trouble at all because the Yi family backed him. That shocks the boss, and she goes on to explain that Mr. Yi showed up with more than 20 helicopters just to support him. The fool can't understand how that bastard managed to get the Yi family on his side. He knows the Yi family's prized daughter Yi Han is holding her birthday banquet today. She's apparently never shown herself in public before, and starting with this birthday, she'll become the group's president. Anyone who marries her would basically gain one of the biggest shares in the entire Yi group. The second this playboy Chen Yuan gets to Shanghai, he wastes no time. He tells his secretary to spread rumors and wreck his name in the city. She says she'll handle it right away. Back at Longhua Aviation Base, our guy asks Mr. Yi if he sells anything besides planes. Mr. Yi is a little puzzled, but still eager to make a deal. He says they also have yachts and if needed, even space trips. Chen says space can wait, but the boats interest him. He wants one for fishing, and Mr. Yi promises to find something very high-end. Soon, he picks out a yacht called Guiming, ranked 5th in the world and priced at $7 billion. The problem is, it was already booked for the Yi family's eldest daughter's birthday party. So Mr. Yi hands him an invitation and says he can come to the party, look over the yacht, and decide then. Chen is surprised since he's never even heard of this so-called precious daughter of the Yi family. Still, the moment he hears it's a rich woman, he's all smiles. Next, he starts asking about buying a house near Shanghai University. Mr. Yi says real estate isn't his field, but he can find someone who knows it well. The protagonist asks who that is, and Mr. Yi points to Wuk Swan, saying this is exactly her area. The Kim family has deep ties to construction all across Shanghai. Chen turns to her and asks for a recommendation, offering 5% above market price. She says if he's only buying 1 or 2 buildings, that's easy. She can talk to her family. Even so, she's clearly surprised by how much money he's already throwing around. She warns him that Shanghai currently has building limits and heavy taxes, so it may not be the best time to buy. Chen ignores that, asks for a home in Thompson Riviera, and offers her a Jaguar helicopter. She tells him the property is worth over $150 million and warns him not to play games with her. But MC says friendship doesn't need to be so strict. He may gain this time, but next time he could be the one helping her. That throws her off a little, and she starts wondering if he's flirting with her already. In the end, she agrees, but says they need to see the house now because she's busy tomorrow. Even as she leaves, she's clearly upset and thinks she won't let him off that easily until she's tested him. Whatever that test is, even Chen looks uneasy. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, Zilu is messing with her phone out of boredom. Then she spots a post online about a rich man who got involved with a woman, left her behind, and even got her pregnant. Zilu immediately wants to know who this scumbag is. Then the woman in the post introduces herself as Zhang Xiaoxiao, one of Chen Yuan's girlfriends. She says she's 3 months pregnant, knows he has other women, and doesn't even mind sharing him. She just didn't want him to abandon her. The phone suddenly gets thrown to the floor. Meng Meng asks why she did that. But when she reaches for the phone, she hears the woman repeating that she accepts sharing his love with other women as long as he doesn't leave her. Her sister is totally stunned. Since Chen Yuan barely gets anywhere with women, she can't believe he actually got someone pregnant. Then he steps into the helicopter and asks what happened. Meng Meng instantly shows him the phone and demands to know if the story is true. Nervous and sweating, he says that's impossible, like she doesn't know him at all. It really does look fake, because even he is shocked and has no idea what kind of mess this is. Then someone suddenly calls him trash. When he looks over, he notices Wuxiang's favorability toward him has finally dropped a little. Then it drops again and again. Chen tells everyone to calm down because this is obviously a setup. He doesn't even know the woman in the post. Sulu grabs his hand and tells him to stay away from weird women like that. They only care about his money. She's different, she could be the one giving him money instead. Chen keeps insisting they shouldn't believe the smear campaign because he's never been with some random woman. Sulu says that's fine. Maybe men want fresh experiences sometimes, but if he ever wants a safe place to come back to, she'll be waiting. She even says she wants to have a baby with Mr. Yuan. The protagonist is completely uncomfortable and wonders what got into her. Wu Shuang, though, is thinking he must be insanely manipulative to twist a 20-year-old girl up like this. What a beast. And Chen loses even more favorability. After that, they arrive at an apartment in Thompson Riviera. The only issue is that it's much smaller than the place he had in the other city. Still, since this is central Shanghai, there aren't many bigger options. MC admits to himself that his standards might be getting a little ridiculous. Wu Shuang comes over and asks if the house works for him. He says it's fine, and she replies that if that's the case, she'll have someone else handle the paperwork. Chen says okay, then asks if she'd like to have dinner with him. That annoys her, since he ended up acting exactly like she expected. Even worse, He invited her while two other women were right there, making him look even more shameless. In her eyes, that confirms it. This guy is trash and he loses another 15 points. Chen is totally lost and can't figure out why her favorability keeps falling. He starts wondering if she's upset because he changed the way he acts. Maybe she just doesn't like being treated nicely. She cuts him off and says if that's all, she's leaving, and someone else will contact him later. Before going, she gives him the house code and slams the door. Jiluo pats his chest and says it looks like Wushuang really doesn't like him. Chen pinches Jiluo's cheek and asks if she'd really let that video spread and ruin his name. Flustered, she apologizes and says she just didn't want more women staring at him. Then she hugs him and admits she doesn't want Wushuang to steal him away. He pulls her into a hug and tells her she's the most beautiful genius girl he knows. Blushing, she says he treats her better than anyone in her family ever did. Even her brother treated her badly and said she'd only cause trouble. Chen quickly realizes her tough attitude was just armor hiding how fragile she really is. He tells her not to worry because he'll transfer money soon and fix her family's money problems. Right away, she's overwhelmed and tears up from happiness. Honestly, dealing with all this really is exhausting. Her favorability rises and Chen gains 10 strength points. Then she steps closer, holds his face, and kisses him. Mang sees the whole thing and starts shaking. Jiluo says that was her first kiss and she gave it to him. That might be the most expensive kiss in history, considering he spent 50 billion. Angry, Mang asks why she kissed her brother like that. Jiluo answers that if they like each other, Mang doesn't get a vote. She's still just a kid. Then she adds that what comes next definitely isn't for someone her age. Mang turns red and can't even respond. She grabs Chen Yuan and says if this keeps up, they'll end up fighting over him. But Jiluo starts crying and asks why they can't just get along and share him. To everyone's surprise, Mang gets excited and says that might actually work. Maybe she'd been selfish for wanting all of her brother's affection to herself. Jiluo hugs her from behind and says they can absolutely share him and that it would only bring them closer. Of course, her real goal is securing her place in his family. Mang blushes and admits that kind of sharing feels a little weird. Jiluo keeps pushing, saying they're sisters now, right? Meanwhile, Chen just stands there trying to understand what on earth is happening. At least he hoped Jiluo's presence would calm down Mang's dangerous thoughts. The next day, Jiluo receives the 20 billion. She tells Chen not to worry. She'll put every bit of it into the Lin family and won't waste a single cent. The protagonist tells her to do whatever she wants because she's worth far more than that. And now her favorability is already at 99, just 1 point away. Whatever happens at 100, for now she gives him another kiss on the cheek. Annoyed, Mang says Ziluo is taking everything and leans in to kiss his cheek too. Poor Chen Yuan still has no idea she's not actually his blood sister. Just then the door opens and a new rival appears. A girl with glasses standing beside Manishing asks if he's the new neighbor. But Manning answers first, saying this is the guy being exposed online and he just walked out with 2 women. The other girl stares at him and realizes this is the famous Mr. Yen. Manning says it's terrible luck to run into trash like this first thing in the morning. Tammy is stunned she actually said that straight to his face. Meng though excitedly recognizes the woman as a famous actress. Jiluo gets jealous and says she never expected his neighbors to be people like this. Jiang Manning entered the film world at 18 and became hugely famous. The strange part is that she also built a very successful company, yet still married the poor high school guy she used to know. Apparently even marrying a poor guy is unusual now. Not wanting to just take the insult, Chen decides to go talk to her. He asks if she's that famous actress and tells her acting is amazing. She thanks him, and just like that, the favorability system activates. It's been a while since a new target showed up. She's 26, 5'8", and starts at -60 favorability. So that polite look must have just been the system talking, because in real life she's clearly unhappy to see him. Chen doesn't seem too bothered, even though she's barely paying attention to him. He puts on a cap and notices something strange. A man pulls up in a car and talks to Manning. He says he just bought it. She asks why he'd make such a sudden purchase. He says today is the day she tries on wedding dresses, so he wanted to celebrate. Manning smiles and says he really does spoil her, then mentions she's hungry. He drives off with her, leaving the girl beside her behind. Once Chen sees she already has a boyfriend, he gives up on the system. He doesn't want to wreck someone else's relationship and turn into a villain. A little later, they're checking out the car. Then a maid-like woman named Kui Hong shows up and says it looks really expensive. Manning just shrugs and says a car is only for getting from one place to another, so even a Rolls-Royce isn't a big deal. That leaves the poor girl completely confused, because to her it's insanely expensive. But the woman is scared. Chen hired her and she actually took the job. Her biggest worry is simple. If she wrecks a car this expensive, she could never afford to pay for it. Seeing right through her, he tells her not to stress. If anything happens to the car, she won't owe a thing. She just needs to take care of the 2 girls, and he'll even give her a year-end bonus. Meng then asks if he's leaving today. He says not today, but he won't be in Shanghai much longer. That's why he hired someone to look after them. The maid gets a little carried away, thinking the 2 girls are incredibly lucky and wishing she were a few years younger, so she could try her own chance too. Meanwhile, people online are still asking why this trashy rich guy hasn't been arrested yet. Some are even tagging city officials, acting like having 2 girlfriends has to be some kind of crime. At the Black Panther building, someone says public opinion is getting out of control. Gao Zhenyan doesn't even bother asking whether Chen Yuan really did any of it. The girl who used to hate him is now his biggest supporter, and she insists there's no way he's honest and decent. Bingsu agrees, saying he'd never do something like that. Another girl points out that all the accusers are in Shanghai, while he said he was heading to Seoul. Yua agrees and says he's been insanely busy lately, so there's no way he had time to run around getting women pregnant. Then Kiki says Chen Yuan hasn't responded because he doesn't care about public opinion. Still, they can't just let this slide. They need to make the rumor spreaders pay. So the 5 of them join forces again to defend the protagonist Yuan from the whole world. While riding in the car, his phone suddenly rings. It's Yao Zhu. He says the yacht seller is on the way and asks if MC wants to have dinner. He agrees right away and asks where. Yao Zhu tells him the dinner will obviously be on the Guiming yacht itself. Once they're in the helicopter, Chen Yuan asks who owns the Guiming yacht right now. Yao Zhu says it's no secret. The owners are the Dong family. Since the protagonist Yuan doesn't know them, Yao Zhu explains further. The Dong family used to be extremely powerful, but once the boat business started falling apart, they lost a huge amount of money. The family head Tai Tianba tried all kinds of plans and side businesses, but everyone failed and left him struggling. That's probably why they're selling the yacht now. Keeping it running costs a fortune. For Chen Yuan, who loves spending money, that actually makes it perfect for Black Panther events. At 5 in the afternoon, they arrive at Wusangkou. You'd have to be insanely rich to land a helicopter on a yacht like this. A girl greets MC and introduces herself as Xiao Lu. She says she'll show him around, and he thanks her. She starts the tour, pointing out the main areas. There are lounges and guest cabins, a gym, and a banquet hall. Basically everything you'd expect on a luxury yacht. She adds that one night on this yacht costs over 100,000 yuan. After a while, she says the tour must have worn them out. And right then Dong Tamba steps in to greet them. Chen Yuan notices he looks very different from the photos. He used to seem huge, but now he's gone thin. Tamba greets him and he politely says it's nice to meet him. As soon as they sit down, Yao Zhu gets straight to business. The protagonist likes the yacht, so 7 billion sounds fine, and they can close the deal. Tamba agrees, but he wants full payment up front and hopes most of the staff can stay. Chen Yuan says paying all at once is no problem, but as for the staff, he has his own ideas. Tamba accepts that without much argument, so he clearly isn't too attached to those employees either. Later, Tamba presents MC as the yacht's new owner. A group of employees in suits whisper that he looks familiar. He then takes the microphone. He introduces himself and announces he's setting aside 500 million to raise everyone's pay. The staff is stunned, then bursts into cheers. Chen Yuan knows the fastest way to win authority is to give people money. Good thing he has a system, because without it he'd be in trouble. Then he calls forward everyone above the basic admin level. The crowd gets excited, thinking he might hand out even more money. Chen Yuan counts them and sees there are 11 people. Then he says all 11 are fired. The men instantly explode in anger, unable to understand what their new boss is thinking. One of them yells that he refuses to accept it and says he's worked on this yacht for 5 years. The protagonist Yuan tells him the yacht belongs to him now, so his rules are the only ones that matter. One man, clearly taking the job personally, throws a punch, but the moment Chen Yuan stays calm, the guy realizes he's in trouble. MC easily dodges the hit, showing reflexes so sharp that everyone around him is impressed. Then he asks if the man's name is Wu Chenggong. He realizes the guy only lashed out to defend his boss. Liking that quick loyalty, Chen Yuan promotes him to captain of the yacht. Everyone is left confused, trying to figure out how this man makes decisions. A lot of them start regretting staying quiet. They realize they may have missed their chance. The only person even more excited is Yu, who calls it a brilliant move. Get rid of the managers fast, then win over the rest of the crew. Ryuan says he's fair and believes in both rewards and punishment. He also tells them that if anyone has been misusing the yacht's money, they should report it directly to him. If the proof is real, the whistleblower will get a reward equal to whatever amount was stolen. Tamba starts feeling uneasy, wondering why the mood suddenly turns so strange. The crew members ready to inform are already excited. They know exposing others could make them rich. They've had enough of putting up with these troublemakers. Someone immediately accuses a man named Heyman of bullying subordinates and faking different prices. Chen Yuan thanks them and calls the police. Then he tells the crowd that the woman who made the report will get a promotion and another 50,000. That sets everything off, and people start spilling every dirty secret tied to the yacht. Chenba is shocked. He had no idea any of this was happening. At the same time, Yuan finally understands why Tamio had been losing so much money. After some time, the yacht's new crew lineup is finally settled. Chen Yuan explains that out of the 11 people he called out, only 5 were actually innocent. So when he said they were fired, he never meant it literally. It was just a test. He says he's about to take over a hotel chain and needs trustworthy staff there too. If they're willing to transfer, they'll become administrators and get a 30% raise. Of course they all agree. Nobody turns down a raise like that. Still, Chen Yuan gets a little confused when he notices Mr. Yu staring at him. Yu looks like he's ready to throw money at him and asks why the protagonist is looking back like that. Then Yu grabs his hand and says that when they came to buy the yacht, he thought MC was just some harmless young man. He never expected him to be this good at business. He is honestly confused because he doesn't think he knows much about management. He was just trying to clear out the bad ones. Even so, Ye can't help admiring this hidden talent. Then the story shifts to a new announcement. Chen Yuan has officially bought the lacrosse hotel chain. A woman reading the news says she still can't believe this group has swallowed up so many companies already. Others say it's all thanks to Ms. Yuan, who's been making bold decisions. That's the woman with the scar on her face. They say it's a shame someone so capable has had to suffer because of her looks, and one person quickly warns that Yu is coming. She walks in and asks if everyone is ready for the meeting. The moment she turns around, everyone freezes. Her scar is gone. One woman blurts out that her face looks different. Yu snaps back, reminding them she told everyone not to talk about her face. Apparently, even Yu didn't realize it was gone. Still, no one lingers on that for long. Yu is clearly moved. She knows Chen Yuan's cream worked, and she blushes, thinking that even while so busy, he still made time to help her. Her favorability rises by 2 more points, reaching 97. Things are getting pretty intense here. Then someone tells her a mystery gift is waiting downstairs. She wonders what the boss sent her this time. Of course, we already know. It's Chen Yuan's helicopter. The story then cuts back to the gleaming yacht. There are only 2 hours left before the Yu family's daughter's birthday party starts. The protagonist Wan is feeling pleased with himself, saying it's nice to watch everyone else work while he does nothing. Then Ling Shuang's favorability suddenly jumps by 2 points. He has no idea why. Soon Ruyu and Meng Meng's favorability goes up too, and he's still completely lost. So he checks his phone and sees he missed 1 call from each of them. He figures it's probably because of the gift he sent. Then the scene shifts to the city, where Yumo is thanking a man for driving her home. He tells her not to be so formal since their parents are friends. She says, all right, but thanks him anyway. She knows he'd be a good match for her. His family fits well with hers, and he's a decent guy. But that jerk keeps popping into her mind. She wonders if Chen Yuan put some kind of spell on her. Still, she thinks he's interested in Gao Shun Yuan, so she believes she has no chance. Then a man walks up and asks if she's Miss Chu Yumo. She says yes, and he tells her a delivery has arrived for her, a helicopter. Yumo says there must be some mistake since she never ordered one. But the man says it's a gift from Mr. Yan and asks her to sign for it. She's confused, while the man beside her guesses it must be a gift from Uncle Chu and comments on how generous he is. Yumo tells him the truth. It was sent by Chen Yun from the Sunset Company. The man is stunned, wondering why that bastard keeps showing up everywhere. Then Yumo coldly tells him they probably shouldn't meet so often anymore. Nearly in tears, he asks why. She says she's worried Chen Yun might think there's something going on between them. That gift pushes her favorability up by 10 more points. Guess the helicopter really worked. That night, the party finally starts. Most of Shanghai's big families are gathered on the boat, and MC shows up in a bathrobe while everyone else is dressed formal. So of course, people start staring at him. Nearby, Wu Shuang notices him too. She can't believe this jerk is actually here, and even worse, dressed like that at an event like this. Once the banquet begins, a chubby bald guy jokes that Chen has a very special sense of style. He takes off his sunglasses and greets Wei. Wei doesn't waste time. His family just moved to Shanghai, but business has been rough. The protagonist tells him not to stress and says he has a chance for him if he's interested. When Wei asks what kind, Chen says real estate, but Wei turns it down since he's heard Shanghai real estate is losing value. Right then, someone announces that Master Lai has arrived. Wei says he wants to go make some connections and steps away. MC shrugs and says he tried to help, but maybe Wei just isn't meant to get rich. Master Lai walks in, drawing everyone's attention. There's also a girl with the group, though the narration doesn't dwell on her. At the same time, Zalua and Meng Meng are looking for Chen. Zalua spots him, and Meng Meng immediately asks why he's wearing that. Zalua calls it bold fashion and tells her to hurry. But before they can go, a man grabs Zalua's arm. He reminds her they were interrupted last time and says nobody's saving her now. Zalua answers with a slap and tells him to take his dirty hand off her. Meng Meng pulls Zalua back and tells him to get lost. The guy acts tough 1 second, then starts begging them not to leave the next. Then someone steps in front of him. He demands to know who has the nerve to block him. It's Chen, standing there with his arms crossed. The man's attitude changes fast when he sees him. Then he acts brave again, saying it's only Mr. Yan. He even says that if he hands over his sister, they can be friends. People nearby hear that and realize this is the famous Mr. Yan. Chen wonders if this idiot thinks being in public will keep him safe. To him, that's a very stupid idea. Not far away, another enemy of the protagonist is watching. He's been waiting for the perfect chance to ruin MC's name. Then someone suddenly calls out to him. He turns around and sees the woman who lied online about being pregnant with his child. In tears, she says she's 3 months pregnant and doesn't want money. She just doesn't want him to leave her. She even says she accepts that he has other women, and that makes everyone around them think he's garbage. Phones come out right away as people start recording and asking if it's true. Zilla steps in and calls the woman a liar, saying Chen doesn't even know her. Then a small shove from Zilla sends the woman to the floor. A moment later, blood appears and the crowd is stunned. Crying in pain, she begs the protagonist to help her. While she's bleeding and sobbing, Zilla insists it was an accident and she never meant to hurt her. Master Lai watches the whole thing quietly. The actress he hired is doing an amazing job. He doesn't even know who the baby's father really is. But Xiao Qiao will do anything for money, and now Chen looks trapped. So he tells the man beside him that letting someone like MC stay at such an important banquet will only ruin it. The man agrees, calls it a disgrace, and orders him thrown off the boat. The security team rushes over and asks who's causing trouble. The man points at Chen and tells them to toss that trash off the boat. But once the head guard sees the protagonist's face, he asks if he's serious. The Yi family member insists. He asks if they're really planning to disobey him. The security captain calls the others over, and they all line up in front of MC. Everyone thinks he's about to be dragged out. The young man is already smiling, sure this will make him famous. Instead, every guard bows to Chen and calls him boss. The young man is dumbfounded, and even Master Lai can't make sense of it. He thought this boat belonged to the Dong family. The head guard asks him what to do, explaining that this man wants him thrown overboard. Chen calmly says that if the guy wants him off the boat, then throw that guy off instead. And while they're at it, Master Lai can go too. The security chief gives the order at once. The young man panics and demands to know what they think they're doing. He warns them they'll regret this. Master Lai tries to stop them and tells them to think before they act. But before he can introduce himself, one of the guards slaps him across the face. The guard tells both of them to shut up. Then they start dragging them off the boat. Everyone is shocked to see a Yi family member treated like a stray dog and thrown out. Chen is pretty satisfied with how loyal the security team is. Then someone walks up behind him and asks if he isn't going too far. It's another Yi family member warning him this isn't the place to show off. One of them says kicking out Li Jianmu is one thing, but throwing out his son is too much. Chen fires back that the guy tried to frame him, so this is already merciful. Besides, the only one who got slapped was Jianmu, so in his view he already showed the son respect. And somehow, that actually works on them. They decide he did leave some room for the Yi family, so they start seeing him as a decent young man. Meanwhile, Jianmu crawls away in defeat. Outside, his secretary asks what happened and whether he offended the Yi family. He shoves her aside with his elbow and tells her to move. All the while, he curses Chen and swears he'll never forgive him. Back inside, people around the tables whisper to each other. They thought the protagonist would be the one disgraced tonight. But instead, Jianmu got humiliated. One slick-haired guy says Zhang Sha was obviously an actress hired by Jianmu. Another says it clearly isn't easy to ruin Chen's reputation. Then a blue-haired girl asks Wu Shuang what she thinks about Jianmu. Wu Shuang says he's ambitious, capable, and one of the top talents of the younger generation. She adds that her father once tried to set them up, but Jianmu refused. The blue-haired girl suggests maybe he was just playing hard to get to make Wu Shuang curious, and Wu Shuang admits it worked. Her friend says looks aren't everything, especially when his family controls the whole entertainment business. Wu Shuang agrees, but says he was unlucky enough to run into that bastard Chen tonight. She calls MC trash for beating her brother and humiliating the Lai family. He had barely reached Shanghai and was already offending every major family. To her, he seems completely crazy, though when she remembers what he did to her, she gets flustered and quickly tells herself she's definitely not into that. The blue-haired girl says Mr. Yan is actually hard to read. Wu Shuang disagrees. To her, he's simple, trash, and the Xiao Xiao incident proves it. But her friend says that may not be true. She tells Wu Shuang to check Xiao Xiao's background, since she may have been paid to smear Chen. Wu Shuang says she'll have someone investigate. 10 minutes later, she's shocked by what she learns. Xiao Xiao really is an actress working under Jiamu's company. The blue-haired girl smiles and says that settles it. Mr. Yan was just striking back. Once Wu Shuang realizes Chen was innocent, her favorability jumps by 20 points. The mysterious woman comments that the situation was messy, but he handled it smartly. Then her identity is revealed. She's Han, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Back at the party, a huge cake is rolled out, and everyone is told they're celebrating Yi Han's birthday. Chen gets excited to finally see the woman known as Shanghai's #1. Han comes down carrying a violin, and the crowd is stunned, calling her breathtaking. Even an old man jokes that he's starting to believe in love at first sight. She starts playing and everyone is drawn in. Chen, though, doesn't seem very impressed. After she finishes thanking everyone, the room bursts into applause. People start wondering who could ever be lucky enough to win her heart. Then she raises her face and reveals a scar. One man nearly spits out his drink in shock. Others awkwardly whisper that now they understand why the Yi family kept her hidden. Some begin mocking her looks, asking how Shanghai's #1 could look like this. Shi Hian holds her arm and tells her to stay strong. Han smiles and says she's fine. Ugly or beautiful, she says she's still herself. Then she walks over and cuts the cake first. The Yi family head, Tianjin, uses the moment to make a huge announcement. He's transferring 20% of Longwood Group's shares to his daughter. That makes her the company's second biggest shareholder. She signs the papers and the room is stunned. Everyone realizes that 20% is worth around 300 billion. Mang says it's a shame Han has that scar, but Chen says he thinks Han did this on purpose. Mang can't understand why any girl would choose to make herself look worse. The protagonist says he has a guess, but he'll need to talk to Han to be sure. Just then, several people come forward with expensive birthday gifts. Among them, a green-haired man named Zhongbo says he prepared a piano performance for her. Someone nearby says he must be out of his mind, since the piano genius Yang is already here. Jumbo answers that Yang is good but not nearly as great as everyone says. A friend nudges Jumbo and suggests they get Yang to play something. A spotlight lands on Chen and the crowd starts clapping. MC can tell they probably don't believe he's that good, but this part doesn't seem malicious. Still, since Jumbo is close to Jaemu, he figures there may be a setup behind it. Wushuang steps in and warmly asks if he'll play a song for everyone. Chen agrees right away and decides to use the moment. Zhengbo quickly tells someone to bring over the piano, but obviously they aren't doing this out of kindness. The piano has already been tampered with, and Zhengbo is sure the protagonist is about to embarrass himself. To him, this was MC's punishment for offending Master Lai. He says that since it's Han's birthday, he'll treat this performance as his gift. Then he adds that he doesn't want to play piano today. He wants to play violin instead, so he asks Han if he can borrow hers. Zhengbo freezes, realizing his piano trap just fell apart. Even so, he doubts Chen could be great with a different instrument too. Han asks if he really knows how to play, and the protagonist answers with a humble, just a little. Then the sim suppression effect activates. Han is 5'7" inches with a beauty score of 9.7, the highest score he's ever seen. She says she didn't expect him to have so many talents and looks forward to hearing him play. After saving points for a long time, Chen tells the system to upgrade his violin skill. He goes big and buys 100 years of violin experience. A strong presence seems to rise from him right there on the boat. Once he starts playing, his sister is stunned and wonders when he learned this. Drew Lowe jokes that it was probably around the same time he learned golf. The sound comes out fierce and full of force, like a cavalry charge rushing into war. Everyone can feel the violent, bloodthirsty energy inside the music. Han is shocked that he's using a Western instrument to play a Chinese piece. Chen starts to sweat, completely lost in the performance. At last, he finishes the piece, and even if the applause animation looks awful, the crowd goes crazy. Some of the girls whisper that life would be hard without hearing music like that every day. One especially bold girl says she wouldn't even mind being in Xiaoxiao's place and having his baby. Another girl gushes that he's a real man, steady and calm even when the whole world misunderstands him, and unbelievably strong too. His favorability rises by 30 points, reaching 85. Chen turns around with that usual playful look and one certain admirer gets completely flustered. Meng, getting more and more interested, tells him to stop being so charming. Her green system gives him another point. The system congratulates him in the most annoying way possible. While he wonders why Meng's points keep going up, he just wants to crush these idiots at their own game, so her growing interest only makes things messier. Chen hands the violin back to Han, and she admits she never thought he'd be this good. He brushes it off as a small skill and casually walks away. That only makes Han more curious. He seems wild, but clearly full of talent. To her, his playing was on the level of Paganini, the violin master she admired. Even her own teacher couldn't match that. She gives him his first 10 favorability points. As he moves through the party, another girl steals a glance at him. Looks like learning violin really paid off. He gets 60 favorability points from her too. As for her, she says he has some talent. But the man beside her cuts in at once, saying that doesn't change the fact that he's trash. He says abandoning a woman in that kind of situation makes Chen the lowest of the low. She turns to her boyfriend, agrees and says no one compares to him. Then she points out that there are plenty of big directors here and offers to introduce him around to help his career. She greets director Go and says it's been a while, then suggests they share a drink. Zhu Xiaojulo asks whether she's acted in anything new lately. She says no, she's been taking it easy at home, then asks if he has any roles for her. He says he does have a new movie, but the female lead is already taken. If she wants, she can play the maid. Manjian clearly doesn't love that answer. Xiaojulo tells her he believes in her talent, but every other role is already filled. She doesn't know what to say, and her boyfriend immediately demands to know if the director is insane. With all the awards she's won, how could he offer her a maid role? She quickly tells him not to talk like that, then apologizes to the director and explains her boyfriend didn't mean it that way. The director says it's fine and repeats that he really has no other parts left. Still, before leaving, he tells her she should start seeing the people around her for who they really are. As he walks off, he can't help wondering how a woman like her ended up with such a fool. She asks her boyfriend why he spoke to the director that way. He says he just couldn't stand hearing her offered roles that insulting. Instead of getting angry, she calls him sweet and hugs him. She clearly likes how protective he is. He says they've been together a long time, and hints that maybe tonight should finally be the night. She refuses, saying that will only happen after they're married. The guy whines that it's already been 2 years, and he can't keep waiting forever. She understands, but reminds him they'll be engaged next month, so he only needs to wait a little longer, and this guy is unbelievable. He stayed with her for 2 years, just so he could be her first, then planned to dump her after. that's straight up evil. On top of that, he's already involved with another girl from a different family. Nearby, Chen overhears that Man Ying was just offered a maid role. He asks his sister to give Man Ying their company's business card and tell her that if she wants a real role, she can contact them. Meng Ming agrees and heads over right away. The MC knows Man Ying's best days are behind her, but she's still far more famous than Gao Kuyang. Meng Ming introduces herself and asks if Man Ying remembers that they live in the same neighborhood. And she says her brother asked her to pass this along if Man Ying is interested, he'd be willing to invest in a movie for her. The card says Chen, Big Boss, along with his phone number. Man Ying stares at it confused. The next day, at Shanghai's financial tower, in a room with Jai Mu, Zhang Bo complains that he rigged the piano for nothing because he switched to violin. By the end of the night, that bastard stole all the attention. They curse him non-stop and complain that even the president of the Longwu group gave him a business card. Master Lai says cheap tricks like that will never beat Chen, because he's far too sly. Just then the secretary rushes in and says public opinion is turning. She hands over a tablet and tells him to look. In the video, Gao Koyang introduces herself and says she knows fake rumors are spreading about Mr. Yan. She's speaking out to protect the boss she respects. Then she reveals that Sheijie is actually an actress and already signed to a superstar's company. But that's only the beginning. She's also known in certain late-night circles, if you get the idea. On top of that, she hangs around bars Chen would never go to, so there was no natural way the two would have met. That points to someone planning the whole thing, Jiamu. After all, he's the CEO of the company that hired Sheijie. Every scandal tied to her also traced back to Jiamu. Mr. Yan had protected her before, and this was Jiamu getting revenge. Enraged, Jiamu smashes the tablet on the floor and orders everyone to spend whatever it takes to get the video removed. His assistant says they already tried, but the takedown request was rejected. Jiamu can't understand how things got this bad. Then she says that's not even the biggest problem and shows him another tablet, this time with his own face on the thumbnail. The second he sees it, Jiamu starts shaking. The video shows what happened on the boat, when he smugly asked if people didn't know who he was right before getting slapped. It even includes the bandana-wearing guard telling him to stop bullying people. Then everyone sees him getting thrown off the boat like a clown. The assistant says the clip has already gone viral, and suggests Mr. Yan may be the one behind it. Worse, since it happened on the Yi family's boat, people now think the Yi family has turned against Jiamu. He trembles as it hits him. The rich elite of Shanghai may all be turning on him too. He thought he was laying a trap for Chen, but he walked straight into the protagonist instead. The protagonist looked calm the whole time, but he'd clearly been planning payback for a while. Now that everyone believes the Yi family is against him, clearing his name won't be easy. His friends try to calm him down, saying it's only some bad rumors and probably not that serious. Jiamo snaps at them, yelling that they don't understand anything. Right then, his phone starts ringing. He hesitates, shaking, already sure it's bad news. When he answers, it's his father, who tells him he's been put on leave for a few days because someone else is taking over his job. Later, he sits collapsed on the couch, completely broken. One by one, his friends make excuses about needing to go home and leave, abandoning him there by himself. Jamos never thought the day would come when everyone around him would walk away. But in his eyes, losing the president title doesn't matter. Now, he still has billions and believes he can always make a comeback. A new semester begins at Chen's university, and Shutong is back, noticing that another term has started. But the one who carried her bags on her first day is gone now. She stands there missing MC. Then a few girls come up and try to talk to her. They ask if she's heard of the guy nicknamed Loose Cigarette, because they came to this university just to meet him. One girl, clearly a huge fan, asks Shutong if she knows anything about him. Shutting starts to panic, but she hides the fact that she knows him very well. The girl in black asks if he's handsome, and whether they could maybe have dinner with him. Her friend tells her not to get greedy. A photo with him would already be enough. Shutting is left wondering why these girls are treating Chen like some huge celebrity. She remembers that when he used to take her out, she barely cared about him. Whenever they took pictures together, she would secretly erase them later. Now she starts wondering if the protagonist really is that amazing. The girls go on and on saying he's young, handsome, and rich, basically the perfect guy to have a baby with. Then one of them asks if she knows a girl named Lin Shutong, the one who supposedly dumped him. Pretending not to know, Shutong says she's never heard that name before. The girl says she can't stand Lin Shutong since she left Chen after everything he did for her. Shutong agrees and says a girl like that must be a complete fool. All of a sudden, someone calls out Shutong's name and says the student council wants to see her. That makes the group realize she really is Shutong. They start to ask if it's actually her, but she suddenly shouts that it isn't. She keeps denying it, saying there's no way she's that idiot Lin Shutong. Later, she lies in bed crying, full of regret that she didn't choose someone with a better future. Then comes a surprise. Did Shutong's favorability really go past 99? The wording is messy, but it looks like she's sitting at 99. Not long after, her aunt calls. She says Shutong's mother is sick and tells her to get to the hospital right away. The story moves to the hospital. There, Shutong quickly asks her aunt what happened to her mother. She can't make sense of it and fears something serious is going on. Her aunt explains that when she went to visit, she found her unconscious. Shutong is stunned because her mother had always seemed healthy, A doctor walks over and she rushes to him for answers. After confirming who she is, the doctor tells her mother's condition is complicated. It's advanced leukemia. Just like that, everything gets much worse. The doctor says the treatment will need an extremely costly surgery over 500,000 yuan. Through tears, Shutong asks if that amount can save her mother. The doctor tells her a full treatment will take 1 million yuan. Shutong is left wondering how she could ever get that kind of money. Desperate, she can only pray for some kind of answer. When she was little, her father buried the family in debt and then ran away. Because of that life, she once thought depending on a man was her way out. She checks her contacts hoping someone might help. But 10 minutes later, she feels even worse. Not one of those so-called friends wants to step in. Then she remembers she still has Chen's contact and her hands start shaking. She realizes she may have no choice but to beg him for help. The story then cuts to Hanxing Airport. A huge crowd is gathered there, with signs in hand. A red-haired girl asks why so many people are waiting, and someone tells her a millionaire called Mr. Yan is arriving. Interested right away, she says he must be incredible and hopes to hear him play piano someday. She hurries over to the crowd so she can see him too. Meanwhile, Chen is already nearby, thinking that if he'd known this many people would show up, he never would have stood out so much in Shanghai. The president came to pick him up and joked that someone as dazzling as him was bound to get noticed. Then a man in the distance spots him and yells out. He calls him Mr. Yan, and that gets everyone's attention at once. Now uneasy, Chen tells the president to move faster. A little later, she turns to him, calls him love, and asks why he came back this time. He says the school invited him to give a lecture and help promote the event. Then, blushing a little, he asks about what she just called him. She says it again, love, and asks if that bothers him. The word catches him off guard and he gets shy. She quickly apologizes, saying maybe she went too far, but she wanted their relationship to move forward. In her eyes, Chen had already risen far above her while she was just an ordinary pianist for Han Shang. Then her eyes fall on the car key beside her. That reminds her that even if she's a normal girl, she's still rich and beautiful. MC lightly touches her lips and asks what kind of silly thoughts she's having. After all, if he didn't like her, why would he ask her to come pick him up alone? Flustered by how close he is, she starts leaning in. But right then, his phone rings again and ruins the moment. Annoyed, Chen answers, wondering who would call at a time like this. Of course, it's Shutong. The phone keeps ringing, and Kiki asks who it is. She wants to know who's calling him. Chen decides not to pick up. He says Shutong is probably asking for money again. Kiki wonders if maybe Shutong doesn't want cash this time and is trying to get back together. He brushes that off, saying that's even less likely. He's not who he used to be, and neither is she. The president listens quietly. Then a flood of messages comes in. Shutong keeps apologizing, saying it's an emergency. She begs for 1 million yuan, promises she'll repay him, and asks him to trust her one last time. Chen shows Kiki the messages and says this proves Shutong is trying to trick him again. But the president points out that people usually don't repeat the same lie twice. Even so, the protagonist ignores it and says his money isn't free for the taking. Next, the story returns to the university. Everyone is talking about Chen's lecture. The girls are thrilled at the thought of seeing him up close. Then a guy in disguise walks over and asks if they need any help. One of the girls looks confused and asks who he is. He introduces himself as one of MC's honored roommates. He says he has VIP tickets for anyone who wants to meet him. The catch is that they have to give him their contact info. That instantly gets the girls excited. His friends are overjoyed, saying this is the only reason they'd ever get to talk to girls like these. Without Chen, they know they wouldn't have a chance. Soon, the protagonist is in the auditorium, ready to start his lecture. He introduces himself and says he's happy to share his experience and ideas, but someone suddenly shouts that his money is dirty. It's the same blonde guy from before, demanding to know where Chen's wealth came from. He says that if MC won't explain it, then he must be making money through shady means. Even after being embarrassed before, this guy still wants one more shot at taking him down in public. The protagonist barely remembers him as some kid from the Tang family, and the interruption annoys him. He asks the blonde guy how much money is in his account, how many homes his family owns, and what investments they have. Those are private matters, so why should MC have to open up his finances either? The blonde guy gets furious. To him, Chen is just dodging the question in a clever way. Still, he presses on, saying everyone knows he throws millions at streamers while making nothing of value himself. Because of that, he says the protagonist has bad values and shouldn't be lecturing students. Some girls in the crowd whisper that he really does spend a lot on streamers, so maybe something is off. Chen realizes the blonde guy is being smarter about his attack this time. Then he calmly admits that part of it is true. He did spend money carelessly. That's exactly why he's now committing 1 billion yuan of his own money to charity for sick people in Hancheng. And MC makes it clear when he says something, he follows through. The crowd is stunned. The blonde guy suddenly has nothing left to argue. Soon, everyone is cheering Chen's name. The story then cuts away again. Shutong is standing on the edge of a building. She can't understand why he won't believe her. She says that if her mother's illness can't be treated, she doesn't want to live either. So she says goodbye to her youth, her regrets, and even to Chen. Then she looks down and wonders if it's high enough. Just as she's about to move, her phone rings. It's her aunt, so she answers. She had planned to leave one last message for her mother, but the second she picks up, Her aunt tells her something shocking. All of her mother's hospital bills have already been paid. Confused, Shudong asks what happened. Her aunt says hospitals received donations from a rich benefactor to cover certain treatments, and the donor was Mr. Yang. In the next moment, Shudong pulls herself back over the railing. Once she's safely down, she says she knew Chen would never abandon her. Right then, she swears she'll do anything for him, even give her life if she has to. At that same time, the protagonist notices lightning striking in broad daylight and wonders what is going on. His system then tells him that Shutong's favorability has reached 100. The system congratulates him and explains that she is now fully devoted and will obey any command. Chen is stunned. He can't understand how she maxed out after he had just ignored her call. As a reward, he gains 5 points in all attributes. His whole system gets upgraded too. Now he can spend points to improve other people's looks, health, or physical condition. That just annoys MC, who wonders why he can't use those points on himself. Then, Shutong calls again. Even with her loyalty maxed out, he still doesn't feel ready to forgive her, but since she triggered the upgrade, he picks up. She thanks him, saying she always knew he cared about her. She brings up her mother's illness and his huge donation, then vows to give him her body, soul, life, everything. Chen is completely confused and asks if she got the wrong idea because he didn't do any of that. Still, this leaves him uneasy. The max level effect is way stronger than he expected, almost like brainwashing. As he walks through the university, he realizes he needs to be much more careful about using this on people. Shutong's mental state is clearly unstable, and then his phone rings yet again. This time he sees it's Chu. He figures it's probably about the helicopter he sent her earlier. He remembers she quit the police and that makes her perfect for his next project. He wants her to help run the charity foundation he's planning. If he does it right, he can build goodwill, invest in her, and maybe make money later too. Either way, he's ready to throw billions at this. Chen answers with a warm voice and asks what she needs. She says it's not a big deal. She just wants to give back the gift because it was way too expensive. Then she asks when they can meet. He says they can talk about that later, but first he wants to take her out to dinner. Yumo is caught off guard since the protagonist has never shown her much interest before. That makes her suspicious. Maybe he always had another reason for getting close to her, like using her past as an officer, and was the helicopter basically a bribe? She tells him to meet her tomorrow at 5 at a restaurant because she has things to clear up. Yumo picks up on his angle almost right away. She's seriously sharp. Meanwhile, Chen wonders why she sounded upset. He can't figure out what he did wrong. Yumo, though, is irritated. To her, men are all the same. They either come after her because they like her or because of her father's position. She's already decided that tomorrow she'll reject whatever he offers and return the helicopter. Just like that, MC loses 10 favorability points. Poor guy. He gives her a gift, asks her to dinner, and somehow still loses points. A little later, Chen realizes Yumo alone can't handle everything he wants to build. Then someone comes up behind him, saying they finally found him. He spins around and almost throws a kick, but stops when he sees it's an old man. He almost nailed him right in the face. The two stare at each other for a moment before Chen recognizes him and asks why Professor Wong is here. It turns out this is one of his university professors, and the man immediately calls him out for skipping more than 60 classes and still showing his face. To the professor, the protagonist has been getting way too cocky and someone needed to bring him back down. But MC suddenly gets an idea. He grabs the professor's arm and says he showed up at the perfect time. Then he acts weirdly friendly and says he's really missed him. That completely throws the professor off, since Chen usually avoids him. For a second, the teacher even wonders if maybe the kid still has a good heart. Then he says he has a favor to ask. The professor puts a hand on his chest and says if there's something he wants, he should just say it. So Chen asks why he doesn't quit the school and come work for him instead. The professor snaps at him and asks if he has no respect for his elders. The protagonist tells him to hear him out. He's starting a charity group and needs capable people. He wants this professor because he knows he's hardworking. Then he asks if he's really satisfied staying only a teacher here. If he joins him, MC says he'll make at least $1 million a year. He also points out that the professor's daughter is about to finish high school, and big expenses are coming. Yeah, he really knows where to hit. Even so, the professor says walking away from the school would be unfair to his students. Chen says he doesn't have to leave completely, he can work part-time. The professor still hesitates, saying it would affect both jobs, but the protagonist reminds him that plenty of teachers already do that. He says this role comes with real responsibility, and the professor is exactly who he needs. In the end, the man agrees, even calling him boss and thanking him for recognizing his value. Still, he can't help wondering how he went from scolding MC to working for him. With that settled, he asks what this new organization will be called. Chen says maybe it'll be called the CY Foundation. The professor quickly realizes those are his initials. Nearby, someone else watches them and wonders who that old man talking to the protagonist is. Then a voice calls out after finally finding her. She turns around and sees Kiki, who says she needs help with something. Kiki wants to come up with the perfect plan to spend a night with Chen. Her friend is stunned and asks what she's even saying. But the president cuts that off. Her mind is made up. She says her relationship with MC has to move forward, and with so many girls around him, she needs to lock him down fast. Odiming argues that if she makes it too easy, he won't treasure her. but the president won't budge. Her life is getting busier, and she wants at least one young, exciting romance. She knows only one girl can win this race. Sorry or not, she has to make her move now. Then she tells Mang to invite Chen to a restaurant behind the school, because tonight they're getting him drunk. Mang agrees. Seeing how serious she is, she decides to help even though she can't stop thinking that she's helping her best friend get close to the guy she likes. Later, the professor leaves. Then someone calls out to Chen. Kiki and Meng walk over and invite him to the restaurant. Poor he just agrees, not realizing he's walking into a trap. When they get there, everyone orders and he checks the menu. There is a lot of alcohol, and that immediately confuses him. He looks at Kiki and asks if something's bothering her. She says she's fine, she just felt like having a few drinks with him. Chen knows that's odd. Either she plans to drink a ton, or she's up to something. And whatever the plan is, it definitely involves him. Instead of getting nervous, he gets excited. After all the money he spent and all the waiting, maybe this is finally it. As the drinks start coming, Meng lays down the rules. For every half glass they drink, Chen has to finish a full one. He agrees without worry. Thanks to his system, he thinks there's no way he can get drunk. What he doesn't know is that Meng comes from a family that knows wine well, so her alcohol tolerance is also crazy high. By the time all those bottles hit the floor, the protagonist is already feeling it hard. Meng keeps drinking and asks if he has a twin, because she's seeing two of him. The truth is, she's the one who's completely wasted. While he still looks mostly fine and tells her she should stop, she refuses to believe she's drunk and tells Kiki to look. There are two Chen Yung. Kiki says her friend is losing it because obviously MC doesn't have a twin. Then she changes her mind and says he actually has two brothers, because now she sees three Chens. So yeah, she's not doing any better. Chen lets out a sigh and says it was obvious they were trying to get him drunk, but it totally backfired. He calls for the waiter, but Meng yells at him not to leave. Then she grabs Kiki and says that since she sees three Chens, she can give one to her. Kiki slurs back that it's fine. They can share one him since there are so many. Her friend lights up and asks if she means that. Kiki says, of course, because she already knows her friend likes him too. A second later, though, they start fighting over why she would try to steal him. One clings to the other and blurts out that she sadly fell for him too. The president starts crying, saying that even then, she still doesn't want to share. Chen can only sit there, totally confused by the drunk argument in front of him. Half an hour later, the bartender warns him to be careful on the way out. The protagonist picks both girls up and says he's got it. As he walks, he figures their friendship might be over once they sober up. The bigger problem is this. He knows taking two drunk girls to a hotel would look terrible, so he has no idea what to do. Right then, someone tells him to hold it and asks where exactly he's taking the girls. Chen turns back and asks why he needs to explain where he's taking his own friends. But the waitress says it's obvious he's trying to take advantage of drunk women, and that's against the law. He looks confused and says they're his friends, so what is she talking about? The woman steps in front of him and says she won't let him take them. If he tries to force it, she'll call the police. At that moment, Meng suddenly pops up and asks why she's sticking her nose into their business. That is when the waitress gets a good look at him and recognizes him as Mr. Yan. Chen tells her that now she knows who he is, she can drop it. She quickly apologizes and says she only thought he was a bad guy for a moment. Another woman nearby also gets starry-eyed, saying he's even more handsome in person. Now she wants to get drunk too, just so he can carry her. Seriously. The story then moves to an apartment, where Chen lays Meng down in the living room and carries Kiki to the bedroom. As she starts to wake up, she asks what happened. Then she sees MC and gets excited, thinking this is finally the moment. Still in his arms, she even wonders if it's going to hurt. He sets her on the bed and starts getting tempted. For real, he almost makes a move. He tells himself this isn't something a knight should do. But then again, he's no knight. Right then the lights come on. It's Shu Liao asking if he's already home. Then she notices the surprise on the bed. 6 hours earlier, back at his place, Shu Liao had just finished cleaning and was excited to surprise him. She knew he was coming back to the city and wanted him to feel happy the second he got home. After cleaning up, she planned to take a bath and put on her special outfit. Once he got home and saw her surprise, there was no way her plan could fail. Back in the present, Chen asks what she's doing there. Red-faced, she says she's leaving. She gets up and runs for the door but stops. Turning back, she says she left chicken soup in the kitchen for him. She feels like she just embarrassed herself by interrupting him with his girlfriend. Then she smells alcohol. Trying not to get involved, she heads to the living room and finds another woman there too. Now she's really wondering what he's doing. Chen quickly tells her not to get the wrong idea. The girls drank too much and he was just going to let them sleep in the bed while he took the couch. Then he catches himself and wonders why he's even explaining anything. This is his house. Shu Liao says she believes him. She believes him. He doesn't have to explain anything in his own home, but the fact that he did means her opinion matters to him. Then a weird sound comes from Meng. He instantly knows what that means. She's about to throw up. Seeing the mess hit the floor, he snaps into action. He tells her if she's going to puke, at least make it to the bathroom. Xiaodong hugs him, says he reeks of alcohol, and tells him to go shower while she cleans up. On the way to the bathroom, he thinks about all the bad things people at school said about her, even though she'd done so much for him. He honestly doesn't know how to handle his feelings for her. The next morning, around 10, a new day begins. He wakes up feeling like he just survived a battle. Then he catches a great smell. It's Shoutong already cooking in the kitchen. He'd imagined waking up surrounded by girls, but that definitely didn't happen. Instead, Shoutong took one room, the other two shared another, and he slept on the couch. What made it strange was that those two had been fighting, yet they still ended up sleeping side by side. He can't help wondering what'll happen when they wake up. In the other room, the president stirs with a pounding headache. Then she notices someone beside her. For a second, she wonders if Chen is in bed with her. Blushing, she starts to think maybe things really went that far. Still, that doesn't feel right. She can't remember anything, and nothing seems different, so she looks closer. It's Meng. Meng sits up too and asks why Kiki is there. The president suddenly remembers she was mad because Kiki was trying to steal Chen, and Meng was upset because all she wanted was to be the second girlfriend. Then both of them pause and realize they may have gone too far. Meng asks Kiki if she ended up spending the night with Chen, since she can't remember a thing. The president figures Meng is pretending and actually remembers everything. But if she says too much, their friendship might fall apart. So she also claims she remembers nothing because she was too drunk. Meng feels relieved. If the president forgot too, maybe their friendship is safe. Just then, Shoutong walks in cheerfully and calls them to breakfast. Both girls stare at her, confused, and ask why she's here. Half an hour later during breakfast, the president asks if he got this house from Shou. He says yes, that's the reason he lives here. Shou explains that her father's cafe was in trouble, and Chen saved it. The president is impressed by how well this girl managed to get close to him. She always thought Rui was her biggest rival, but now it looks like they both had it wrong. Meng apologizes and says she remembers throwing up, and the president tells Ju that someday she'll go to her place and cook for her too. Ju says there's no need. They're Chen's friends, so of course she'd do this. The president doesn't like the way that sounds. It feels like Ju is making it clear she's closer to him. Right then, she gets a message from Meng, warning her to watch out. Ju is really hard to deal with. Meanwhile, clueless he is just happy to see them getting along. To him, it's amazing that the two girls fighting yesterday suddenly seem friendly again. Then the president turns to him and says she needs to head back to the company and handle some things. He sees her off and tells her to text him if she needs anything. After she leaves, Meng says she wants to talk to him. He immediately gets nervous, thinking she's about to confess. He can't believe she'd do that right after her friend left. Awkwardly, he asks what she wanted. With that dumb look on his face, he's already bracing for another fight over him. But Meng brings up the new online store Big Black Cat Company is about to launch and says she needs a name. He asks if that's all, and she shoots back, what else would it be? Then he says, if the company is called Big Black Cat, the store could be called Big Kitten. She thinks the name came out of nowhere, but then starts wondering if he had this plan for a while. There were already all kinds of rumors going around, so maybe he'd really thought of it before. She can't help being impressed by how clueless he looks. He just says the name doesn't matter much as long as people remember it. Then he tells her she'll handle operations, and he's going to invest 10 billion into this branch. Funny enough, he meant to send 10, but showed her 100. She says that's way too much money and worries she won't do the job well. But he tells her not to overthink it and to trust herself. Her goal is to turn Big Kitten into one of the biggest stores in the country, so she has to give it everything. Fired up by his trust, she promises to do her best, sure that if Chen believes in her, maybe she really does have some hidden talent. By 11, she's back at the university. Ju keeps wondering just how rich the protagonist really is. He'd already given her millions and now he's throwing around billions. That's when she spots a job fair at Weixin University. She remembers graduation is coming soon. After that, she'll officially be working full-time at her dad's cafe. She pushes that thought aside for the moment and decides to look around the fair. There are several booths set up, including one for the CY Foundation. That booth looks pretty empty, and the teacher there complains that things aren't going well. Some girls passing by wonder why Counselor Wang is out here recruiting. Chen remembers this man as one of his teachers and starts to wonder if there's some link here. Shu introduces herself, and he asks if she's here to apply. She says she already knows about it and asks if the CY Foundation belongs to MC, the one planning to invest 100 billion to build a hospital in Hanxing. He praises her for paying close attention. Then she asks what it takes to join the foundation. He says he remembers her well and that she's more than qualified, especially since she's the first person who's shown up and he needs at least one recruit. He assures her the foundation is just starting, but it'll soon have its own office. If she joins now, she'll be one of the founding members. She says she's interested but points out that she's an arts major, so it doesn't really match her field. He quickly gets her seated and says all she really has to do is help recruit people. She hesitates. It isn't exactly what she wants, but it would let her get closer to Chen. At the very least, when the other girls talk about work, she won't be left out. Then the teacher suddenly leaves, saying she's in charge of recruitment now because he has other things to do. She wants to protest, but he runs off, saying he knows she can handle it. Poor girl realizes she just got tricked. After that, he notices the CY Foundation booth still isn't attracting people, so he changes the sign to Mr. Yan's Charity Foundation Recruitment. At once, girls start stopping to ask if it's really that Mr. Yan. One of them even runs over, desperate to know if they're talking about the real Mr. Yan. He confirms it and adds that Mr. Yan is putting in a huge amount of money. A crowd forms almost instantly, all wanting to join. Some guys nearby start wondering why there's suddenly such a huge line. Even one of the professors doing recruitment takes off his badge and asks if they're accepting older applicants. The story then moves to the front of the president's home. Chen shows up dressed sharp. He calls out to announce he's here and asks where she is. If you remember right, this is the restaurant where the president works, but instead of meeting her, he runs into Chu and now he's busted again. He thought he was here to meet the president, but this was actually a meeting he arranged with her, and now he's blushing, realizing he didn't remember her being this pretty. She spots him and says hello. Her heart starts pounding as she wonders if she really likes him. Sadly for her, he looks great today and she can't stop staring. Still, she's convinced he's only approaching her because of her family, so she gets ready to turn him down and tells him to listen. But Chen stops her and says not to rush, let's eat first. That throws her off and she wonders if he really just came to have a meal. They end up eating a lot and he is amazed by the food at the president's restaurant. Eventually Yumo asks if he really called her here just to eat. He admits he actually wants to ask her for a favor. She tells him to say it but warns him that if it crosses her principles she won't do it. She expected him to get to the point, but even so she's disappointed. Then she tells him to take back the helicopter because she refuses to accept it. He says he gets it but insists she'll need it someday. She stands up and says she won't, and if he keeps pushing, their friendship ends here. So he backs down and says she wins. Then he explains that he wanted to tell her he's creating a charity foundation. Yumo says she already knows, but 10 billion won't be enough to build 10 hospitals. On top of that, the number of patients who can't afford treatment is much higher than the reports show. If word gets out, people from other provinces could come too, and if he can't treat everyone, it could damage his name. She tells him to think it through carefully, because this isn't as simple as he thinks. Like a fool, he claps and says he found exactly the right person. Then he tells her he wants her to be the president of the group that manages all the funds. She's stunned. She thought he came to ask a small favor, not hand her something this big. She starts to respond, but he stops her and says that's not the only reason he wanted this meeting. He says he offered her an expensive helicopter, and the fact that she refused proved her character. He adds that as a former police officer, she has a strong sense of justice, which makes her perfect for this. He says he'll use his money to help people, even if others end up hating him. Then he pounds the table and says that's why he chose her. Yumo realizes the helicopter was really a test. He truly cares about people who are struggling, and she had judged him wrong. That makes her feel small. Just like that, he earns another 10 favorability points. She apologizes and admits she misunderstood him. Still, she says she's only a former police officer. How could she manage that much money? He tells her not to worry and just make sure the money goes where it should. Her first job was figuring out how to use the 10 billion, and now she had to meet the rest of the team. Looking at the card, she wondered if it really held 10 billion. It moved her. Maybe this was what it felt like to be truly trusted. His favorability had already reached 92. She was touched that he called her Yumo. Chen looked confused by the dreamy look on her face. That night, the professor was walking around campus when he called Shotong to ask how things were going. She said everything was under control, but she was still wrapping up. Then she told him she had changed the recruitment spot and asked him to come take a look. He didn't get why she had left the booth. Young people were impossible to figure out, and she had run off from there because she couldn't take it anymore. He soon realized she had moved everything to a gym off by itself and wondered who would even come there. But once he walked in, it looked like half the school had shown up. He started sweating, shocked by how many people were there. Walking over to Shotong, he asked if she had really brought all of them in, and she nodded. She quickly apologized, saying she was short on time and this was the best she could do. He told her it was fine, then asked how she pulled it off. She said the student council made it possible. She started by recruiting people there, then had each one bring 2 more, and those 2 brought 4 more, until the number grew to over 1,000. One sign said the foundation would pay more than 8,000, and he asked why she posted that when nothing had been decided yet. She apologized and said she kept it low because some students wanted to know the minimum salary. That annoyed the professor. He had studied his whole life and made exactly that much. The real problem was obvious. With over 1,000 students here, there was no way they could hire all of them. He had only just been trusted with this job, and now it was already a mess. At that moment his phone rang. It was Chen asking how recruitment was going. The professor told him he had just arrived at the school, and the protagonist said he wanted to introduce someone. When the professor asked who it was, MC said the foundation's new president. He warned him to be polite and careful because she was Charkonqui's daughter. The professor looked confused, clearly not too familiar with that name. But Shu knew exactly who that was and explained that Chu Tengqi was an official in Hanshang province. Only then did the professor remember, right? That was a major figure. He couldn't help wondering how Chen had gotten someone like her involved. After that, he told Shu that the boss was bringing over the new leader of everything. Since she really was that official's daughter, they needed to show respect. He turned to the students and announced that this would be their first lesson in the business world. Shu got excited and said working life was already thrilling. Just then, someone near the door asked what all the noise was about. The moment Chen and Yumo came in, the whole crowd bowed to welcome them. Honestly, it was impressive. They put all that together within 5 minutes of hearing he was coming. He praised the old professor and said he knew he could rely on him. The professor then introduced Juka Yumo. She asked Chen what kind of company could grow this fast. He admitted he wasn't fully sure either, since he had only just started it. She was amazed by how capable he was, realizing he hadn't just provided money, he had also lined up a full team to support her. She stepped closer and thanked the protagonist. Then he turned to Wang and asked how many members the foundation had. Wang answered that they currently had 872 people. Yumo pointed out that finding office space for that many people would be hard. Chen answered right away, if that's the issue then they should just buy a whole building. For him it was another great chance to spend a huge amount of money. She asked if he was serious, warning that buildings in this city were expensive and could swallow almost all 10 billion. He told her not to worry, that money was for charity, and he'd use separate funds for this. After all, the hospitals were supposed to be top tier, the best they could make. Yumo started to see that his plan wasn't small at all. She had no idea he probably wanted everything built within 2 months. Moved by that, she called him a man with a real vision for the world. She apologized and admitted she had judged him wrong before, thinking he only wanted praise for donating. But with this level of commitment, she felt they had to succeed. Chen was a little embarrassed, because she wasn't wrong. Still, she chose to believe he wouldn't ruin this, and he called her over. He told her she was the only one who truly understood him. Yumo stood there wondering what kind of billionaire could live like this. There were plenty of rich people in China, but to her he was like a lone moon lighting up the dark. Her favorability toward him rose by 1, tough luck. She only gave points 1 at a time. Shotong's favorability also went up by 1, reaching 99. She felt emotional, thinking Chen was amazing. Not only did school staff follow him, but even the daughter of a top official stood by his side. Meanwhile, she was just an ordinary girl with none of Mier's wealth or Yumo's background. Even so, she promised herself she'd stay close to him no matter what, even if it meant being his secret lover. As he walked with Yumo, Chen noticed her favorability had been rising a lot lately. Then she turned to him and said there was still one more thing to settle. She still refused to accept the helicopter he wanted to give her. MC told her not to worry, it belonged to the charity foundation, so it belonged to her too now. Since she'd be handling a lot of work around the city, the helicopter would make travel much easier, and hospitals weren't the end of it. He also planned to build new schools. That made her wonder if he was taking on too much, and whether he really had that kind of money. So she decided she'd need to talk to her father and get him to support Chen, otherwise this might never work. The next day she came home exhausted. She noticed Uncle Zhang there, playing a board game with 2 other men. The vice secretary said they were just having a friendly game. Her father Tenkui asked what she thought about the offer he had made at the office. She was about to say she had already found a new job when her father made a move that surprised Zhang, who then asked what kind of job she had taken. She told him she was now the president of the CY Charity Foundation. He looked confused and said he'd never heard of it. Yumo said that made sense. They had just been created with a 10 billion donation from Chen. Zhang said he had been hearing that young man's name a lot lately. At that moment, her father stood up and declared he had won the game. Zhang accused him of cheating, saying he was too old to be pulling tricks like that. She walked the old man to the door, but her father called her back and asked for more details about the foundation and its goals, so she started explaining. After some time, her father said that if everything she said was true, then supporting it wouldn't be a bad idea. Yumo pressed him to keep that promise. Chen had trusted her with 10 billion to help people. Now her father was shocked and asked if she really had access to 10 billion. She said yes, but he still couldn't understand why he trusted her that much. She admitted she didn't know. Maybe he saw something in her and decided she was worth trusting. Then she suggested checking the account since the money was already there. She had confirmed it earlier. But when they checked again, the balance was 60 billion instead. For anyone wondering, Chen had so much money that another 50 billion meant almost nothing to him. She looked at her father and asked if it was real, and whether she was seeing it right. He was stunned, but yes, it really looked like 60 billion. She had planned to use 10 billion, and somehow the protagonist had added another 50. Yumo told her father to wait a second and called Chen. He answered with a joke, asking if the beautiful Yumo already missed him. She told him to quit joking and demanded to know why the card had 60 billion on it. He said he was busy and needed her to handle buying the building, so he sent extra money. She raised her voice and asked if he really meant to spend all of that on charity because it could hurt his businesses. MC casually replied that money was just a number. He had already made more than he could ever spend, so he wanted to use it for something that mattered. When he was poor, he worked to better himself. Now that he was rich, he wanted to help other people. Her father seemed to respect that answer, and from his daughter's face he quickly realized she had feelings for Chen, so he told her to invite him over for dinner, so he could meet him himself and see if this young man might really become his son-in-law. Yumo passed that along over the phone and asked if the protagonist heard the dinner invitation. Feeling awkward, he said he might not have time. The truth was, he worried her father would ask where all his money came from, and he had no good answer. Worse, that kind of attention could bring government scrutiny. Honestly, it's surprising nobody had seriously investigated him already. Elsewhere, someone was watching him on TV and threw something at the screen. It was Jiamu. Furious that Chen kept pushing his way into every corner of society. Then an idea came to him. What if someone died during treatment, paid for by MC? That could get interesting. His secretary nodded and said he understood. and that he'd handle it right away. Still, the secretary warned they should move carefully, one step at a time. If Chen wanted to do charity, then maybe he should be forced to help people from every region. First, they would make things harder for him. The secretary agreed and felt sure the young master was about to win. Even 10 billion wouldn't cure every illness, and once people came from every province, Chen would be buried in pressure and criticism. She believed this time Jaimu would finally get his revenge. Then she added that there was one more thing to report. Wu Shuang had bought 2 more construction companies and was getting ready to start a movie project. The workers were highly motivated, so everything was expected to finish ahead of schedule. Jaimu knew Wu Shuang was extremely good at managing things. Losing her hurt Jaimu more than almost anything. And to make it worse, she went to Chen. Then his secretary added that Ling Shuang's scars seemed to be gone. Seeing Ling Shuang's photos, Jaimu was stunned. Right away, he regretted trusting Kimura. She was pretty, but not very useful. Kimura tried to explain, saying Ling Shuang had betrayed him. Jaimu cut her off and told her to shut up. Then he slapped her. In tears, she apologized and said she didn't mean for this to happen. He told her to get out. He was sick of looking at her. While staring out the window, Jaimu said watching Chen suffer still wouldn't satisfy him. He had his hands in all kinds of businesses, but Jaimu believed he still had one weak spot. In his eyes, the protagonist's entertainment business was holding everything together, and if that fell, the rest would collapse too. The only issue was money. Going after MC would cost a lot, so Jaimu decided to ask his family for help. He called his father and said they needed to talk. The story then shifts. Chen suddenly sneezed. He joked to himself that some girl must be thinking about him. Then his phone rang, and Bingshu was calling. For a moment, it was hard to tell who it was. But yes, it was Bingshu, finally showing up again after being gone for a while. She was nervous and blushing because this would be her first private dinner with Chen. Her excuse was that she wanted to show him her new home. Really though, she wanted to ask him for money. Another woman from Big Black Cat had brought it up first. She talked about how lucky Bingshu was to have him backing her. Bingshu told her to stop dragging it out and get to the point. The company was starting its second round of funding and needed 10 billion. She leaned in close, saying everyone was working hard and counting on her. Bingshu felt awkward, asking again, but this wasn't for herself. It was for the company, so Chen would probably agree. Even so, she hated asking him for more after everything he'd already done. She worried he'd think she was shameless and only came to him when she needed something. Then the doorbell rang and she said he was finally here. Chen even brought roses to congratulate her on the new place. Once inside, he asked if this was the home the company gave her. She said yes and welcomed him in. He joked that her company was stingy. If she worked for him, she'd have gotten a villa. He did notice she had put real effort into the dinner, even setting it up with candlelight. Later that night, they raised their glasses. Bingshu asked if he knew what day it was. Before he could guess, she told him it was her birthday, and he was the only one she had invited. Chen was caught off guard. He quickly apologized for not bringing a present since he hadn't known. He thought her mood felt a little strange, but she said having him there was enough. She admitted she'd never had many friends and used to spend birthdays alone. Sometimes she even felt like a total failure. Chen couldn't understand it. How could someone seen as the top girl at Q-Man University feel that way? What she didn't realize was that plenty of people wanted to get close to her. He told her there was no way she was a failure when she was beautiful and successful. That led her to talk about what success really meant to her. Then she confessed that she wanted to quit her job. Chen didn't get it and asked why. Bingshu said she didn't have enough experience and didn't deserve the position she had. That confused the protagonist, since he trusted her with the whole company. Still, he started to feel like something else was going on. So he asked if her company was out of money again. She looked surprised that he guessed so fast. Chen said he'd only met that other woman once, but he could already tell she was extremely ambitious. He'd also seen a flood of ads lately, which told him they'd already burned through the money he gave them. Now Bingshu was standing there, nervous about asking for more and scared he'd see her as needy. To MC, that fear didn't matter. He believed the company had a future. Bingshu cut in and said they wanted to give up 20% for 10 billion, which sounded like a ripoff. Chen told her to wait, then took out his phone. He sent the 10 billion right away and solved the problem on the spot. Then he told her that, to him, she mattered more than money. She was moved, but said she still couldn't accept it. He insisted. If she took the investment, she'd end up holding more shares than that other woman, and he wasn't throwing money in blindly. His plan was to send in his people little by little and take control of the company. When the time came, they'd push the other woman out. After that, everything would belong to Bingshu. She was amazed by the plan. Bingshu kept staring at him, and Chen asked why she was looking at him like that. Flustered, she said it was nothing, and went to bring him food. But her heel gave her trouble, and she stumbled. She fell straight into his arms. Chen was thrilled, thinking she smelled amazing, and felt soft. And just like that, he took Bingshu's first kiss. She quickly apologized and said it wasn't on purpose. The protagonist told her it was fine if she didn't mind, neither did he. Then he leaned in again. As things kept getting more romantic, he thought the coldest girl had melted first. He even felt like he was about to clear another stage of the game. Bingshu felt strange, her whole body growing warm. She couldn't tell what Chen was planning next. Then he moved in closer and started kissing down her neck. but she suddenly stopped him and said she was on her period. That startled MC, and he pulled back at once. Bingshu explained, "It wasn't that she didn't want to, this just wasn't the right time." Chen apologized and admitted he had almost lost control. After that, he offered to make her some tea so she could feel better. She watched him in surprise. After telling him that, she thought he'd just leave. Instead, he stayed and took care of her. A little later, they were back at the table. He even blew on her drink to cool it down for her. It was only brown sugar water for her cramps, but still, the care meant a lot. Looking at him, she asked why he was being so good to her. Chen answered awkwardly that it was just soup, nothing worth getting emotional over. That earned him another point, bringing her favorability to 99. He found it funny how hard it had been with Shotang compared to how smoothly things were going with Bingshu. Then she softly called out to him. Chen asked what was wrong. Bingshu asked if he would stay with her that night. He hesitated, thinking it might be torture staying so close without being able to do anything. But then she added that if he stayed, she'd find another way to make it up to him. The story cuts ahead. The next morning, he was in a great mood. Thinking back on the night, he felt Bingshu had really left an impression on him. All he could think was how soft she was. By then, he was already heading out. When Bingshu woke up, she quietly admitted to herself that she'd done something she never thought she would. Still, it had brought her closer to Chen. A few days later, the news reported that 32 billion had been invested into the land the protagonist bought. MC wondered why his reckless spending kept paying off. Just then, his phone rang. It was Yumo, asking how he could forget her dinner invitation. She meant the one from the night before. Chen apologized and said he'd been tied up with the hospital project. He asked when he should come, and Yumo said tonight her mother had already prepared dinner. He let out a sigh, feeling like things were getting complicated. Now that so many people were watching him, there was no avoiding all these expectations. In the end, he agreed to go. Soon he arrived at the provincial leader's home. The only thing he brought was a bottle of famous liquor. He knocked, and a blonde man opened the door. The guy looked at him and asked if he was the delivery man. Chen asked if he really looked like one. Instead of answering, the man slammed the door in his face. He just stood there completely confused. He even started wondering if he'd come to the wrong place. So he checked the address, building 5301. Then he called Yumo to make sure. She confirmed it and quickly apologized, explaining that the man had been brought over by her mother from Beijing. Her mother wanted that man to marry Yumo. Chen asked if that meant he had only been invited to act as a backup option. Yumo hurried to explain that none of this had been planned. Her mother had shown up out of nowhere. A moment later, the door opened again and Yumo apologized for the wait. She pulled the protagonist inside and scolded the blonde man, the protagonist Yu, for slamming the door on her guest. MC Yu gave a fake apology and claimed he thought MC was making a delivery. He immediately picked up on how arrogant the guy was. Tang Hui cleared his throat and asked the protagonist Yu how his grandfather was doing. MC said his grandfather was fine and added that he'd even mentioned Tang Hui the day before. From that exchange, he figured out he was some rich second-generation heir. Then Tang Hui asked them both to sit. He invited Chen to play a game of Go, saying Yumo had told him he was good. The protagonist agreed, but MC Yu jumped in and said he knew how to play too. He clearly looked down on the Chu family's money compared to his own. Still, since Yumo was pretty, he planned to win her. Tang Hui allowed it, seeing how eager Chen Yu was. The guy proudly said he was an amateur Dan player, but someone nearby laughed, pointing out that was nowhere near pro level. He had no interest in dealing with his bad attitude. Annoyed, the protagonist Yu stood up and proposed a few games to prove himself. MC calmly accepted, curious to see what kind of skill Yu really had. The poor guy had no idea how many points he had already put into Go. As they got ready to start, Yumo walked over. The protagonist Yu raised the stakes. Whoever lost would have to call the winner daddy. MC replied that he had no interest in gaining another son. Yumo asked her father if he was really going to let them keep arguing. Tang Hui told her this kind of heat was normal for young men, but really he wanted to use Yu to test him. Yumo had no idea how carefully her father was judging who fit her best. Then the protagonist Yu told the protagonist that even if he had money, he still needed to learn some respect. MC Yuan sneered and asked if he was just another rich heir living off his family. Yu was ready to snap back, but he cut in and pointed out how easily he got angry. Then he placed a piece on the board and asked, was that really supposed to be pro-level skill? Turns out the protagonist Yuan had already taken the first game, and the protagonist Yu instantly cried foul, saying he cheated by throwing him off and demanding another round. 10 minutes later, MC calmly reminded him that he'd already said his level was amateur at best. If this counted as professional, then any old man playing in the park could say the same. Chen Yu finally admitted it, he wasn't better and he lost, but he shot him a hateful look and swore that losing the game meant nothing. He'd make him pay for this. He wanted the protagonist Yuan to learn how scary it was to offend him here. After that, MC got up and said he wasn't feeling well, so he was leaving. Chen Yuan stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Then he reminded the young master about their bet. Furious, he shouted, asking what he thought he was doing. The protagonist Yuan stayed calm and told him to kneel, pressing down on his shoulder. MCU was forced to his knees. Humiliated, he yelled at him, asking how he dared treat him like this. Everyone in the room froze in shock. Yumo couldn't even speak. To them, Chen Yuan had gone crazy. He was humiliating the son of one of Beijing's top 8 families. The maid rushed in and demanded that the protagonist let you go. MC Yuan said he'd release him after he kept his word. He even looked at Tang Hui and asked if breaking a promise was really acceptable. Chen Yu struggled, trying to shove him away. At the same time, he warned him that he'd regret this. At first it sounded like the maid, but it was actually Yumo's mother, yelling at the protagonist to behave himself. Yumo's father, now worried, told it had only been a joke and said he should let it go. He answered that if this was how they saw it, then he clearly wasn't welcome there. He didn't care about their status or their connections. He had his own people and his own plans, and he didn't need any of them. Then he slammed the door and walked out. Yumo's mother turned to her daughter and asked what kind of friend she had brought home. But Yumo pushed back and asked her father why he acted like that when Chen Yu had clearly lost the bet. Her mother scolded her for talking to her father that way over some nobody. Tangyi didn't know what to say. He only meant to test the protagonist Yuan, not let things blow up this badly. What he really couldn't figure out was where MC got the nerve to defy a Beijing family's son and walk out like that. That made him wonder if he might really belong to the legendary family, the one rumored to produce the next dragon heir. He didn't know the truth yet, but he was sure of one thing. With the protagonist's temper, this wasn't over, and soon he'd learn what the protagonist was really capable of. Meanwhile, he swore MC would regret ever being born. As for him, he wandered the streets like nothing had happened until his phone rang. It was Yumo, asking why he had to slam the door and saying the whole house was tense now. The protagonist fired back, asking why the protagonist was allowed to provoke him, but the second he responded, everyone blamed him. Yumo explained that it wasn't about MC himself. It was his family. They were extremely powerful, and now MC was in danger. He brushed it off and told her to let him come if he wanted. Yumo warned that even if the protagonist could handle it, the protagonist might go after his workers instead, so she told him he should apologize. Chen Yuan laughed that off and asked if she'd lost her mind, then hung up and left her stunned. After that, Yumo decided not to step in anymore. If he wanted this fight, she would stay out of it. A few days later, someone rushed in with bad news for Director Yu. She asked what all the fuss was about and told the woman to calm down. The woman handed her a tablet and said a huge problem had come up. Taemin Shinar and Kenjin had suddenly put limits on buying property. The secretary explained that they had already sold a lot of homes in those areas, but the ownership transfers weren't done yet, so the company was stuck. Ling Shuang knew this was serious. Without those transfers, they might have to refund buyers, and that would cause a huge backlash. If they had to return the money from all 3 cities, the company would fall deep into the red. Ling Shuang told her to stay calm and contact the banks for loans. 10 minutes later, the secretary came back and said every bank had refused the loans without even giving a reason. Now Ling Shuang started to feel sure that someone was targeting them on purpose. Not knowing who was behind it, she decided it was time to call their mysterious boss. She reported everything to Chen Yuan, who was sitting there casually eating ramen. He asked if the group's main problem was cash not coming back fast enough. Ling Shuang said yes and apologized for not solving it sooner. But Chen Yuan sounded excited, saying this was another perfect chance to spend money on women. He told her that if buyers wanted refunds, then give the money back, and if banks refused to lend, he had more than enough cash to cover it. That was exactly why he had spread his money across so many businesses. Hearing that, Ling Shuang felt a huge wave of relief. Still, she warned him they'd need at least 30 billion. MC Yuan told her not to worry, they just had to think long-term, because the future profit would be far bigger. Ling Shuang fell silent and started thinking hard. In her eyes, the boss was using this crisis to show real generosity. That would also strengthen the public's trust in their company, and with more limits on buying homes, those properties would only become more valuable later, bringing even bigger returns. Excited, she praised her boss for his incredible foresight, while Chen Yuan had no idea what she was getting so worked up about. To him, it was simple. As long as she helped him burn through money, everything was great, so he transferred 200 billion. At this point, the numbers are getting pretty wild. Ling Shuang fixed her hair and thought her brilliant boss had already seen all of this coming. No matter how carefree and pleasure-loving he looked, he was always planning ahead. Another point was added, putting her favorability at 99. Then the story cut to Dayama's residence. He demanded to know why these sudden restrictions had appeared. He'd been planning to crush Chen Yuan's businesses, but now these new roadblocks had wrecked the whole plan. Once again, someone had ruined his scheme. He started to suspect he had seen this coming and arranged the restrictions himself. So he told his secretary to set up a meeting with the people behind the new rules. They had to be lifted. Then the scene moved to a nightclub in the capital. A group of girls crowded around Master Chen Yu, praising him and calling him so generous. He barely paid attention to them until his phone rang. When he answered, someone told him the restrictions they set up were backfiring and putting heavy pressure on them. The caller even asked how he could lose control if the protagonist Yuan was only supposed to be borrowing power from others. The report continued. It looked like nearly every major company in the city was pressuring the government. Chen Yu shouted for them to hang on a little longer. Thinking of his uncle, he was sure this could still be handled. He had believed MC only relied on the Chu family's backing and had no idea he could move this much power himself. That caught him completely off guard. Even so, there was no backing out now. The Jing family had already made the first move, and he refused to look weak. The next day at the university stadium, Chen Yuan talked on the phone and told someone not to worry. He'd locked down a good spot for the selection event, which seemed to be tied to that race from before. The director thanked him and said there was no way they could end up in second place again. The protagonist Yuan thought that since the director had asked him personally, he'd do him this favor. But when he reached the entrance, he found a big crowd signing up. Then the guy who had lost the girl before spotted him and wondered why MC was here. In theory, he should have hated Chen Yuan. But now he was so famous that the guy couldn't even feel jealous anymore. The gap between them was just too big. When the protagonist walked up to him, he said he had quit smoking a long time ago because it was bad for his health. The other guy lit one anyway and said life was short, so he wanted to enjoy it. He admitted Chen Yuan was young, rich, and now even Rootgil liked him, so there was no way he could compete. Maybe making peace was the smarter move. After all, he'd wronged MC before, and MC had wronged him too, so maybe that made them even. Then someone patted his back and said they heard he was here to register, so they came to cheer him on. Of course, it was Zhu Ying, happily greeting him. The poor guy's face dropped. He muttered about why she had to say that and warned him not to get involved. Poor guy. He was getting hurt all over again. Zhu Ying then told Chen Yuan that the director had asked her to help him with anything he needed. The miserable ex wanted to forgive the protagonist Yuan, but seeing his former girlfriend acting so close to him crushed him all over again. Then a strange idea popped into his head. He thought that if his ex ended up with Chen Yuan, maybe he could somehow brag about it later. Weird logic, but that's where his mind went. Zhu Ying though thought his expression looked disgusting and felt glad she'd already dumped him. She asked MC how many events he planned to join. He asked how many there even were, because he thought there was only one. Zhu Ying explained that there were at least 28 events every year. She started listing them: sprints, long-distance races, jumping events, throwing events, and more. Chen Yuan told her to sign him up for the decathlon. She was stunned and explained that meant doing 10 events in a row. That kind of schedule would wear anyone out fast, but Zhu Ying told her not to worry. He trained a lot at home. After a while, girls started taking pictures asking if Chu Yin was really going to compete. Then the story shifted to a golf course. Some men there said they'd heard that guy was entering the event. They couldn't believe he could juggle so many businesses and still find time for sports. After that, the scene moved back to the protagonist Zhu Yin's house. When he came out of the bathroom, dinner was already waiting for him. There was even a note she wrote that she'd done her best for him, but her new position was keeping her very busy now. That made Chen Yuan think about her again. She stayed the quietest, asked for the least, and still did the most for him. So he started thinking it might be time to test his skill-boosting ability on her. 2 days later at Jiamu's mansion, someone said Chen Yuan's background had to be terrifying. The secretary explained that they had tried to pressure the people behind the new law, but it looked like the Jiang family was involved at every level. Jiamu covers his face, admitting he never thought that bastard had this much influence. His secretary asks if they really want to keep going against MC Wan. Jiamu tells her to leave him alone for now. Once she's gone, he wonders why a huge family like the Jiangs would step in for Chen Yuan. Then the story cuts to his villa in the capital. Someone reports that the lockdown on those 3 cities is hitting every business hard. The protagonist Yu is ordered to stay home, think about what he did, and quit stirring up trouble. He gives a short reply and ends the call. He had only made one move, and things were already turning into a mess. If Chen Yuan's company didn't fall soon, it would get even worse, because the homes he owned would keep going up in value. Even so, MC still believed MC would break eventually. Too many properties, no bank loans, no way out. Both Jiamu and Yu swear he will pay for this sooner or later. Then the day of the sports meet arrives. The first event is high jump, and the athletes get ready. Chen Yuan shows up looking sharp and in top shape. The girls watching immediately notice him. While he's warming up, a guy walks over, makes sure he's really the protagonist, and mocks him for being even less impressive than expected. The protagonist turns around, confused. The rude guy says he hates people like MC who use sports to get attention, then storms off, promising MC will be embarrassed today. He is left wondering where that guy came from. Then the blue-haired announcer calls the event to start. The place is buzzing, especially since Chen Yuan has drawn such a huge crowd. Even sports reporters are there, and the event is being broadcast. That rival steps up first. He sprints in, clears the bar, and proudly says today is the day he'll get famous. His jump reaches 2.2 meters, making people wonder if this is really just a provincial meet. Chen Yuan watches and thinks it doesn't look very hard. With his body strengthened by the system, high jump isn't much of a problem. Still, he decides not to stand out too early, and matches the same height, 2.2 meters. Exactly. The rival starts acting even more smug. He tells the judge he wants the bar raised to 2.3 meters. That's his personal best, and he's sure Chen Yuan can't beat it. He takes off, jumps, clips the bar, and after wobbling on it, fails the attempt. Seeing that struggle, the protagonist Yuan relaxes. This just got easier. Then he asks to raise the bar all the way to 3 meters. The rival and the whole crowd think he's gone crazy. Nobody had jumped that high, not even at the Olympics. For someone trying not to stand out, Chen Yuan was doing the exact opposite. People in the stands stare at him, completely stunned. Instead of taking a normal run-up, He walks calmly toward the bar. Everyone waits for him to mess up, but logic has clearly left the building. Chen Yuan sets his feet, explodes upward like an anime hero, and clears it. The crowd is so shocked they think they must be dreaming, while the announcer yells that the legendary boss just cleared 3 meters. The rival is completely overshadowed. Jang runs over with water and praises him. Chen Yuan just says this is only the start. He plans to win everything. 10 minutes later, it's time for long jump. The same rival, still determined, lands a 7-meter jump and hopes that's enough to outshine MC. But Chen Yuan pays more attention to talking with Jang than to the guy trying to challenge him. He doesn't take him seriously at all. The rival tries to provoke him again, but he won't even look his way. A moment later, the protagonist Jangmu jumps 9 meters with ease and sets another world record. The crowd loses it. This guy clearly isn't normal. In a nearby office building, Han and Wu Shuang watch in shock, impressed by what he's doing. Wu Shuang says it's amazing that Chen Yuan hid this kind of talent for so long. Han, excited, says he always finds a way to surprise her. Wu Shuang suggests helping him, since his company is under attack, but Han says he probably doesn't need them. The company's debt is still manageable. At worst, this only slows its growth a little. Trying to ask for shares now would be a bad move. From what Han knows, 2 different groups are fighting over the restrictions. Wu Shuang asks if both groups are tied to Chen Yuan. Han says it's actually the other way around. MC Yuan isn't with either side. He's using their conflict to keep the pressure off himself. Wu Shuang is amazed that he's handling all this while still competing. Back at the field, Chen Yuan moves on to a heavy throwing event. As he grips the shot, someone says it's too heavy for him. Of course, it's that same rival again, mocking his form and calling him an amateur. He insists this event takes real training. Then the protagonist Yuan launches the shot like he's powering up an anime, and it slams into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. The judge measures the throw at 22.5 meters. The rival drops to the ground, unable to believe a human could do that. Day 2 of the competition begins. Chen Yuan wins the race event too, and when pole vault comes up, he dominates that as well. Chuang walks over and praises him for breaking so many records. He thanks her and asks what's next. She tells him it's hurdles, watching him closely because she's still amazed by how often he does the impossible. Wu Shuang and Han are there in person now, and they notice he even has someone taking care of him between events. Han jokes that for someone as rich as Chen Yuan, just one helper is actually pretty modest. Wu Shuang says he's weirdly good at everything and even beat 5 of her bodyguards. Han is stunned because she knows how strong those guards are. Wu Shuang confirms it's true. Hard to believe, but MC Yuan is seriously skilled in a fight. That makes it even stranger since one of her family's guards can usually handle 10 people alone. Han falls into thought, while Wu Shuang remembers losing to him and jokes that he hits really hard. That earns Chen Yuan 5 more favorability points. When he notices them in the stands, he waves. Wu Shuang blushes, and Han quietly watches her reaction. The protagonist Yu is there too, and he tells Brother Tang he didn't expect to see women this beautiful in a small city like this. Tang Aoji says they obviously aren't from local families. That gives Chen Yuan an idea, and he says he'd like to get to know them. His friend asks if he really means to make a move, and MC says he can't let chances like this pass, not even in a place like this. The lackey agrees to look into them. At the same time, he sneers and tells him to enjoy feeling proud while he can. A direct hit is simple, but now he wants to see how Chen Yuan handles something from the shadows. The judge fires the starting gun, and the runners take off. The protagonist Yuan hesitates for a moment, and someone immediately points out that he messed up. Han says that tiny delay is enough to put him behind. Wu Shuang asks if it's already over, and Han explains that rhythm means everything in hurdles. Just by watching, she can tell Chen Yuan has lost the lead. Wu Shuang feels disappointed, thinking his winning streak might finally end. MC realizes his lack of practice is showing. Still, with those two watching, this is a perfect chance to earn more points. He can't afford another mistake, so he decides to get serious. With a burst of focus, he speeds up and charges to victory. The crowd erupts. Wu Shuang says she knew he'd still win, even after that bad start. Han, a little annoyed, tells her she's talking about him way too much. Then she asks if Wu Shuang really likes him that much. Flustered, Wu Shuang denies it and says Han shouldn't joke like that. Han teases her to relax. There's nothing wrong with liking him, though she'd have plenty of competition. Wu Shuang jumps up and keeps denying she has any feelings for Chen Yuan, but their favorability still rises a little. Back on the field, Shang tells him there's only one event left. She asks how he's holding up, and he says he's only just warmed up. Shang is relieved, then mentions that an old rival from Anong has signed up too. Chen Yuan looks confused. He doesn't even remember who that is. Meanwhile, in the rest area, that same rival is approached by someone asking if he's made up his mind. This is his last chance. They tell him all he has to do is use it, and he'll win the title while ruining Chen Yuan's day. They even have a plan to leave the protagonist Yuan crippled during the event. After hearing that, the guy agrees. Soon the final race is about to begin, and everyone gets set at the line. The rival looks at MC Yuan and warns him to be careful. The gun fires and they take off running. The guy glances back to taunt him, only to freeze when he sees Chen Yuan already passing him. Confused, he wonders if he runs on gasoline. At this pace, the protagonist Yuan is already a lap ahead, and even with outside help, the guy still can't keep up, furious that he can't win fairly. He decides they'll both go down. As Chen Yuan comes around to lap him again, the rival tries to trip him, but MC just steps on his foot and keeps going. The guy stares in shock while he casually wonders if he stepped on something. Then the rival realizes his foot is broken and drops screaming that Chen Yuan will pay for this. The protagonist Yuan wins the event too. By now he's basically a walking trophy rack. His favorability with everyone keeps rising, reaching 98 or 99. Close but still not quite 100. Zhang comes over again and praises his amazing performance. She even says the school president cried from pride over what he did. Meanwhile, the rival gets carried away foaming at the mouth and still shouting about revenge. Zhang asks what happened to that so-called prodigy, and Chen Yuan dryly says sports can be pretty dangerous. Outside, reporters surround him asking what team he'll join and what kind of career he wants. Zhang pushes them back and says he needs time to rest. Some of MC's old classmates watch in shock, never knowing he was this talented. One guy's girlfriend says that since he's friends with Chen Yuan, he should ask him for startup money. He refuses, saying that would be wrong, even between friends. Annoyed, she admits she only dated him because of his connection to him, then dumps him on the spot. The poor guy is completely blindsided. He asks what he did wrong and says he'll change, but she brushes him off, saying she doesn't like him anymore and doesn't want a man with no drive and no future. It's a brutal breakup, and honestly, Wenji is hard not to pity. She walks off complaining that he wasted her youth. During an interview, Chen Yuan notices a whole group of women staring at him like they're ready to pounce. He realizes there's no way he can handle all of them fairly, and jokes to himself that if this keeps up, it could start World War III. Then he spots Wenji looking completely crushed, and suddenly gets an idea. He hurried over and told the girls one of his roommates was really down, so he needed to go have a drink with him. The girls started wondering if they were losing him to another guy. Still, they figured that was better than watching him leave with another woman. Later, they all met at a private restaurant in the east side of town. There, Chen and the others listened while Wenji opened up about the breakup. Hao Tian patted him on the back and said a real man shouldn't stress over women. Pretty lousy comfort, honestly. Another friend who was barely even drinking asked why Hao Tian was acting drunk while sipping juice. The protagonist cut in and told Wenji to focus on his future first. Once his career took off, women would come on their own. That made MC realize he'd been so busy making money that his old friend ended up getting played by a gold digger. Then he stood up and said he had a plan to make a lot of money and bring them in on it. Hao Tian and the others lit up right away and pushed him to explain. Even a guy Chen barely noticed leaned in, not wanting to be left hanging. The emo-looking deep web guy said that if the idea came from him, he was already in. Smiling, the protagonist pulled out a small vial and said this was how they'd get rich. He passed it to Hao Tian and explained it was medicine for the G virus spreading across several countries. They asked if he meant the same virus everyone had been panicking over. Chen said yes and added that his pharmaceutical company had developed this special treatment. Then he asked them to imagine how much money a cure for a worldwide crisis could make. One friend was confused. MC had been in real estate, so where did a drug company come from? The deep web guy didn't care. If it was him, he said they could make billions. No question. Another friend agreed, saying a rare chance like this had to be worth a fortune. Chen went on to say the company was about to launch and he was willing to split 50% of the profits with them. When he asked who wanted in, Hao Tian jumped up first and promised his full support. Another friend said he could help with marketing if needed. The emo friend added that his family dealt in pharmaceutical equipment, so he wanted to invest too. The protagonist said most of it was settled now, except for one thing: they still needed a president. He put a hand on Wenji's shoulder and congratulated him on the promotion. Wenji panicked, saying he was just a college student and couldn't run a company like that, but Chen told him nobody starts out as an expert. He said Wenji had talent and good character. He just never gotten the right chance. Wenji got emotional and thought back to his ex. He remembered her calling him a coward, so he swore to Chen that he wouldn't let him down, and that they'd prove Xiaoyu wrong. A few days later, they arrived at MC's medical facility. The first round of testing had already started. Before long, excitement spread. The antidote he had saved was working and the treatment looked effective. His friends celebrated, sure they were about to get rich. Wenji, though, reminded them this was only the start. They still had to lock down the patent. Not long after that, the grand opening finally happened. Chen named the drug H666, which sounded a little creepy, not gonna lie. During an interview, a reporter asked a 114-year-old man how he was still in such good shape. The old man joked that it was vodka, cigarettes, and enjoying life every day. The interviewer laughed, then asked how he made it through the recent virus outbreak. He said his son gave him H666. That story spread fast. Soon reporters were crowding outside the hospital, calling it a miracle cure. Demand exploded, and the medicine kept selling out. A reporter stopped a young boy carrying a huge supply and asked if his whole family was sick, but he wasn't helping anyone. He was scalping the medicine and reselling it for more. He ran into another guy who joked that even though he looked pale, he'd still gotten darker from standing in the sun so long just to buy the stuff. Before long, Chen's pharmacy had pulled in over 10 billion, and 100,000 units were gone almost instantly. Somewhere else, a group of women at a bar was splitting a 1,500 bill. Xiaoyu, Wenji's ex, said she'd cover her part. One of her friends noticed her fancy-looking handbag and guessed it might be fake. Xiaoyu denied it, saying the man who gave it to her even had receipts. Her friends laughed and told her fake receipts were easy to make. Annoyed, she called the guy to check. When he picked up, he mocked her and asked if one night with him hadn't been enough. Humiliated, she demanded to know whether the Hermes bag was fake. He laughed and admitted it was, saying, even the fake one cost more than 800. Then he reminded her he'd only spent 10,000 for one night, so why would he buy her a real luxury bag worth way more? To him, it was just a deal. He paid for dinner and she kept him company. Furious, Xiaoyu cursed men for being liars. One friend tried to cheer her up and said she'd find someone better. Another told her not to take it so hard since rich guys were often like that. While looking around, Xiaoyu spotted an article naming Wenji as a rising entrepreneur. His photo was right there with it. Her friend said it looked exactly like her ex, and even had the same name. If he really was the CEO of that new company, then he had to be making huge money. Right away, Xiaoyu convinced herself she'd been smart all along to stay close to someone tied to Chen. Now all she had to do was get Wenji back. The problem was, she deleted his number when she dumped him, but she still had his Alipay contact from when he used to send her money. So she messaged him asking how he was and saying she missed him. No reply came back. She kept sending messages, admitting she was wrong and asking to meet. When he still didn't answer, she felt confused and hurt. He used to reply right away, so now it was clear he was ignoring her. At the new company, Chen and his friends were celebrating how much they'd made. The protagonist asked Wenji how much they'd earned this time. Excited, Wenji said their current orders alone would bring in more than 500 billion. After production and shipping costs, profit would still top 300 billion. Everyone was stunned. One friend quickly asked if that meant he'd get at least 30 billion under their deal. Another said his father had worked his whole life and still made less than what he'd earn in 1 month, thanks to Chen. As they celebrated, they all knew MC was the real powerhouse set to take 150 billion himself. Wenji warned them not to get too carried away. Once other companies cracked the formula, prices would drop. The others brushed that off, saying they'd already made a crazy amount in just 1 month. But Wenji said they needed to reinvest, create new drugs, and stay ahead. Wenji was impressed and said his friend clearly had the talent to go far. He suggested Wenji take the lead on planning their next moves. Then things went even crazier. Chen unveiled cures for AIDS and cancer. He explained the second one had to be taken again every year, and it would cost a fortune. Oscar was stunned and asked how he had pulled this off, since those were two of medicine's biggest problems. The protagonist asked what everyone thought. One of them said they must have some top-level scientists behind all this. The deep web friend got fired up and declared they'd become the biggest pharmaceutical company on Earth. Everyone was thrilled to be part of what Chen was building. Then MC put Xiaobai in charge of protecting the company's secrets. After that, he told them to keep the meeting going. When he noticed Wenji getting distracted by messages, Chen asked what was going on. Wenji hesitated, wondering if answering would make him look too desperate. In the end, he texted back that he was in a meeting. Xiaoyu got excited the second she saw the reply and told her friends he finally answered. She asked to meet the next day, apologized for how she'd acted, and said she hoped he'd take her back. But Wenji didn't look happy about it at all. He asked why she was acting like he was the one in the wrong. Xiaoyu admitted they were both stubborn, then begged him to meet her the next day and promised she'd do whatever he wanted if he came. When her friends asked how it went, she bragged that she had him under her control again. They congratulated her for locking down a CEO and told her not to forget them later. She said of course she'd remember her friends. Back at the company, Wenji got her message confirming the meeting. He started wondering if everything he'd done had been for this one moment, to prove he was finally good enough for her. Seeing that look on his face, Chen asked what he was smiling about. Wenji tried to brush it off, but he kept pushing, and guessed it was Xiaoyu. Wenji got defensive and asked how he knew. The protagonist asked why. Now that he was successful, he still couldn't let her go and find someone better. But Wenji insisted what they had was real. He said he fell for her the first time he saw her in a bookstore, and he loved that she didn't seem materialistic. If only he knew. Wenji kept remembering how she stayed with him even when he had no house and no car, and that made him believe their bond was genuine. Chen respected his feelings, but he pointed out the relationship looked one-sided, and the Xiaoyu Wenji described didn't sound like the one he knew. To MC, the girl Wenji remembered just didn't match reality. Wenji thanked him, but stood firm. He said this was his choice to make, and asked him not to step in. With obvious reluctance, the protagonist handed him an envelope and said it held things Wenji probably wouldn't want to see. Confused, Wenji opened it. Inside were photos showing that right after the breakup, Xiaoyu had already gotten involved with another man from a wealthy family. And now that Wenji was a CEO, she suddenly wanted to come back. Chen apologized and said he'd been keeping an eye on her so Wenji wouldn't get fooled again. Outside, the others asked what was going on with Wenji. MC said he just needed to be alone for a while. Wenji stared at the photos in shock and realized the truth. She hadn't been holding herself back. She'd just been cold to him. Tearing up, he wondered if he really looked that stupid, and asked himself why she never gave him any real love. And that's it for this part.